Chapter 1. The Son of God. Chu Tianyuan gazed at the dark muzzles of several assassins' guns aimed at him, a profound sense of despair washing over him. As the champion of underground fighting, he was undeniably skilled and remarkably swift, yet no amount of speed could rival a bullet. He never anticipated that he would meet his demise here, and in such a humiliating manner. Once, he was merely a graduate of a medical academy, leading a life of aimlessness post-graduation. IT was not for lack of desire to find employment, but rather due to the absence of a formidable background. In his own words, securing a decent job was akin to courting a refined woman without wealth or power. One could not hope to succeed. He could only curse fate for not granting him a more favorable start in life, harboring no resentment towards his parents, nor could he blame the orphanage that raised him. He recalled the head of the orphanage, an elderly man who often practiced Tai Chi in the courtyard. In his youth, he had tried to emulate the old man, though he achieved little. Yet, this elder had ignited within him a passion for martial arts, leading him to voraciously peruse the martial manuals found in the old man's quarters, practicing zealously, almost obsessively. It was only after the educational reforms that Chu Tianyuan emerged from this phase thereafter. He never again sought the so-called martial arts manuals. He firmly believed in a singular truth. In the realm of martial arts, nothing is invincible, only speed remains unbroken. This belief was underscored by his experiences as his combat skills were honed through street fights with delinquents. What was paramount was his awakening. He realized that the so-called martial arts manuals were mere fabrications. The techniques were hollow. Even a gymnast could execute a somersault higher than any so-called martial arts master. Lightness of foot was a myth, as anyone familiar with Newton's laws would understand, and internal power was an illusion, evident from his fruitless 12 years of practicing Jin Jing.to substantiate his perspective. He once challenged the elderly head of the orphanage, who had practiced Tai Chi for decades. He effortlessly brought the old man to the ground, without inflicting harm, merely pinning him down. The defeated elder was deeply shaken, but refused to accept the reality, insisting to the other children that Chu Tianyuan had mastered a more formidable martial art, while advising them to steer clear of him, claiming he bore a rebellious spirit that would someday bring calamity. In response to this, Chu Tianyuan scoffed, asserting that he was indeed full of rebellion, and advised everyone to keep their distance. Thereafter, his life was devoted to two pursuits. First, books, for he firmly believed that knowledge could alter one's fate. Second, martial arts, but only in the realms of speed, strength, and technique. The funds for Chu Tianyuan's university education came from the old head of the orphanage, leaving him profoundly moved. He vowed to repay the elder's kindness one day, yet the old man did not live to see that promise fulfilled. Like any ordinary elder, he succumbed to death while confined to a hospital bed, unable to prolong his life through Tai Chi or internal martial arts. In his final moments, he faced all the children he had raised and uttered but one phrase: Tianyuan is right. Chu Tianyuan was engulfed in sorrow for an extended period, particularly when he recalled the moment he had forcefully subdued the elderly man. He could sense the poignant determination of a frail elder, striving to extend his life by performing good deeds and honing his martial skills, only to have that flicker of hope extinguished beneath Chu Tianyuan's overwhelming strength. After graduating, Chu Tianyuan briefly worked as a street doctor. However, his makeshift stand was overturned by a passing vehicle, which incited his ire. In a fit of rage, he dragged the car's owner out and assaulted him before fleeing, never to set up a stall again. The individual he struck was the son of a bureau chief. Reflecting on the words of the man he had beaten, Chu Tianyuan felt a surge of indignation. The man had mocked him after crashing into his stand, exclaiming, "What kind of quack are you, damaging my car?" Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Tianyuan had pulled him out and unleashed his fury. Even as he was being pummeled, the man had shouted, "You dare hit me? My father is Zhang Jiang. Even if you die, I won't face repercussions." Chu Tianyuan, hailing from humble beginnings, could hardly endure such condescension. Little did he realize the grave consequences this encounter would sow. For 5 years, he fought in the underground boxing circuit, where he encountered countless martial artists, all of whom pursued speed, strength, and technique. Yet, perhaps even he did not foresee that he was a natural-born fighter. Throughout his tenure in the black market's boxing matches, he remained undefeated. People hailed him as a favored child of the heavens, bestowed with extraordinary physical prowess without innate talent. Achieving such success would have been nearly impossible. In the realm of combat, he earned the moniker Son of God. He relished the thrill of the ring, honing his fighting skills, basking in the cheers of the audience, and savoring the euphoria of being enveloped in adoration. However, as the adage goes, fame breeds danger. He could never have imagined that among the spectators, a pair of malicious eyes were fixated upon him. It was not until a bullet pierced Chu Tianyuan's body that he pondered who sought to take his life. Slowly, he lifted his gaze in the dimly lit alley and beheld a familiar figure emerge from a group of assassins, none other than the man he had once dragged from his vehicle and assaulted 5 years prior. Suddenly, he recalled the man's taunt. "Even if I kill you, I will face no consequences." In that moment, he felt the radiance surrounding him dissipate. The Son of God was overshadowed by the son of a bureau chief. Gasping for air, he yearned to utter a few words, but the effort escaped him. All he wished to convey was a single sentiment. If there truly is a next life, I aspire to be the Son of God. As Chu Tianyuan's consciousness began to fade, the figure drew closer, seizing the weapon from one of the assassins and firing several more shots into Chu Tianyuan. He then instructed the nearby assassins to confirm whether Chu Tianyuan was indeed dead. Reluctantly, they complied, aware of the man's connections and the potential repercussions of disobedience. They understood the brutality of his methods and his deep-seated paranoia, fearing even a lifeless body riddled with bullets might still be alive. That it was only after confirming Chu Tianyuan's demise that they hastily departed. Chu Tianyuan felt as though he were ensnared in a deep slumber, unable to exert control over his own body, yet distinctly aware of his consciousness. Could this be a hospital? The thought crossed his mind. If indeed he were in a hospital, why was there an eerie silence, void of any voices? A foreboding intuition gripped him. Perhaps he had been rescued, yet tragically, he had become a mere vegetable. Only such an explanation could account for his current predicament. Was this what they referred to as being unable to live or die? A profound sadness enveloped Chu Tianyuan. He incessantly cursed the heavens, hoping for a moment of mercy to be cast into the underworld to be reborn, yet the heavens seemed indifferent to his plight. This state persisted for an entire year. Chu Tianyuan's ability to control his body had only emerged after his birth. He could scarcely fathom that the slumbering existence he endured was not as a patient in a hospital, but as a fetus developing within a woman's womb. Thus, the notion of reincarnation was indeed a reality. Just as he reveled in this revelation, a figure approached and scooped him up. His tongue, still undeveloped, was incapable of speech, and he could only emit incoherent babble. The one who cradled him was clad in golden armor, and he approached another figure, inquiring, "Are we truly to terminate this child?" Chu Tianyuan felt an intense indignation. He longed to curse the heavens once more. Is it so easy for me to be reborn after such arduous efforts? Before I could even embark on my grand ambitions, I am to be extinguished. How cruel you are! The other armored figure, as if responding to Chu Tianyuan's lament, declared, "Kill him." The unfortunate little Chu Tianyuan was thus met with death once again, his eyes scarcely adjusting to the light, only to catch a glimpse of the grand inscription above the doors. "Sudden heaven nu Gotha and heaven nu Gotha." Could this be the realm of deities? How absurd! I have indeed become the offspring of a god. Yet I am to be killed like this? I refuse to accept it. Little Chu Tianyuan cried out. Yet to the golden-armored beings, his cries were merely the sounds of a wailing infant. It was only when his cries subsided that the golden-armored figures relaxed their grip. Is this not too ruthless of us? One pondered. This is the decree of the divine sovereign. If we do not proceed, it shall be our own demise, replied the other. Yet this child is truly pitiable. Having just been born for a mere quarter of an hour, the first lamented. Indeed, even at such a tender age, his primordial soul exudes immense power. Should he survive, he would undoubtedly become a significant asset to the divine realm in the future. Very well, let us allow his primordial soul to be reborn upon the continent. We have fulfilled our task regardless. Agreed, placing him in the mortal realm should go unnoticed. I recall the prophetic words of the divine sovereign. Being divine, much like being human, should not be executed with absolute severity. Chu Tianyuan once again succumbed to slumber. Yet this time it was a profound and complete sleep, his consciousness enveloped in chaos. Before surrendering to the void, he could not help but curse. If you possess any power, let me be born next time as the great sage equal to heaven. I shall surely pierce through your southern heavenly gate. The master of the Chu Tian household was Chu Batian, the Grand Marshal of the Dragon Soul Empire, reveling in triumph. This foretold that, barring unforeseen circumstances, the Dragon Soul Empire would remain free from conflict for the ensuing years. Chapter 1. The Birth of the Monkey. Chu Batian had 3 sons. The eldest, Chu Zhantian II, Chu Zhanshan, and the youngest, Chu Zhanhuan, each a hero in his own right. Yet it was Chu Zhanhuan who was the most elated among them. Upon returning from a triumphant campaign, he learned from a maid that his 3rd wife was about to give birth. This double blessing filled the Chu household with an even greater sense of joy. Chu Zhanhuan paced anxiously in the hall, his anticipation palpable, as if he were the one bringing forth a child. It was no wonder, for he was merely a soldier, accustomed to the rigors of battle and seldom at home. Although the family had welcomed many children, none were his own. This rare opportunity to embrace fatherhood left him both eager and restless. After much arduous effort from Madame Chu, the child finally entered the world, crying lustily. A maid rushed in, breathless, exclaiming, "Third young master, the lady has given birth. Is it a boy or a girl?" Chu Zhanhuan inquired, overwhelmed with joy. "The lady has given birth," the maid replied, drenched in sweat. "Tell me what it is quickly." He insisted. "The lady. She has given birth to a monkey." Chapter 2. The Birth of the Monkey. Upon hearing this, Chu Zhanhuan hastily made his way into the room, where he beheld the midwife cradling a furry bunlia curled-up infant. The name of the child, Chu Tianyuan, was bestowed by Chu Batian himself. Upon realizing the peculiar appearance of his grandson, he sighed deeply. "Since this is a divine gift of an ape, let us call him Tianyuan." The arrival of Chu Tianyuan cast a subtle shadow over the previously joyous Chu family. The birth of an unusual child was inherently an ominous sign, and Tianyuan became synonymous with misfortune. Within the Chu estate, there existed a seldom visited area, a small courtyard behind Chu Zhanhuan's residence, home to only 4 individuals, an elderly steward, a cook responsible for meals, and the mother and child, Chu Tianyuan and his mother. The Chu matriarch had hoped that bearing a son would elevate her status within the Chu family. Indeed, it did, albeit to a lower standing. Thus, this small annex became a peculiar enclave within the Chu household, more accurately described as a place of ill omen. Poor Chu Tianyuan. In Tales of Rebirth, how often do characters emerge as extraordinary figures? Why then did fate deal him such a hand? Gazing into a mirror, he could not help but curse, lamenting that he need not don costumes to portray a character from the Journey to the West. He resembled the great sage himself. He possessed all the physical attributes typical of a human, save for an abundance of body hair. Scientifically, this would be deemed a case of atavism. Yet, in a world devoid of modern medicine, notions of science held little credence, and voicing such ideas would yield no belief from others. The world in which Chu Tianyuan resides is known as the Dahun continent, a realm entirely distinct from Earth. Here, martial prowess reigns supreme, with warriors classified into 2 esteemed professions: the Soul Master, regarded as the most noble, and the Martial Master, which follows in rank. The foremost criterion for becoming a Soul Master is the inherent strength of one's original soul, a quality bestowed upon individuals at birth. Those who fail to ascend to the status of Soul Master are compelled to settle for the role of Martial Master. Initially, both Soul Masters and Martial Masters are divided into 9 ranks. Levels 1 through 5 represent novice warriors, 6 and 7 denote intermediate warriors, while 8 and 9 signify advanced warriors. Beyond these ranks lie the Sacred Domain and the Divine Level, realms so elevated that ordinary individuals lack even the qualification to comprehend them. Within the Dragon Soul Empire, only 2 Sacred Domain experts exist: the martial sage Chu Batian and the esteemed head of the Empire's foremost academy, the Soul Martial Academy. This realm was once the dream of Chu Tianyuan, yet fate played a cruel jest, endowing him with a most peculiar appearance that directly affected his standing within the Chu family. Occasionally, servants entering his modest courtyard would affectionately refer to him as Little Monkey instead of Young Master. This constant mockery deeply wounded Chu Tianyuan, culminating in his first utterance on the Dahun continent. How can you treat someone this way? One cannot simply label a person by their appearance. Initially, Chu Batian harbored a glimmer of hope for his grandson. However, he soon became indifferent, as Chu Tianyuan did not learn to speak until the age of 6, extinguishing any flicker of expectation. Have you ever encountered a genius who did not articulate words until the age of 6? Such lack of aptitude and wisdom rendered him a subject of ridicule wherever he went. Yet Chu Tianyuan felt unjustly maligned. His unconventional looks were compounded by the necessity of mastering the language of the Dahun continent, a task that took him 6 arduous years. Language acquisition is a fundamental ability typically innate to infants. But Chu Tianyuan was no ordinary child. He was a soul of over 20 years reincarnated into an infant's form. Thus, learning a new language for him was akin to mastering a foreign tongue, inevitably leading to misconceptions of him as lacking intelligence. Among his entire family, only his mother, Chu Mu, showered him with affection. She often cradled him and spoke to him in words he could not comprehend, yet he could sense her sincerity and the warmth of maternal love that he had never experienced in his previous life. It was only after Chu Tianyuan reached the age of 6 that he began to understand her words, which brimmed with expectation. She was his mother, the one who knew him best, having witnessed his ability to grasp concepts in a fraction of the time that his peers could, with the notable exception of speech. She would gently reassure him, saying, Tian Yuan, you are a genius, your mother believes in you. You will undoubtedly become the strongest warrior on the Duhan continent. You must strive diligently, so that those who once mocked you will be left in awe. Then, she would lean down and plant a tender kiss upon his forehead. Chu Tianyuan reveled in this affection, responding with a simple smile, while internally vowing to himself, I must become the strongest on the Duhan continent. To become the strongest warrior, what an audacious aspiration, spurred by the love of a woman who was the first to bestow upon him the warmth of motherhood. To attain strength, one must first endeavor to understand this world. Only by becoming what is referred to as a soul master or a martial master can one ascend to greatness. For Chu Tianyuan, this world is replete with novelty. Yet what perplexes him is that the inhabitants here bear little difference from those on earth. Why then do soul masters wield the power to upturn the very tides, while martial masters possess the ability to cleave stone and metal? The nobility of a soul master lies in the mastery of soul energy, harnessed for their own use. For instance, a wind soul master can soar through the skies, a water soul master can command the waters around them, and a light soul master can even heal ailments. As long as one can manipulate any form of elemental soul energy, they can be deemed a soul master. Conversely, the path of the martial master is more straightforward, relying solely on the utilization of inner strength. The greater the inner strength, the more formidable the attack. Naturally, the potency of soul techniques and martial techniques is also of great significance. The superiority among soul masters or martial masters of the same rank is invariably determined by their respective techniques. T. O. Chu Tianyuan. The concept of soul energy remains nebulous. In his own words, it is akin to seeing the wind as wind and the water as water. While he can perceive the wind and the water, he cannot discern any soul energy. Lacking guidance, he is left with no choice but to pursue the path of a martial master. Yet the question of how to become one presents another challenge. Due to language barriers, Chu Tianyuan returned to his previous school life before the age of 6, where his existence revolved around two pursuits: acquiring knowledge and honing combat skills. Combat skills, he mused, must surely fall under the domain of martial masters. However, Chu Tianyuan's peculiar behavior was perceived by others as a manifestation of folly. Have you ever seen a child of a few years reveling in somersaults? Such antics are the domain of monkeys. To those around him, Chu Tianyuan had become a veritable embodiment of a monkey. The happiest person after Chu Tianyuan spoke was none other than Chu's mother. She had been waiting for this day. The fact that Chu Tianyuan could speak proved that he was human and not a monkey. He could live and practice martial arts like an ordinary person. She couldn't wait to pick up Chu Tianyuan and find Chu Zhantian, saying, Husband, our Tianyuan can speak today. Chu Zhanhuan was taken aback. He can talk now? What did he say? It was the maid who spoke. I didn't hear it. Chu's mother felt a bit embarrassed. She was reluctant to say that sentence out loud. Chu Zhanchuan was a bit disappointed. It took 6 years to start talking, which was not a good sign, but at least it proved he wasn't a freak. He looked at Chu Tianyuan and said, You can talk now. Just as Chu Tianyuan was about to respond, Chu Zhanchuan added, Little monkey? Chu Tianyuan suddenly felt that his father in front of him was so unfamiliar. He tightly hugged his mother's neck and said nothing. Mother Chu quickly patted his back and said, Tianyuan, be good and call out Dad so that your father can hear you. Chu Tianyuan did not respond. Deep down in his heart, the man in front of him had completely separated from him. Since his birth, Chu Zhantian had hardly ever come to see the mother and son. He had never felt a father's love. Never. Perhaps it was because he was shy. Chu's mother awkwardly explained. All right, madam, you can leave now. Chu Zhantian waved his hand and said. Chu Mu was about to say something, but seeing Chu Tianyuan's silence, she could only walk sadly towards the door. Chu Tianyuan was in his mother's arms when he suddenly turned his head and fixed his gaze on Chu Zhanhuan with a look of resentment in his eyes. Chu Zhanhuan happened to look at him, their eyes locking in a gaze. Chu Zhanhuan felt a hint of unease, and then he heard Chu Tianyuan utter a phrase. The blood flowing from my body is your blood. Chu Mu had just stepped out of the door when she was suddenly startled. She quickly turned back and exclaimed, Husband, did you hear that? Tianyuan just spoke. Did you hear it? Chu Zhanhuan stood there in a daze, a piercing pain spreading in his heart. He had never fulfilled the responsibilities of a father. Hearing him say, the blood that flows in me is your blood. Chu Mu suddenly regained her composure from her excitement, but she didn't know how to explain. This sentence could be said to have hurt Chu Zhantian's heart deeply. Husband, this is what the child said. Please don't take it to heart. Don't say any more. Chu Zhantian waved his hand. I am the one who is sorry for you and your child. If Tianyuan is willing in the future, Let him practice martial arts with the children of the family. Mother Chu was so moved that tears flowed down her cheeks. This sentence was equivalent to freeing the ominous person from 6 years of shackles. Thank you, husband. Then she placed Tianyuan on the ground and said to him, Tianyuan, quickly thank your father. Chu Tianyuan looked at Chu Zhanhuan and couldn't bring himself to say a word. Forget it. You two go back first. Chu Zhanhuan waved his hand again, and until the two of them walked out the door, he let out a long sigh. He recalled the scene from just now. Was Tianyuan's earlier remark intentional? That kind of gaze was not something a 6-year-old child should possess. This doubt lingered in his mind until dawn. Perhaps I'm overthinking it. I should treat the mother and son better in the future. After all, the blood that runs in him is that of Chu Zhanhuan. Chapter 3. Spiritual Energy of Heaven and Earth. When the old steward, Chu He, brought Chu Tianyuan to the Chu family's martial arts training ground, surprised gazes were directed toward them. The martial artist in charge of teaching them was named Lu Fong, a 6th-level martial master. When he saw the old steward bringing Chu Tianyuan toward him, he hurriedly clasped his hands and said, "Oh, third steward, what brings you to the training ground today?" Then he looked at Chu Tianyuan and added, "Why did you bring a monkey along? It looks quite clever. What type of soul beast is it?" Laughter erupted from the training ground. The fact that Chu Mu had given birth to a monkey was known by almost everyone in the clan. But out of fear of Chu Baishan's authority, no one dared to mention it. This 6th-level martial master obviously did not know about this matter. "Look, this is the monkey born to the 3rd madam. It really matches the rumors." A Chu family disciple whispered in the crowd. "Nonsense. It's much better looking than the rumors say. Look, its fur is so smooth and golden. Last time you said it was black, and it splits." "Exactly. Last time you even said it had a tail. Look, it doesn't resemble what you said at all." The training ground was filled with chatter, and the old steward's face immediately turned a shade of liver color. "Master Lu, please mind your words. This is General Chu Zhanhuan's youngest son, Chu Tianyuan. He will be training with you from now on." Lu Fong's face turned awkward, and he quickly nodded in acknowledgement. His status in the Chu family could not compare to that of the old steward. Although Chu He's current strength was not as good as his, he was still a 7th-level light soul master. He had just been injured on the battlefield and returned to the Chu family estate to serve as a steward. Even so, a 7th-level light soul master would be treated as a guest wherever he went. Although Chu He could no longer exhibit the full power of a 7th-level light soul master, his healing arts were the best in the Chu residence. The most awkward one in this situation was undoubtedly Chu Tianyuan, but he just clenched his fists tightly, his fluffy face revealing no expression. After Chu He finished explaining a few things to Lu Fong, he crouched down and placed his hand on Chu Tianyuan's shoulder, saying, "Tianyuan, don't cry. You need to work hard and prove to everyone that you can be stronger than all of them. Only with strength can you prove your existence and what you want to achieve. The blood flowing in you is the blood of General Chu." Chu He has watched Chu Tianyuan grow up. Although he usually maintains a stern expression and doesn't talk much with Chu Tianyuan and his mother, he is very respectful towards them and also feels a bit of pity for the child. Chu Tianyuan didn't cry. He just felt aggrieved, but at the same time, he was moved by Chu He's words. In the past, he only saw Chu He as a strange person with a stern face. He didn't mock him, perhaps out of disdain, but at this moment, he saw another kind of emotion in Chu He, one that reminded him of his feelings with the old director at the orphanage. So he said firmly, "Grandpa Chu, I will definitely do it." Chu He touched his head and left the training ground. Before leaving, he couldn't help but smile at him. His smile was stiff, but Chu Tianyuan felt an unusual warmth. "All right," Lu Fong shouted. "Now those who have not yet reached the level of junior martial artist or soul master come over here. Those who have reached the level of junior martial artist can go to the first floor of the library to choose suitable martial skills or soul skills." Hearing that they could choose martial skills or soul skills, the Chu family's children who had reached the junior level rushed towards the library. There were originally over 100 children present, which shows how large the Chu family is. Almost all related Chu family descendants gathered here. Only about 20 people remained in the field, most of them children aged 6 to 10. "All right, all Chu family descendants present, listen carefully," Lu Fong said again. "The reason you haven't reached the junior martial artist level is certainly because you haven't learned to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. To become a martial artist, the first thing you must learn is to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Soul masters or martial masters can only harness soul power or inner strength after absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Now, let's explain how to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. What is the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? Chu Tianyuan suddenly asked. Laughter immediately erupted from the crowd. It was a question that almost every martial artist in the Duhan continent knew, yet someone didn't know. Lu Fang looked at Chu Tianyuan, slightly displeased, and said, "The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is a kind of righteous energy that exists between heaven and earth. Haven't you felt it before?" Chu Tianyuan shook his head. It was difficult for Lu Fang to explain something like the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which was invisible and intangible, especially to a 6-year-old child. He usually didn't need to explain to children before, but at this moment, he had to give some clarification. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is like this. When you're in a room compared to being in a forest, do you feel any difference? Someone immediately answered. It was a little girl's voice. Laughter erupted again. Quiet. Lu Fang said sternly, "Do you feel that being in the forest is more comfortable than being in the room?" That's right. It's because the spiritual energy in the forest is denser than that inside the room. Do you understand now? Lu Fang looked at Chu Tianyuan. Chu Tianyuan nodded, secretly thinking, isn't this just oxygen? What is this so-called spiritual energy of heaven and earth? All right, now I will teach you the method of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Lu Fang said as he sat down, "Follow my lead." The method of breathing and absorbing is very simple, at least for Chu Tianyuan. It's just sitting and breathing, controlling the rhythm of one's breath. But at that moment, something strange happened. A small whirl appeared above the head of Chu Tianyuan, and countless spiritual energies surged in from above his head. Lu Fang widened his eyes, looking at Chu Tianyuan, his heart shaken. What a fast absorption speed of spiritual energy. Soon, the onlookers also noticed Chu Tianyuan's anomaly. Dozens of gazes focused on him, some surprised, some jealous, but only one girl looked at him with watery eyes, the little girl who had just answered a question. Her expression was full of envy, without a trace of jealousy or disdain. It wasn't until Chu Tianyuan finished his breathing that he opened his eyes. "Why are you all looking at me?" "Tianyuan, how did you feel just now?" Lu Fang asked. "I felt a warm gas flowing into my body from above my head." Chu Tianyuan scratched his forehead. Could this be the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? "That's right. This is the spiritual energy of heaven and earth," Lu Fang exclaimed. "Did you all see? What Tianyuan absorbed just now was the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. To absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, one must be focused. Without a firm heart, one cannot become a martial artist." With a good teaching material in front of him, Lu Fang would not let it go. This was much easier than explaining abstractly. "It's just a bit of luck," a slightly older boy scoffed. "Chu Tianyuan, you've been learning for 2 years and still haven't mastered it." Immediately, someone defended Chu Tianyuan. It was the girl with big eyes. Chu Tianyuan smiled at her slightly, and she replied with a smile, "Tianyuan, don't pay attention to him. He's just jealous. Children always speak their minds." Chu Tianyuan's face turned red, but he couldn't refute her. "Come on, Tianyuan, let's go practice over there." The girl pulled Chu Tianyuan along. Chu Tianyuan couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Chu Tianbian. His inner thought was that it was beneath his dignity to argue with a little kid. However, his indifference was seen by Chu Tianbian as a sign of weakness. So he shouted at Chu Tianyuan, "You're nothing but a dead monkey." Chu Tianyuan paused and turned around. "What did you just say?" Chu Tianbian was taken aback, and when he met Chu Tianyuan's gaze, it felt like he had fallen into an ice cellar. His legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. Why you?" He stuttered, too scared to speak. "Remember to be careful when you speak next time," Chu Tianyuan said. Everyone was shocked, including Lu Fang. What a fierce gaze, like a wild beast. And a wild beast that had just been released from its cage. No wonder he is the son of the iron-blooded war soul. Chu Tianyuan turned around, pulled the girl up, and said, "Let us go practice over there." The girl stared blankly and replied, "Okay. My name is Tian." The girl smiled and added, "Your name sounds really like a boy's." Chu Tianyuan laughed and said, "Your name sounds more like a boy's." "I don't accept that," Tian retorted. "My name was given to me by my grandpa." "Who is your grandpa?" "My grandpa is Grandpa Chu, the one who just brought you here." Don't be misled by his bossy face. He is actually a really nice person. "I know," Chu Tianyuan smiled. "What about you? Who gave you your name?" A hint of sadness flashed in Chu Tianyuan's eyes as he lowered his head and said, "It was taken by heaven." Chu looked at Chu Tianyuan's sad expression and felt a wave of guilt in his heart, saying, "I'm sorry, Tianyuan." Chu Tianyuan raised his head, smiled at her, and said, "It's okay. You and your grandfather are both very kind. Besides, I'm used to it. Even if everyone treats me this way, it's fine." Although Chu Tianyuan is just a little girl, she can feel the bitterness of Chu Tianyuan, so she tightly holds his hand and says, "Tianyuan, no matter how they treat you, I will always be your good friend." Thank you, Tian Tian. We are friends, no need to say thank you. If you want to thank me, then teach me the method of breathing in spiritual energy. Chu Tian Tian said with a smile. Okay, I will definitely teach you. With the help of Chu Tian Yuan, Chu Tian quickly learned to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. During this process, Chu Tian Yuan also benefited greatly. He finally understood what the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was. It was not oxygen, nor was it gas, but a kind of energy existing between heaven and earth, an energy that did not exist on the earth he knew before. It was as if he had walked to the boundary between two worlds and, through a crack, seen a completely different scene. And this crack was visible only to him among the two worlds. Chapter 4. Peering through the crack of worlds, this is the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It truly is mysterious. Chu Tianyuan felt the flow of spiritual energy within him and was extremely excited. Learning to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth meant that he could now learn martial arts or soul techniques. The Chu family is laid out like a traditional Sihiyuan courtyard house, with Chu Batian in the central courtyard and the courtyards of the three brothers, Chu Zhantian, Chu Zhanlong, and Chu Zhanhuan surrounding it. There are a total of 4 courtyards, each managed by a steward. The chief steward, Chu Yun, is in charge of the central courtyard and the library, making him the highest ranking among the 4 stewards, while the 3 stewards of the Chu brothers' courtyards follow in rank. Chu Yun was reading a book on soul skills when he suddenly saw Chu Tianyuan walking in through the front door. Just as he was surprised that this monkey was wearing human clothes, Chu Tianyuan bowed and said, "Grandpa Chu Yun, Coach Lu asked me to come and choose a battle skill." Chu Yun was taken aback for a moment, suddenly remembering something, and said, "You are the son of the 3rd young master, Chu Tianyuan?" "Exactly. I am his descendant," Chu Tianyuan replied respectfully. Chu Yun saw that Chu Tianyuan was so knowledgeable about etiquette, and his mood improved a bit. He said, "You can already absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? I can now. Thanks to the careful guidance of Coach Lu, Tianyuan was lucky enough to succeed." Chu Yun looked at Chu Tianyuan and thought to himself, no wonder he is the descendant of a good general. Even though his talent is a bit lower, he treats others with courtesy and remains unperturbed by praise or blame, which is much better than other kids. Remembering how that group of children had rushed in yesterday, completely ignoring him, he felt a bit more favorable towards Chu Tianyuan and asked, "Are you going to choose a soul skill or a martial skill?" Chu Tianyuan was taken aback for a moment and said, "I still don't know how to choose, so I hope Grandpa Chu Yun can give me some guidance." "Haven't you tested your original soul?" "No." "Oh, then never mind. You can go into the martial arts pavilion on the left. By the way, the martial arts on the far left of the first row might suit you better." "Thank you, Grandpa Chu Yun." After paying his respects, Chu Tianyuan eagerly walked towards the martial arts pavilion. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and felt overjoyed, thinking to himself that he, Chu Tianyuan, was clever and had been waiting for that last sentence. If Chu Yun knew that Chu Tianyuan had been pretending all along, he would definitely be so angry that his beard would stand on end, but he couldn't imagine that such a small child would have such deep schemes. However, what Chu Tianyuan didn't know was that the last sentence Chu Yun said as he watched him enter the martial arts pavilion was, "What a pity. The path of the great is heartless." Chu Tianyuan opened a martial arts technique book. He was already familiar with the script of the Duhan continent, so reading it was effortless. However, the more he read, the more shocked he became. This was not a martial master-esque combat skill at all. It was clearly the so-called internal cultivation method from his past 2 lives, training, breathing, and energy cultivation. Except for the lack of explanation on the functions of the human body's meridians and energy channels, the content was almost identical. But this did not affect the efficiency of training. It was like someone who had learned Newton's laws could apply them without needing to delve into how Newton derived them. At that moment, Chu Tianyuan could be said to have completely dissected the martial master combat skill before him. Others might not understand the effects of practicing this way, only knowing that it would yield internal energy, but he knew. To him, who had read countless martial arts manuals, the so-called martial master combat skill before him was merely a beginner's guide to internal cultivation. Chu Tianyuan suddenly had a bold guess, which made his heart race more than double. "Oh heavens, why did you bring me to this world without making me a bit more handsome? Even if I become the strongest in the Duhan continent in the future, the hair on my face will still be a regret. If the martial skills before me are all basic internal cultivation techniques, then the Yi Jing Jing and Shi Sui Jing, aren't they the top-tier techniques? The reason martial masters face bottlenecks is that their meridians aren't smooth enough, and with every advancement, impurities accumulate at the next bottleneck, making promotions increasingly difficult. This means that if one can unblock all the meridians, future promotions will face no bottlenecks. The I Ching Jing and Shi Sui Jing are the ultimate martial arts for unblocking meridians. But why hasn't anyone on this continent studied the issue of bottlenecks? Moreover, the term meridians doesn't even exist. Suddenly, Chu Tianyuan had a flash of inspiration. It turns out it's a matter of soul masters. No matter how severe the injury or illness, a light soul master can provide treatment. Even severe poisons can be expelled using soul power, meaning that in this world, light soul masters have replaced the medical profession, and since they possess light soul power, they wouldn't study the structure of the human body. Furthermore, if meridians are the bottleneck issue for martial masters, then what is the bottleneck for soul masters? Also, why did I practice the I Ching Jing for over 10 years on Earth without any results? Chu Tianyuan closed his eyes, a series of questions swirling in his mind. After a while, he opened his eyes and realized that this was the crack between two worlds. The only thing that Earth has less of in this place is the spiritual energy of heaven and Earth. In other words, spiritual energy has altered the energy guidance here. The soul power is temporarily inscrutable, but as long as there is spiritual energy, one can cultivate any internal martial arts technique. Moreover, one day, I will also unveil the mysteries of soul power. Chu Yun saw Chu Tianyuan leave in a hurry and couldn't help but shake his head. In his opinion, it might be that the martial skills in the martial arts pavilion were a bit too profound for Chu Tianyuan, and since he couldn't understand them, he had no choice but to leave. In fact, Chu Tianyuan rushed out of the martial arts pavilion because he was eager to go back and verify his astonishing idea. If his idea turned out to be correct, then this soul-fighting continent would be his world in the future. Chu Tianyuan returned to his room, immediately closing the door and windows, quietly sitting on the bed to practice the breathing techniques of the I Ching Jing. Only after finishing his breathing did he let out a long sigh of turbid air. As expected, the reason he couldn't cultivate inner strength in the previous world was due to the lack of spiritual energy. However, in the Duhan continent, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is abundant, which is also why the people here tend to live longer. Moreover, this place will be a world where martial arts secrets abound. With this thought, the frustration in Chu Tianyuan's heart was swept away. However, to open up all the meridians in his body, according to the scriptures, it would take about 30 years of practice. It is estimated that even in an environment rich in spiritual energy, it is uncertain how many years it would take in the Duhan continent with its dense spiritual energy. But it doesn't matter. The so-called sacred domain should be achieved by opening up all the meridians and breaking through the final bottleneck, right? In other words, as long as I practice diligently for 30 years, I can at least reach the sacred domain. If someone knew that Chu Tianyuan wanted to reach the sacred domain in 30 years, he would surely be drowned in spit. And someone would point at him and scold. Don't you look at your own qualifications? Do you know how old your old man is now? Not very old, just over 100. Only Chu Batian himself knew how long it took him to reach the sacred domain. At that time, in order to practice martial arts and fight with neighboring countries, he even abandoned his marriage until he reached the sacred domain and settled a few wars before he could finally start a family. By then he was already over 80 years old, but he didn't appear old. On the contrary, he looked like a man in his 40s. Moreover, holding significant power and being a powerful figure in the sacred domain, there were countless young women willing to marry him, which eventually led to the establishment of the vast Chu family. It can be said that the rise of the Chu family was all because of one person, Chu Batian. He was the military spirit of the Dragon Soul Empire. There was once a saying that decades ago, when the Wind Summer Empire had already reached the borders of the Dragon Soul Empire, the border residents were almost all crowding into the imperial capital. Only one old man calmly sat in his courtyard drinking tea. When someone asked him, "The enemy is coming. How can you be so at ease?" The old man replied, "Batian is here. It's nothing to worry about." Later, Chu Batian indeed repelled the Wind Summer Empire, and this saying has been passed down ever since. Every member of the Chu family is proud, especially the direct descendants who are even more precious. Of course, there is one exception, Chu Tianyuan. He is currently an awkward presence in the Chu family. In terms of status, as a direct blood relative, he should receive better treatment than anyone else. But unfortunately, due to fate, the direct relatives look down on him, and the collateral relatives are even more displeased with him. He is stuck in a position that is neither high nor low, as a unique flower in the family, even blooming without anyone noticing. One might say that no one even knows he exists. At this moment, Chu Tianyuan is indeed like this. He practices the I Ching Jing in his room every day and no longer goes to the martial arts arena. Lu Fang naturally thought that Chu Tianyuan had given up on martial arts after being ridiculed, and no longer paid attention to him. Chu also did not inquire, as living a quiet life is also good. Chu's mother occasionally asked but respected her son's choice. At least everyone acknowledged that he was a person. Chu Zhantian gradually accepted her. Only Tian Tian would occasionally look for him to go outside for some fresh air, but she never mentioned martial arts. This kind of life continued until 5 years later. 5 years can bring many changes. For example, Tian Tian has grown into a graceful young lady. And at 11 years old, she already shows signs of being a stunning beauty. For example, Chu Tianyuan has grown taller, his hair is thicker, and it shines more smoothly. When he stands in the sunlight, he looks like a towering giant ape. Underneath his golden hair, his facial features are distinct, and his slightly slender body has no excess fat. Every muscle on him appears soft yet solid, with clear lines, and his limbs are proportionate, making it seem like he could perform any action as smoothly as flowing water. Sometimes Tian Tian would stare at him, always imagining what Chu Tianyuan would look like without that layer of hair. If he didn't have that golden fur, how wonderful it would be, she thought. Then he would surely excel in martial arts and stand out among others. Women become foolish when they fantasize. She even overlooked that Chu Tianyuan's martial arts talent had nothing to do with his golden fur. If he didn't have that golden fur, upon closer inspection, he would definitely be an extremely handsome man. With this thought, her heart trembled in panic. To use the word beautiful on a man, one could imagine the image of Chu Tianyuan in Tian Tian's eyes. Chu Tianyuan basked in the sunlight. He turned his head and saw Tian Tian staring at him, so he smiled slightly at her. When Tian Tian saw him looking at her, her face turned red, but she still lifted her head to look at him, instantly lost in his smile. It was a strange feeling. As long as she saw his eyes and smile, she would forget about the flaws in his body. Chapter 5. The First Battle of the Soul Master Tian Tian. Why are you here? Chu Tianyuan gazed at Chu Tian. Why is your face so red? The sun has just come out. Brother Tianyuan, you're not wearing clothes. Chu Tiantian's face turned even redder. Since they had grown closer, Chu Tian had changed how she addressed him, and Chu Tianyuan was happy to see her as a little sister. Oh, this? I took off my clothes to sunbathe and kill some bacteria. Chu Tianyuan awkwardly put on his shirt. Kill bacteria? It's just using the sunlight's soul power to kill the bacteria on my body, Chu Tianyuan explained. Chu Tian had become accustomed to Chu Tianyuan's unique way of speaking. It was no longer strange to her when he occasionally used odd terms. However, what puzzled Chu Tian was that even though Chu Tianyuan rarely went out, he seemed to know more than the people outside. Yet, when it came to some well-known facts about the Duhan continent, he acted as if he knew nothing. For example, the last time Chu Tianyuan told her a story about the great sage equal to heaven, the characters in the story left her quite confused. It was well known that there were 9 deities in the divine realm, but in Chu Tianyuan's story, there was only one heavenly emperor governing all the gods. What baffled her the most was that this heavenly emperor was not even the most powerful in the divine realm, in the Duhan continent. Even gods were respected based on their strength. At that time, Chu Tian directly raised her doubts. If the heavenly emperor's cultivation is not the highest, how can he govern the heavens and the earth? Chu Tianyuan's response at that time was, the reason why the heavenly emperor can become the heavenly emperor is not because of his cultivation, but because of his character. He then told her a story about the Tai by Jin Xing, descending to find a person of both talent and virtue to become the great emperor of the 3 realms. Of course, the appearance of Tai by Jin Xing led his story into another cul-de-sac, as no one in the Duhan continent recognized Tai by Jin Xing. In the end, Chu Tianyuan could only consult Chu Tian about the matters of the divine realm in the Duhan continent to perfectly explain his story. It was precisely because of this that Chu Tianyuan realized how crazy this world was. In the Duhan continent, as long as one's cultivation is high enough, one can break through to become a god. But how high that high needs to be is something only the gods of the divine realm know. In the end, Chu Tianyuan still finished telling the story of the great sage equal to heaven. Of course, with his integration of the 2 worlds' divine realms, the journey to the west has been altered beyond recognition, and Sun Wukong being trapped under the 5 Elements Mountain has been changed to being sealed in the 5 Elements Mountain. After listening to the story, Chu Tian was deeply moved and even shed tears. At that moment, Chu Tianyuan was so startled that he didn't know how to comfort her. But Chu Tian tightly hugged him and said, Brother Tianyuan, I'm fine, I'm just sad for you. I know you're the Monkey King from the story. All these years, I have known that if you want to break through the family seal, You must work hard to overcome it. If you don't have the incredible abilities of the Monkey King, then you should quietly wait for me. Once my cultivation is high enough, I will definitely help you break through this seal. At that time, no one in the Duhan continent will dare to mock or bully you anymore. Chu Tianyuan tightly closed his eyes and hugged Chu Tian, saying, Tian, I believe in you, but you must believe in me even more. One day, I will stand at the pinnacle of the entire Duhan continent, not just for myself, but also for my mother and for you. Since then, Chu Tian had less time to find Chu Tianyuan, but Chu Tianyuan was not disappointed. He knew she was surely working hard in secret. Chu Tianyuan was also working hard, and he spent almost all his time improving his cultivation. 5 whole years passed, and during that time, they met very rarely, but their feelings grew deeper. Chu Tianyuan watched Chu Tian grow day by day, like seeing his closest little sister grow up. In his heart, she would always be that stubborn child. But she was the one who spent nearly 3 times the time practicing martial arts for him compared to others. He stroked her head and said, What brings you here to see Brother Tianyuan today? Chu Tian's eyes turned red, and he said softly, Tianyuan Gij. I might not have time to visit you in the future. Chu Tianyuan stopped stroking her hand and asked, What happened? Is there something wrong at home? Chu Tian shook his head. Let go of your hand. At that moment, a voice shouted. Chu Tianyuan turned his head and saw that it was actually Chu Tianbian. Chu Tianbian glared angrily, and I said, Take your claws off Tian's head. Chu Tianbian, what are you doing here? Chu Tian protected Chu Tianyuan behind him. Chu Tianbian was taken aback for a moment, then immediately put on a smile. Tian, Mei, I just don't want this monkey to dirty you. Chu Tianyuan looked down on Chu Tianbian's behavior. When they were young, they used to glare at each other, but now that Chu Tian had grown up and become beautiful, he changed his tune and started calling her Tian Mei. My matters are none of your business. Chu Tian said angrily. Chu Tianbian frowned and said, Sister Tian, how can you say that? From now on, we will both be students of the Seoul Martial Academy. My father said I am older than you, so I should take good care of you. Seoul Martial Academy? Chu Tianyuan suddenly thought of something. Yes, that's right. The clan has already agreed to let me enroll in the Seoul Martial Academy with Sister Tian. With our qualifications, we will definitely pass. Chu Tianbian raised his head and said proudly, Of course, someone like you, who is not human, doesn't have such an opportunity. Chu Tianbian, don't go too far. Chu Tian was already angry. She could accept how others treated her, but she couldn't allow anyone to bully her brother Tianyuan. I'm just stating the truth, Chu Tianbian said. Besides, even if he goes to enroll, with his qualifications, he would just be kicked out. After saying that, he cast a contemptuous glance at Chu Tianyuan. Chu Tianbian. Chu Tian was so angry that she couldn't speak. She really didn't know how to refute Chu Tianbian. At that moment, Chu Tianyuan pulled her behind him. Hiding behind a woman was not Chu Tianyuan style. Who allowed you to say that I'm not human? Didn't I warn you before to be careful with your words? How do you know I can't get into the Seoul Martial Academy? Chu Tianyuan looked at Chu Tianbian and said each word clearly. Chu Tianbian looked at Chu Tianyuan, a cold sweat breaking out. He had felt this way 5 years ago, as if being stared at by a wild beast. But he was no longer the little kid who would faint at a mere scare. He was now 13 years old and had reached the level of a second-level soul master. Faced with Chu Tianyuan's questioning, especially in front of the girl he admired, he straightened his chest and said, What I said is that you are just a mixed breed born from your mother and a wild monkey. Before he could finish his sentence, there was a loud bang, and Chu Tianbian was hit in the face, sending him flying 5 steps away. You can insult me, and I won't hold it against you, but you cannot insult my mother. At that moment, Chu Tianyuan resembled an angry beast. Chu Tian beside them was completely stunned. She was already a 3rd-level martial artist and couldn't even tell how Chu Tianyuan had struck. Chu Tianbian, who was on the ground, was also shocked, but the pain on his face quickly brought him back to reality. Struggling to stand up, he said, Why you know martial arts? Chu Tianyuan looked at him and said, What do you think? His expression carried a hint of disdain. No, it's not martial skills. If it were martial skills, I wouldn't have just this little injury. He said with a bit of delight, It's just brute force. I accidentally let you hit me just now. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and declared, You'll pay for this. Chu Tian clenched his fists tightly. Flames wrapped around his arms as if they were growing from his body. However, he didn't show any signs of pain. Instead, a trace of cruelty appeared on his face as he said, Soul of fire, attack. Countless fireballs smashed toward Chu Tianyuan as if they were sprouting from his hands. The fireballs fell quickly, but Chu Tianyuan was faster. He was completely unafraid of such attacks. His body was too agile. Is this soul power? Truly amazing, Chu Tianyuan exclaimed. It was the first time he had seen someone use soul power to attack him. Indeed, it possessed the might of heaven and earth. But with your level, I can defeat you with one move. Stupid monkey, still being tough even when facing death. Look at you now, jumping around. Chu Tian controlled the fireballs. Is that so? Then let me show you my martial skills right now. After saying that, Chu Tianyuan suddenly stopped, only to see several fireballs coming at him. Chu Tian's heart was about to jump out. Things were happening too quickly for her to stop it. Chu Tianbian watched as the fireball was about to hit Chu Tianyuan, and a small smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of his mouth. However, this smile lasted only a moment before disappearing. Suddenly, just as the fireball was about to strike, Chu Tianyuan vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, his fist had already struck Chu Tianbian's jaw. Chu Tianbian flew up and fell to the ground with a bang. Not moving again, Chu Tian hurriedly ran over and grabbed Chu Tianyuan's arm. Brother Tianyuan, are you okay? Her eyes were filled with concern. I'm fine. Chu Tianyuan Zipli. Then she looked at Chu Tianbian on the ground. She was most afraid that something would happen to this second-level soul master. She understood the rarity of soul masters. There were hardly any in the entire family. Don't worry, he just fainted, Chu Tianyuan said calmly. However, Chu Tian was full of doubts. Let's talk about it when we get back, Chu Tianyuan said, pulling Chu Tian to his courtyard. Chu Tian was shocked and had many questions in her heart. Chapter 6. The Origin of the Soul of Gravity since Chu Mu moved back to live with Chu Zhanhuan. Chu Tianyuan's small courtyard had hardly been visited by anyone. He was the steward of the Chu Zhanhuan estate, so he naturally couldn't stay in Chu Tianyuan's small courtyard all the time. And the only cook in the small courtyard was a mute, who only took care of Chu Tianyuan's daily needs and didn't pay him any more attention. Chu Mu would occasionally come to visit Chu Tianyuan, bringing many daily necessities each time, and always asking about his well-being. But due to her limitations in speech, she could only take a glance before reluctantly leaving. When Chu Tian saw the quiet little courtyard of Chu Tianyuan, a wave of heartache surged in her heart. In the past, when she came to find Chu Tianyuan, she would always call from outside the courtyard, and she never expected the scene inside to be like this. She could imagine a child being left alone in a small courtyard without anyone to take care of them. The Chu family would not lack for resources, but she understood better than anyone else what a small child truly needs. How could a child's childhood be lived without companions and the care of close relatives? Chu Tianyuan completely did not notice the changes in Chu Tian's heart. He spent almost all his time on martial arts. As for childhood, he had it, just in another world. With memories from his previous 2 lives, he didn't care about the so-called childhood at all. He just wanted to become strong enough to change his own fate, which was what he had always wanted to do since he was born. Brother Tianyuan, you've had a hard time these years, Chu Tian said softly. Chu Tianyuan smiled slightly and said, It's nothing. I'm used to it, and I really enjoy living like this. Chu Tian naturally thought that Chu Tianyuan was comforting her. Deep down in her heart, Chu Tianyuan was someone who always thought of others. Even if others treated him poorly, he would not hold it against them. This is how she viewed her Tianyuan brother, kind-hearted and understanding. It's just that fate had let him down, yet he never complained. Chu Tianyuan certainly didn't expect that his image would become so grand in Chu Tiantian's mind. He was just speaking the truth, and his honesty established an almost perfect image in her eyes. It was very quiet here, with no one to disturb us. So I could do what I wanted. Chu Tianyuan explained, Tian, you must be curious about how I was able to defeat Chu Tianbian just now, right? Brother Tianyuan, the martial skills you used were very strange and didn't seem like martial skills at all, but I can't quite put my finger on what's so strange about them. Chu Tian Bunda. Among all battle techniques, whether they are soul techniques or martial skills, what is mostly pursued is power. The greater the power, the higher the rank of the technique, isn't it? I didn't expect that Brother Tianyuan knows quite a bit, Chu Tian teased. Chu Tianyuan's face turned slightly red as he said, Let me tell you about martial arts techniques, don't interrupt. Yes, Tian, as you command. Chu Tian smiled. I wonder if Tian has ever heard a saying. What saying? Chu Tian also became serious. In the world of martial arts, nothing is unbreakable. Only speed is unbreakable. In the world of martial arts, nothing is unbreakable. Only speed is unbreakable. Chu Tian pondered for a moment. It was a simple phrase, but it spoke to the essence of martial arts. That's right, Chu Tianyuan said, pursuing the ultimate in power and speed. That is the martial technique I use. The ultimate in power and speed? A martial technique that doesn't utilize soul power or inner strength at all. Chu Tian recalled the scene just moments ago when Chu Tianyuan defeated Chu Tianbian. This is what I've been doing for the past 5 years, Chu Tianyuan said. Tian, maybe like everyone else, you think I've given up on the martial way, but I, like you, am eager to become powerful. Powerful enough to change everyone's perception of me. I'm sorry, brother Tianyuan, Chu Tian whispered. Will you blame me? Silly girl, how could I blame you? Chu Tianyuan comforted her here. You are the person I trust the most. Chu Tianqian's face turned slightly red as she said, maybe in the future when you become powerful, you will forget about me. Chu Tianyuan said seriously, even if I forget myself, I will not forget Tian. If I really become strong, the person I want to protect the most will be you. Brother Tianyuan will make you happy. Chu Tianqian's face turned even redder. At this moment, Chu Tianyuan noticed the ripples that his words were stirring in Chu Tian's heart. He suddenly thought about how impactful these words could be for a little girl. He felt extremely awkward, but he didn't mean to be this way. He was just expressing his inner thoughts. Oh, right, Chu Tianyuan changed the subject. Look at the things in this small courtyard. These are what I use for training. Chu Tian looked at the several huge stone pillars in the yard and said in surprise, Brother Tianyuan, you don't carry these stone pillars in the yard every day, do you? Most of the time, yes, Chu Tianyuan replied. Chu Tian approached a stone pillar and lifted it with both hands. As a third-level martial artist, lifting over 100 pounds was not a problem for her. She could easily lift this stone pillar with just a slight exertion. How heavy? It was at least 80 pounds. Huh? Only 80 pounds? For someone who regularly trained their muscles, it was impossible for him to be mistaken. This stone pillar should weigh more than that. But Chu Tian said, of course it's 80 pounds. We use stones of this size to train our internal strength endurance. I won't be mistaken. Although Chu Tianyuan was somewhat confused, he still didn't speak out. By the way, I just heard Chu Tian say that you guys are going to the Seoul Martial Academy. What's going on? Chu Tian listened and lowered his head, saying softly, Brother Tianyuan, this is exactly what I wanted to tell you. The Seoul Martial Academy in the imperial capital is about to start enrollment. Every child aged 9 to 15 can apply, but the requirements for the Seoul Martial Academy are very high. Our entire Chu family has only a dozen or so people who might barely qualify, and I am one of them. How high are their requirements? Chu Tianyuan asked. For our age, we need to at least have the level of a level 3 martial master. Of course, soul masters are an exception, as the probability of becoming a soul master is very low, and their rank advancement is much faster than that of martial masters. I see. Zhu Diang, you were chosen because you became a soul master, right? Yeah, his talent was originally just average, but 3 years ago, he surprisingly comprehended fire soul power, which allowed his family to gain a higher status within the Chu lineage. Chu Tian said this with a hint of disappointment. The advancement of soul masters is completely different from that of martial masters. He reached level 2 soul master in just 3 years, while it took me 5 years to reach level 3 martial master. Chu Tianyuan was secretly astonished. Chu Tian worked so hard to reach the 3rd level of martial master at her age, while Chu Tianbian, it seemed, understood this as well, having reached the 2nd level of soul master in just 3 years. This was enough to demonstrate the rapid advancement speed of soul masters. However, it wasn't quite like that. Chu Tian seemed to see through Chu Tianyuan's thoughts. Although soul masters advanced quickly, their bottlenecks were intangible and required comprehension. Unlike us martial masters, who can feel the bottleneck as long as we keep practicing and can overcome it with effort. Chu Tianyuan thought about it and realized that everything in the world emphasizes balance. For example, the more powerful a creature is, the weaker its reproductive ability tends to be. Just like the legendary dragon. Although dragons have never been seen in the past world, they truly exist in the Duhan continent. Not only dragons, but there are also other powerful beings, which the people of Duhan continent call soul beasts. Brother Tianyuan, I came today to say goodbye, Chu Tian suddenly said. Chu Tianyuan came to his senses and saw that Chu Tian suddenly looked a bit sad. Tian has grown up and needs to go out and see the world. Brother Tianyuan, Chu Tian suddenly jumped into his arms, and when I come back, I will definitely take you to travel across the fighting soul continent. Chu Tianyuan's arms hung in the air, not knowing how to respond. He simply nodded heavily, feeling even more burdened inside. Chu Tian has already left, and Chu Tianyuan sits quietly, reflecting on every word Chu Tian said to him. His resolve strengthens. He wants to become strong, stronger than anyone else. No, Chu Tianyuan suddenly snaps out of his thoughts. That stone pedestal he just saw. He walks over to it, wraps his arms around it, and lifts it up, fully utilizing his arm strength. If my feelings are the same as Tian Tian's, then why is the conclusion different? Suddenly, he realizes something. So that's it. After countless experiments and calculations, Chu Tianyuan has an epiphany. In front of him is a small pendulum swinging back and forth. The ground is covered with calculation formulas, measuring gravitational acceleration with a pendulum. Although he doesn't have precise instruments, with Chu Tianyuan's observational skills, the error won't be significant. He finally understands why Chu Tian said that the stone pedestal only weighs 80 pounds. It's the same weight. But the conclusions differ because the gravitational acceleration in the Duhan continent is greater than that on Earth. With greater gravitational acceleration, the perceived weight under the same mass condition will be heavier. In the Duhan continent, under conditions of even greater gravitational acceleration, people will feel objects as heavier. Just like Chu Tianyuan. Suddenly, he has an incredibly outrageous idea. Anyone born can easily adapt to their surrounding environment, meaning that if a person lives in an environment for a long time, they will adapt to it, just like gravity. If the gravitational acceleration around him is several times or even 10 times that of others, then when he adapts to this gravity and then removes this limitation, his physical endurance will be several times or even more than others. This is the ultimate training for a 4-speed martial artist. But how can he make the gravitational acceleration around him several times or dozens of times that of others? The essence of gravity is universal gravitation. Chu Tianyuan closes his eyes, his mind racing. At this moment, even he doesn't notice that the surrounding environment is slowly changing. Soul power. A thought flashes through his mind. So this is soul power. He suddenly opens his eyes wide. Soul power is the realization that he feels an additional kind of strength within his body, and he is slowly rising off the ground. Gravity soul, a type of soul power that has never been understood by anyone in the Duhan continent. The ability to freely control the gravity around his body. What an outrageous ability. Chapter 7. Tian's Belief. Chu Tian returned home, feeling a sudden sense of loss. The enrollment at the Seoul Martial Academy was an opportunity for her. Although it was bittersweet, she couldn't stay in the Chu family forever. She wanted to become strong, driven by a small wish in her heart. This wish was incredibly important to her. She just wanted him to no longer be ridiculed and to help him fulfill his dream of exploring every corner of the Seoul fighting continent. That was all. Chui seemed to see through Chu Tian's thoughts. She was his most beloved granddaughter, a well-behaved, sensible, beautiful girl who knew etiquette and was always likable. Most importantly, she worked harder than anyone else. In the Duhan continent, no matter how good one's character was, without strength, everything was meaningless. My dear Tian, is there something that made you unhappy? Chui asked kindly. Grandpa, today I want to see brother Tianyuan, Tian replied. Sigh. Chui sighed deeply. Tianyuan was also a pitiful child. Grandpa had watched him grow up. He wasn't a bad kid, but he just had bad luck. If he were born into an ordinary family, perhaps things would be better, but what a pity. Grandpa, actually I have something I want to tell you. Chu Tian hesitated. Go ahead, as long as it makes you happy. Grandpa is willing to do anything, Chu said. I want to take brother Tianyuan with me to the Seoul Martial Academy, Chu Tian whispered. Chu's expression changed slightly, and just as he was about to refuse, Chu Tian quickly said, Grandpa, someone is trying to bully brother Tianyuan again today. I don't want him to be bullied. Although Chu Tian was surprised by the combat power that Chu Tianyuan had just demonstrated, he didn't think much of it. No matter how strong he was, could he compare to a martial artist with internal strength? No matter how fast he was, could he match a Winsoul master? Tian, Grandpa knows you have a good heart, but you can't protect him your whole life, Chu said. I can, Chu Tian replied firmly. As long as I have enough strength, and as long as brother Tianyuan is willing, I will always protect him. Upon hearing this, Chu felt a surge of emotions. Tian, tell Grandpa, why are you practicing so hard? Does Grandpa want to hear the truth? The truth. It's to fulfill brother Tianyuan's wish. Chu Tian said, Grandpa, do you know? The Chu family we are in now may seem glorious, but for brother Tianyuan, isn't it also a cage? I want to take him out of this cage. You are actually doing it for him. Chu was a bit taken aback, but he quickly steadied his emotions. So everything you said before about wanting our family to stand taller in the Chu lineage was a lie to Grandpa? I'm sorry, Grandpa. Chu Tian said, I didn't lie to you before until I met brother Tianyuan. As she spoke, her face suddenly turned crimson. The heart of Chu, he has already stirred up huge waves. Chu Tian is willing to accept anything she likes, but there is one thing she cannot accept, and that is her own Dao heart. He is painfully aware that no matter how high the talent of a martial artist or soul master may be, Without a strong belief, they can never become a strong person. But now, Chu Tiantian's Dao heart is like this. If she is allowed to develop freely, she might become a strong person, but Chu Tianyuan will be a burden to her for life. If he intervenes forcefully, it will change a person's belief. Can someone who easily changes their belief become strong? Thinking of this, Chu couldn't help but feel a headache. Tian, let's talk about this matter regarding Tianyuan later, okay? Chu tried to calm his emotions. No, I want you to promise me right now, Chu Tian insisted. I'm just afraid that if I leave, someone will bully him. He is so kind and wouldn't hold a grudge, nor would he protect himself, so I'm scared. No way. Chu blurted out, but after saying it, he felt a bit regretful. He simply couldn't agree, nor could he refuse. Why not? Chu Tian asked. All along, Chu had been compliant with her, and she had been very well behaved, but this time, both of them lacked their usual grandfather-granddaughter rapport. What seemed like an ordinary conversation. Chu knew that it was nearly impossible for his granddaughter to go against his wishes, yet this time, she did not heed his advice. Chu suppressed his emotions again. Tian, think about it. What kind of place is the Seoul Martial Academy? It's a place where geniuses gather. If you go there, you'll only be an ordinary student. If Tianyuan goes there, how will others see him? Even if they treat him as a human, what about his martial arts quality? They will look down on him even more. You think the Chu family can protect him, but that's because you have strength among these kids. But at the Seoul Martial Academy, can you still protect him like you do now? However, Chu Tian suddenly found herself unable to respond. Yes, everything Chu said was correct, and she couldn't guarantee that. She took a deep breath and said softly, I understand, Grandpa. Chu sighed in relief. That's good. Tianyuan is in the Chu family. Grandpa will take good care of him. No, Grandpa, Chu Tian said firmly. I can't take him out now. It's because I'm not strong enough yet. Once I have the strength, I will definitely come back. Chu looked at Chu Tian, momentarily at a loss for words. Perhaps he knew too little about Chu Tian. He only saw her obedient side, but could not perceive her inner determination. He could no longer persuade Chu Tian. For when he saw the resolute look in her eyes, an inexplicable sadness welled up within him. He stared at Chu Tian, as if envisioning a powerful female martial artist years later, wandering the world with a being that was neither human nor beast. No, I absolutely cannot allow this to happen. Chu was shaken internally, yet he did not show any emotion. Tian, you can rest assured to go to the Seoul Martial Academy. Grandpa promises you that the Chu family will never let anyone bully Tianyuan. Is that okay? Mama, Chu Tian zipli. She trusted her grandpa, because he had never failed to keep his promises. In fact, Grandpa didn't need to worry too much about Brother Tianyuan. He could already be considered a martial artist now. Tianyuan is a martial artist? Chu exclaimed in surprise. You could say that. Chu Tian hesitated. Today he defeated Chu Tianbian. Chu Tianbian? Is he the child who comprehended fire soul power? Chu Tian nodded. He is a level 2 fire soul master. Tian, you need to clarify this. What on earth is going on? How did Tianyuan become a martial artist? How could he possibly defeat a level 2 soul master? Chu Tian recounted what had just happened. Are you saying that Tianyuan defeated Chu Tian without using internal energy? Yes, Grandpa, so now, my brother Tianyuan should have the skill level of a 3rd level martial artist in terms of combat techniques. At 11 years old, he can defeat a 2nd level soul master just with physical combat skills. Chu seemed to have discovered a rare gem. Tian, are you sure that Tianyuan developed these combat techniques without anyone teaching him? Yes, my brother Tianyuan also told me something. It seems to be in the world of martial arts. Nothing is unbreakable. Only speed is unbreakable. In the world of martial arts, nothing is unbreakable. Only speed is unbreakable. Chu was stunned, then suddenly laughed out loud. What a great saying. In the world of martial arts, nothing is unbreakable. Only speed is unbreakable. Crazy battle. Crazy battle. I never expected that a phrase you took 10 years to comprehend would come from the mouth of an 11-year-old child. Chu looked at Chu, who was laughing heartily at the sky, with a strange expression on her face. In her mind, Chu had hardly ever smiled. Chu seemed to notice his own awkwardness and could only cough a couple of times, saying, Tian, perhaps Tianyuan really shouldn't stay in the Chu family. Does Grandpa agree for Tianyuan Gij to go to the Seoul Martial Academy with me? No, there's a place more suitable for him. Chu recalled Kwangjian, especially that saying of his. In the world of martial arts, nothing is unbreakable, only speed is unbreakable, and couldn't help but smile. Grandpa, what kind of place is that? Why is Tianyuan Gij suitable there? Tian, you should know that Grandpa once followed Marshal Ba Tian to battle. At that time, There was an 8th level martial master by my side, named Kwang Zhan, who, like me, was injured in battle and left with a hidden ailment. Chu-He felt a wave of sorrow when mentioning this. What kind of hidden ailment could not be cured even by Grandpa, a 7th level light soul master? It's a type of hidden weapon. Not just soul masters, but even martial masters, once hit, will be left with a hidden ailment. This hidden ailment will gradually cause the martial artist to lose their abilities. What a vicious hidden weapon, Tian said angrily. That's right. After both Kwang Zhan and I were hit by the hidden weapon, although my light soul power had a significant decrease in combat ability, I could still provide treatment for others. However, Kwang Zhan could no longer unleash even a trace of internal energy, which is such a huge blow for a martial master. Chu-He reminisced about the times he fought alongside Kwang Zhan and couldn't help but feel regret. However, he did not finish his sentence, but, do you know Tian? That Kwang Zhan actually managed to give up his internal energy and relearn a new combat technique. This combat technique is called body technique. It completely does not utilize internal energy, purely pursuing the enhancement of strength and speed, along with his rich combat skills. Moreover, he was able to recover to the level of a high-level martial master. Just relying on strength and speed can reach the level of a high-level martial master? Does that mean Tian Yuan Gij can also learn this combat technique? Tian was overjoyed. Not only can he, but this combat technique might be the most suitable for him, because Kwang Zhan reached the level of high-level martial master in just 10 years. And his understanding of body technique can be summed up in one sentence. In the world of martial arts, nothing is unbreakable. Only speed is unbreakable. Chu-He said excitedly. Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility that Kwang Zhan used the essence of internal energy in his body. If that's the case, then Tian Yuan might still need to put in a lot of effort to practice internal energy. Although the chances are slim, it's still a hope. Having hope is always good. Having hope is always good. Tian softly murmured while looking towards the direction of Chu Tian Yuan's small courtyard. A light ignited in her heart. She believed in him because she knew that Chu Tian Yuan wanted to become strong more than anyone else. As long as there was a glimmer of possibility, he would never give up. Chapter 8. Leaving the Chu family after Chu-Ha told the Chuzhen-Han couple about his idea of having Chu Tianyuan learn martial arts, Chuzhen-Han agreed without a second thought. Just as Chu-Ha said, having hope is always good. Although Chu-He doesn't have much interaction with Chu Tian Yuan, he has no choice but to find him for the sake of Chu Tian. Despite feeling some sympathy for Chu Tian Yuan, he still harbors some resentment. Standing at the door, he hesitates on how to start the conversation. After all, in terms of status, Chu Tian Yuan is still his young master. Even though others don't think highly of Chu Tian Yuan, he remains loyal to the Chu family, and the concept of hierarchy is deeply ingrained in his mind. Chu Tian Yuan did not make things difficult for the third steward. Chu-He only heard a voice from the courtyard say, "Who is it?" Gumin. Chu-He was slightly taken aback, unable to understand how Chu Tian Yuan knew someone was outside, but he dismissed the question from his mind and strode into the courtyard. The courtyard was somewhat overgrown, with an ordinary dirt floor. It had once been a small garden and later became Chu Tianyuan's little courtyard. It's Grandpa Chu-He. I thought it was one of the maids. Chu Tian Yuan was a bit surprised to see Chu-He. It had been a long time since Chu-He had come to visit him. It's me, young Master Tian Yuan. Chu-He felt a bit awkward. Grandpa Chu-He, it's already quite difficult for you to come here. There's no need to be so polite. Just call me Tian Yuan from now on. Chu Tian Yuan still held a great fondness for this old steward who had encouraged him. All right then, from now on, I'll just address you by your name, young master. Chu-He also relaxed his formality, quite satisfied with Chu Tianyuan's politeness. All right, Grandpa Chu-He, did you come to see me for something specific or just to chat? Chu Tian Yuan led Chu-He into the house and asked. Chu-He gestured for Chu Tian Yuan to sit down as well. Chu Tian Yuan smiled and took a seat. The chair creaked under his seemingly lightweight body. Of course, Chu-He did not notice these details. Tian Yuan, I came here this time to tell you something. Grandpa Chu-He, just say if you have something to say, Chu Tian Yuan replied. Tian Yuan, you know that the registration for the Soul Martial Academy is tomorrow, Chu-He mentioned, feeling a pang in his heart. You know, in this continent, you can't get by without a certain level of strength. Grandpa Chu-He, just say what you need to say. Since you asked, I'll be straightforward. Chu-He said, Tian Yuan, do you want to practice martial arts? Chu Tian Yuan had a strange feeling inside, but his expression remained unchanged as he said, of course I thought about it. I discussed it with your parents and planned to send you to practice martial arts in Chu-Ha. Of course, it's not the Soul Martial Academy. The requirements there might be a bit too high for you. Chu Tian Yuan pondered for a moment and said, Where does Grandpa Chu plan to send me to practice martial arts? I heard from Tian that you taught yourself a type of combat skill. I have a friend whose combat skill might be the same as the young master's, so I think it would be better for the young master to follow him. Chu He replied, of course, he is now also a senior martial artist. He added. Chu Tianyuan did not immediately agree. He was deep in thought. Over the years, he had been staying in a small courtyard and had long wanted to go out and see the world. However, how would he practice his martial arts if he went there? I can guarantee that my friend will train you to become a powerful martial artist, Chu said when he saw Chu Tianyuan hesitating. All right then, Chu Tianyuan replied. I will have someone take you there tomorrow. His name is Huang Zhan, in the Huangsha town of Wind City. When you arrive, just give him the letter I will bring for you. Chu He breathed a long sigh of relief. After Chu Tianyuan sent Chu He off, he turned to look into the distance. To others, his small courtyard was just a cage, and he was like a monkey trapped inside. But he had never thought of it that way. Here was his powerful starting point. He certainly wasn't there to learn any martial arts, for someone once called the Son of God. He was confident that his fighting skills would not be inferior to anyone in the Duhan continent. Advanced martial artists? He felt somewhat disdainful. What he lacked was merely time. As long as he was given enough time, once his strength and speed reached a certain level, he too would become an advanced martial artist. And he would be an advanced martial artist with fighting skills that reached the pinnacle. Right now, he just wanted to go out to see the Duhan continent. He gently lifted his foot and slowly walked back into the house, leaving behind small footprints in the courtyard, which were even deeper than the ones left by Chu He. The carriage was already prepared, with 2 fiery red steeds in front, capable of traveling 1,000 miles a day. Chu Qinyuan's reaction at that moment was as if he had seen the legendary 1,000-mile divine steed. This was looked down upon by Chu Tianbian beside him for quite a while. He spat disdainfully and said, what a lack of experience. They're just 2 low-level soul beasts, and not even of a proper rank. Chu Tianyuan didn't argue with him anymore, which made Chu Tian scold Chu Tianbian again. She always protected him. Brother Tianyuan, you must work hard, and Tian will also work hard. It was only when the carriage had gone far away that Chu Tianyuan came back to her senses. This was the last thing Chu Tian had said to him. He suddenly felt a sense of connection gradually drifting away from him. After Chu Tian left, another carriage arrived to pick up Chu Tianyuan. Chu's mother hurried over, crying. She had always been a qualified mother, and before leaving, she secretly stuffed a bag of gold coins into his waistband. After bidding farewell to his mother, Chu Tianyuan took a deep breath and stepped onto the carriage. Accompanying him were 2 servants from the Chu residence, who were physically capable but only at the level of 3rd-tier martial artists. Of course, even 3rd-tier martial artists in the Chu residence had the right to look down on him, the young master who was like a monkey. These 2 3rd-tier martial artists were no exception, as evidenced by their indifferent attitude towards Chu Tianyuan. Chu Tianyuan had also gotten used to such looks. On the road, he stayed in the carriage practicing his inner strength, while the 2 coachmen were busy driving the horse-drawn carriage outside, occasionally sharing a couple of crude jokes and laughing loudly. Chu Tianyuan just shook his head and continued his practice. To him, the level of these jokes was too low. The journey lasted half a month, and everything went smoothly. For the 2 martial masters, this was a simple task. As long as they didn't encounter a powerful soul beast along the way, everything else was not a problem. There were indeed bandits, but once they showed Chu's waist token, the bandits would obediently disappear. Is this Feng City? Chu Tianyuan asked, looking at the city wall in front of him. The 2 martial masters clearly didn't want to answer his question, but one of them replied, this is still Batian City, far from Feng City. However, the teleportation array is right here. Teleportation array? Chu Tianyuan was shocked. This is impossible. He blurted out. His inner shock was overwhelming. He naturally knew what a teleportation array was, but this was against the laws of science. Material being teleported out of thin air. What kind of power is this? Unless it's a legendary god. Yes, here, even gods exist, Chu Tianyuan thought to himself. He suddenly felt that the knowledge he had learned was gradually insufficient here. There were some things that even science could not explain. Spiritual energy, soul power, sacred domains, divine levels, soul beasts. Everything was too magical, like a series of mysteries waiting for him to unravel. Seeing Chu Tianyuan's shocked expression, the 2 martial masters immediately looked at him as if he were an idiot. What is impossible? As long as it's a sacred domain space, Soul Master. Setting up a teleportation array is no problem at all. It just takes some time, one of them said. Sacred domain space, Soul Master? Chu Tianyuan was puzzled. The other silent martial master shot a glare at the one who had just spoken, seemingly blaming him for talking too much, and then had to explain to Chu Tianyuan. A sacred domain space soul master is one who comprehends space soul power. Such soul masters appear only once in a few hundred years, and even if they do exist, it is very hard to reach the sacred domain, which leads to very few teleportation arrays. Of course, this is also the reason why space rings are in such high demand. Although high-level space soul masters can also make space rings, there are still too few of them. The teleportation array is managed by a high-level martial master. It is a teleportation array set up by his family. However, just this one teleportation array has brought prosperity to his entire family. After all, his family once had a sacred domain space soul master. Although they have fallen, the legacy left by their ancestors is still very useful. The major branches of the family compete fiercely for business, especially concerning this teleportation array, which has almost led to conflicts among the major branches. But here, strength is the most important, since his branch is slightly stronger than the others. The management rights of the teleportation array fell into his hands. Managing the teleportation array is indeed a lucrative job. Just placing the soul crystals in the right spots and activating the teleportation array can yield a large sum of gold coins. Each teleportation costs 10 gold coins, which is almost the income of an ordinary family for several months. Just then, a few more fat sheep came knocking. Two low-level martial masters approached with a monkey. The monkey was dressed in clothes, which was somewhat strange, but this did not affect the fees. Perhaps they could charge extra. He thought to himself, "Excuse me, is this the teleportation array to Feng City?" One of the martial masters asked Chu Tianyuan. He was just a servant in the Chu family and had never used a teleportation array before. "Of course it is. Otherwise, why would I be here?" The high-level martial master said arrogantly. 10 gold coins per person, 5 gold coins for the monkey. "What? 10 gold coins?" The other martial master exclaimed. "We'll pay 10 gold coins each, but this is just a soul beast. Does it also need to pay?" He pointed at Chu Tianyuan. Clearly, he planned to treat Chu Tianyuan as a monkey to get through this. Does the monkey's teleportation not require energy? Each teleportation consumes a considerable amount of soul crystals. The high-level martial master said disdainfully. There's only this one teleportation array. He is not worried. As the two martial masters were about to haggle, Chu Tianyuan, who was beside them, was already furious. His personality was not humble. He had just not shown it in the Chu family. In his heart, not everyone could mock him at will, especially not two servants. Coupled with the attitudes of the two martial masters towards him on the journey, a wave of resentment surged in his heart. He straightened his chest and shouted loudly, "You two bastards! Shut up and listen to me." Everyone near the teleportation array fell silent. Naturally, the high-level martial master and his several subordinates were shocked that a monkey could even speak. The two martial masters beside Chu Tianyuan were astonished that the young master they were escorting had the audacity to say such a thing. And their plan to treat Chu Tianyuan as a monkey was exposed, causing their faces to flush. "Shut up, you monkey," one of the martial masters said, clearly tearing the facade with Chu Tianyuan. "He is just a monkey-type soul beast. How could he suddenly speak?" Another martial master explained. However, his explanation didn't hold much ground in front of everyone. A soul beast that can speak? Do you think it's a sacred domain soul beast? The ones who should shut up are you two bastards. Chu Tianyuan was furious, his fists already swinging toward the two martial masters. With two loud thuds, the two level 3 martial masters fell to the ground, still unaware of what had just happened. Chu Tianyuan looked at the two fallen third-level martial masters and kicked them a few more times, angrily saying, "This is what you get for not treating me as a person." The high-level warrior and his subordinates stared in disbelief. This trio was just too extraordinary. After kicking them, Chu Tianyuan turned around and said, "What are you looking at? Never seen someone with a bit of body hair?" The high-level martial master smiled awkwardly, thinking to himself, "Your body hair is more than just a bit. I am a person, and I want to be teleported to Wine City now." Chu Tianyuan took out 10 gold coins from his pocket and handed them to the high-level martial master. With a flash of white light, Chu Tianyuan was teleported to Wind City, leaving behind the two unconscious third-level martial masters to explain to Chu He however they wanted. Chapter 9. Dark Soul Master. The Dragon Soul Empire is surrounded by 5 major cities, among which Chu Batian governs Batian City, located at the front of the imperial capital. Surrounding the imperial capital are Wind City, Fire City, Water City, and Earth City. Each city's lord is a 9th-level soul master, making the entire imperial capital resemble an encircled iron barrel, and Chu Batian's presence makes other empires dare not step forward. The lord of Wind City, Zi Linfeng, is a 9th-level wind soul master, and it is said that he is half a step away from the sacred domain, but only Zi Linfeng knows this for sure. What can be confirmed is that the strength of Win City is absolutely not to be underestimated, as evidenced by the fact that the Fengxia Empire chose to avoid a direct confrontation with Win City and instead redirected their efforts towards Earth City, which proved to be an effective surprise attack. Unfortunately, they eventually encountered Chu Baishan's interception and returned in vain. Chu Tianyuan had just arrived and didn't know much about Win City. Suddenly, he remembered that he hadn't asked where Quang Zhan was. The two martial masters who had accompanied him had already been left behind, and even if he wanted to turn back, he couldn't bring himself to do so. Moreover, judging by the looks of those two martial masters, whether they could wake up was still a question. Their strength was not to be underestimated. When he first arrived in Win City, the people around him looked at Chu Tianyuan with surprise. With no other choice, he could only clarify his identity, fearing that he might inadvertently be mistaken for a monkey. In the end, he had to go to tailor shop and ask for a black cloak that covered him from head to toe. Walking down the street, he looked like a hunchbacked old man, and pedestrians would avoid him from a distance. Chu Tianyuan was surprised by this phenomenon, but didn't pay much attention to it. He didn't like being disturbed, especially having others see him like this. Win City was large, but not as prosperous as Batian City. After a long walk, he finally found an inn. The owner of the inn was a plump middle-aged man, and his huge body standing in front of Chu Tianyuan looked like a giant. However, as soon as he saw Chu Tianyuan enter, he immediately came over with a warm demeanor, which puzzled Chu Tianyuan. "Hello, my esteemed guest," he said with a smile. "How can I serve you?" "I would like a room, just a standard one, as long as it's quiet," Chu Tianyuan replied. "Of course. We have such guest rooms prepared for guests like you," the innkeeper said. "Guests like me? Are there others here like me?" Chu Tianyuan asked in surprise. "You're joking, sir. People like you, soul masters, are quite rare. How could our little inn have the honor of hosting two soul masters at once?" "How do you know I'm a soul master?" Chu Tianyuan asked sternly. Of course, his face was completely covered by the cloak, and the innkeeper didn't notice anything unusual. "You're joking, sir," he explained. "With your attire, even an ordinary person wouldn't dare to dress like that casually." Chu Tianyuan was even more surprised, asking, "What's wrong with my outfit?" "It seems this guest is traveling for the first time. You usually busy yourself with cultivating soul skills, right?" the middle-aged man inquired. Chu Tianyuan nodded. It was indeed his first time out, and although his thoughts differed somewhat from those of the middle-aged man, he was unwilling to elaborate. For him, the secret of being a gravity soul master was his strongest trump card. Seeing that Chu Tianyuan had tacitly acknowledged this, the middle-aged man explained. Those who wear such long robes usually do so because they cultivate soul skills that do not favor light. He smiled awkwardly. Another reason could be that they are not presentable. He added in his heart. Of course, he would never say this out loud. In his mind, he had already concluded that Chu Tianyuan belonged to that type of soul master, and offending a soul master was not a wise move. Moreover, if it were a dark soul master, it would be somewhat better. If it were a corrosive soul master or a poison soul master, that would be a headache for anyone. Chu Tianyuan clearly did not understand the thoughts of the middle-aged man. He merely believed that the status of soul masters was noble. As for dark-type soul masters, he did not find them particularly special. In his eyes, this world was simply divided between soul masters and martial artists, which was also the reason he did not understand the Dahan continent. Among the dark soul system, dark soul masters were the most common. As for necromancers, corrosion soul masters, poison soul masters, etc., although their status could not compare to the rarity of light soul masters, their strength was quite terrifying. Moreover, what made these types of soul masters most frightening was the soul power they controlled, characterized by area damage. Necromancers could summon undead creatures and spirits, meaning a high-level necromancer could be likened to a massive army. Corrosion soul masters possessed corrosive liquid that could melt even steel. Poison soul masters had toxin control techniques that were hard to defend against, and aside from a few types of soul masters that could detoxify, almost no one could neutralize the poison of a poison soul master. "Boss, do you have any rooms available?" At that moment, a person walked in from outside. The middle-aged man focused his gaze and felt a jolt in his heart. Another dark-type soul master? He saw another figure in a black robe from head to toe, approaching the counter, dressed exactly like Chu Tianyuan. "I like a guest room. General conditions are fine, as long as it's quiet." The voice of the black-robed person was somewhat cold, but leaned more towards a soft tone. "Of course, please follow me." The middle-aged man warmly led the way, but his heart was pounding incessantly. After all, dark-type soul masters were rare, and now two had appeared at once. It was likely that a small shop might not survive this. Chu Tianyuan walked ahead, feeling quite depressed. He could sense that the person in the black robe behind him was constantly scrutinizing him. Although the figure didn't show any hostility, the feeling of being watched was always uncomfortable. Is this friend also a dark-type soul master? The person in the black robe asked. Chu Tianyuan initially didn't want to respond, but not wanting to offend anyone, he could only murmur a reply. The man in the black robe, noticing Chu Tianyuan's attitude, was not angry. He simply said to the middle-aged man in front of him, "I will be staying next to this friend and would like to consult him about soul power knowledge." The middle-aged man was about to agree, but Chu Tianyuan interjected, "There's no need. I don't like being disturbed." Dark-type soul masters often preferred solitude, and opportunities for mutual learning were rare. Chu Tianyuan's decision left the man in the black robe momentarily stunned. He felt a sense of humiliation because this rejection either indicated that the other party was exceptionally isolated even among dark soul masters, or that he looked down on him. It was clear that the man in the black robe regarded Chu Tianyuan as the latter. Chu Tianyuan unknowingly became a victim once again. He also wanted to know about the dark soul masters, but he was not a dark-type soul master at all. If he said a few more words, he would reveal his identity, so he dared not seek advice from the man in the black robe. Since my friend doesn't like to be disturbed, I'll just stay opposite him. The man in the black robe snorted coldly. The shopkeeper in front was also anxious. He knew very well that every dark-type soul master was almost eccentric. Most importantly, each soul master had their own pride, and the pride of dark-type soul masters was particularly pronounced due to being isolated by other soul types. He was most afraid that these two soul masters would have a disagreement and end up fighting, as his shop couldn't withstand such turmoil. So he hurriedly stepped in between them and said, "Of course, this little shop will do its best to meet the needs of you guests." As Chu Tianyuan saw the shopkeeper open his mouth, he was unwilling to say much and could only lower his head and walk forward. The shopkeeper couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his brow, but the beads of sweat kept appearing until he led the two of them to a small courtyard. Of course, their rooms were directly opposite each other. The shopkeeper walked back to the counter with a sullen expression, his legs still trembling. He was just an ordinary person who wanted to live a quiet life. He couldn't afford to offend a high-level existence like a soul master. Of course, he also couldn't handle the situation if soul masters were to fight, especially since one of the black-robed soul masters had asked him for wine, which made his heart leap to his throat. What is wine? He had never heard of it before. Thinking of the shocked expression on the soul master's face when he said he had never heard of such a thing as wine made him feel uneasy, Chu Tianyuan was somewhat depressed. He never expected that the Dan continent wouldn't even have something as basic as alcohol. Thinking back to the shopkeeper's frightened expression, he couldn't help but chuckle. He tossed his robe onto the bed and said, "Damn dark soul master." Ziru Jing was indeed a dark soul master. Although he had just begun to comprehend dark soul power, he was aware of the rules of dark-type soul masters. Chu Tianyuan's earlier attitude had made him uncomfortable, but he endured it. He was just a level 4 wind soul master, and having comprehended 2 types of soul power excited him for a long time. A soul master can master one type of soul power, which gives them a chance to reach the pinnacle of the continent, and now he had mastered 2. His talent could be considered genius. However, he was just a genius. When faced with higher-level soul masters or martial artists, he lacked the confidence to win. He also had some apprehension towards Chu Tianyuan, as he was a true dark-type soul master. Even among peers, a wind soul master would only be able to flee when encountering a dark soul master. He glanced at the tightly shut door and window of the room opposite him, becoming more convinced that Chu Tianyuan was a dark-type soul master. He had only wanted to stay opposite Chu Tianyuan out of a moment of anger, without any real intention of confronting him. Of course, he also lacked the confidence to deal with a dark soul master. Thinking about this made him feel a surge of frustration, so he extended a remarkably fair hand from his robe, through the robe, onto the bed, and said, "Damn dark soul master." Chapter 10. Soul Beast Contract. There are over 100 towns in Wind City, and the town where Chu Tianyuan was located was called Sanjiao Town, which he only learned about the next day. This town was already on the outskirts of Wind City, quite far from Huangsha Town. Chu Tianyuan certainly wasn't looking for Guangzhou. He just wanted to confirm his location. The rent was 2 silver coins a day, which made Chu Tianyuan feel quite pained. In the Duhun continent, 1 gold coin equals 10 silver coins, which equals 100 copper coins. Although 2 silver coins were a small amount for Chu Tianyuan, that was still money. 1 silver coin was worth quite a bit in his previous world. Moreover, the most important thing was that he had paid in gold coins. 2 gold coins for just 10 days. How could that not sting? Chu Tianyuan had counted in his room, and there were still over 50 gold coins left from the bag his mother had given him. While that could last for a while, He couldn't just eat away at his savings. After all, he was out in the world. He couldn't let himself starve before his strength had even increased. Chu Tianyuan inquired with the shopkeeper and learned that there are many ways to make money here, such as being a mercenary or a soul hunter, which are both good professions. Of course, becoming a soul hunter requires strength. Outside of Cangjiao town is the Cangjiao forest, which is home to countless soul beasts. Many soul masters or martial artists enjoy hunting soul beasts there. If one is lucky enough to encounter an injured soul beast, it can be a tremendous fortune, especially with the soul crystals from the soul beasts. Even a low-grade soul crystal can sell for dozens of gold coins. However, those who are less fortunate may encounter higher-tier soul beasts and end up as food for them. Thus, opportunities and risks coexist. But this does not dampen the enthusiasm of soul hunters for gold coins. Every day, the number of people entering Cangjiao Forest is always much greater than those coming out. Chu Tianyuan originally wanted to join a soul hunting team, but knowing nothing about soul beasts, he temporarily set this idea aside and decided to first learn about soul beasts. From the shopkeeper, he learned that there is a soul beast market in Cangjiao town, specifically for selling soul beasts. There are a large number of soul beasts captured or raised in cages there. The soul beast market is vast, and Chu Tianyuan felt as if he had entered a slaughterhouse. However, the cages in the slaughterhouse were filled with livestock, while here, they were all soul beasts, which were certainly not for eating. The enormous soul beasts roared, producing a loud sound, and Chu Tianyuan couldn't help but marvel at the greatness of the creator, as the appearances of these soul beasts were ones he had never seen before. What amazed Chu Tianyuan the most was that these soul beasts actually had intelligence. They roared in their cages, their angry eyes fixated on every passerby, as if they wanted to swallow everyone whole. Chu Tianyuan initially wanted to smile at the soul beasts in the cages, but then remembered that baring teeth in front of wild animals signifies hostility. So he immediately closed his mouth. "Excuse me, what kind of soul beast are you interested in?" A beautiful waitress approached him. She was attracted by Chu Tianyuan's attire. Typically, martial artists had too weak a soul to form contracts with more powerful soul beasts, while soul masters were different. Their souls were inherently strong. If a soul master wasn't strong, they wouldn't be able to become one. Only when their soul was stronger than that of the soul beast could they control it. And the amount of soul power they comprehend also determined how many soul beasts they could control, which is why soul masters held a prestigious status. In battles between martial artists and soul masters of the same level, soul masters already had a significant advantage. If a soul beast with a similar strength aided them, the martial artist might as well think about how to escape rather than fight. "I want to learn more about soul beasts first," Chu Tianyuan said. "All right, please follow me. This area has the dark-type soul beasts," the waitress replied. She walked ahead to lead the way, her figure tall and well-proportioned, even taller than Chu Tianyuan. Of course, she would never guess that the man in the black robe in front of her was just an 11-year-old boy. Some dark-type soul masters were relatively short, which was related to their comprehension of soul power, especially necromancers, whose bodies were often hunched like skeletons. Chu Tianyuan naturally wouldn't explain anything. With so many soul beasts, it's the same to first understand the dark-type ones. This is the three-color spider, a level 5 soul beast. If a poison soul master brings one along, their strength will definitely increase significantly. The waitress brought Chu Tianyuan to a large cage and pointed to a big spider inside. Chu Tianyuan looked at the giant spider in front of him, suddenly feeling a sense of suffocation. "Is this still a spider? Have you ever seen a spider larger than a cow?" The waitress saw that Chu Tianyuan did not react and thought he was unimpressed by this soul beast. "If the guest does not like this soul beast, we can look at others." Chu Tianyuan still had no response. He trembled and said, "You say this is a soul beast?" "Of course, this is a soul beast," the waitress replied, somewhat surprised. "Are soul beasts in the Cangjiao forest all this size?" This customer is joking. There is no specific size for soul beasts. However, a general characteristic of soul beasts is that the higher the rank, the larger they tend to be. "What rank do you say the soul beast is?" "Rank 5, why? Is there a problem?" The waitress became even more puzzled. "It's this big at rank 5. Then rank 6 and 7 must be even bigger?" Chu Tianyuan said. "Then why weren't the soul beasts outside just now that big?" "The ones outside just now were all rank 5 and below, generally used by martial masters," the waitress explained. "Of course, someone as precious as you, a soul master, would naturally need a higher ranked soul beast." "No need." Chu Tianyuan wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "I'll just take a look at the soul beasts outside. After all, it's not very convenient to go shopping with a big guy." "Shopping with a soul beast?" The waitress felt a bit frustrated. "You don't have a soul contract scroll, do you?" "It's okay. As long as you buy a soul beast, we'll give you one for free. How about that? Soul contract scroll? Chu Tianyuan was confused. It's the scroll used to sign a soul contract with you, the waitress said, growing impatient. Oh, my God. Are you not from the Duhan continent? The so-called soul contract scroll is the document for signing a contract with a soul beast. After a soul master signs the contract with a soul beast, the soul beast can enter the soul master's original soul space. This was another thing Chu Tianyuan couldn't understand after arriving at the Duhan continent. He concluded that anything related to soul power is difficult to explain scientifically. What is the essence of soul power? This is something that deviates from science. After clarifying the soul beast contract, Chu Tianyuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He naturally wanted to know more, but it was painful for the beautiful waitress, who had never struggled so much to explain so many things to someone. Sir, look, I've told you so much. Do you want this soul beast? She asked. How much is this soul beast? Our prices are the most reasonable. This rank 5 soul beast is only 500,000 gold coins. What? Chu Tianyuan suspected he had heard wrong. 500,000 gold coins, the waitress said. If you think it's too expensive, I can give you a discount. Chu Tianyuan felt an impulse to spit blood. He shouted in his heart, 500,000 gold coins. Do you think I can carry that much on me? Have you ever seen anyone who likes to walk around with a sack of gold coins? Seeing that Chu Tianyuan had no reaction, the waitress said again, maybe you don't like poison-type soul beasts. That's fine. We have other types. She had been secretly observing Chu Tianyuan, wondering which category of dark-type soul master he belonged to. But in the end, she couldn't figure it out. Helpless. She could only determine it based on the type of soul beast. Generally speaking, poison soul masters prefer to use poison-type soul beasts as their contracted soul beasts, while dark-type ones like to use dark-type soul beasts as their contracted soul beasts. Soul masters of all types prefer to sign soul contracts with corresponding soul beasts. However, Chu Tianyuan seemed to be interested in all kinds of soul beasts, which left the waitress puzzled. I'm just here to take a look today. I didn't plan to buy a soul beast, Chu Tianyuan had to say with a stiff face. I see you didn't bring enough money. A soft voice remarked at that moment. Chu Tianyuan turned around and saw that it was the man in the black robe who had stayed with him in the inn yesterday. You didn't bring enough money. So what are you doing here to look at soul beasts? How shameless of you to be treated like this, Zi Rujing said gloomily. He still held a grudge about Chu Tianyuan's attitude towards him yesterday. Although he was somewhat wary of Chu Tianyuan, he also believed that Chu Tianyuan wouldn't dare to cause trouble here. The leaders of every soul beast market were not to be trifled with. I didn't bring enough money, but does that mean you brought enough? Chu Tianyuan said angrily. Aren't you just here to browse the soul beasts like me? What is so great about that? He didn't believe that the man in the black robe could take out 500,000 gold coins, given his attire. It would be impressive if he could even keep himself safe. However, the next scene left Chu Tianyuan utterly astonished. If he had glasses, he would have dropped them. He saw Zi Rujing pull out a fair hand for his sleeve and say, I don't have gold coins, but I do have quite a few soul crystal cards. To his surprise, he held several crystal cards in his hand. Chu Tianyuan wished he could strangle Zi Rujing to death, and then strangle himself. He couldn't help but feel frustrated in his heart. I should have thought of it earlier. This damn soul fighting continent actually has credit cards. So, esteemed soul master, do you also have a few soul crystal cards? Zi Rujing seemed to be certain that Chu Tianyuan had no gold coins. Chu Tianyuan couldn't help but recall the scene when he was haggling with the shopkeeper over the rent and was seen by the man in the black robe in front of him. That damn dark soul master, he cursed inwardly. Who said you can't buy a soul beast if you didn't bring enough money? Chu Tianyuan steeled himself and looked around. This is the soul beast I want. He pointed to a soul beast near the entrance. Chapter 11. Sound Soul Bird. Zi Rujing and the waitress followed Chu Tianyuan's and almost spat out blood. There stood a strange bird on the sign at the entrance, chained with a small iron chain, and it would occasionally greet customers with a welcome. I want this parrot. Is that okay? Chu Tianyuan walked to the entrance and pointed at the strange bird. This is the lowest level Sound Soul Bird. It's placed there because it can mimic human speech. The waitress explained. Oh no, that's not necessary. Zi Rujing immediately interrupted the waitress. If this esteemed soul master has taken a liking to this soul beast, then sell it to him. What? You don't have money? No problem. I'll pay for you. But remember, if you buy the soul beast, you must sign the soul beast contract. As agreed, you're the most precious soul master, so you must have grace and can't go back on your word. Chu Tianyuan was speechless. When did he ever say that he would sign a soul contract after buying a soul beast? But at this moment, he felt rather helpless. Although the black robe concealed his face, he could imagine how awkward his expression was. After cursing Zi Rujing countless times in his heart, he gritted his teeth and said, "Sign it." After completing all the procedures, the waitress collected 1,010 gold coins from Zero Jing, of which 1,000 gold coins were for purchasing the soul contract scroll. "Are you really going to sign a soul beast contract with this Sound Soul Bird?" she asked uncertainly. "Sign," Chu Tianyuan replied. A man without credibility cannot stand. If he reneged on even a small soul contract, how could he establish himself in the Duhun continent in the future? "All right then," the waitress said helplessly, "but you have to sign a letter of commitment first. If you regret it later, our soul beast market will not be responsible. Hurry up and make him sign. Why are you dragging this out?" Zero Jing seemed eager for Chu Tianyuan to sign the contract with that Sound Soul beast immediately. Generally, a martial artist could only sign a soul contract with one soul beast. For soul masters, it depended on how much soul power they comprehended. For example, a pure wind soul master could only sign a contract with one soul beast. If Chu Tianyuan signed a contract with this Sound Soul beast, it would mean he could not sign with any other soul beast, even if the soul beast died, unless he comprehended other types of soul power. Chu Tianyuan obviously did not know this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done something so foolish even if he were beaten to death. It was only after completing the final procedure that Chu Tianyuan let out a sigh of relief. The waitress and Zero Jing immediately looked at him with expressions of disbelief. The waitress was somewhat better, but Zero Jing was stunned. He just wanted to embarrass him and did not expect there to be such an extraordinary soul master in the world. Everyone knew how powerful the combination of soul masters and soul beasts was, but was this soul master in front of him kicked by a donkey? "All right, I have signed the soul beast contract. Thank you for your soul beast, and I hope we meet again by chance," Chu Tianyuan said, turning to leave without looking back. "Is this guy an idiot?" Zero Jing asked, watching Chu Tianyuan's retreating figure. "I'm not sure," the waitress replied, staring blankly outside, since a soul beast had appeared nearby. Chu Tianyuan had been busy, and it was something he had to do. After numerous inquiries and research, he finally understood what signing a soul contract with a soul beast entailed. He was filled with anger and resentment, wishing he could take revenge on Zero Jing, but unfortunately, Zero Jing had already left. Frustrated, he realized he knew nothing about the person except that he was a similarly built figure in a black robe. Signing the soul contract meant that this so-called Sound Soul Bird would be his accompanying soul beast. If it were just raising a parrot, it wouldn't matter much. But the key point was that this parrot obstructed his path to becoming stronger. Although he had never tested the strength of his original soul, he was certain that since he could become a soul master, he must possess a strong original soul. Yet, the first soul beast he signed a contract with was actually a Sound Soul Bird that didn't even have a rank. How could this not make him heartbroken? The Sound Soul Bird seemed to really like its new master, constantly flying around his head and calling out, "Master, Master." After all, in this Duhun continent, it might be the first Sound Soul Bird to sign a soul contract with a human. Chu Tianyuan had no choice but to gloomily put it back into the original soul space and continue to ponder this headache-inducing problem. Soul beasts can evolve, but not all soul beasts can do so, especially a Sound Soul Bird like this one that doesn't even have a rank. No one knows if it has the potential to evolve, and even if they did, they wouldn't attempt it. The method for soul beast evolution requires consuming soul crystals. No one would be willing to feed a soul beast without a rank with soul crystals unless they were an idiot. Yet at this moment, Chu Tianyuan had to do something that only an idiot would do, which was to sign a soul contract with a Sound Soul Bird. This directly led him to continue his foolishness. Yes, he had already decided to find soul crystals to feed the Sound Soul Bird. After all, any improvement is better than having a bird that can only talk. In the end, the Sound Soul Bird stayed by Chu Tianyuan's side and was named Inwu, because to him, it just looked like a slightly larger parrot. Chu Tianyuan decided to join the ranks of soul hunters. One reason was due to his financial struggles, and the other was to improve the rank of his sound dance. The Cangjiao Forest is vast, so much so that no one knows where its end lies. The soul beasts inside are exceptionally fierce. They're not just ordinary ferocious beasts. The reason they're called soul beasts is that they can also use soul power, and they are larger, stronger, and more brutal. Chu Tianyuan even witnessed a few soul beasts tearing a soul hunter apart. That night, he couldn't sleep at all. Although he had seen movies of wild beasts devouring humans before, it was completely different from the movies. The direct tearing and slaughter happening right before his eyes was more shocking than any horror film. He had killed people when underground fighting, but that was accidental, lacking the fear of murder. Now, in the Cangjiao Forest, it was raw tearing of limbs with blood everywhere. Death was constantly occurring. And Chu Tianyuan gradually transformed from a fighter who only knew how to fight into a resolute warrior. He became a warrior accustomed to death, walking on the edge of death. During this process, he also hunted many soul beasts, the highest being a 5th-level soul beast, which was immensely powerful and almost at the level of an intermediate soul beast, as gigantic as a water buffalo. Chu Tianyuan even used all his trump cards just to barely kill it. After so many years of practice, Chu Tianyuan didn't know which level his internal energy had reached as a martial artist. However, in addition to practicing the Yi Jin Jing and Shi Sui Jing, he had also learned several other powerful martial arts, among which he favored the Rulai Divine Palm the most. This powerful martial skill fully demonstrated its effects in the Duhan continent, easily defeating soul beasts below level 3 with just one palm strike. However, this skill consumed a massive amount of internal energy, and Chu Tianyuan could only use it 3 times at most. After 3 strikes, he would be too exhausted to even collect soul crystals. Chu Tianyuan felt quite helpless about this, so when encountering soul beasts below level 3, he would resort to using his knife and fighting techniques to win. It wasn't that he didn't want to use martial skills, but every martial skill he learned consumed a large amount of internal energy. If he faced a level 3 to 4 soul beast, he had to release the constraints of his body's gravity soul and use internal energy to win. When facing a level 5 soul beast, the outcome was merely 50-50, so he generally dared not provoke such soul beasts. Soul beasts above level 6 were almost all found in the Sangjiao Forest, already classified as intermediate soul beasts. Just thinking about the size of a level 6 soul beast made Chu Tianyuan realize that they were not to be trifled with. In addition to hunting, Chu Tianyuan would summon his sound dance, one task being to feed its soul crystals, and the other was to teach it to sing, specifically popular songs from his past 2 lives. Besides wanting to raise the level of the sound soul bird, he also wanted it to have a good singing voice, as MP3s were not available in the Duhan continent, and he couldn't even complement his own singing voice, relying on the sound dance to satisfy his desire for music. The sound dance was initially rare to come out, but ever since Chu Tianyuan taught it to sing, it began to keep its distance from him. Its intelligence wasn't very high, but after consuming more soul crystals, it surprisingly became quite spirited. Spending time with Chu Tianyuan, it could even exchange a few sentences with him, which excited Chu Tianyuan and strengthened his desire to cultivate it into his MP3. The songs Chu Tianyuan taught were quickly learned by the sound dance, as it was a sound wave-type soul beast and had a strong sensitivity to sound. However, after he taught it the song, "I Would Love You Even After Death," it finally uttered a heartfelt, beastly remark. What a terrible song. It's so hard to sing. As soon as Chu Tianyuan heard this, he became unhappy. This was a song he really liked, yet it was called a bad song by Yin Shu. He angrily said, "You silly bird, if you can't learn it, just admit it instead of making excuses. Singing isn't just about using your mouth. You need to put your heart and emotions into it. Understand?" After that, neither of them spoke. As night approached, Chu Tianyuan put it back into the original soul space and went to find a place to sleep. In the Sangjiao Forest, if one is alone, they need to find a good spot at night, dig a hole in the ground, lie inside, and cover themselves with branches and leaves to sleep. This is just to reduce the danger level. Some soul beasts have very keen senses, and many soul hunters have lost body parts in their dreams, only to wake up surrounded by a group of soul beasts, with one of them even holding a piece of their body in its mouth. Such terrifying incidents happen from time to time. Of course, Chu Tianyuan had not been unfortunate enough to experience that. Since practicing the Yi Jin Jing, his senses had become almost as sharp as those of wild beasts. No rustling of leaves or blowing of wind could escape his notice. He could hear the breathing of soul beasts from 30 steps away, and if they had just eaten, he could even smell the faint trace of blood. This extraordinary ability had allowed him to escape danger multiple times in the Sangjiao Forest. Chu Tianyuan hadn't summoned Yinwu for several days. Yinwu, staying in his original soul space, realized it had angered its master, but it was still contemplating a question: how to sing with heart and emotion. Another puzzling issue was what exactly emotions were. Eventually, unable to bear the loneliness, Chu Tianyuan summoned Yinwu and reached an agreement. As long as Yinwu learned a song, it would be rewarded with 2 level 2 soul crystals. The strategy of bitterness before sweetness was often employed by the old director of the orphanage they grew up in. He was reluctant to part with high-level soul crystals, as they were needed for money, similar to how the old director would give them a single candy instead of a whole jar when asking for help to buy tobacco. Upon hearing about the level 2 soul crystals, Yinwu immediately agreed. Over the past 3 months, Chu Tianyuan had fed it over 100 level 1 soul crystals. and Enwu was well aware of the benefits. It had also learned to think about certain issues, realizing it needed higher-level soul crystals. At this moment, it didn't even notice that it had gradually transformed from a low-level soul beast without rank into a conscious level 1 soul beast. A small crystal had begun to form in its mind, representing a level 1 soul crystal. Chapter 12. Earth Tribe Kali was hiding in a bush, his short but robust body not affecting his stealth. He was waiting for an injured fire pattern wolf. The fire pattern wolf was a level 5 fire soul beast, and its ferocity was insignificant compared to its terrifying fire soul power. However, Kali's luck was good. This fire pattern wolf was seriously injured. It was unknown which soul hunter had the strength to wound it like this, as even a level 5 martial artist or soul master would flee in defeat upon encountering this fire pattern wolf. The terror of soul beasts lies in the fact that even martial artists or soul masters of the same level cannot compete with them. Their physical strength is too formidable, allowing them to battle equally ranked martial artists without falling behind, even relying solely on their physical power. Footsteps gradually approached, and Kali could sense the faint heat emanating from the fire pattern wolf. Suddenly, he heard the wolf roar and saw a massive fireball coming directly at him. The explosion of the fireball ignited the bushes around him, and he had underestimated the wolf's sense of smell. Kali patted the flames on his body, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The fire pattern wolf was fixated on him, its mouth half open, emitting scorching gas. This was an adult fire pattern wolf, and although it was injured, it was not something Kali could handle. A hungry soul beast was far more terrifying than a well-fed one. And what was even more frightening was an injured soul beast. At this moment, Kali was facing a soul beast that was both hungry and injured. Kali's grip on his heavy axe was slick with cold sweat. He regretted his actions today. He had wanted to bring more tribesmen along, but the opportunity was rare. It was not every day to encounter an injured fire pattern wolf, and he urgently needed its soul crystals. In a moment of desperation, he decided to ambush the wolf. But now it was too late for regret. He had fallen into a life-and-death situation. The fire pattern wolf lunged at him, and Kali swung his axes forward. The wolf's claws tore a massive gash in his arm. It was an enraged fire pattern wolf. After being ambushed by a despicable human a few days ago, it had grown increasingly resentful towards humans, especially the ambusher. Although Kali was not that person and looked somewhat different from humans, he was still preparing to ambush it. It roared angrily and slowly closed in on Kali. As the fire pattern wolf charged at him, Kali shut his eyes. But strangely, nothing happened. He opened his eyes to see a figure in a black robe standing in front of him, and the fire pattern wolf had rolled aside. The wolf quickly got back on its feet, shaking its massive head, its eyes now filled with hatred as it glared at the figure in black. This black-robed figure was the one who had ambushed it last time, just as it was about to tear Kali apart. This figure had suddenly appeared from the side to ambush it again. It felt the wound on its head, which was supposed to be healing, reopen. This black-robed figure had attacked the same spot twice, and it was right where the soul crystal was located. "We meet again, old friend," the black-robed figure said to the fire pattern wolf. His voice sounded like that of an underage child, but Kali would never think that. He remembered the elders in his tribe telling him that there was a profession among human soul masters called Dark Soul Masters. Dark Soul Masters were more terrifying than other types of soul masters, but if their soul power was too dark, it would affect their physical growth. Thus, some of these soul masters were even shorter than the Earth Tribe members, and some had hoarse voices. It was only natural that the soul master in front of him had a strange voice. The fire pattern wolf clearly had some reservations about Chu Tian Yuan. Chu Tian Yuan's concealment technique was simply too powerful, allowing him to successfully ambush the wolf twice, and he had grasped the timing perfectly. It slowly took 2 steps back. Feeling afraid, "Do you still want to run now?" Chu Tian Yuan asked. Although he wasn't very confident against a level 5 soul beast, he was precise when it came to ambushing. Moreover, he always struck at the location of the soul beast's soul crystal. Although he hadn't directly pierced the soul crystal, he was certain that the power of the soul beast he struck was significantly reduced, as the soul crystal was the essence of the soul beast's soul power. After realizing this, he had killed over a dozen level 5 soul beasts in the hidden corner forest. The most shocking part was for Kali. Although he hadn't seen how Chu Tian Yuan had ambushed, the next scene left him astounded. He didn't even see Chu Tian Yuan use soul power. In an instant, he had stabbed his dagger into the fire pattern wolf's head, and again, it was right where the soul crystal was located. After being struck in the vital area 3 times in a row, the fire pattern wolf staggered and fell. It couldn't comprehend how a human could possess such incredible speed. And at the moment of attack, it felt its body become unbearably heavy, unable to move its feet. The use of the Gravity Soul, Chu Tianyuan's most secret killing move. Chu Tianyuan quickly extracted the soul crystal from the fire pattern wolf. It was a fire-type soul crystal, and in the sunlight, the fiery red crystal looked like a huge ruby. He excitedly stored the soul crystal in his backpack. This was another significant fortune. Soul Master, Carly shouted. What is it? Chu Tianyuan turned to look at Carly, but his eyes immediately fixed on Carly's figure. Dwarf. Oh, that's what humans call us. In fact, our true name should be the Earth Clan, Carly said, somewhat dissatisfied. He didn't think there was anything unattractive about the Earth Clan's physique. On the contrary, he felt that the elongated bodies of humans lacked any aesthetic appeal and were weak. For the Earth Clan, strength was a symbol of power. All right, Earth Clan. Chu Tianyuan had already regained his composure from a shock. After all, there were many new and intriguing things in the soul-fighting continent, and when there were enough fresh experiences, they were no longer novel. First of all, I am very grateful for your life-saving help, Carly said. My name is Carly, an Earth Clan member. Our dwelling is not far from here. To thank you for saving my life, please allow me to invite you to our tribe as a guest. Chu Tianyuan felt a bit strange. The Earth Clan people should be the dwarves recorded in the book. Dwarves were supposed to live in the southern wasteland, known for their stubborn and irritable nature, especially disliking outsiders' disturbances. How could this Kairi invite him to their tribe? Putting aside his inner doubts, Chu Tianyuan said, All right, Earth Clan person, I have many questions about the Sangjiao Forest to ask you, so I'll accompany you. Kairi, upon hearing this, was clearly very pleased and said, Respected Soul Master, please follow me. Chu Tianyuan followed behind Callie and asked, Your Excellency Callie, how far is the Earth Clan from here? Not far. It will take about an hour to get there. An hour should be enough, Chu Tianyuan thought to himself. He didn't want to go to the Earth Clan. After all, that was their territory, and going there would mean being at their mercy. He was cautious, but wanted to know Callie's intentions. If he had any ulterior motives, Chu Tianyuan wouldn't mind taking a life. An hour was enough time for him to find out what he wanted to know. Your Excellency Callie, forgive me for speaking frankly, but your Earth Clan doesn't like outsiders disturbing you, right? Callie was silent for a moment and replied, Respected Soul Master, you are correct. We indeed do not like outsiders disturbing us, but we urgently need something. If I tell my clan that you have brought that item, they will forgive us. Chu Tianyuan was even more puzzled. He had only met Carrie for the first time, so how could he have something that the Earth Clan needed? Carrie seemed to see Chu Tianyuan's confusion and said, The soul crystal of the fire pattern wolf you just killed is what we need. Chu Tianyuan was taken aback. The Earth Tribe was actually eyeing his soul crystals. He still had over 100 of them in his backpack. Thinking of this, Chu Tianyuan couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Soul Master, please don't be angry. We won't take your soul crystals for free. Our Earth Tribe has many beautiful gems, which I know are your favorite things. If you're willing to give us the fire pattern wolf soul crystal, we are willing to give you those beautiful gems in return. Gems. Chu Tianyuan's heart tightened, but he wasn't blinded by wealth. How could such a good thing happen to him? It seemed unlikely. What do you want the fire pattern wolf's soul crystal for? To be honest, Soul Master, our tribe leader recently battled an evil dragon and was injured by its dragon breath. We need a fire-type soul crystal to heal him, Callie explained. Evil dragon? Chu Tianyuan felt his scalp tingle. Are you saying there's an evil dragon in the Sangjiao Forest? Yes, it's a water-type soul dragon, located in that large lake nearby. It's a sacred domain water soul dragon. The large lake you're talking about, is it the one 5 miles away? Cold sweat had already soaked his back. He often swam in that lake. No wonder there wasn't a single soul beast to be found there. It turned out to be the territory of a sacred domain soul beast. Yes, what's wrong? Callie asked. Nothing. Just curious why there would be a sacred domain soul beast on the outskirts of the Sangjiao Forest. Outskirts? Callie looked confused. We are already deep in the Sangjiao Forest. What? We're already deep in the Sangjiao Forest? Chu Tianyuan was shocked. He had unknowingly wandered deep into the Sangjiao Forest. No wonder he kept encountering more and more level 5 soul beasts. What's wrong? You didn't know? Callie said, but with your strong strength as a soul master, you should be fine as long as you don't encounter a sacred domain soul beast. May I ask, Soul Master, what level of Dark-type Soul Master are you? Level 8 or 9? Callie was still quite shocked by Chu Tianyuan's one-hit kill of the fire pattern wolf. I haven't even reached the intermediate martial artist level, let alone being a Soul Master, Chu Tianyuan thought wryly, but he wouldn't say that out loud. To be honest, I'm not a Dark-type Soul Master, he said to Callie. You're not a dark-type soul master? Then what's with your outfit? Callie was somewhat surprised. I look a bit rough, so I dress like this. Chu Tianyuan knew that dwarves were generally sincere, and he didn't want to hide this small secret. His honesty immediately won Callie's favor. It's okay. I'm glad you told me about this. Because of your trust, I, Callie, will be your most sincere friend from now on. Chu Tianyuan couldn't help but sigh at the simplicity of the card, a kind of simplicity that has become rare among humans. After an hour of conversation, Chu Tianyuan gradually understood the personality of the Earth Clan people. Just as the books described, dwarves are stubborn and irritable. Once they have made up their mind about something, it is very difficult to change their views. Moreover, they love to fight, especially in close combat among their own kind. They may be short in stature, but possess immense strength, with their clan leader even reaching the realm of sanctity through sheer power. Chu Tianyuan thought about it and realized that the Earth Clan, which could battle against the Sacred Domain Soul Dragon, must have considerable strength. To further gain Kyrie's friendship, he even took off the cloak on his head. Kyrie looked at Chu Tianyuan in surprise and exclaimed, Lord Divine Envoy. Chapter 13. Lord Divine Envoy, Lord Divine Envoy? Chu Tianyuan was confused. Aren't you the messenger of Lord Tej? Who is Tej? After Kyrie explained 3 times, Chu Tianyuan finally understood the reason behind this. Deep in the Zhangjiao forest, there are 4 great divine beasts, among which Tej is the divine power giant ape that manages this area. The messenger of the strength-type divine beast Tej is a sacred domain soul ape, which looks quite similar to Chu Tianyuan. Chu Tianyuan felt quite frustrated upon hearing this. Did he really look so much like an ape? Kyrie spoke with admiration. Lord Tej is the god of our area. His power is beyond your imagination. Perhaps he is the strongest among the 4 great divine beasts. What about the other 3 divine beasts? The water-type black soul flood dragon, the earth-type flying ant king, and the wind-type Lingyun griffin. Chu Tianyuan was somewhat surprised inside. This is a divine-level soul beast. Our Earth Clan migrated from the southern wilderness to this place. Thanks to the help of the Tej people, we were able to survive in the Zhangjiao forest. Callie, since you were born in the southern wilderness, why did you migrate to the Zhangjiao forest, a place full of soul beasts? Upon hearing this, Callie felt a bit dejected. There was war in the southern wilderness. We were chosen as the most promising group among the Earth Clan by our king, and we migrated here just to pass down our bloodline. I see, Chu Tianyuan said. But if I could return to the southern wilderness, I would definitely go to the battlefield. As Callie spoke, a surge of blood rushed to his chest. I would rather die in the southern wilderness than live a quiet life like this. Is the war in the southern wilderness very intense? Yes, there are marauders everywhere, especially the Orc tribe, which has almost occupied the entire southern wilderness. Their nature is to plunder. Wherever the Orcs go, there's almost nothing left. As Callie spoke, tears flowed from his eyes. Our Earth Clan and the Giant Clan are the second strongest races in the southern wilderness after the Orcs. But even if we unite, we still can't defeat those savage Orcs. So you moved some of your clansmen here? Yes, some giants came with us, but their bodies are too large. So we only accepted a few giant children and brought them through the tunnel. What? You mean you migrated through a tunnel? Chu Tianyuan was shocked. Yes, we dug a tunnel from the southern wilderness to here. One reason was to avoid being discovered by the Orcs, and the other was that there are too many soul beasts on the continent, and we can no longer afford to lose any more clansmen, Callie said sadly. May the Divine Lord bless you, Chu Tianyuan said. He knew that almost every race on this continent had a divine lord they believed in, and he could only comfort Callie this way. Thank you, Soul Master, Callie said, even more dejected. But our divine lord has not shown any miracles for a long time. The last time Lord Tej's messenger told us a secret about the divine realm, he said that our divine lord has died. Divine lords can die too? Chu Tianyuan was taken aback. As long as there is life, there will be death. Divine lords are no exception, Callie said. But how exactly did our divine lord die? We have no way of knowing. Not even Lord Tej knows, but it is related to the divine calamity 1,000 years ago. What is the divine calamity? Chu Tianyuan pondered. He suddenly remembered something from his previous life, which was actually the first time he was reborn. At that time, he indeed reincarnated into the divine realm and even saw the southern heaven gate. But he didn't have time to look closely before he perished. Back then, 2 golden armor divine beings seemed to have followed the orders of a certain divine lord, and they didn't even spare a newborn child. What could have caused that divine lord to act so ruthlessly? And when exactly was it in my previous life? How much time did my reincarnation take? Perhaps it was 1,000 years. Maybe my rebirth coincided with the divine calamity. This series of deductions flashed rapidly through Chu Tianyuan's mind. He suddenly felt an intense desire. He wanted to become stronger, strong enough to ascend to the divine realm, strong enough to defeat the divine lord. The grudge from my previous life will be avenged in this life. We have arrived, Kali said at this moment. Chu Tianyuan came back to his senses from his thoughts. He saw several giants wrestling on a plain in front of him, while a group of earth people looked at him with reverent eyes. Great divine messenger. They cheered. Chu Tianyuan's expression froze there as he awkwardly smiled at them. Carly enthusiastically greeted them and led him into the crowd. Watching the enthusiasm and reverence of his people towards him, Chu Tianyuan felt quite helpless and didn't know how to explain. It was Carly who saved him from the situation. He said, "All right, everyone quiet down. This time, the divine envoy is here for the chieftain's illness. He has brought the soul crystal of a level 5 fire-type soul beast. Now, I will take him to meet the chieftain." The crowd erupted in cheers again. It wasn't until they entered a secret passage that Carly said to Chu Tianyuan, "Our people are always this enthusiastic towards the divine envoy." "I said I'm not the divine envoy, and I don't know Tej," Chu Tianyuan explained. "Please forgive me for not clarifying this earlier. The previous divine envoy, Lord Tej, also didn't know you before." Carly replied, "But you will get to know him soon." Lord Tej said that as long as you look like this and are fated with our Earth clan, you are our divine envoy. Chu Tianyuan was even more speechless. The book said that dwarves are stubborn, and today he finally witnessed it. He had seen robberies and marriage snatchings, but he had never heard of someone being directly taken to become a divine envoy. The world of the Earth tribe was very spacious. When Chu Tianyuan entered, he discovered that it was an underground city. Carrie directly brought Chu Tianyuan to a grand hall, which was as magnificent as a palace, leaving Chu Tianyuan in awe. But what surprised him even more was the imposing figure of a sturdy Earth tribe leader sitting in the hall. He was the tribe leader here, Kaze. "Tribe leader, I have brought the divine envoy," Carrie said to Kaze. The divine envoy also brought a fire-type soul crystal. You can go down now." Kaze's deep voice sounded like a beast's roar. With Carrie's departure, only Kaze and Chu Tianyuan remained in the hall. Chu Tianyuan looked at Kaze sitting in the hall, feeling a wave of nervousness. "The great tribe leader of the Earth tribe, I think Carrie and the others made a mistake. I'm not your divine envoy." Divine envoy, don't be afraid." Kaze's voice was like a bell. "I am Kaze. Almost every divine envoy who comes here says the same thing. Is there anyone else like me?" Chu Tianyuan asked in surprise. "There have been 2 before. Both were Sacred Domain divine apes." "Sacred Domain divine apes. That's right. Otherwise, how could they communicate with us?" Kaze replied, "Soul beasts can only speak human language if they reach the Sacred Domain. Of course, the Sound Soul bird is an exception, but I am not in the Sacred Domain, and I am definitely not an ape." Chu Tianyuan exclaimed loudly. Kaze was taken aback for a moment and said, "Follow me." He then stood up and walked towards the inner part of the hall. Chu Tianyuan followed closely behind, feeling very conflicted. But now he was no longer in control of his own fate. The figure in front, Kaze, was a powerful being from the Sacred Domain. Upon reaching a small house, Kaze turned around and said, "Look at this wall." Chu Tianyuan looked at the wall and saw a huge image painted on it, which depicted a monkey, and it looked exactly like Chu Tianyuan. Lord Tej said that this is our divine messenger. Chu Tianyuan was stunned. He looked at Kaze and said, "How does Lord Tej know that this is the divine envoy he designated?" "That's something to ask Lord Tej," Kaze replied. "We are only responsible for helping Lord Tej find the person he is looking for, and he has given us the space to survive here. That's all. As for other matters, we know nothing. So you want to hand me over to Lord Tej?" Chu Tianyuan asked. "You could say that," Kaze said. "But rest assured, I can guarantee that Lord Tej has no ill intentions towards you. On the contrary, there may be great fortune in store for you." "What great fortune?" Chu Tianyuan inquired. "I don't know that either," Kaze replied. Chu Tianyuan pondered for a moment. He didn't want to believe Kaze's words without question. He knew very well that all this talk about divine messengers was nonsense. He only believed in facts. However, it was obviously impossible to persuade this stubborn leader of the Earth tribe. So he said softly, "I think our conversation ends here for today. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't disturb you. Here is the soul crystal of a level 5 fire-patterned wolf. Please keep it, Chief." As Chu Tianyuan spoke, he took out the soul crystal and prepared to leave. Cass took the soul crystal and said, "Divine messenger, I think you should stay with us for a few days. My tribesmen will welcome you." "No, I have other matters," Chu Tianyuan replied. He did not want to meet Lord Tej. After all, he was a god-level soul beast. "Come here," Cass called out to the door. Immediately, 2 Earth tribesmen walked in. "Take the divine messenger to the side courtyard to rest." Are you going to imprison me? Chu Tianyuan struggled. Hearing this, Cass's expression changed dramatically, and he did something Chu Tianyuan never expected. He knelt on one knee before Chu Tianyuan and said, "Respected divine messenger, we do not intend to imprison you. It's just that your appearance is of great importance, and we cannot let you leave. I request you, please, for the sake of all the Earth tribesmen, stay and meet Lord Taish. As long as you are willing to meet him, I guarantee your freedom will not be restricted." For a sacred domain powerhouse to kneel before an ordinary person was an incredibly difficult thing. But at this moment, Chu Tianyuan could tell that Cass was speaking the truth. Even if he wanted to refuse, Cass would definitely keep him there. The Earth tribesmen were stubborn. Once they believed Chu Tianyuan was a divine messenger, it would be hard to change that. "All right, I agree to stay and meet Lord Taish," Chu Tianyuan said helplessly. Chapter 14. The Violent Earth Tribe. In the days that followed, Chu Tianyuan remained in the Earth Tribe. Every Earth tribesman treated him with great respect, which illustrated Taish's status in their hearts. However, Taish had not responded to the Earth Tribe for a long time, seemingly forgetting about this divine messenger. Cass's explanation was that as long as Taish did not respond, they would continue to wait. Chu Tianyuan could only stay in the underground city and continue his boring life. During this time, he thoroughly understood this group of Earth dwellers, whose biggest characteristic was their simplicity. For example, if Chu Tianyuan said that the rooms in the underground city were too dark, the Earth dwellers would offer a pile of gems for lighting, which left Chu Tianyuan dumbfounded. Occasionally, he would let Inshu sing. Its singing was beautiful and immediately attracted many Earth dwellers. "This voice is so beautiful, just like that of the Wing tribe." One Earth dweller said, "No, perhaps the Wing tribe's voice can compare to it, but in terms of melody, it is greatly inferior." Another Earth dweller with a good understanding of music remarked, "As expected of the great divine envoy, even the Inshu can sing, and it sings so beautifully." Other Earth dwellers echoed in agreement. Of course, Chu Tianyuan said, "But this Inshu is quite greedy. It only sings when I feed it soul crystals." Saying this, he took out a level 1 soul crystal from his backpack and tossed it to Inshu. Inshu cooperatively said, "Give me soul crystals and I'll sing." The Earth dwellers stared at each other. They were very sensitive to the stimulation of music on their bodies. If they listened to such a beautiful song before a battle, their strength would surely increase. If they listened often, their stiff muscles would gradually relax, becoming softer and more flexible. The Earth dwellers' flaw was that they cared too much about the development of strength, leading to stiff muscles that were not flexible enough. However, since leaving the southern wilderness, they had not heard songs as beautiful as those of the Wing tribe, and now that they had the chance to change this flaw, they naturally wouldn't let it pass. Just as they were preparing to hunt soul beasts, Chu Tianyuan said again, "I have quite a few soul crystals. If anyone is willing to trade something, I wouldn't mind letting the Inshu sing a few more songs." After saying this, he took a sip of wine to moisten his throat. He brewed this wine out of boredom, and he had only made 2 jars. "Esteemed soul master, I am willing to offer the gems I have hidden for you. Please let this Inshu sing a few more songs for us." One Earth dweller said, "No." Immediately, some Earth dwellers opposed, saying, "How can those vulgar gems be worthy of exchanging for such wonderful music? I want to trade a day's worth of food for the Inshu's singing." In the eyes of the Earth dwellers, food was the most precious thing. Chu Tianyuan couldn't help but spray the wine from his throat, splattering it onto the faces of the Earth tribe people. "Such precious things like grain should be left for you. I only want those vulgar gems." After saying this, he felt hypocritical. His generosity won the respect of the Earth tribe, and they shouted loudly, "Glory to the divine envoy! Glory to Lord Taish!" However, during this process, only one Earth tribesman stood there in a daze without responding. He was the one who had just been accidentally sprayed by Chu Tianyuan. "What is this water?" he exclaimed, as if he had entered a wonderful world, too wonderful. The Earth tribe people looked at him strangely, and he finally came back to his senses. But he fixed his intense gaze on Chu Tianyuan's wine jug, exclaiming, "My great divine envoy, my name is Cashin. Please forgive my boldness. What you just drank was the holy water of the divine realm, wasn't it?" Chu Tianyuan was stunned at the scene. What was going on? It was just a jug of wine. Was it really necessary to be so excited? Of course. He still spoke with righteous indignation. "This is just a very ordinary drink that I brewed. I call it wine. It's not holy water. If you want to drink it, go ahead." The Earth clan member took the jug, his hands still trembling, and suddenly gulped down a mouthful, instantly freezing in place. A group of Earth clan members surrounded him. "Cashin, what's wrong?" After a few moments, Cashin finally reacted, but his eyes were bloodshot and sweat was pouring down his forehead, his muscles trembling continuously. Did he get drunk from just one sip? Chu Tianyuan felt a bit disdainful. Chu Tianyuan remained calm, but the surrounding Earth Clan people were shocked. God, he is going berserk. Holy water. It must be holy water. All the Earth Clan members knelt before Chu Tianyuan, shouting, "Glory to the God of Strength." Karshan seemed to realize his own transformation. He waved his fists and pounded his chest, letting out a tremendous roar. He was now a Berserk Earth Clan member. A Berserk Earth Clan, a rare occurrence in 100 years, and their combat power would be 10 times that of an ordinary Earth Clan member. Is this wine really beneficial for you? Chu Tianyuan was utterly speechless. If you need it, feel free to drink. Saying this, he took out the remaining jug of wine from his waist. One Earth Clan member trembled as he received the wine jug, tears welling up in his eyes. God, you truly have not abandoned your people. After using the soul crystal of the fire-patterned wolf, Kars found that his injuries had only slightly improved, but it should be much better compared to the soul dragon in the Great Lake. A few days ago, several Earth Clan members went to the lakeside for water, only to be swallowed whole by that soul dragon. Concerned for his people, he immediately sought out the soul dragon for revenge, resulting in mutual injury. He was attacked by the soul dragon's water soul power, and the soul dragon was also severely injured internally, likely worse off than he was. Whenever Kars thought of this, he became furious. In the Songjiao forest, almost every sacred domain had its own territory, and conflicts rarely occurred between them. But that soul dragon actually wanted to occupy the entire lake, not even allowing other soul beasts to drink water. It was simply outrageous. He angrily said, "If I could achieve the legendary Berserk state, I would definitely tear that cursed dragon apart." But he was merely thinking aloud. Berserk Earth Clan members had not appeared for a long time. Even in the southern wilderness, only a handful of Earth Clan members could achieve Berserk transformation. Chief, at that moment, an Earth Clan member rushed in. Carly, why are you in such a hurry? Kars asked. The outside clan member, Carly, was breathless. This news is simply shocking. What happened to the clan members? Kars said slowly. In the future, when encountering situations, don't panic. Calm down first. This is something our king often teaches us. But the clan members outside. All right, take your time. Don't rush, Kars said. The most significant event for the Earth Clan was the last time when several were swallowed by the Soul Dragon. Surely such things wouldn't happen again. Kars calmly took a sip of water. All your clan members outside have gone berserk. Kars spat out the water in his mouth. What? What did you say? There are dozens of clan members outside. All of them have gone berserk. Carly was extremely excited. Kars jumped up directly. The power and speed of a sacred domain expert were maximally displayed at that moment. He dashed towards the door, even knocking over several tables in the hall. At this moment, all his calmness vanished as he rushed out, eager to see this reality. Dozens of Berserk Earth Clan members. He could hardly wait to witness it. Carly looked at the broken tables in the hall and was stunned for a moment, thinking, this chief is too calm. Berserk Earth Clan. Indeed, it was the Berserk Earth Clan. Kars looked at the dozens of clan members, seemingly having lost their rationality. He suddenly grabbed a nearby clan member. What's going on here? The grabbed Earth Clan member was holding a wine jug and was the most frustrated one, as there was no wine left by the time it got to him. Chief, it's holy water, the holy water from the god's envoy. He shook the wine jug in his hand. Holy water? He snatched the wine jug and casually threw the clan member aside. Is this holy water? He sniffed it and felt a wave of intoxication wash over him. Then he suddenly poured the jug into his mouth. Only a small drop trickled into his mouth. But he didn't stop this action. Even more exaggeratedly, he began to lick the jug, opening vigorously with his tongue. Chu Tianyuan looked at Case, his eyes wide open in disbelief. Is this still from the Earth Clan? He thought to himself, this is simply a drunkard. It's as if he hasn't touched alcohol in several lifetimes. Chief Chu Tianyuan, he said with a trembling voice. Case, lost in the ecstasy of kissing the spout, suddenly came to his senses, opened his eyes, and even blushed slightly. The embarrassment of the divine messenger was indescribable. Please forgive my rudeness just now. It's nothing. It's just that the taste of this holy water is too wonderful. Case said, not forgetting to glance at the wine jug in his hand. No matter how delicious it is, there's no need to act like this, Chu Tianyuan thought. But its wonder is definitely not just its taste. Case exclaimed excitedly. This is definitely the holy water of our Earth Clan. Just now I felt my blood boiling. If I could have a few sips of this holy water, I guarantee I could enter a frenzied state. Chu Tianyuan was once again met with a round of hissing. Divine Envoy, you don't know. If our Earth Clan can enter a berserk state, our combat power would increase tenfold. Kay's almost shouted. He understood what 10 times the combat power meant. If every Earth Clan member could go berserk, what would the Beastmen army be? Killing them would be like chopping vegetables. My great divine envoy. Kay's knelt before Chu Tianyuan again. Please grant us some holy water. If you're willing to give us another jar of holy water, our Earth Clan will vow to obey your commands forever. Forever obeying your commands. What a heavy promise. What does a jar of holy water mean? Kay's knew very well. He could take it back to the southern wilderness. If each holy domain level warrior there took a sip, that would mean dozens of Berserk Earth Clan warriors. Although the increase in power for Berserk Holy Domain Earth Clan warriors is not as significant as for ordinary Earth Clan members, if you remember correctly, the only Berserk Holy Domain Earth Clan warrior was second only to the divine level among the Earth Clan. Chapter 15. The Unlucky Divine Envoy. This wine. This holy water really has such effects for your Earth Clan? Chu Tianyuan was also taken aback. This was 10 times the combat power. The combat skills of the Earth Clan may not be much, but their power is astonishing. The ultimate form of power is destruction. One force subdues 10. In the face of absolute power, any technique is futile. Yes, Divine Envoy. May I ask if you have more of this holy water? Kaze asked anxiously. He feared that this was the last jar of holy water, and that it had been consumed by his ordinary clansmen. Were those clansmen all fools? He thought angrily. That was holy water that could make the Earth Clan berserk. He had only tasted a drop, but that drop had made him feel the bottleneck he and T broken through for years started to loosen. He believed that if he could drink a sip, he could advance from Holy Domain to the second stage of Holy Domain. You know, Chief, you shouldn't think this holy water can be easily produced, right? Chu Tianyuan said. The process is quite troublesome. He certainly wouldn't say that it was something he brewed casually. I know, great divine envoy. Such a miraculous holy water cannot be easily obtained. The Earth Clan may be simple, but we are by no means foolish. However, divine envoy, no matter what your demands are, as long as you can give us another jar of holy water, we will definitely meet your requests. Well, Chu Tianyuan pretended to be solemn. Divine envoy, as long as we can do it, we will surely do our best. Kaze was already dizzy with the thought of holy water, as its effects were indeed too miraculous for the Earth Clan. It's not that I am unwilling to help, but the recipe for this holy water requires some materials that can only be found in our human society. Chu Tianyuan hesitated. You know, Lord Tej hasn't responded yet. Kaze was suddenly at a loss. It was impossible for them to go to the humans, and Chu Tianyuan couldn't casually tell him what materials he needed. This would only make Chu Tianyuan go back to get them. But if Chu Tianyuan left like that, how could he explain to Lord Tej and the clansmen? Divine envoy, how about you meet Lord Tej first, and then go back to get the materials? Kaze suggested. That won't do, Chu Tianyuan replied. Why not? Kaze asked. Chief, you have received 2 divine envoys before. May I ask where they went afterward? Kaze thought for a moment and seemed to agree. The last 2 divine envoys had not appeared since they went to Lord Tej. Could it be that they were? No, that couldn't be. How could Lord Tej possibly harm the divine envoy? But how to explain the disappearance of the divine envoys? They had never come out after entering Lord Tej's domain. What if the current divine envoy also didn't come out after meeting Lord Tej? What would they do then? This was a matter that concerned the entire clan. All right, divine envoy, I can let you leave, but you must bring back the materials for the holy water. Our entire Earth Clan will be grateful to you. In front of the entire clan and Lord Tej, Kaze chose the former. I will definitely return, Chu Tianyuan said. However, he added inwardly, only after I reach the divine level. Divine Beast Tej, although I do not know your purpose, I will surely come back once I have a strength. At that time, I want to see your true form. All right, Kaze excitedly turned to an Earth Clan member and said, notify the whole clan. Immediately hold an emergency meeting. The emergency meeting of the Earth Clan lasted a full hour. There were 2 main matters. The first was to announce that from now on, Chu Tianyuan would be their official divine envoy, and all Earth Clan members must obey the orders of the divine envoy. The second was that the divine envoy would return to the human city to gather materials for making holy water, and during this process, the Earth Clan would fully excavate the tunnel to the southern wilderness that had been filled in. Divine envoy, do you really not need to take more things? Kaze asked, looking at Chu Tianyuan's bulging backpack. No need. These beautiful gems are my most precious memories, Chu Tianyuan replied. I won't take any of your food. Because you need it. Remember, the god of strength is with you. The Earth Clan members immediately cheered, and an elderly Earth Clan member, with tears in his eyes, grasped Chu Tianyuan's hand and said, Great divine envoy, you must come back quickly. Within 10 years, We will surely be able to excavate the tunnel to the southern wilderness. During this process, you must take care of yourself. Chu Tianyuan felt a wave of anxiety. Is this what faith is? If the Divine Lord cannot provide hope, will the faith of mortals still be as devout as before? As long as he doesn't return, their hope will be completely shattered. Yet he didn't want to destroy their hope, so he tightly held the old man's hand and said, I promise. Although the material for the holy water are hard to gather, I will definitely return as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, the elder of the Earth tribe suddenly knelt down before him and said, Thank you, Divine Envoy. Thank you, Divine Lord. Then the other members of the Earth tribe also fell to their knees, including the clan leader Kaze, who sent Chu Tianyuan off with a bow. After leaving the Earth tribe, Chu Tianyuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He knew the simplicity of the Earth tribe's people, but the mysterious divine beast Tage made him somewhat apprehensive. A divine-level powerhouse could kill him as easily as squashing an ant, and without powerful strength. He didn't want to encounter Lord Tage. With 2 bags of precious gems on his back, Chu Tianyuan excitedly walked towards the outskirts of the Zhangjiao forest. He was eager to get out of this cursed place filled with soul beasts. Soul crystals? One of the gems in his bag could be exchanged for a large sack. He didn't want to lose the gems on his back due to any accidents. He even released Inyu, who began to sing with joy. He was so excited. During their time in the Earth Tribe, Chu Tianyuan had been collecting gems with it. Each additional gem meant he could take out a soul crystal, or else he had no place to store the gems. All the soul crystals taken out went into Inyu's belly. It had already vaguely sensed that its bottleneck was about to break through. Its voice became increasingly melodious, its feathers smoother, and most importantly, its speed was fast. Its claws and beak had become as hard as steel. It would be the first level 2 sound soul bird in the Duhan continent. Inyu's singing was like that of a young girl, accompanied by a beautiful melody. Chu Tianyuan was initially immersed in this wonderful singing, but gradually he sensed something was off. He felt as if he was being watched. He slowly turned around and couldn't help but widen his eyes. My God! Behind him followed more than a dozen soul beasts. Level 3 Silverhorn Lizard, Level 4 Wind Wing Wolf, Level 4 Fire Dove, Level 5 Fire Pattern Wolf, and even a Level 6 Wilderness Python. Moreover, there were soul beasts in the surroundings moving closer to him. They were attracted by the song of the sound soul bird. Its song was too enchanting. You troublemaking bird. Chu Tianyuan was alarmed and immediately released the gravity soul, dashing forward at the fastest speed. After shedding the limitations of the gravity soul, Chu Tianyuan's speed reached a terrifying level, and he only stopped after half an hour. Looking back to see that no soul beasts were following him, he finally felt relieved. You silly bird. No singing in the forest from now on. Otherwise, I'll roast you. He wiped the sweat off his forehead as he spoke. Inyu replied aggrievedly, feeling wronged. Can you blame me? It thought to itself. Wasn't this song prompted by you? For safety's sake, Chu Tianyuan had no choice but to return Inyu to its original soul space. Turning back, just as he was about to take a step, he suddenly noticed a soul beast ahead that had been watching him for a long time. It was a gigantic ape-like soul beast, entirely golden. Standing up, it resembled an iron tower, its arm muscles as solid as steel. The most peculiar thing was its eyes, which were a clear purple. Purple-eyed, golden-haired ape. A level 7 strength soul beast. Adult purple-eyed golden-haired apes can almost reach level 7, but level 7 is its limit. Once it reaches this level, there is no possibility of further advancement. This has been the tradition of the Duhan continent. However, even so, a level 7 purple-eyed golden-haired ape was not something Chu Tianyuan could handle. Chu Tianyuan couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. No wonder it could catch up to his speed. It turned out to be a level 7 soul beast. Goodness, you shouldn't be a carnivorous one, right? Chu Tianyuan thought to himself. The purple-eyed, golden-haired monkey, however, remained still, just staring at him. It was better if it didn't look. The gaze sent shivers down Chu Tianyuan's spine. Heaven, could my luck be that bad? He was feeling frustrated and had the urge to kill. He had just become the divine envoy of the Earth clan. But shouldn't a divine envoy be favored by the gods? Is there really such an unlucky divine envoy in the world? He smiled at the purple-eyed, golden-haired monkey and said, Big brother purple-eyed, look, we could be considered kindred spirits. As he spoke, he lowered his cloak to reveal a furry face. How about I leave first? He knew that intermediate soul beasts already had quite high intelligence and could understand his words. Who knew that as soon as he finished speaking, the purple-eyed, golden-haired monkey pounced on him. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. He didn't even have time to use his gravity soul. Too fast. A level 7 soul beast is indeed not something he could withstand. He saw a huge fist coming toward his face. Chu Tianyuan fainted directly, and before he lost consciousness, he was still frustrated about how this soul beast could use its fists and, moreover, to hit him in the face. After knocking him out, the purple-eyed, golden-haired monkey threw him over its shoulder and dashed deep into the hidden corner forest. If anyone had seen this, they would have noticed that at this moment, Chu Tianyuan was still tightly clutching the opening of a large bag of gems. This guy actually didn't forget to hold onto that bag of gems, even while fainted. And if Chu Tianyuan were awake at this moment, he would surely curse. I just came out of the hidden corner forest, and you carry me back, making my long journey in vain. Chapter 16. The inheritance of a god-level expert. The purple-eyed, golden-haired monkey carried Chu Tianyuan into a dark cave and then directly threw him onto the ground. This was not the first time it had done such a thing. At this moment, a figure gradually appeared in the darkness. The cave was only faintly lit, but it was vaguely clear that this was the silhouette of a woman in black. She looked at the Chu Tianyuan on the ground, and then at the purple-eyed, golden-haired monkey. The purple-eyed, golden-haired monkey shrank back immediately at her gaze. It was terrified of the person in front of it. "You stupid monkey, I told you to bring me someone, and you brought back a kindred spirit instead," she said coldly. The purple-eyed, golden-haired monkey immediately pointed at Chu Tianyuan and chattered, meaning to say that the one on the ground was a human. Unfortunately, the woman in black couldn't understand what it was saying. She frowned and pointed at the belly of the purple-eyed, golden-haired monkey, causing it to roll on the ground in pain. "And you get up." The woman in black suddenly kicked Chu Tianyuan twice. Chu Tianyuan originally intended to play dead, but he didn't expect the woman in black to easily realize that he was already awake, causing him to feel a wave of panic. "Hurry up and get up." At this moment, he heard the woman's voice again. Chu Tianyuan could only grit his teeth and stand up. He opened his mouth to smile at the woman in front of him to show goodwill, but unexpectedly, she waved her sleeve and struck him, making his eyes sparkle with stars. "Abusive animals. How dare you show your teeth to me here?" she said fiercely. Chu Tianyuan internally cried out in injustice, but he didn't dare to speak up. He actually hoped that the woman would treat him as just a soul beast and let him go. Unfortunately, his initial goodwill was mistaken for malice. Was his smile really that ugly? At this moment, the purple-eyed, golden-haired monkey ran to the front, pointed at Chu Tianyuan, then pointed at its own mouth, chattering away. Seeing this situation, Chu Tianyuan felt sorry for the monkey in his heart, but secretly gloated. "I see. You want to say that I just spoke, right? Unfortunately, now I'm just a monkey, and even if you beat me to death, I won't speak again. Let that perverted woman teach you a good lesson." The woman, just as Chu Tianyuan thought, immediately slapped the purple-eyed, golden-haired monkey, saying, "Stop chirping. I can't understand you." The purple-eyed, golden-haired monkey was slapped to one side and fell silent. Chu Tianyuan exclaimed in his heart, "I respect you." A level 7 soul beast fainted from just one slap. This guy's too good at pretending. The woman in black didn't pay any more attention to the purple-eyed, golden-haired monkey and directly pointed her hand at Chu Tianyuan, saying, "Soul of water, merge. Rise." A giant hand made of water grabbed Chu Tianyuan, a water soul master of the holy realm. Although it was just a monkey, let us try it. Not even monkeys are spared. Chu Tianyuan was shocked inside, thinking, "Try it? You can't be serious." The woman in black obviously didn't know Chu Tianyuan's dirty thoughts and directly threw him into the cave. All that was heard was a scream, and then the cave fell silent. "How long have I been here?" After throwing Chu Tianyuan in, the woman in black rubbed her temples, thinking it had been at least 100 years. "Zilin, you've caused me a lot of trouble. Once I get out of this hellhole, I will settle the score with you." Shui Linglong had been trapped here for 100 years. A century ago, she had come to the depths of the Cangjiao forest with Zilin to hunt a wind-water dual system holy realm soul beast. They killed the soul beast, but only obtained one soul crystal. The two of them ended up fighting fiercely over this soul crystal, and Shui Linglong escaped with injuries, eventually hiding in this remote cave. Little did she know, this place was actually a resting spot for a god-level powerhouse. Before the god-level powerhouse sat down, he set up a barrier here, allowing no one in or out unless someone could obtain his inheritance. This dreamlike situation gave Shui Linglong a headache. The god-level powerhouse was actually a Thunder Soul Master. Thunder Soul Masters are the rarest among Soul Masters. However, the inheritance of a Thunder Soul Master required comprehending the power of Thunder Souls, and the cave was a Thunder Soul space. Anyone who entered the Thunder Soul space would be subjected to countless attacks from the power of Thunder Souls, forcing them to comprehend the Thunder Soul. Shui Linglong was quite distressed. Becoming a Water Soul Master was already a significant achievement for her. And now she had to comprehend another type of soul power? That was harder than reaching the sky. Entering the Thunder Soul space would be nothing but suffering for her. But what could she do to get out of the barrier? Wait until she reached the God level. Who knows how long that would take? Unless someone else came in to comprehend the power of Thunder Souls. As long as someone comprehended it, the barrier would automatically break, and she could regain her freedom. Thus, she began a long wait until one day, a purple-eyed, golden-haired monkey accidentally stumbled into the cave. Although Shui Linglong did not have a companion soul beast, she was unwilling to sign a contract with a level 7 soul beast that had no potential for advancement. Without hesitation, she planted water soul power in its body. Knowing that a level 7 soul beast had human-like intelligence, and the soul power she infused could kill it at any time. The purple-eyed, golden-haired monkey then became her laborer, able to enter and exit the barrier at will, but unable to control the water soul within, only obediently helping Shui Linglong bring humans into the cave. Nearly 100 years passed, and many humans were captured, but none comprehended the power of Thunder Souls. They all died in the Thunder Soul space. Shui Linglong had lost hope in humans, and now the purple-eyed, golden-haired monkey brought back a monkey that looked like it had no potential for advancement. This kind of soul beast couldn't even defeat an ordinary person, let alone catch anyone. In her anger, she slapped the purple-eyed, golden-haired monkey and threw the other monkey into the Thunder Soul space. Little did she know, all of this provided Chu Tianyuan with a tremendous opportunity. After a few days of meditation and practice, Shui Linglong had gradually forgotten about the incident. The purple-eyed, golden-haired monkey brought back some fruits. It had become her free servant. Suddenly, Shui Linglong felt the ground tremble. She sensed that the barrier at the cave entrance was collapsing. Impossible. She was shocked. Could it be an earthquake? But at this moment, she couldn't think much and rushed out of the cave at the fastest speed. Even after the entire mountain collapsed, she still felt apprehensive. What on earth happened? Why did the barrier suddenly collapse? The mountain fell? But it didn't matter. I, Shui Linglong, have finally come out of this hellhole, she shouted, releasing 100 years of loneliness. She was finally free. Where am I? What is going on with the surrounding space? Chu Tianyuan looked at the purple world before him, with countless bolts of lightning swirling in the air. He slapped his head to clear his mind. He remembered being thrown by a woman in black into a space filled with lightning, and then he had to dodge extreme lightning strikes, ultimately figuring out the trajectory of the lightning in the space. Just as he discerned the trajectory, a massive bolt of lightning suddenly struck down on his head without warning. And then he lost consciousness. You're finally awake. A voice echoed. Chu Tianyuan was startled. Who was speaking? He looked around, but there was no one in sight. Stop looking. You are now in my original soul space. Original soul space? Chu Tianyuan was even more shocked. Didn't only soul beasts that had signed a contract with humans have access to a person's original soul space? You'll understand this later. Right now, I have something very important to tell you. Who are you? How did I end up in your original soul space? I am Thunder Soul Master Tyakno. You can only receive my inheritance while you are in my original soul space. Wait a minute, Chu Tianyuan said. I never agreed to your inheritance. Chu Tianyuan understood how inheritances worked. It was simply that this god-level powerhouse was nearing the end of his life and wanted to pass on his abilities. Although one could gain great fortune, it inevitably required the inheritor to agree to certain conditions. He didn't want to get into such a big trouble. As long as you receive my inheritance, I guarantee you can become a peak powerhouse on this continent. And all you have to do is help me fulfill a small wish, Tyakno said. As expected, Chu Tianyuan thought to himself. However, he still hesitated and asked, You're already so powerful. Why do you need me to help you with this? Little brat, do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? The fact that you can enter my original soul space means I am already dead, you know? Can you expect a dead person to do anything? Tyakno said gloomily. You say you're dead? Then how are you talking to me now? Chu Tianyuan asked in confusion. This is just a remnant of my soul. Moreover, my remnant soul won't last long before it disappears. I must finish speaking in the time I have left, so don't interrupt me. Or I can't guarantee I can control the Thunder Soul power in this space. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianyuan was stunned. He did not want to be struck by lightning again. All right, I will now tell you the story behind this matter, which is a bit long. So let's make it brief. After a round of narration, Chu Tianyuan finally understood the course of events. 1,000 years ago, a catastrophe struck the divine realm. causing many divine artifacts to fall to the mortal world. To seize these artifacts, a conflict erupted in the Duhan continent, and nearly everyone wielding a divine artifact became a target of pursuit. Among them was Taya Nu. At that time, the 9 divine temples of the Duhan continent also revealed their powers, with the most powerful being the Light Soul Temple. Taya Nu, wielding a divine artifact called the God-Slaying Blade, became the object of everyone's pursuit. However, relying on his formidable lightning soul power and the God-Slaying Blade, he repelled them one by one. But this also exposed the power of the God-Slaying Blade. From then on, he was hunted by various divine temples, with the Light Soul Temple even dispatching 10 God-level experts. But this was not the reason for Taya Nu's downfall. His demise was due to betrayal by his disciple. Under the scheme of his disciple Otis, he was hit by a hidden weapon that caused him to lose his soul power. Later, he escaped heavily injured under the siege of the 10 God-level experts from the Light Soul Temple. However, his injuries were too severe, and at the moment of his demise, he found a cave and left behind a legacy. Chapter 17. Transformation. You accept my legacy. I'm not asking you to help me take revenge on the Light Soul Temple, but I cannot forgive Otis's betrayal. I want you to help me find him and kill him. Taya Nu's voice was filled with intense hatred. But this matter has already passed 1,000 years. Maybe Otis has died of old age, Chu Tianyuan replied. Impossible. If no one kills him, he won't die of old age. He is a life soul master, and only my destructive lightning soul power is his nemesis. As long as you can find him, you will definitely be able to kill him. I refuse, Chu Tianyuan said. Why should he seek revenge on an old monster who has lived for over 1,000 years? He was not foolish. This is no longer your choice, Taya Nu said. I have integrated my lightning soul power into your original soul. I give you 100 years to reach the holy realm and 1,000 years to reach the God level. If you do not reach the holy realm within 100 years, the lightning soul power will destroy your original soul, and you will become a soulless walking corpse. Similarly, if you do not reach the God level within 1,000 years, the lightning soul power will also destroy your original soul. You old monster! Chu Tianyuan yelled angrily. He did not believe that Taya Nu was joking. Even if I reach the holy realm in 100 years and the God level in 1,000 years, I will not help you take revenge. You will, Taya Nu said. If you do not accept my legacy, you will become an idiot within 100 years. If you accept my legacy, then Otis will definitely come looking for you. Chu Tianyuan was speechless with rage. Rest assured, if you can reach the God level, it will be difficult for even Otis to kill you. But you need to be careful of his mysterious hidden weapons. I suspect they are from the divine realm. Also, the cave just collapsed, and there's a monkey still inside. Is it one of your kind? I saved it. As Taya Nu spoke, something scorched black by lightning suddenly dropped from space, and it was that purple-eyed, golden-haired ape. Damn it! Chu Tianyuan was almost about to explode. All right, I've said what I needed to say. Now you should comprehend my God-level soul technique, 9 calamities, thunder movement, in my lightning soul space. This is the divine artifact God-Slaying Blade that I obtained back then, and I will give it to you as well. Saying this, he dropped another ring from space. The God-Slaying Blade is in the space ring. Remember, if you haven't reached the God level, do not reveal this blade to others. Chu Tianyuan was about to say something, but he only heard the voice of Taya Nu becoming more and more distant. Whether you truly accept my legacy or not, thank you, young man. His voice sounded like that of a dying old man. Wait, Chu Tianyuan shouted into the air. I promise you. Thank you. The voice felt like it came from a faraway horizon. Perhaps it was Taya Nu's last thank you, or his disappearance that touched Chu Tianyuan's heart. But regardless, he could not refuse Taya Nu. He remembered the old dean who raised him, who passed away without mentioning any last wishes. He would not forget, and he would always keep that pure heart. He could never refuse an old man on the verge of death. The Thunder Soul Space was actually another barrier set up by Taya Nu. If Chu Tianyuan could not fully comprehend the 9 tribulations thunder movement, he could not come out. The spiritual energy inside was abundant, and Chu Tianyuan could gain energy from it without needing to eat. He stayed in the Thunder Soul Space for 4 full years. During these 4 years, he finally mastered the techniques of the 9 tribulations thunder movement completely, but that was not what excited him the most. What surprised him was the space ring left to him by Taya Nu. It took him a long time to figure out how to use it. As long as he infused it with soul power, he could see what was inside. He was not prepared for what he found. As expected of a God-level powerhouse, his family assets were indeed substantial. He couldn't help but sigh. Inside the space ring, besides the divine artifact, the God-Slaying Blade, it was also filled with numerous rare treasures. weapons, materials, gems, and soul crystals that occupied the entire space. Among them, the soul crystals were all above the 8th rank. In the Holy Domain's soul crystals were piled up like garbage. During the 4 years, Chu Tianyuan also signed a soul beast contract with a 7th grade purple-eyed, golden-haired ape. He had already comprehended the Thunder Soul power and was able to sign a soul beast contract with a 2nd soul beast. However, this was not what he had intended. It was just that the purple-eyed, golden-haired ape could not survive in the Thunder Soul space and would starve to death. Staying in his original soul space was equivalent to sleeping, and if it could die from sleep as well, then it could only be blamed on the bad luck of the purple-eyed, golden-haired ape. The soul contract was found in the space ring. It seemed that every soul master carried 1 or 2 soul contract scrolls with them. Chu Tianyuan was completely immersed in his comprehension of the 9 Tribulations Thunder movement until he fully understood it. And only then did the barrier of the Thunder Soul space collapse on its own, allowing him to exit. After leaving the barrier, Chu Tianyuan had completely lost his human appearance. Or rather, he should say he didn't even resemble a monkey anymore. He was in tattered clothes, his body already as tall as an adult, but the golden, fine hair on him had shortened significantly, and his face was clearly that of a young boy. He was already 15 years old. He couldn't wait to find a small lake, leaping into it and washing his entire body thoroughly. Gradually, he noticed that a lot of his golden fine hair had fallen out. In fact, he had already noticed this in the Thunder Soul space. Every time his soul power increased, some of the golden hair on him would fall out. He concluded that the golden hair on him was definitely related to his body soul power. The more soul power he had, and the stronger it became, the less golden hair he would have. If this continued, if he could comprehend a 3rd type of soul power, he would completely shed his monkey form. And at that time, he would be a completely normal person. He washed slowly, and the lake water was so clear that he could see the fish at the bottom. Truly, it was a beautiful place. He sighed to himself. If he were in his previous world, this place would definitely become a scenic area. Of course, the premise was that there were no soul beasts. He recalled a chemistry teacher who lived in Gillen from his previous world, who always praised how beautiful the mountains and rivers of his hometown were, and he used to fantasize about going to Gillen to see it. It wasn't until he entered society that he realized that without money, you could go nowhere, and, after having money, he felt that it was all the same wherever he went. Just like now, he had seen so many landscapes that he felt even if he went to soak his feet in the waters of Gillen, he wouldn't feel regret. If that chemistry teacher knew his current thoughts, he would probably be so angry he'd want to come over and scold him. There was no helping it. Chu Tianyuan hadn't done well in chemistry back then, and aside from remembering the chemical formula of a water molecule, he had no other impressions of chemistry. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel lucky in this life, and he found surrounding green water much more pleasing to the eye. After all, at this moment, no one would suddenly emerge from the water to tell him that the essence of water is hydrogen oxide, just as he was lost in his memories. The water in the lake began to change gradually. The use of soul power relies on comprehension, and understanding soul power depends on the affinity with it. There's another way, which is to see through the essence of soul power. Chu Tianyuan completely did not notice that in his unintentional recollections, he had inadvertently revealed the essence of the water soul. The essence of water is hydrogen oxide. I can feel the water soul. Chu Tianyuan watched as the water in the lake slowly lifted him up. At that moment, he resembled a water deity, with soft golden hair on his head, a face with distinct features, eyebrows like sword edges, eyes like stars, a white face as smooth as jade, and his upper body completely hairless, with every muscle on his body well-defined. This was Chu Tianyuan after shedding his golden fine hair. His appearance resembled the dream lover of any young girl, with delicate features exuding tenderness, a fit body that was both soft and strong. He walked out of the misty water like a fairy from a dream. A dual-system soul master could be considered a genius among soul masters. Their original soul must be more powerful than that of an ordinary soul master, and their comprehension ability is higher. Such soul masters are rarer than space soul masters, but Chu Tianyuan at this moment was a tri-system soul master. There are tri-system soul masters in the Duhan continent, but they can definitely be counted on one hand. Gravity, lightning, water, tri-system soul master. Any type of soul master is incredibly precious. The water soul is relatively common, but the lightning soul is the ultimate destructive soul power, and the gravity soul. No one in the Duhan continent has been able to comprehend it yet. There are countless geniuses on the Duhan continent, and those who surpass geniuses are called the best of the best, while those who surpass the best of the best are referred to as monsters. and those who surpass monsters have transcended the limits of talent. This is a transformation of the state of mind, someone favored by the gods. Such people can do anything according to their wishes and have no fear. They simply want to obtain what is in their hearts, and that is all. People call such individuals the children of the gods. Chu Tianyuan is not only a tri-elemental soul master, but also a martial artist. Although he hasn't confirmed his martial artist rank, it is definitely no lower than level 5. At this moment, he is completely unaware that if he reveals all his trump cards, he will undoubtedly be regarded as a monster-level existence in the Duhun continent. Starting today, I, Chu Tianyuan, will live as an upright person in the Duhun continent, and I will become the strongest in the Duhun continent. He shouted at the empty forest. The pressure he had endured for over 10 years was released with his shout, and his mood immediately became incredibly relaxed. 15 whole years, a life that was neither human nor monkey. He had had enough. He had not received the treatment that others got. While others could do things, he could only watch from the sidelines. Others could go to the academy to practice martial arts, but he could only practice alone in his own yard. All of this was simply because he did not look like a human. And now, he could finally break the shackles that had confined him for 15 years. From today on, he is a true human being. He can walk openly into human society without wearing that long robe that covered his head and face. He shouted, even forgetting that he was in the Tsangjiao forest. After venting, he wiped his face and found it was sticky liquid. Did I cry? He said in a daze. I thought that after 2 lifetimes, I wouldn't be so easily moved or care about others' opinions. But it turns out that deep in my heart, I am still that immature child. It wasn't until everything around him quieted down that Chu Tianyuan calmed his mood. How ironic. He smiled faintly and said, what does it matter whether I care or not? From today on, others are others, and I am me. I am Chu Tianyuan. After saying this, he laughed and left. This change marked Chu Tianyuan's complete transformation, not only physically but also mentally. He underwent a dramatic change. In the past, he would only complain about the unfairness of heaven, wanting to change everything but never escaping his fate. Now, he has completely transformed. He will no longer resent others or worry about the heavens. He simply wants to live plainly, using his own strength to fight for what he wants and nothing more. The path of the Son of God becoming stronger has officially begun. Chapter 1. The most beautiful man in Wei is a member of an ordinary soul-hunting gang, consisting of 10 people, with the leader being a level 5 martial artist. They usually operate on the outskirts of Tsangjiao Forest. Of course, their activities are not about hunting soul beasts, but rather hunting soul hunters within Tsangjiao Forest to seize their soul crystals. To put it directly, they are a group of robbers disguised as soul hunters. At this moment, Wei is running wildly in the forest, drenched in sweat. Although he is only a level 3 martial artist, his instincts are the best in the gang. He accidentally wandered a bit deeper into Tsangjiao Forest and felt like something was watching him. It felt like a soul beast was tracking him, and its level certainly wouldn't be lower than his. He broke out in a sweat and suddenly ran back, but he could sense that whatever was behind him was following, and it was even faster than him. He gritted his teeth and stopped, his chest heaving violently, cold sweat trickling down his face. He slowly turned around, his eyes wide open. Phew! Wei let out a sigh of relief. What he saw in front of him was not a high-level soul beast at all, but just a bare-chested young boy. Why are you following me? He asked, slightly annoyed. You ran away as soon as you saw me, so of course I followed you. May I ask, why are you running? The boy said. At this moment, Wei began to carefully examine the young boy in front of him. What a beautiful boy! He couldn't help but exclaim. At this moment, he even felt a strong desire. How wonderful it would be if this were a girl. You still haven't answered me. Why are you running? The boy smiled slightly. Seeing the boy's smile, Wei immediately felt a sense of warmth. You were chasing me, so of course I ran. He joked. The boy in front of him truly did not evoke any malice in him. Chu Tianyuan couldn't help but chuckle. Is this really a soul hunter? Clearly, he thinks of himself as a soul beast and can still come up with such a reason. He had never seen such a timid soul hunter, who started running without even looking back at what was behind him. Wei saw Chu Tianyuan smile, and his heart fluttered again. Little brother, how did you end up here? Did you get lost? I'm a soul hunter from the forest, very familiar with this place. Why don't you follow me, and I'll take you out? At this moment, Wei had made up his mind. Beautiful women are coveted by nobles, but some nobles have peculiar preferences. Even if not, there are still plenty of noble women. The price of this stunning young man in front of him would definitely not be low. Moreover, looking at his appearance, he seemed so innocent. He really didn't know which young master had ended up in this hellish place. looking into his eyes, which were as clear as spring water. This was truly a top-notch handsome man. Lost in thought, Anwei shook his head to regain his senses, feeling slightly surprised. What a prodigy. Even I am moved. Chu Tianyuan looked at Anwei, knowing that Anwei harbored ill intentions towards him. Murders and crystal thefts often occurred in the Hidden Horn Forest. But Chu Tianyuan followed Anwei for his own reasons. If he knew Anwei's thoughts at that moment, it would be more than just ulterior motives. Wanting to sell him as a male pet was far more serious than being called a monkey. Clearly, Chu Tianyuan did not notice that Anwei had already defiled him in his mind. He still smiled calmly and said, "Take off your clothes." Anwei was taken aback, his heart shaken. His sexual orientation had always been normal, and he never expected the young man before him to have such a preference. He looked at Chu Tianyuan with a conflicted expression, as if he were seeing the most beautiful woman. Slowly, he began to take off his coat. Seeing his true form, Chu Tianyuan didn't make things difficult for him. He simply walked over, picked up his clothes, and with a whoosh, disappeared before Anwei's eyes. Before leaving, he didn't forget to say, "Thank you for your clothes." Anwei stood frozen in place, as if doused with ice water. It was too fast. He disappeared like lightning. This boy must be a super strong individual. But how could such a young boy be so powerful? He wasn't wearing clothes. Could he be a newly transformed soul beast? At this thought, his desire plummeted to freezing point. Just now, he had mistakenly misunderstood the boy's intentions. Oh my God, just moments ago, I was thinking about how to become a soul beast like him at the transformation stage, and that would at least be a divine-level soul beast. He sighed inwardly while wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. After putting on his clothes, Chu Tianyuan walked towards the outskirts of the Sangjiao forest. That soul hunter was really timid. I only said one sentence, and he obediently gave me his clothes. Could it be that he saw my potential to become the strongest in the future? Chu Tianyuan thought whimsically, but no matter what, he could never guess Anwei's extraordinary thoughts. It wasn't until he walked out of the outskirts that Chu Tianyuan stopped to rest for a while. At this moment, he remembered that he hadn't released Yinwu for a long time, and he also had that purple-eyed, golden-haired monkey, which he couldn't be bothered to name. So he called it Purple Eye. Yinwu had changed a lot. It had been in his original soul space for 4 years. The 4 years of slumber had clearly nourished Yinwu in his original soul, and it seemed unaware of the passage of time. It had just taken a nap, and upon waking, it found that it had already become a level 3 soul beast. Its body had grown as large as a sculpture, its eyes sharper, and its giant mouth and claws were like iron hooks. It looked at Chu Tianyuan excitedly, noticing that its master's changes were even more significant. But it was still just a simple sound soul bird and didn't think too much about it. In its consciousness, as long as it advanced, it would change. And Chu Tianyuan was no exception. Purple Eye had already been sent by Chu Tianyuan to find food, returning to its old job as a servant. Chu Tianyuan still held a grudge about how Purple Eye had knocked him out and taken him to the cave. Purple Eye was very obedient. After all, it was Chu Tianyuan who saved it, and its water soul power had been healed by Chu Tianyuan. It only thought about how to please this master to make up for its past mistake. As for the water soul power within Purple Eye, Chu Tianyuan did not heal it using the abilities of a water soul master. He was just a junior water soul master and did not have the ability to unlock the soul power of a holy domain water soul master. He simply checked Purple Eye's pulse, pressed on its abdomen, and said, like the doctors from his previous lives, abdominal swelling. Then, he used a golden needle to prick a few spots on its body, and that was it. He was the only physician on the soul fighting continent. After a day of traveling, Chu Tianyuan felt a bit tired, but he still had to wait for Purple Eye to return before daring to sleep. After all, having a level 7 soul beast guard him at night was much safer than sleeping in a pit. Back, he heard someone approaching from a distance. He stood up and looked in that direction, only to find a person flying towards him. Flying in the air, the use of wind soul power, a wind soul master. It was a green-clad girl of similar age to him, panting heavily, seemingly holding something in her arms. She didn't stop when she saw Chu Tianyuan and just shouted, "Run! The demon cloud leopard is coming." Before he could respond, she was already flying dozens of meters away. Demon cloud leopard? Chu Tianyuan was slightly stunned. Isn't it just a leopard? Is it necessary to run so fast? In the outskirts of the Sangjiao forest, Chu Tianyuan didn't believe that there was a soul beast that could confront him head-on. But as a few angry roars sounded and the figure of the demon cloud leopard became visible, Chu Tianyuan's eyes widened, and he immediately ran after the green-clad girl at even faster speed. Demon cloud leopard, why didn't you say so earlier? He shouted ahead. Didn't I just mention it? came the voice of the green-clad girl from ahead. But you didn't tell me it could swallow a cow in one bite. The demon cloud leopard, an 8th-level dark soul beast, incredibly strong, with astonishing dark soul power. Wind Soul Masters are indeed the best among Soul Masters in terms of speed. She was a bit faster than Chu Tianyuan, but it was impressive that the green-clad girl could create some distance from the demon cloud leopard. Of course, another reason was that dark soul beasts were not particularly good at speed. Their strength was higher than that of ordinary soul beasts, but they preferred to stay in dark, damp places like caves or swamps, which are their habitats. Soul beasts that stay in such places for long periods tend to have their muscles stiffen, making them slower, which was why the green-clad girl and Chu Tianyuan were able to escape. If it were a soul beast like Purple Eye that lived on land or in the jungle, they wouldn't need to run. They might even end up in the soul beast's mouth. It wasn't until they had shaken off the demon cloud leopard that the two of them finally stopped. Chu Tianyuan was so tired that he sat directly on the ground, still bearing the weight of his gravity soul. "I'm exhausted," he gasped. Seeing Chu Tianyuan's awkward state, the green-clad girl couldn't help but chuckle. "Look at you. Still a martial artist, and you're already tired after running such a short distance." It was only then that she carefully examined Chu Tianyuan, and inwardly she exclaimed, "What a handsome man, almost just like my cousin." Chu Tianyuan was unaware that the girl was admiring his handsomeness at that moment. He just looked at her and asked, "How did you get chased by such a high-level soul beast as the Magic Cloud Leopard? High-level soul beasts usually stay deep in the hidden corner forest. How could it suddenly come to the outskirts?" The girl in green smiled slightly. She was very beautiful, like a bud ready to bloom. She slowly took out a furry object from her bosom, and it turned out to be a cub of the Magic Cloud Leopard. Chu Tianyuan broke out in a cold sweat upon seeing the cubs of the Demon Cloud Leopard. This girl is too bold. She actually stole the cubs from the lair of a level 8 soul beast. "My name is Song Seer, what's yours?" she asked, looking at Chu Tianyuan with her watery eyes. "I'm Chu Tianyuan," he replied. Song Seer smiled again, then took out a signal firecracker and set off. "I came with my cousin. He's responsible for attracting the soul beast, and I'm in charge of stealing its cubs. I didn't expect there to be 2 of them. It was a bit dangerous, but I managed to get the cubs out. Aren't you afraid that the Demon Cloud Leopard will chase after us again?" Chu Tianyuan suddenly looked back. "No, it has more than a dozen cubs in the den. It has been out for too long and must return to take care of the other cubs," Song Seer said. Chu Tianyuan couldn't help but swallow, saying, "You are really crazy. Both you and your cousin are crazy." Upon hearing this, Song Seer immediately frowned and said, "Don't speak ill of my cousin. He is not crazy. He is a genius, and he's the most charming man in the entire Wind City." As she spoke, a flush appeared on Song Seer's face. Chu Tianyuan was momentarily speechless. "Well, I was just joking. I know you weren't serious," Song Seer said. Chu Tianyuan was left speechless. It seemed that Song Seer's cousin had caused her quite a bit of trouble, and she was beyond saving. He suddenly felt an impulse to see this cousin of Song Seer. In the second chapter, heavily injuring Zi Rujing. "My cousin's name is Zi Rujing," Song Seer said. "You haven't heard of him, have you?" "I knew you hadn't." When she thought of Zi Rujing, she felt a wave of happiness. Just seeing him would make her particularly joyful. Although he was very cold to her, it didn't diminish his status in her heart. "My cousin is a once-in-a-century genius. He is a dual-element soul master of darkness and wind." Surprised, right? You captured this magical cloud, leopard, just so your cousin could sign a soul beast contract with it? "Well, you know how important a powerful soul beast is for a soul master," Song Seer replied. She then gently stroked the magical cloud leopard cub in her arms, making it seem even more intimate. "Oh, by the way, let me tell you something very interesting. This happened a few years ago, but I can't help but laugh whenever I think about it." "What is it?" Chu Tianyuan asked. "This is what my cousin told me. For years ago, he actually saw a dark soul master sign a soul beast contract with a sound soul bird." "Haha," she laughed. "Can you believe it? A dark soul master with a sound soul bird? Is that soul master an idiot?" "Huh. Is the soul master your cousin saw the one in the soul beast market in Songjiao town?" "Yeah." "Does your cousin usually wear a long black robe that covers him completely?" "Yes, if he didn't dress like that. It would cause trouble," Song Seer said. She then looked up at Chu Tianyuan. "How do you know about my cousin? Were you there at that time? What a coincidence." "It is quite a coincidence because I am that idiot dark soul master." After a while, footsteps gradually approached them. "Seer, are you okay?" Zi Rujing rushed over upon receiving Song Seer's signal. He was dressed in black robes, just like before, but he was a bit taller now. Chu Tianyuan recognized him at first sight. "I'm fine," Song Seer said. "Cousin, look, She lifted the magical cloud leopard cub in front of Zi Rujing. Magical cloud leopard. Zi Rujing exclaimed excitedly. Just as he was about to take the magical cloud leopard, he heard a voice say, "She's fine, but I have a problem." Zi Rujing looked behind Song Si'er and was taken aback. Shu Tianyuan's appearance was indeed outstanding among handsome men. While he was in a daze, Shu Tianyuan had already thrown a punch. Zi Rujing, caught off guard while still in a daze, had no time to evade. Shu Tianyuan's punch landed solidly on his face. Zi Rujing stumbled and fell to the ground, covering the spot where he was hit and asking, "Who are you? Why are you hitting people as soon as we meet?" Song Si'er immediately helped Zi Rujing up, concerned, "Cousin, are you okay?" Zi Rujing was feeling very frustrated and pointed at Shu Tianyuan. "Si'er, who is he?" "He is." Song Si'er stammered. "Who is he? Hurry up and say." Zi Rujing asked angrily. "Could he be your lover or something?" No, Song Si'er quickly explained. He is the Dark Soul Master my cousin told me about." "What Dark Soul Master?" Zi Rujing was already angry. "Wait, which Dark Soul Master are you talking about?" "The Dark Soul Master from the Soul Beast Market in Sangjiao Town," Song Si'er replied. Zi Rujing touched his slightly painful face and walked up to Shu Tianyuan, turning around once before saying, "Oh, I thought it was someone else. Turns out it's that idiot Dark Soul Master. Damn Dark Soul Master." Shu Tianyuan threw another punch. However, Zi Rujing was already on guard this time. He dodged back and immediately stood in midair. "I wanted to spar with you about Dark Soul power 4 years ago, but unfortunately, you didn't accept. So, let's give it a try today." Thick black mist immediately surrounded his hands. For years ago, he didn't have the confidence to defeat a Dark Soul Master of the same level. But now it was different, because he was now a level 5 dual-element Soul Master. Dark Wind Soul Master? Shu Tianyuan looked at the airborne Zi Rujing. The response he received was 2 streams of Dark Soul power descending from the air. Shu Tianyuan took a quick step to avoid it, and then pointed directly at the airborne Zi Rujing. "Cousin, be careful. He is actually a martial artist." Song Si'er reminded from the side, but it was already too late. 6 Pulse Divine Swords Shangyang Sword. The 6 Pulse Divine Sword, originating from the Carefree Secret Manual, is a martial skill of the Divine Path sword practitioners. It has a history of over 1,000 years. Its stance is simple, its effects are remarkable, and its sensitivity is strong, making it top-notch. If one reaches the realm of pointing with the sword, the range of the pointing power is like having an invisible sword. Whether sweeping or pointing, it can injure the enemy. This was Shu Tianyuan's memory of the 6 Pulse Divine Sword. When he first arrived in the Duhan continent, one of the martial arts he chose to learn was the 6 Pulse Divine Sword. He knew that the Wind Soul Masters of Duhan could fly, and in his words, that meant the 6 Pulse Divine Sword was specifically designed to deal with birdmen. With a whoosh, Zi Rujing was pierced through the shoulder and fell from the air with a thud. "Cousin!" Song Si'er ran over in a rush. Zi Rujing covered his shoulder, not caring about the injury, and exclaimed in shock, "Divine-level martial skill." Then he passed out in pain. At this moment, Song Si'er couldn't care less about being surprised. She looked at Zi Rujing, who was bleeding profusely from his shoulder, and started to cry. "Cousin, are you okay?" Then she turned her head and glared fiercely at Shu Tianyuan. "You bad person! What kind of great enmity does my cousin have with you that you would attack him so ruthlessly? Is having a divine-level martial skill really that impressive?" Woo-woo. Shu Tianyuan was also taken aback. Indeed, Zi Rujing had no real enmity with him. There were only some minor grievances. It was truly inappropriate to have hurt him to such an extent. He had just lost his temper for a moment and never expected the power of the 6 Meridian Divine Sword to be so great, directly piercing through Zi Rujing's shoulder. However, he felt somewhat relieved inside. Fortunately, he hadn't used the Tiger Roar Fist, or else Zi Rujing would now be a corpse. Since he began practicing martial arts, all the techniques Shu Tianyuan learned were top-tier martial arts. Although he devoted all his time to martial arts, he had only mastered a few of them. After all, the Duhan continent is not a martial arts novel where one can learn an unparalleled martial art in just a few days. What to do? So, Song Si'er Kraint? It's so far from Sangjiao Town, and there are no light soul masters here. Shu Tianyuan walked over and reached out to Zi Rujing. But Song Si'er pushed his hand away and said, "You bad person, don't touch my cousin." Tears were still rolling in her eyes. "If you don't want him to bleed to death, you better let me see him," Shu Tianyuan said. "Can you really treat him?" Song Si'er asked, as if seeing a glimmer of hope. "I can guarantee he won't bleed anymore." "Then take a look. Be careful, don't hurt him." Shu Tianyuan squatted down and slowly untied the robe of Zi Rujing, revealing an incredibly beautiful face from the cloak. Upon seeing Zi Rujing's face, Chu Tianyuan couldn't help but be stunned. What a handsome man. What a handsome man. He sighed inwardly. No wonder he could enchant Song Seer like this. No wonder he had a dress like that every day. With a face like that, a man truly becomes a disaster. His own face was also quite handsome, but it still looked like that of a man. However, Zi Rujing's face was otherworldly. If someone were to say that Zi Rujing was a woman at that moment, no one would doubt it. Have you seen enough? Hurry up and help him stop the bleeding, Song Seer said from the side, as if it were her who would suffer if Chu Tianyuan kept staring. Chu Tianyuan took out a dagger and was about to act. What are you doing? Song Seer said sharply. I need to cut open his sleeve with a knife. Otherwise, how can I see his wound? Then go ahead, Song Seer said, biting her lip. Chu Tianyuan slowly cut open Zi Rujing's sleeve, revealing a snow-white arm. Chu Tianyuan couldn't help but be taken aback. Even the arm is so feminine. Wait at this moment. Song Seer said again. What's wrong now? I'm afraid of blood. Saying this, she turned around. Chu Tianyuan could only sigh and continue his work. After cleaning the wound, he summoned Yinwu and said, go find Zitong and have it bring back some herbs. Yinwu circled around his head twice and said, 2 level 2 soul crystals. Chu Tianyuan threw 2 soul crystals on the ground and said, go. Song Seer, who was standing nearby, was immediately stunned and asked, did you really sign a soul beast contract with the Sound Soul Bird? Chu Tianyuan glared at her and said, do you think this is fake? I didn't mean that. Song Seer said awkwardly. By the way, we're medicinal herbs. In the Duhun continent, where there are no doctors, no one studies medicinal herbs. Chu Tianyuan was too lazy to explain and said, herbs are things that only 3 beings in this world know about. Which 3 beings? Song Seer changed the subject. It's me, that Sound Soul Bird just now, and a monkey. Chu Tianyuan replied. The 2 contracted soul beasts that had been with Chu Tianyuan for a long time gradually understood some of the knowledge he imparted. After a quarter of an hour, Zidong finally returned with Yinwu, bringing some herbs and fruits. Chu Tianyuan nodded at them and let them return to the original soul space. This left Song Seer in awe again. You actually have 2 soul beasts? How is it not allowed? Chu Tianyuan replied lightly. Impossible. A martial artist cannot possibly contract with 2 soul beasts. Unless. Song Seer's eyes widened. You are still a soul master. Chu Tianyuan did not deny it, yes. I'm still a water spirit master. As for the other 2 types of spirit masters, he decided to keep them a secret. What? You're still a water spirit master? Song Seer exclaimed with her eyes wide open. Yeah. Is there a problem? Chu Tianyuan replied. There's a problem. A big problem. Song Seer shouted, you idiot fool. Big idiot. Chu Tianyuan was bewildered by the scolding and was about to ask for the reason when he heard Song Seer say something that left him speechless. Don't you know that water soul masters can also heal injuries just like light soul masters? Chapter 3. Returning together under Song Seer's guidance. Chu Tianyuan finally learned how to use water soul power to heal injuries, and during this process, Zi Rujing's shoulder undoubtedly became his experimental subject. Chu Tianyuan had originally learned the water soul power, healing quite quickly. But in order to hear a few more of Zi Rujing's screams, he added a bit more force to the soul power. You bastard! Zi Rujing, who had been tormented, woke up and couldn't help but curse directly. You're not much better, Chu Tianyuan retorted. Zi Rujing's face turned red with anger. But he had no way to retaliate against Chu Tianyuan, as the latter was stronger than him. He had originally thought that having dual soul power made him nearly unmatched among his peers, but unexpectedly, he was easily defeated by someone else. And what frustrated him even more was that his injuries were treated by that same person, which was truly humiliating. It was Song Seer who eased the relationship between the 2 a bit. Although she had some reservations about Chu Tianyuan, she occasionally spoke to him and even threw in some good words for Zi Rujing. Chu Tianyuan naturally understood her intentions and didn't want to make things too awkward with Zi Rujing, especially since he was already injured. Continuing to be at odds would seem petty. He was a man and should have the demeanor of a man. Thus, he handed a flask of wine from his waist to Zi Rujing, saying, this is my homemade specialty. I added some ingredients, and drinking it is very beneficial for healing. Zi Rujing was not polite and took it, gulping down a mouthful. An incredibly spicy sensation immediately lodged in his throat, and just as he was about to spit it out, he heard Chu Tianyuan say, if you drink this, our matters will be settled. Zi Rujing had no choice but to swallow hard, cursing Chu Tianyuan internally for pulling a trick on him in the end. However, once the strong alcohol settled in his stomach, a burning sensation arose, similar to the surge of soul power, and he immediately felt invigorated. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up, saying, good stuff. Chu Tianyuan smiled slightly and thought to himself, Of course, it's a good thing. This item can be exchanged for a basket full of gems in the Earth Tribe. After spending a few days together, Chu Tianyuan gradually became familiar with Ziru Jing, as well as with his soul beasts. Ziru Jing deeply apologized for the matter of the Sound Soul Bird, and Chu Tianyuan just smiled it off. He used to disdain the Sound Soul Bird, but now he regarded Yin Wu as a very good partner, largely due to her beautiful singing. Another surprising thing for Ziru Jing was that Chu Tianyuan had also signed a soul beast contract with Zidong, which was a soul beast that could not evolve. For some reason, on the soul fighting continent, some soul beasts have the potential for infinite evolution, while others, no matter how long they live, can only remain at a certain stage, and Zidong is one of them. If an ordinary martial artist or soul master signed a soul beast contract with Zidong, it wouldn't be surprising. But the fact that a genius with qualifications like Chu Tianyuan would also contract with a soul beast that has no potential for evolution is quite puzzling. Chu Tianyuan naturally wouldn't tell him the details, only saying, "I prefer to sign contracts with soul beasts of lower qualifications, just like with Yin Wu. Is that not okay?" Ziru Jing obediently closed her mouth, as Chu Tianyuan was the one who facilitated the contract with Yin Wu. Chu Tianyuan no longer worried about it. At least he had now advanced Yin Wu to a level 3 soul beast. As long as he had enough time and soul crystals, he was confident that Yin Wu could become a great help to him in the future. However, the purple pupil was indeed a problem. It was fine for now, but if he reached the sacred domain or even the divine level in the future, having a 7th grade purple pupil golden-haired monkey would be quite a blow to his status. But the fact that the purple pupil could not advance was innate. How could he change that? In response, Chu Tianyuan thought of a solution: to have the purple pupil practice the I Jin Jing with him, since the bottleneck for martial artists was the blockage of meridians. What about soul beasts? The purple pupil was a strength-type soul beast, completely unresponsive to soul power, which meant it was equivalent to a martial artist, just with slightly greater strength. Furthermore, the body structure of monkeys was almost identical to that of humans. Since humans could break through the blockage of their meridians and overcome their bottlenecks, why couldn't the purple pupil do the same? With this thought, as soon as Chu Tianyuan practiced his internal energy, he summoned the purple pupil to practice alongside him. The purple pupil initially thought Chu Tianyuan had found a use for it again and practiced diligently, but it only managed to get the postures right. It struggled to keep up with the insights and breathing techniques. Chu Tianyuan was not in a hurry. He just wanted it to practice. After all, cultivation was not something that could be rushed. What did it matter if there was no internal energy right now? Hadn't he also managed to cultivate it in the past? After leaving the Sangjiao forest, Chu Tianyuan and Ziru Jing stayed in Sangjiao town together, still at the same inn as before. But this time the group was a bit larger. The plump innkeeper, upon seeing the two dark-robed soul masters, directly ignored Song Seer behind them, which made her very upset. In her frustration, she used her wind soul power to split one of the innkeeper's tables into 8 pieces, nearly causing him to fall. Heavens! 3 soul masters. Do soul masters nowadays like to gather together? The innkeeper's words turned out to be prophetic, as not long after, 2 more soul masters checked into his inn. This time, 2 fire-type soul masters whose tempers were as explosive as their soul power, which scared the plump innkeeper enough to lose some weight. It wasn't until his inn was fully booked that he realized almost all the guests were young soul masters and martial artists, which made him feel both anxious and excited, as they were all living advertisements for his inn. Chu Tianyuan was also puzzled, wondering why so many martial artists had gathered here. Suddenly, Song Seer burst into his room excitedly, sat down, and gulped down a cup of tea. Then Ziru Jing also came in and sat down. Chu Tianyuan, do you know why there are so many martial artists outside? She asked. Chu Tianyuan slowly sat down, not saying a word. These martial artists were all heading to the imperial capital. Song Seer said excitedly, the Seoul Martial Academy enrollment, which happens once every 4 years, is about to begin. Seoul Martial Academy enrollment? Chu Tianyuan was taken aback. He suddenly remembered that 4 years ago, he had already gone to the Seoul Martial Academy, and that pure and stubborn girl was also one of the women he trusted the most. So what do you think? My cousin and I have already decided to sign up. Do you want to go with us? Song Seer looked at him. By the way, the enrollment target for the Seoul Martial Academy is ages 9 to 15. How old are you this year? Just turned 15, Chu Tianyuan replied. That's great. We can go to the imperial capital to register together, Song Seer said. I haven't agreed yet. Chu Tianyuan glared at her. Ziru Jing took out a soul crystal card from her body. Are you worried about the gold coins? Here are 5,000 gold coins, which should be enough for you for a while. He also wanted to find a companion. After all, if it were just him and Song Seer, it felt a bit thin and Chu Tianyuan was strong enough. Gold coins are not a problem for them. Chu Tianyuan was not polite and directly took the soul crystal card. All right, he said, although the items in his spatial ring were worth a fortune. He understood the principle of not flaunting wealth. It was clear that Zi Rujing and Song Si'er were wealthy individuals, so why not take advantage of the opportunity? He had heard that the Seoul Martial Academy was a place full of geniuses, but he wondered just how many strong individuals there truly were. Chu Tianyuan said. Zi Rujing rolled her eyes at him, thinking to herself, no matter how talented they are, they can't compare to you, this monster. I'm a dual-element soul master. Isn't that talented enough? Yet I was still defeated by you with one move. Of course, she was referring to their level of strength. With this thought in mind, she couldn't help but ask Chu Tianyuan, without using that god-level martial skill, how strong are you really? Chu Tianyuan was also stumped by this question. How strong is he? He himself wasn't sure. He had never felt the bottleneck of a martial artist. As for soul masters, there was no standard reference for the gravity soul. The only thing that could be confirmed was the power of the thunder soul. He had already comprehended the essence of the 9 tribulations thunder movement. But he was only at the strength of the 3rd tribulation, while the water soul had just learned the healing technique, which was also used for bathing. If someone knew Chu Tianyuan's true situation at this moment, they would definitely scold him severely. Which soul master in the Duhan continent didn't work hard to practice after comprehending their soul power? Unlike him, who only used the water soul power for bathing after comprehending it. Maybe I'm a bit stronger than you, Chu Tianyuan said after pondering for a moment. You're bragging. Song Si'er immediately retorted, my cousin is a wind soul master. If you don't use that move, you can't even touch the corner of his clothes. So how could you win? By your logic, if a martial artist faces a wind soul master, isn't there no hope of winning? Chu Tianyuan countered. You have left Song Si'er speechless. Of course, she didn't dare to say that a martial artist would definitely lose against a wind soul master, as it involved a distance issue. For example, if the wind soul master had a maximum elevation distance of 10 meters while the martial artist's internal energy attack range was only 9 meters, then it would surely be a loss. However, most martial artists would learn specific techniques to deal with wind soul masters, as the wind soul master's ability to manipulate air was too unfair to martial artists. The experiences of predecessors are always astonishing. The development of martial skills, besides overpowering martial artists of the same level, also aims to counter the advantages of soul masters. Alright, Si'er, Zi Rujing advised. Brother Tianyuan is indeed stronger than me, so you shouldn't argue. Song Si'er could only snort coldly. In her mind, Zi Rujing was almost perfect. Her appearance, character, and talent were all at the pinnacle among young men. Chu Tianyuan's appearance disrupted the prince image in her mind, so she naturally held some resentment towards him. In terms of appearance, although Chu Tianyuan was slightly inferior to Zi Rujing, his body appeared to be full of youthful strength. In terms of character, Song Si'er directly categorized Chu Tianyuan as a rogue, reasoning that he had concealed his identity as a water soul master just to see Zi Rujing's appearance. Who would believe that a water soul master could heal wounds? And in terms of talent, even Zi Rujing, who had been defeated by Chu Tianyuan, admitted that she was not as good as him, leaving Song Si'er with nothing to say. Chu Tianyuan didn't mind her much. After all, she was a young woman, and who wouldn't want their ideal prince to be perfect and flawless? He simply enjoyed bantering, having been stifled in his childhood with hardly anyone to talk to. Now, it was rare to find someone to bicker with, so why not enjoy it? Just like a thought in his heart, his previous life was too short, and in this life, he had to make up for it. He calculated that from the time he had memory, he lived 25 years in his first life. As for the second life, there's no need to mention it, just saying it would be embarrassing for a moment. Now, in the third life, he must live long enough to recoup his investment. The way to stay alive, apart from avoiding accidents, was to continuously improve his cultivation. The higher the cultivation, the longer one lives. Odes, this ancient being of 1,000 years, was one example, while divine beings need not worry about lifespan at all. Thinking of this, Chu Tianyuan couldn't help but smile slightly. This life is truly wonderful. He inexplicably said a sentence and walked out of the room. Song Si'er and Zi Rujing were left confused. This life is truly wonderful? Did you have a bad life last time? He didn't have a bad life last time. He simply had no life at all. Chapter 4. The Flame Brother Si'er. How powerful do you think Brother Yuan's strength is? Looking at Chu Tianyuan's departing figure, Zi Rujing asked. Song Si'er was somewhat displeased. Cousin, how long have you known him? Just a few days ago, you were like enemies, and now you're calling each other brothers. Zi Rujing was usually quite proud in the family, aside from spending more time with Song Si'er. He had hardly made friends with anyone else. Chu Tianyuan was someone he recognized more. Sir, you don't understand. He raised his head and said, to judge a person, apart from observing their usual behavior, there's another way, which is to look into their eyes. Look into their eyes? Song Seer was puzzled. If you haven't experienced it, you will never understand that kind of lonely gaze, clearly holding the world in their heart, yet unable to reveal a trace. A layer of desolation fell on Zi Rujing's stunning face, clearly stronger than anyone, yet he could only silently hide in the dark corners. Hearing Zi Rujing's words, Song Seer felt a slight pain in her heart. She knew Zi Rujing was recalling his childhood. She had seen everything, yet she couldn't help it all. Back then, Zi Rujing was always the target of ridicule and bullying, simply because his bloodline wasn't pure enough. It wasn't until he displayed astonishing talent and strength that the family gradually accepted him, and his appearance became increasingly enchanting, just like his power. His peers in the family either distanced themselves from him or harbored ill intentions towards him, which directly led to Zi Rujing's reluctance to trust people and his proud, unruly nature. I can see that he is like me. I knew it from the first moment I saw him. That's why I invited him to spar with me in Dark Soul Power, even though his face was covered by a robe. I knew it must be a very lonely face. However, later I found that his gaze was sharper than I imagined. His childhood must have been even more lonely than mine, because the pride in his eyes is like a soul eagle soaring in the sky. I can never understand. Zi Rujing said, taking a deep breath. Song Seer looked at Zi Rujing's desolate face, her eyes slightly red, but she just smiled and said, actually, I think cousin's eyes are even more beautiful than Chu Tianyuan's, especially at night. They shine like stars in the night sky. Zi Rujing's lips also slightly curled up, but his smile revealed no hint of joy. Seer, I am usually very cold to you. Do you blame me? Song Seer lowered her head slightly, cousin. You know I wouldn't mind. Her face was like the red clouds at dusk. How could Zi Rujing not know Song Seer's feelings for him? Although she was only 15, her maturity was not much less than that of an 18-year-old woman. Zi Rujing just sighed and said, Seer, you have always been the person I trust the most. But you can't always stay by my side, you know? Song Seer was taken aback. Why? Because I can't always take you with me. You know my situation. I must leave. Wherever you go, I am willing to follow. Just like now, Song Seer insisted. But I can't be with you. There are some things you will never understand, he said, feeling even more desolate inside. Some things he could only bear alone, no matter how much hardship he experienced. He had to do it. But before doing these things, he had to become stronger than anyone else. But how far does the road of the strong stretch? He didn't know and didn't want to think about it. He just took one step at a time just to obtain what he wanted, sparing no effort, and then encountered someone like Chu Tianyuan. If in the future someone could be stronger than me, then that person would be Chu Tianyuan. He clenched his fists tightly. After Chu Tianyuan left the inn, he arrived on the street and felt quite satisfied with Zi Rujing's generous offer. Now, he just wanted to take a good stroll around Sangjiao Town. Although Sangjiao Town couldn't compare to the prosperity of Batian City, it had its own unique charm. However, his strange long robe immediately made passers-by steer clear of him. Dark Soul Masters were a special case among Soul Masters. Their tempers were as unpredictable as their soul power, and no one would want to provoke a Dark Soul Master unless they had absolute strength. There were certainly strong individuals, but there were also many overconfident ones. At that moment, a young level 5 Fire Soul Master had already blocked Chu Tianyuan's path. Hey, he called out to Chu Tianyuan. Are you a Dark Soul Master? Chu Tianyuan turned and walked away directly, too lazy to pay attention to such a person. The Fire Soul Master saw that Chu Tianyuan ignored him and immediately became angry, grabbing a fireball and throwing it at Chu Tianyuan. Chu Tianyuan turned around and deflected the fireball, but his robe had already been burned through with a large hole. He stood his ground, staring intently at the Fire Spirit Master, and asked, What do you want? Nothing much, just want to teach you a lesson, came the reply. By now, a crowd had gathered around, as street fights were rare, but when they happened, people would gather faster than anything else. All right, now that you've taught me a lesson, are you satisfied? Chu Tianyuan said as he walked towards the edge of the crowd. He wasn't a coward, but he wasn't the type to let his temper flare easily either. He felt it unnecessary to bicker with someone seeking attention, and more importantly, he had long wanted to change his robe and was planning to buy a better outfit. His avoidance was seen by the Fire Spirit Master as a sign of weakness. Spitting on the ground, he said, So you're just a coward. He didn't pursue further and went off to find trouble with another Spirit Master. The crowd quickly dispersed, even faster than it had gathered. Chu Tianyuan found a tailor shop, and as soon as the owner saw that he was a Soul Master, he became extremely enthusiastic. Soul Masters have many characteristics, But the most important one is that their identity often means they are particularly wealthy. In recent days, Soul Masters from Sangjiao Town have spent quite a bit of money in his shop, and he's also gotten a good grasp of the temperaments of various Soul Masters. Chu Tianyuan quickly picked out 5 sets of clothes. After all, he had a spatial ring that made it convenient to carry several outfits. However, he still asked the tailor shop owner to wrap them up for him, as using the spatial ring in front of others could cause quite a bit of trouble. Just as Chu Tianyuan was walking back to the inn with the clothes, a voice came from behind. "Hey, are you a Dark Soul Master?" Chu Tianyuan turned around and saw another fireball thrown at him. He immediately dodged, but this time the fireball hit the ground and exploded, sending flames shooting up and igniting the bundle of clothes in his hand in an instant. The fireball from a Fire Soul Master was not of ordinary temperature. Chu Tianyuan watched as the clothes he had just bought instantly turned to ashes. His face, hidden beneath the robe, immediately flushed red. He looked at the person in front of him, and it was none other than that Fire Soul Master from earlier. "I'm sorry for ruining your things," the Fire Soul Master said with a smile, but there was not a trace of apology on his face. "It's you again, you bastard!" Chu Tianyuan shouted angrily and threw a punch. The Fire Soul Master never expected that the Dark Soul Master in front of him would attack without using Dark Soul power. The punch landed squarely on his right cheek, causing him to stumble back a few steps and fall to the ground. Before he could react, he was hit by Chu Tianyuan's second punch. Chu Tianyuan then pinned him down and rained punches on his face. The onlookers were dumbfounded. Is this still a Soul Master? It's just a street fight. It wasn't until Chu Tianyuan had had enough that he slowly stood up and walked towards the inn, while the innkeeper, who had been stunned, immediately put on a smiling face. However, he thought to himself, when a Dark Soul Master goes wild, it's truly extraordinary. Yin was feeling quite frustrated. Today, he had caused trouble for several Soul Masters, most of whom were weak and couldn't fight back. Wind Soul Masters, Water Soul Masters, Earth Soul Masters, they all scattered under his fireballs. There was even a Dark Soul Master, but unfortunately, he was a coward and ran away before they could fight. It was really boring. His father was just a martial master, but he often taught him and his twin brother that a martial artist's strength increases through combat. A martial artist without real combat experience, no matter how high their level, is just a decoration. Therefore, the brothers often sought trouble with other martial artists to improve their strength. They had heard that a large number of talented young martial artists had recently gathered in Sangjiao Town, so they hurried over. The brothers had joined forces and had almost no opponents of the same level. To this, they had no choice but to split up. As Yanhuo returned to the inn, he saw a crowd gathered at the door, wondering what was happening. He noticed his older brother Yin, surrounded by the crowd, looking quite disheveled. It seemed that this time, Yin had encountered a tough opponent. He quickly ran over and asked, "Big brother, what happened? Did you run into an opponent?" Yin was fuming and said, "It's that guy." "Which one?" "The Dark Soul Master you've been thinking about today?" Yin looked puzzled. "Didn't you just say you were going to find him for some fun?" "What?" "It's him, that coward." Yin was taken aback. He knew very well about Yin strength, which was about the same as his. If that Dark Soul Master could beat Yin to this state, then why did he remain indifferent to Yan's provocations earlier? Could it be that the Dark Soul Master looked down on him? Yes, it must be that way. Anger surged within him, and he wanted to rush over to settle the score with Chu Tianyuan, but Yin held him back. "Don't go," Yin said to him. "You can't beat him." Yin was even more furious and stomped his feet, saying, "Let's go together. Can we still not beat him?" Yin touched his injured face and said, "We really can't beat him. That guy didn't even use his soul power just now." If Chu Tianyuan were still present, he would be dumbfounded. These twin brothers were truly something else. They looked the same, had the same temper, and the same soul power. What was even more puzzling was how someone could advise against fighting like this. "Don't go, you can't beat him." What kind of statement was that? Did it mean that if they could beat him, they should really create a ruckus together? Chapter 5. The loneliness deep within, is that it? Yanhuo protested. Of course not. He must have signed up for the Soul Martial Academy as well. When the time comes, we'll go find the big sister. He'll have a hard time. Yin said, looking inside the inn. As soon as the mention of their big sister came up, Yanhuo immediately shut his mouth. She was a woman who could make him feel a chill even under the scorching heat of his fire soul power. Chu Tianyuan returned to the room and saw Ziru Jing quietly standing by the window, while Song Seer sat beside her with red eyes. Chu Tianyuan immediately realized what was happening. It seemed this young couple had quarreled. "Ziru Jing, seeing that you've bullied the little girl to the point of tears, don't you know to comfort her?" he thought to himself. When Ziru Jing saw Chu Tianyuan come back, she smiled slightly at him and said, "Brother Tianyuan, you're back." Chu Tianyuan didn't ask him about his relationship with Song Seer. To him, it was someone else's private matter, and he had no right to interfere. After going out for a while, he encountered a fire mage, not realizing that he had actually run into two fire mages. He suspected that he might not be a fire type, but rather a mad type, as he threw fireballs at anyone he saw. Wasn't that a sign of madness? He felt frustrated. Zi Rujing, who was originally puzzled by the meaning of his words, couldn't help but laugh when she heard his explanation. That fire mage is really too unfortunate. Who would have thought he'd provoke you? It's nothing much, just stretch my bones a bit. I just had a fight with him at the inn's entrance. You don't mean to say that he's staying at our inn, do you? Zi Rujing asked in surprise. Seems like it. Brother Tianyuan, you might be in trouble, Zi Rujing said, looking at Chu Tianyuan. Chu Tianyuan sat down, looking completely unbothered. What trouble? You might be dealing with one of the Yanhua brothers, a pair of twin brothers from the direct line of Huoqing, who usually have no hobbies other than causing trouble for other martial artists. A level 5 Fire Soul Master would definitely not be a match for Chu Tianyuan, but with two, Zi Rujing couldn't guarantee the outcome. It doesn't matter. If they come looking for trouble, let them come. Chu Tianyuan took a sip of tea. Zi Rujing forced a smile and didn't say much more, as he also didn't know the depths of Chu Tianyuan's abilities. But if it were the older sister of the Yanhua brothers, then he wouldn't dare to comment. The Yanhua brothers are quite explosive, right? They shrink back like grandsons in front of her. The teleportation array in Sangjiao Town leads to a small town in Batian City. After passing through the teleportation array and traveling for more than 10 days, Chu Tianyuan and the others finally arrived at the foot of Batian City. The prosperity of Batian City is second only to the imperial capital, and Chu Tianyuan, who grew up in Batian City, was clearly unfamiliar with this city. It was also the first time for Zi Rujing and Song Seer to visit Batian City, but they were quite accustomed to the city's prosperity. It is said that Batian City's name was taken from Marshal Chu Batian. Back in the day, even the Fengxia Empire couldn't conquer Batian City, which had fallen to the earth because of Marshal Batian. Song Seer looked at the tall city walls and said. Chu Tianyuan looked at the city wall, a sense of loneliness welling up within him. This was the place where he was born, but he did not feel at home. The only person he missed was his mother. Let's go into the city, he said. After entering the city, it was already dark, and they could only find an inn to stay at. The inns in Batian City were a bit more expensive, but the service was definitely no worse than in other places, which satisfied the three of them. However, Zi Rujing could tell that Chu Tianyuan was always distracted, a faint sadness lingering on his brow. At midnight, Zi Rujing quietly left the room. He knew Chu Tianyuan had also gone out, and he just wanted to see what Chu Tianyuan was up to. Chu Tianyuan looked at the gate of the Chu residence, sighed deeply, then turned his head and gently climbed over the wall of the Chu residence. Zi Rujing saw Chu Tianyuan enter the Chu residence and felt a bit worried, but still did not follow him in. He simply returned to the inn and knocked on Song Seer's door. Song Seer was still sound asleep, but woke up upon hearing the knock. Who is it? She asked. It's me, Zi Rujing replied. Hearing Zi Rujing's voice, Song Seer opened the door. At that moment, she was wearing a thin nightgown, her slender figure barely visible, but Zi Rujing walked straight into her room as if he hadn't seen anything. Song Seer closed the door, feeling a bit nervous. After all, she was just a 15-year-old girl. Seer, are there any well-informed people in our family here? He asked. Song Seer's initially hopeful heart felt a bit disappointed. Yes, cousin, is there something you need? I want him to help me find out what the relationship between Chu Tianyuan and the Chu family really is. Is that possible? Song Seer immediately smiled at him. As long as Zi Rujing needed it, she was willing to do her best to help him. Sure, no problem. Should we do it now? Yes, the sooner, the better. Song Seer went straight into the inner room to change her clothes. It was already late at night, but Song Seer still managed to contact someone from her family. The powers of the 5 major cities in the Dragon Soul Empire always intertwined and infiltrated each other. Batian City was no exception. The various forces would never forget this city, which decided the rulers of the imperial capital. The information was obtained, although few people knew about Chu Tianyuan's situation. As long as there was a wall, there would be a place for leaks. On this continent, even royal information could be accessed, as long as you could afford the price. Zi Rujing looked at the information about Chu Tianyuan, his brows furrowing. So this was his childhood. No parental love, no kinship treatment, no companions to be together with. None of the things a peer should have. How had he gotten through these years? Moreover, why did the information say he looked like a monkey? Why did it say he had already died accidentally? All this made Zi Rujing fall into deep thought. He recalled how Chu Tianyuan had looked at the desolate Chu residence just now, feeling a wave of sadness in his heart. He was a direct descendant of Feng City, but his treatment as a child was similar to that of Chu Tianyuan. He could feel the bitterness and helplessness of having to climb over the wall just to go home. Chu Tianyuan's small courtyard had not been visited for a long time. He stood in the yard, looking at the huge stone pillar and the rope hanging from the tree, which represented his childhood. He walked into the small hall of the room and saw two spirit tablets standing in the middle. A sharp pain tore through his heart. One of the names on the tablets was his, and the other was surprisingly that of his biological mother. He was stunned, and tears could no longer be held back. What had happened during the 4 years he had been away? At that moment, the door creaked open, and a woman entered with a lantern. When she saw someone standing in front of the spirit hall, she was so frightened that she dropped the lantern from her hands. Chu Tianyuan was immersed in his sorrow and had not noticed the person outside coming in. He turned around, quickly stepped forward, and hugged her, covering the woman's mouth with his hand. "I will let you go, but you must not scream, understand?" He whispered in her ear. The woman nodded, and only then did Chu Tianyuan slowly release his hand. "Who are you? Why are you here?" "This is my mother's room. I just heard a sound and thought it was a mouse. My mother liked peace the most when she was alive, and I was afraid of disturbing her. So I came to take a look," the woman said nervously. Chu Tianyuan tightened his grip around the woman's neck and said, "Impossible. You're lying to me." The woman was gasping for air. I'm not lying to you. I really am the adopted daughter your mother took in." "Adopted daughter?" Chu Tianyuan relaxed his grip, feeling a twinge of guilt. He had been too impulsive. What exactly happened here? How did your mother pass away? His heart ached. The woman touched her slightly sore neck and looked at Chu Tianyuan. "Who are you? Why are you asking about my mother?" Chu Tianyuan's eyes were bright red. "Because I want to know." The woman was startled by his gaze, and ever since young Master Tianyuan, who was also her biological son, passed away, she moved into this small courtyard, spending her days in tears, eventually falling ill. Chu Tianyuan tightly closed her eyes, tears streaming down her face. Did her mother pass away due to illness? The woman said, "After my mother fell ill, a group of people came to the Chu residence. I don't know what happened afterward, and then my mother passed away." "Who said young Master Tianyuan had died? And who were those people?" "Two servants who took young Master Tianyuan to Wine City 4 years ago came back and said that he was taken away by a soul beast on the way, leaving no body behind," the woman whispered. Hearing this, a surge of resentment rose within Chu Tianyuan. It was those two damned martial artists. They actually fabricated such a big lie to evade responsibility. "As for that group of people, I heard they were from the Light Soul Temple," the woman continued. The Light Soul Temple. A killing intent surged within Chu Tianyuan. The woman was so frightened that she stared at him, not daring to speak. "Where did those two martial artists who returned that year stay?" The woman provided an address, and then a cold voice drifted in from outside. "Don't tell outsiders about tonight's events, or I will definitely come back to kill you." Chu Tianyuan had already stepped outside. He was going to kill those two martial artists. The sky was bright. Chu Tianyuan walked out of his room, his eyes red, looking as if he hadn't slept all night. Last night, he had killed for the first time in the soul fighting continent, and it was two at once. They died in their sleep, without any pain. Chu Tianyuan also went to find Chu He to inquire about his mother's death. Chu He was astonished by Chu Tianyuan's change, but only sighed deeply regarding his mother's matter. "Your mother's death is indeed related to the Light Soul Temple. If you want to know these things, then become stronger. If you can reach the divine level, there may be some hope. If not, knowing will be meaningless." Chu Tianyuan and the other two have left Batian City. They rode on their steeds, glancing back at Batian City before leaving in silence. Ziru Jing watched Chu Tianyuan's indifferent figure from behind, as if lost in thought, but he didn't ask anything. He could only sense a killing intent from Chu Tianyuan's silhouette, akin to that of a battlefield, a murderous aura that only a warrior who has killed before possesses. Chapter 6. Entering the Soul Martial Academy, the splendor of the Dragon Soul Empire is unforgettable. Everywhere, one can witness the duels between powerful warriors, discussions among soul masters of the same affinity about the use of soul power, healing techniques of light soul masters, and the aerial maneuvering of wind soul masters. Everything seems perfectly natural. This is the imperial capital of the Dragon Soul Empire. After spending a night looking for a place to stay, Chu Tianyuan and the others set off early the next morning on their way to the Soul Martial Academy. The academy is not far from the imperial capital, and they arrived in no time. There were many people registering, and the registration area was divided into two sections, the left for soul masters and the right for martial masters. Of course, there was also a sign nearby stating the recruitment conditions. After all, there are plenty of people who like to take chances, and the recruiters do not want to keep dealing with individuals who lack any qualifications. Chu Tianyuan took a look and couldn't help but admire the Soul Martial Academy. At his age, those who were accepted as martial masters had to reach level 4. As for soul masters, there were only 2 conditions. First, the original soul had to be strong enough. Second, one had to have comprehended soul power. Chu Tianyuan was completely unfamiliar with the concept of the original soul. Generally, every child would be tested for their original soul before the age of 6, as this determined their future, but Chu Tianyuan was an exception. He only knew that his original soul was not weak, but he didn't understand the concept of strong or weak original souls. He followed Ziru Jing closely, wanting to enter the Soul Martial Academy as a soul master. In front of a soul tester was a strange soul testing device embedded with 9 soul crystals. At this moment, the first child in line approached the tester, extending his hand into the device. One by one, the soul crystals on the testing device lit up, stopping only after the 6th crystal had lit up. "Oh, child, your original soul level is actually level 6, the tester exclaimed. With an excellent original soul, he had the potential to become a high-level soul master. The child excitedly withdrew his hand. He had already been tested before, but he was still proud to showcase his excellent talent in front of many people. "Now, please demonstrate your comprehended soul power," the tester continued. The child concentrated, and a small droplet of water immediately formed in his hand. The tester quickly marked a check next to his name, noting, Level 6 Original Soul, Water Soul Master. The review process for Soul Masters was quite simple, just these 2 steps, but some young people still left dejectedly, as the Soul Martial Academy only accepted Soul Masters with original souls of level 5 or above. It was now Song Sier's turn. She reached her hand into the testing device, which immediately lit up. "Oh, level 8 Original Soul," the tester exclaimed loudly. "Today, we have recruited the 7th level 8 Original Soul Master. This beautiful lady, please demonstrate your soul power. You are now a member of our Soul Martial Academy." Song Sier smiled slightly, and a gentle breeze immediately blew onto the tester's face. Next was Ziru Jing. He placed his hand into the testing device, but strangely, nothing happened. The tester was momentarily stunned. It was impossible for an original soul to be non-existent, no matter how weak. He suddenly slapped his forehead and said, "I forgot to mention something. Please summon your soul beast if you have already signed a soul contract with one, so we can test your original soul." Ziru Jing didn't mind and directly summoned his Magic Cloud Leopard. The tester was once again surprised. "Magic Cloud Leopard, your soul beast is actually a Magic Cloud Leopard. You must have a strong original soul." Ziru Jing placed his hand back into the testing device, and it suddenly started to flash violently, lighting up 1 soul crystal, 2 soul crystals, until all 9 soul crystals were lit up. The tester's eyes widened in shock. "Quickly, take your hand out," he exclaimed. It wasn't until Ziru Jing withdrew his hand that the old man finally sighed in relief. At least it was a holy level original soul, he thought to himself, almost breaking another original soul testing device. But he still announced, Level 9 Original Soul, Superlative Aptitude. He looked at Ziru Jing, who was dressed in a long robe. "I'm male," Ziru Jing replied. This young master Ziru." He glanced at Ziru Jing's information. "Please demonstrate your soul power." Ziru Jing extended both hands, and a dark power surged from his left palm. "Oh," the old man exclaimed in surprise. "I guessed it, just by seeing your attire. I knew you were a Dark Soul Master. A Dark Soul Master with a holy level original soul. The Academy has struck gold this time." But the next scene almost made him drop his eyes out. From Ziru Jing's right hand also rose a green soul power. Wind Soul Power. The tester stood up from his chair. Dual Element Soul Master. People nearby immediately erupted in excitement. Level 9 Original Soul, Dark and Wind Element Soul Master. This talent is truly against the heavens. After a commotion, it was Chu Tianyuan's turn. When the tester saw Chu Tianyuan's attire, he was internally delighted. Another Dark Soul Master. I made a mistake," he stammered. "Actually, I am a martial master." Saying this, he directly stepped out of the line. The tester's expression changed, glaring fiercely at Chu Tianyuan. Internally, he thought, what is someone with poor aptitude doing here to stir up trouble? He was a soul master and always held some disdain for martial masters. Song Sier originally wanted to see how strong Chu Tianyuan's original soul was, but unexpectedly, he just stepped out. She pouted and said, "His original soul must not be great. He can only use a bit of water soul power. Otherwise, why wouldn't he dare to be tested?" Ziru Jing looked at Chu Tianyuan, who was in the martial master line, and slowly said, "Sir, you're wrong. Do you think someone who can have two soul beasts would have an original soul that is lacking? Song Seer retorted. Then why doesn't he dare to be tested? Ziru Jing turned back to look at her and shook his head as he walked away. Song Seer was left in confusion. Chu Tianyuan was feeling quite frustrated. To measure his original soul, he had to summon his soul beast, and he really didn't want to bring out that sound soul bird and embarrass himself. Moreover, if others found out that he had a second soul beast, his trump card would be exposed. His strongest trump card right now wasn't his combat power or soul power, but the 7th level soul beast, the purple-eyed, golden-furred monkey. The 7th level purple-eyed, golden-furred monkey had already reached the peak of mid-level soul beasts. For years ago, Chu Tianyuan couldn't even withstand a single attack from it, which shows just how powerful it was. Although Chu Tianyuan was strong now, he didn't have the confidence to defeat the purple-eyed monkey. After all, it was just a step away from being a high-level soul beast. The assessment from martial masters was simpler than that for soul masters. The examiner was an ice soul master who directly placed a massive ice block in front of the martial masters. Anyone who could shatter this ice block with a single hit was at least at the level of a 5th level martial master. This made Chu Tianyuan even more frustrated. He originally wanted to test his martial master level, but now he found himself in an awkward position where he didn't even know his own rank. After the three of them completed their enrollment procedures, their mentor took them back to the student dormitory. Of course, with a gold coin from Ziru Jing, the mentor arranged them in a single room. Each room in the dormitory was for 4 people, and after paying various fees, the two finally laid back on their beds. Chu Tianyuan felt a sense of exhaustion similar to that of a long day of school and paperwork. After a while, 2 more roommates arrived at the dormitory, which puzzled Chu Tianyuan because these two turned out to be the Yinhua brothers. When the Yinhua brothers saw that Ziru Jing and Chu Tianyuan were their roommates, their faces turned green. Truly, it was said that enemies gather, and together they probably couldn't even take on the Dark Soul Master in front of them. Not to mention that there was another Dark Soul Master beside him, and it seemed that the 2 Dark Soul Masters had a good relationship. 2 Dark Soul Masters against 2 Fire Soul Masters. Wasn't this bullying? Yet, Yin Yin was a bit smarter and immediately put on a smile. Hello. We will be roommates from now on. Looking forward to your guidance. He extended a hand towards Chu Tianyuan. It seems like you had quite a bit to say about me last time, Chu Tianyuan remarked. Last time? What last time? This is our first meeting, right? Yin Yin feigned a look of confusion. Last time, someone seemed to have called me a coward. Who was it? Chu Tianyuan said coldly. What? Someone dared to call our roommate a coward? Who is it? Let me teach him a lesson. Yinhua exclaimed, looking indignant. Yinhua was already speechless. You two continue chatting. I'm going to find a place outside. I can't get used to the dormitory here, Ziru Jing said. Chu Tianyuan didn't keep him and sent him outside. As soon as he left, Yinhua immediately said to Yin Yin, Brother, what do you think? Another Dark Soul Master has left. Should we take revenge for you? Of course we should. When he comes back, we'll attack him together. Half an hour later, cries of Big Brother. We can't take it anymore. Please show some mercy and let us go like 2 farts. Echoed from the student dormitory. Yinhua and his brother never expected that Chu Tianyuan was not a Dark Soul Master. They were very happy at that moment. If he wasn't a Dark Soul Master, then what was there to be afraid of? They could just throw a few fireballs at him. Then the 2 of them rushed out of the dormitory, completely soaked and in a sorry state. My God, Yinhua shouted. He is not a Dark Soul Master. He is actually a Water Soul Master. Is there really someone who bullies others like this? When a Fire Soul Master at the same level encounters a Water Soul Master, if their soul skill levels are not too different, it can only mean that the Fire Soul Master has poor character. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so unlucky. No matter what kind of Soul Master, why would you specifically seek trouble with your natural enemy? Chu Tianyuan's Water Soul power was only at the beginner level, but during the attack, he directly increased the gravity of the water by 5 times. The Yinhua brothers had no idea of the intricacies behind it. They only felt as if they were swept away by a flood, leaving them in a dire state. After using his Water Soul power to attack, Chu Tianyuan immediately swung his fists and began to pummel them. He didn't use internal energy, but his strength was no less than that of an ordinary martial artist. Once the Yinhua brothers' Fire Soul power was extinguished, they were left with nothing but to take a beating, and a farcical scene unfolded. Chapter 7. The Violent Soul Master looking at the pitiful Yinhua brothers. Chu Tianyuan felt relieved and walked up to them, saying, How is it? Do you submit? The Yinhua brothers dared not utter a word of dissent. Yin Yin was even more exaggerated, directly hugging Chu Tianyuan's leg. Big brother. From now on, you are our big brother, woo-woo. All right, just like that, But don't wipe your snot on my clothes, Chu Tianyuan said. When Yin Yin arrived at the boys' dormitory, she heard the cries of the Yin Hua brothers. She strode into the dormitory and saw Yin hugging a soul master's leg, while Yin Hua was sprawled on the side, looking as disheveled as possible. Seeing this scene, her anger surged. She knew what kind of characters her two younger brothers were. They were just two who were afraid of hard things and liked to take advantage of soft ones. Given this situation, they must have kicked a hard board again. She quickly walked in, grabbed the fallen Yin Hua, and threw him back. Then, she angrily said to Yin Yin, "You two brats. You have embarrassed the entire Fire City. Why aren't you coming over here?" Yin Yin was already feeling down, but upon seeing Yin Yin, he immediately deflated. Looking again at the throne, Yin Hua, he figured he was probably just pretending to be dead. "Big sister, this is the big brother I just recognized." He pointed at Chu Tianyuan. "You all chat? I have something to do, so I'll take my leave first." Saying this, he ran to the dormitory door at a speed faster than a wind soul master. Yin Yan's chest heaved violently. She was furious. "Run? Can you escape?" She raised one hand, and a fireball as big as a water bucket instantly formed. The fireball shot towards Yin Yan at twice the speed of Yin Yan. There was a loud bang accompanied by Yin Yan's scream, and a large pit appeared on the ground, with Yin Yan lying in it like a burnt roast chicken. Yin Hua, who had been thrown nearby, also became an innocent victim. Although he didn't end up as badly as Yin Yan, he was still not in a good state. If he were awake at that moment, he would surely regret pretending to be dead. Truly, blessings and disasters are intertwined, and one cannot escape misfortune by playing dead. Chu Tianyuan was left dumbfounded, and he gulped down a mouthful of saliva as a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. A violent fire soul master, he shouted in his heart. Yin Yin seemed to have heard Chu Tianyuan's thoughts. She turned around and stared directly at him. "Was it you who injured my two brothers just now?" Chu Tianyuan's cold sweat dripped down to the base of his neck. "Sister, they were clearly beaten by you. How did it suddenly fall on me?" He wiped his sweat and said, "This beautiful lady, it seems they are injured because of you, right? I mean, before I got here." Yin Yan's hands had already gathered fire soul power. "No, we were just sparring. If you don't believe it, ask your brother." Upon hearing this, Yin Yan was even angrier. "What the hell? I don't care if you were sparring or fighting, but if you hurt my brother, you have to take responsibility." As she spoke, her right hand waved, unleashing a fire serpent. The fire serpent lunged at Chu Tianyuan as if it were alive. Chu Tianyuan cursed inwardly. "I've seen unreasonable people, but I've never seen anyone this unreasonable. I just gave them a beating, and now I have to take responsibility, while you burn them to a crisp, and it's all fine. This is truly outrageous." Yin Yin didn't care about any sense of justice. The Yin clan had a characteristic, which was to protect their own. Of course, even if they were beaten to a pulp internally, it wouldn't matter. The abilities of a light soul master were not to be trifled with, and Yin Yin was the strongest dual-element soul master in the Yin clan in a century. In the Yin family, the most painful experience was endured by the Yin brothers, as every time this big sister lost her temper, she nearly beat them to a pulp. There was nothing they could do. After all, her strength was formidable. Many years later, when the Yin brothers recalled their childhood, they would cry and complain to Chu Tianyuan. "What? You think she's violent? You really have no experience." Then they would recount a tale of blood and tears. Here are the experiences of the Yin brothers in their childhood. "What? I could take on both of you, and you still can't beat me? You must not be working hard enough. Keep going. Oh, did I accidentally break your leg? No worries, if you can't walk, you can crawl. Keep going. What? You want to tell Grandpa on me? Then from now on, if either of you gets hurt, you can treat yourselves. Keep going. Ouch. I'm tired from hitting you both today. You two lie here for the night, and when I've rested, I'll use my light soul power to treat you tomorrow." Of course, Chu Tianyuan knew that this was something that would happen a long time later. At this moment, facing this violent fire soul master, he felt overwhelmed. "Hey, I say, can you avoid a fireball? Can't you, as a girl, be a bit reasonable? Reasonable? Whoever is stronger has the right." Her fire control technique was many times stronger than that of the Yin brothers. No wonder they were so wary of her. "My brother can only be hit by me. You all can't." The fire soul power intensified. If the Yin brothers were awake at that moment, they would surely jump up and say, "We would rather be beaten 10 times by this big sister than let you hit us once." Of course, they were already completely knocked out. This big sister showed no mercy at all. "I say, is dodging all you can do?" Yin Yan's entire body was engulfed in flames. Chu Tianyuan dodged the flames attack, feeling quite depressed. Why are all fire soul masters so violent? In comparison, he suddenly felt that the previous fire soul master, Chu Tianbian, was so gentle towards him. At this moment, the dormitory was surrounded by a dense crowd. "Look, Two soul masters are fighting. One student exclaimed. In the Soul Martial Academy, it's common for students to have some friction, and the school is too lazy to manage it, as long as no one is killed. They don't mind students using force to promote friendship among themselves. Oh my gosh, another said. Isn't that the violent female soul master Yin Yan from the Academy's top 10 prodigies? Who is so bold as to provoke this female demon? A slightly older boy saw this situation, and his expression changed drastically as he shouted, "Everyone, quickly evacuate this dormitory area." A group of freshmen looked confused, while the boy had already retreated 100 meters away. It's Sister Yin Yan, a girl outside the dormitory said. She was wearing a white veil, her long hair cascading down, her skin as tender as a ripening peach. With a slight smile, she gently walked into the crowd, blooming like a beautiful and fresh lily in the grass, instantly attracting everyone's attention. "Lingwan, you're here too?" said a boy beside her, his face filled with joy. This was Ming Lingwan's first time actively approaching him. Ming Lingwan was slightly startled. She was too focused on looking at Yin to notice who was beside her, but she still smiled sweetly and said, "Tianxiang brother, you're here too?" Next to Chu Tianxiang stood a boy who glanced at Ming Lingwan with disdain before turning his attention back to the battle ahead, seemingly uninterested in the beauty before him. However, Chu Tianxiang was different. Upon hearing Ming Lingwan's voice, his heart leaped with joy. "Yes, watching the battles between soul masters is very helpful for my strength improvement." He spoke carefully in front of her, trying to establish his perfect image. But Ming Lingwan didn't pay much attention to his words and replied indifferently, "Who is that fighting with Sister Yin? I haven't seen him before. He should be this year's new student. These newcomers are quite arrogant and should be taught a lesson." It seems like he's a dark soul master, but why isn't he using any soul power? Ming Lingwan observed the two combatants. A dark soul master? Chu Tianxiang seemed to remember something. The Academy seems to have recruited a dual-element dark and wind soul master of the 9th rank today. I wonder if it's him. If it is, then there might be a great battle ahead. A 9th rank dual-element soul master? Ming Lingwan frowned slightly. Sister Yin is an 8th rank dual-element light and fire soul master, which gives her an edge in terms of soul power. In terms of soul power, dark soul masters are definitely stronger than other soul masters, but there are exceptions, namely light soul masters. Light and darkness are two types of soul power that cannot coexist, and the nemesis of dark soul masters is light soul masters. When dark soul masters encounter light soul masters, it's like the fire brothers facing Chu Tianyuan's water soul power. They can only admit defeat. "Do you think you can keep escaping from me?" At this moment, Yin was furious in the battle. Chu Tianyuan was not confronting her head-on, but was constantly dodging, and his agility left the 7th rank fire soul master, Yin, helpless. "I want to hit a woman without a good reason," Chu Tianyuan said calmly. "Then I'll give you a reason," Yin shouted, fire locking light prison. Several beams of light pierced down from the sky, igniting dozens of flames on the ground. This was a simultaneous use of light and fire soul power. It was a technique of enemy confinement created by Yin, attacking from both the sky and the ground. There was no way to evade. "Cloud-breaking palm," Chu Tianyuan shouted as he struck towards the sky, and dozens of palm illusions appeared in the air, colliding with the beams of light. The attacks from the beams came one after another, and even Chu Tianyuan's cloud-breaking palm could not withstand them, as the beams directly pierced down and grazed his shoulder. However, that was not the end. The flames on the ground were already rushing towards his robe. As the dust settled, Chu Tianyuan stood firmly in the center. His robe had several large holes, and faint bloodstains could be seen beneath them. Even more exaggerated was that beneath his robe, it had been completely burned away, exposing his fair legs. This left the onlookers dumbfounded. Such a fierce attack had seemingly left him unscathed. Of course, there were also some lecherous men with their minds only on women, staring at his legs and drooling. Based on their experience with women, they quickly concluded, this man in black must be a woman. Chu Tianyuan was also furious. He directly pulled his robe and threw it back, saying, "You've already given me a reason to hit you." Chapter 8. Overpowering a level 7 soul master. As Chu Tianyuan's robe fell, the onlookers' eyes widened even more. "Wow, what a handsome guy," a girl exclaimed. "I am fainting. Is he really a man? Is there such a beautiful man? How are we single guys supposed to survive from now on?" A single man was extremely frustrated. His behavior immediately drew disdain, but that wasn't the most frustrating part. The most frustrating part was that the lewd man who had just mistaken Chu Tianyuan for a woman was now imagining the beautiful woman taking off her robe, only to find out it was a man, which made him feel nauseous. The one who reacted the most was the aloof boy who had just been standing next to Chu Tianxiang. He had a frivolous face, but had never had any thoughts about girls. His taste was the opposite of other men. What a stunning beauty, he thought to himself. Chu Qinyuan's golden hair floated softly behind him. His eyebrows were straight like a sword, and his gaze was sharp like an eagle soaring in the sky. He fixed his stare on Yin Yin, his thin clothing subtly revealing the well-defined muscles beneath. You are actually a martial master. I'm truly surprised, Yin Yin said, showing no astonishment at Chu Tianyuan's appearance. In her eyes, there were only two types of men, those stronger than her and those weaker than her. For those stronger, she would strive to catch up. For those weaker, she wouldn't even glance at them. This was her way with men. This was her, the violent female soul master Yin Yin. Because of this personality, even though she was beautiful, no boy dared to approach her. As the boys would say, too risky. I have more surprises for you, Chu Tianyuan said, his gaze like that of a beast lurking in the shadows. If you were a soul master, maybe you could hold on a bit longer, but as a martial master, Yin Yin interrupted, I want you to have no chance at all. The fire soul power burning within her body immediately surged several times. At a glance, she looked like a burning human, with wisps of green smoke rising from the drier objects around her, and the temperature around her had become terrifyingly high. Yin Yan's fire soul wall. Chu Tianxiang also took a serious look. As one of the top 10 prodigies of the Soul Martial Academy, he naturally knew the power of Yin Yan's move. It was simply the nemesis of all martial masters. Almost all martial masters had a relatively short attack range to hit the opponent with internal force. They had to get close. However, after Yin Yin unleashed her fire soul wall, the temperature 3 steps away from her could ignite anything. Martial masters had to approach her, unless they wanted to get burned for a while first. Is this your trump card? Zhu Tianwan's no. With such strong fire soul power surrounding you, you can't use fire soul power to attack, can you? You're not wrong, but do you think your martial skills can deal with my light soul power? Yin Yin retorted defiantly. Do you really think I can't handle your fire soul power? Chu Tianyuan slowly stretched out his palm, and the moisture around him immediately condensed into a fist-sized water ball floating in his palm. A water soul master. This time, not just Yin Yin, everyone was stunned. Dual cultivation of soul and martial arts. Almost everyone would decide their profession after testing their original soul. Those who could become soul masters would hardly practice martial skills anymore, because using soul power was their strongest method. The existence of martial masters was merely because they couldn't become soul masters due to talent. They could only rely on hard work to make up for the gap in combat power compared to soul masters. However, what they saw today completely overturned their understanding. A person who had already become a soul master still practiced martial skills? This talent had gone to the idiot. Chu Tianyuan did not care about the astonishment of the surrounding crowd. The water soul in his hand had already spread to his shoulder. Combining the water soul with martial skills, this was his first time using this combat method. Yin Yin quickly regained her composure. So what if you have the water soul? I don't believe that your water soul, as a junior water soul master, can extinguish the fire soul power of my level 7 soul master. She pointed to the sky, and a beam of light immediately descended from above. Misty light, finger rain, countless beams of light, the size of fingers, fell from the sky and shot down towards Chu Tianyuan. Chu Tianyuan would no longer withstand attacks as he did earlier. His agile body dodged like a loach in the river, with beams of light striking the ground beside him without landing a hit. The surrounding soul masters watched in shock, while the martial masters were astonished. What kind of movement technique is this? As nimble as a swallow darting through the clouds. His steps were light as a butterfly flitting among flowers. As martial masters of the Soul Martial Academy, they understood the depth of their martial skills and the effort it took, something soul masters could never comprehend. They knew better than anyone how much practice it took to pursue martial excellence, often spending years or even decades just to gain a slight edge in reaction speed. And it required continuous practice. If they stopped training for too long, their agility and speed would regress. This is the bittersweet reality of martial masters. It can be said that the practice they undergo is several times, if not more, than that of soul masters at the same level. What made them even more helpless was that, even at the same level, the strength of martial masters was still significantly inferior to that of soul masters. At this moment, Chu Tianyuan undoubtedly appeared to the many soul masters as if he had lost his mind. Being a soul master, yet enduring such physical torment to learn martial skills. Wasn't that self-deprecating? In the eyes of martial masters, however, Chu Tianyuan's image had grown significantly, clearly a soul master. Yet he had to undergo such inhumane hardships to learn martial skills and to excel at it. This kind of movement technique was likely beyond even high-level martial masters. To earn the respect of others, a martial artist must possess great strength. But to earn everyone's admiration is simply impossible. Among soul masters and martial masters of the same level, soul masters look down on martial masters for their lack of strength. Martial masters disdain soul masters for their insufficient effort. Only among martial masters, who have achieved greatness through countless sweat and toil, is there mutual respect. A person's strength is not limited to mere power. Only with a strong heart can one be regarded as a true strong person. The reason martial masters look down on soul masters is that every powerful martial master possesses an incredibly strong heart. Yet that incredibly strong heart is constantly suppressed by soul masters of the same level. They yearn to be stronger, strong enough to surpass soul masters and beyond hard work. The only way to surpass soul masters is through martial skills. Only advanced martial skills can defeat soul masters of the same rank. While everyone was shocked, Chu Tianyuan was gradually closing in on Yin amidst her rain of fiery attacks. Yin's expression changed slightly as she saw him approach. But she continued to control her light beams to attack him, not believing that Chu Tianyuan could break through her fire soul barrier. Chu Tianyuan was getting closer, and the water soul power in his hands was hissing as it evaporated. Cross-locking throat technique. Chu Tianyuan shouted, his right hand already gripping Yan's throat. However, the fire soul power surrounding Yin had not dissipated. In fact, it burned even more fiercely. Chu Tianyuan desperately mobilized the water soul power in his body. Countless water mist rising from him. The two of them were thus locked in a standoff. They were both betting. Yin, with her throat gripped, could no longer mobilize her light soul power to attack, and she firmly believed she could evaporate Chu Tianyuan's water soul power before she fell. Meanwhile, Chu Tianyuan was equally confident that his water soul power could last until he brought Yin down. His cross-locking throat technique completely isolated Yan's throat from the air. No one would have expected the battle to develop into this situation. They stared wide-eyed at the scene before them, as victory or defeat would be determined in an instant. Whoever could not hold on first would lose. No one wanted to miss this moment. The two in the battle glared at each other, both with flushed faces. Yan's was red from being choked, while Chu Tianyuan's was burned. Neither was in a better position, but neither would concede. Yin would not allow herself to lose to a freak whose martial skills were stronger than soul techniques. Chu Tianyuan certainly wouldn't either, for in his heart, a man's pride would not allow him to lose. The standoff continued for several breaths, dozens of breaths, a full quarter of an hour. For a whole quarter of an hour, neither of them moved. Your fire soul power seems to have weakened, Chu Tianyuan slowly said, looking at the flushed Yin. Yin's gaze could kill, but she couldn't utter a word. Choked as she was, she could only express her anger through action. In an instant, the flames on her body doubled in intensity. She believed this would surely crush Chu Tianyuan's resolve. Once she broke his spirit, she would win this battle. However, Chu Tianyuan, who was being burned more severely than she imagined, did not react as she expected. She saw the corners of his mouth curl up slightly, and she immediately felt deceived. Melting water soul, fall. Chu Tianyuan's left hand gathered water soul power into a giant hand that came crashing down directly from above Yan's head. Melting water soul. This was a water soul skill that Xue Linglong had once used to capture Chu Tianyuan. It was the only attack skill he had comprehended after gaining insight into water soul power. However, his melting water soul was enhanced with 5 times the gravity. Even after years of practice, his understanding of gravity soul power limited him to 5 times. The stronger the soul power, the harder it was to control. Yin felt a giant water hand slam into her. At the moment, she activated her fire soul power to enhance it. It was also the moment her soul power fluctuated the most, making it the easiest time to extinguish. And Chu Tianyuan seized that moment to unleash his water soul power to its maximum limit against her. Everything was calculated. As the giant water hand struck Yin, the flames on her body instantly extinguished. And at this moment, she was still being choked by Chu Tianyuan. You lost. Chu Tianyuan slowly released his grip and said to the disheveled Yin. At this moment, Yin had completely lost her earlier arrogance. Water droplets clung to her fine hair, and her clothes were completely soaked, vaguely revealing the exquisite contours of her body. Tears welled in her eyes, for this was the first time she had ever felt so wronged in her life. She was like a little girl caught in the rain, homeless. She clutched her sore throat and, holding back tears, said, "I will not lose, I will never lose. Fire GK, come forth." Suddenly, a fiery red monster bird rose behind her. A 7th-tier fire soul beast, Fire GK. Chapter 9. The Clash of Soul Beasts. Yin had actually summoned Fire GK. Chu Tianyuan was momentarily stunned. He had defeated Yin before, but she had never summoned a soul beast. At this moment, it was clear how furious Yin was. "You crazy woman! Do you really need to be killed before you will submit?" Chu Tianyuan shouted, genuinely angry at Yan's persistence. In a loft at the Soul Martial Academy, an old man was savoring tea. Suddenly, a bird's cry broke the silence, and he raised his head, his murky eyes flashing with sharp light. "Fidethike!" he exclaimed, and his figure slowly vanished from the loft. As the old man disappeared, more than a dozen people appeared atop the loft, 3 of whom were even hovering in midair. The only ones who could hover were Wind Soul Masters or experts from the Holy Domain. However, these 3 were not from the Holy Domain. Upon seeing the old man emerge from the loft, they immediately bowed to him, saying, "Director." This old man was none other than Sang Haiyan, the director of the Soul Martial Academy. Sang Haiyan's gaze was sharp as he surveyed the crowd atop the loft. "What happened? Why is that girl?" Yin summoned Fire GK. Everyone exchanged glances, unsure how to respond. At this moment, a female soul master in a black robe said, "It must be that Yin has gotten into a fight again, but I don't know who it is this time that has pushed her to summon Fire GK. Her name was Lu Lin, a mentor of the Dark Element at the Soul Martial Academy." "Humph." Sang Haiyan snorted coldly. "Among the top 10 prodigies of our academy, there are very few who can provoke Yin girl to this extent, right?" "Indeed, there are very few," Lu Lin replied. "If there are, it would only be Chu Tianxiang from the Chu family, Shui Meyer from Water City, Zhang Tian from Earth City, and that perverted Lu Ruffin." Sang Haiyan wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Forget it. They're all from powerful families that we can't afford to offend. Let them make a fuss. After the matter is settled, remember to have them pay the academy's repair fees." He was about to return to the loft when suddenly there was another loud noise in the distance. As if he thought of something, he turned back and said, "Let them pay double the repair fees. This academy needs to be expanded." The warriors could only respond, feeling a mix of admiration and exasperation for the old man. After all this chaos, he was still thinking about repair fees. "Dina, Yin girl is your student. You handle this matter," Sang Haiyan said before vanishing from sight, showcasing the light shift shadow skill of the Sacred Domain Light Soul Master, a technique that no one could decipher how he created. Dina, a level 9 Fire Soul Master, was also quick on her feet. She leaped down a few steps from the loft and rushed towards the new student dormitory. Upon reaching the entrance, Dina was stunned by the sight before her. There was a large fire pit right at the dormitory entrance, and lying in the pit was a charred creature. She had seen the Fire Brothers before, but she couldn't fathom or recognize who was in the pit. She stepped over the fire pit and saw that the dormitory was crowded with people. What surprised her even more was how disheveled Yin looked. Even if Yin encountered Zhang Tian, ranked first among the top 10 prodigies, it shouldn't be this bad, right? Yin had already lost her reason due to anger. The fire sparrow on her head screeched. It was her soul beast, and being bullied was equivalent to its dignity being insulted. Although the fire sparrow was only a level 7 soul beast, it could infinitely evolve, and there were rumors that it was a descendant of the phoenix, making its strength superior to other soul beasts of the same level. Chu Tianyuan looked at the furious fire spirit sparrow, showing no signs of fear. "Soul beast, do you think you're the only one with a soul beast?" he said angrily. "I want to see, among the same level 7 soul beasts, which is stronger, your fire spirit sparrow or my purple-eyed, golden-haired monkey. Purple-eyed, come out." With his loud shout, a soul beast appeared beside him. The figure of Inwu circled around his head a couple of times and said, "Master, Master, Inwu misses you." Everyone around collectively fainted. Some even started cursing directly. "What the hell? Is there such a way to play with people? Is this your soul beast? The level is too low. A top-notch soul master." The water soul master practicing martial skills was already surprising enough. And now, look at this. What is this? A soul master's contracted soul beast is actually a sound spirit bird. Dina also stumbled and almost fell to the ground, her heart shaken. "Yin girl, is this the opponent that made you so embarrassed?" Yin was also stunned. She was originally so upset she wanted to cry, but almost ended up spitting blood. This opponent is too good at teasing people. If it weren't for the recent frustration, she would have wanted to laugh out loud. The most frustrated was Chu Tianyuan. His face flushed red, feeling worse than being burned by fire. In the past, when he summoned his soul beast, it would come out according to his wishes. But after Yinwu reached level 4, this bird could come out whenever he summoned his soul beast, regardless of which one it was. You stupid bird. Why do you choose to come out at this moment? Now that you're out, look, that flying turkey in the sky is your opponent. Go, bring it down for me. He shouted angrily. Yinwu looked at the fire spirit sparrow, which was 10 times larger than it, and immediately drooped. If it had to deal with that big guy, it probably wouldn't even be able to knock down a single feather. So it flapped its wings and said, Master, I seem a bit tired. How about we call out the purple-eyed instead? Chu Tianyuan immediately recalled the awkward look Yin Yin had when he saw Yin Yin. It was almost identical to this bird creature, but he still waved his hand and said, All right, you can go back to Mars. Earth is very dangerous. Who told you this is the first soul beast I signed a contract with? Yinwu immediately ran back to the original soul space, and Chu Tianyuan shook his head. With a thought, a giant golden soul beast finally stood in front of him. Chu Tianyuan was startled. Was this still Zitong? He saw that Zitong's body had doubled in size compared to before. Its golden fur stood up like steel needles, and its 2 tusks were even more terrifying, like 2 curved daggers held in its mouth. You've leveled up, Chu Tianyuan exclaimed in surprise. Zitong turned its head and showed a friendly expression to Chu Tianyuan, chirping nonstop. Chu Tianyuan wiped the sweat from his forehead. Zitong's affectionate demeanor was indeed somewhat embarrassing. All right, I know you leveled up. Go and knock that turkey off your head, and I won't make you do hard labor anymore. Upon hearing this, Zitong let out a long howl, its huge fist striking its sturdy chest fiercely, so excited it was. Master, I've finally gained the master's recognition, it thought to itself. Chu Tianyuan was sweating profusely, thinking to himself, I should have named you King Kong back then. Soyo, sitting in the small attic, fell directly off his chair. What a powerful beast roar. What kind of soul beast is this? The onlookers widened their eyes again, and someone immediately asked, An 8th level purple-eyed, golden-haired ape? Wasn't it said that the purple-eyed, golden-haired ape couldn't advance? Fool. Another person said, The sound soul bird just now was only a 4th tier one. Who knows how many soul crystals his soul beast has consumed? He is a beast soul master, able to flow with soul energy, and can also see the tier of the soul beast at a glance. Can eating soul crystals lead to advancement? Then why haven't we seen an 8th tier purple-eyed golden-haired ape in the soul fighting continent? Who knows? The beast soul master replied. Why don't you buy one to feed and find out? The questioner immediately shut his mouth, asking him to use soul crystals to feed a purple-eyed, golden-haired ape? Unless he was stupid. But the shock of the onlookers was far from over. After the purple-eyed was excited, it directly glared at the fire feather sparrow in the sky. It waved its giant claws into the air, and the fire feather sparrow also spat out a flame at it. The flame hit the purple-eyed's claws, instantly sparking countless sparks. The purple-eyed was already a high-level soul beast, and the attacks of mid-level soul beasts couldn't cause it much harm, but it was still quite frustrated that this fire chicken kept flying in the sky, and it couldn't hit it at all. It roared angrily, desperately waving its 2 giant claws towards the fire feather sparrow. However, the fire feather sparrow was simply in its element in the air, flying back and forth over the purple-eye's head, occasionally raining down some fire. This already ill-tempered purple-eyed was furious. Is this soul beast as stupid as its master? A soul master nearby watched the monkey show and said. As soon as he finished speaking, the purple-eye's eyes shot out 2 beams of golden light towards the sky. The fire feather sparrow, happily raining down fire. Never expected this silly monkey had such a move. The golden light directly pierced through its wings, and it let out a cry, finally falling down. The purple-eyed let out a long howl and fiercely patted its chest. Did you see that? This is the strength of my purple-eyed giant ape. Yin Yin was once again stunned. What kind of master raises what kind of soul beast? Having been tricked by Chu Tianyuan, she didn't expect even the fire feather sparrow was tricked by his soul beast. At this moment, Dina slowly walked out of the crowd, looking around with a confused expression. What happened here? Why is it in such a state of destruction? Who did this? You will explain it to me in my dorm later. The crowd immediately scoffed. You were the one who watched the most happily just now, right? Now that it's over, you come out to collect repair fees for the academy. Huh? Why is it you? The fiery girl Dina pretended not to know. Yin Yin saw her mentor coming over and directly threw herself in her arms, crying. Teacher Dina, sobbing. Everyone was stunned again. This female devil can cry too. All right. Don't cry, it's okay now. Dina comforted. After a while, Yin Yin finally came out from Dina's embrace and immediately regained her proud expression. She looked at Chu Tianyuan and asked, "What is your name?" "My name is Chu Tianyuan." Chu Tianyuan replied quietly, "If you're not convinced, I'm always ready to teach." "Good, Chu Tianyuan, I remember you." Chapter 10, The Top 10 Talents. Not just Yin Yin, almost everyone present remembered the name Chu Tianyuan. "Brother Tianxiang, is he from your Chu family?" Mingling looked at Chu Tianyuan in the distance. Qu Xiangxiang was taken aback for a moment upon hearing the name Shu Tianyuan. He felt somewhat familiar with this name, but couldn't recall where he had heard it. "No, there is no such person in our Chu family," he said. The aloof boy next to Chu Tianxiang saw the end of the battle, and the indifference on his face disappeared. He smiled and walked in front of Chu Tianyuan, extending his fair hand. "Hello, classmate, my name is Lu Rufeng." Chu Tianyuan looked at Lu Rufeng's kind smile and politely extended his hand for a shake, saying, "I am Chu Tianyuan, the new student who just arrived." Shui Meyer walked along with the departing crowd. Suddenly, she turned her head and saw Lu Rufeng shaking hands with Chu Tianyuan in the distance. An uncomfortable feeling surged within her, but her cold, frosty face showed no expression. She simply said lightly, "It can't be wrong. He must be using the soul of merging water. Could it be that the old ancestor has?" A sense of ominous foreboding welled up in her heart. The former city lord of Shui City had been missing for over 100 years. Is this the strength of Chu Tianyuan? Song Seer was also a bit surprised. No, he has only shown a part of the Ziru, Crystal Tao. He returned after hearing the sounds of fighting. Did you forget, Seer? He hasn't used that divine-level martial skill yet. He looked at the distant Chu Tianyuan, feeling as if he had only seen a corner of the iceberg that is Chu Tianyuan. "One day, I want to see all of your strength." His gaze was as firm as a rock buried deep underground. The Yinhua brothers woke up the next day, but what puzzled them was that it was not Yin Yin who healed them, but Chu Tianyuan. Even more surprising was that Chu Tianyuan seemed completely fine, and after seeing Chu Tianyuan's true appearance, the two brothers immediately came to a conclusion. Yin Yin must have been captivated by Chu Tianyuan's handsome and elegant demeanor. Chu Tianyuan didn't explain much. For him, it was quite rare for these two brothers to be somewhat normal. It was better to build a good relationship with them since they shared the same dormitory. At least he wouldn't have to worry about being burned as a corpse while sleeping at night, which would be a tragic thing. The Yinhua brothers were quite grateful to Chu Tianyuan for saving them, and once the conversation started, it couldn't be stopped. "Big brother," Yinhua said thoughtfully, "I guess you must have had a great time talking with our big sister, right?" He thought about how Chu Tianyuan and Yin seemed to be enjoying their conversation, which made him feel a bit awkward. But if it weren't like that, how could Chu Tianyuan be completely fine? When their big sister got angry, it could be deadly. That's a long story," Chu Tianyuan said, not knowing how to explain. "It must be like that," Yin Yin echoed. "But don't be fooled by how nice she seems to you when she gets angry." He let out a sinister laugh, and Chu Tianyuan immediately got goosebumps, secretly thinking, "I've already seen how she gets angry." The Yinhua brothers' rich imagination left him in awe. Yin Yin would get along well with someone? How could you even think of that? No matter how charming I am, I can't compare to her fire. "Big brother, let me tell you, although our big sister can be a bit fierce, she's undeniably beautiful and is one of the top 10 talents in the academy," Yinhua said, not forgetting to give a meaningful look to his brother. "Why are you telling him so much? Once he manages to win over our big sister and becomes our brother-in-law, my life won't be so difficult anymore." Chu Tianyuan couldn't guess their thoughts and secretly thought, "Don't speak well of that little spicy pepper in front of me. I'm not as good with her as you imagine." But he didn't show it and asked, "The top 10 prodigies?" "Yes, the Seoul Martial Academy has the top 10 prodigies, each with talents that are the pinnacle of the entire empire. The most terrifying one from Earth City is Song Tian, who is a tri-element soul master and the strongest among the 10. Next is Chu Tianxiang from Batian City, an ice and wind dual-element soul master. Chu Tianxiang? Chu Tianyuan was somewhat surprised. "Yes," Yin Yin continued, "he is the son of General Chu Zhantian. The Chu family has 3 members ranked among the top 10 prodigies, and the other is Chu Tianao, who is ranked 7th and the son of General Chu Zhanlong. It's a pity that General Chu Zhanhuan doesn't have a son. Otherwise, he might also be among the top 10 prodigies." Yin expressed some regret at this point. Chu Tianyuan's expression changed slightly, but he didn't show it. He poured a cup of tea and took a sip, saying, "Tell me about the other few prodigies." The Yinhua brothers didn't notice Chu Tianyuan's change. Although they were also newcomers, they knew quite a bit about the affairs in the Seoul Martial Academy. "The third ranked is Lu Rufeng," Yin Yin said, pausing for a moment. Big brother, among the top 10 prodigies, the one you must be cautious of is Lu Rufeng. Chu Tianyuan recalled the boy who shook his hand. His smile always gave off a friendly vibe. Could this be what they call a hidden dagger behind smile? He thought. What about Lu Rufeng? He's a pervert. Yin blurted out. A pervert? How perverted? Chu Tianyuan was a bit confused. If he was so perverted, how could he still be ranked third? Yin finally couldn't hold back and said, what Yin means is that Lu Rufeng has a personality like a woman. Moreover, besides the academy's dean, no one knows his gender. Sitting on the chair, Chu Tianyuan nearly fell off. No wonder Lu Rufeng had gently touched his hand when they shook hands yesterday. It turned out he was taking advantage of him. Thinking of Lu Rufeng's smiling face looking at him, Chu Tianyuan felt goosebumps rising all over. Just then, there was a sudden knock at the door of their dormitory. Yin He went out to open the door, and immediately broke out in a cold sweat upon seeing who it was. Hello, I'm here to find Brother Tianyuan. It was actually Lu Rufeng. Truly, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Big brother, you guys chat slowly. We'll take our leave first. Yin wiped his sweat and stepped back. Chu Tianyuan swallowed hard, and upon seeing Lu Rufeng smile, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. The top 10 prodigies? Are they all a bunch of psychologically troubled geniuses? Chu Tianyuan's thoughts were indeed correct. Nearly all of the top 10 prodigies at the Seoul Martial Academy were not normal. Song Tian was unruly. Chu Tianxiang was arrogant. Lu Rufeng had a peculiar personality. Shui Meier was as cold as ice. Yin had a fiery temper. Ming Ling was flawless. Chu Tianao was a poison master. Sang Nanzi was a glutton. Huang Puzhou was a masochist. And finally, there was the martial arts fanatic, Chu Tian. Chu Tianyuan never expected that Chu Tian was also one of the top 10 prodigies. Brother Lu, I'm feeling a bit unwell today. If you have nothing else to do, please head back for now. At this moment, Chu Tianyuan would rather face Yin in another fight than deal with the amicable Lu Rufeng. Why do you need to keep people at arm's length, Brother Tianyuan? I just want to be friends with you. Lu Rufeng's smiling face instantly transformed into that of a grinning beast in Chu Tianyuan's eyes. I think our personalities differ too much, and I'm used to being alone, Chu Tianyuan said, feeling overwhelmed. No, I think we got along quite well yesterday, Lu Rufeng replied, not forgetting to touch his right palm with his left hand, where he had shaken hands with Chu Tianyuan the day before. Chu Tianyuan felt like crying without tears. Lu Rufeng was actually teasing him on the spot. Just when Chu Tianyuan was feeling extremely frustrated, a voice suddenly came from outside. Is Chu Tianyuan here? Chu Tianyuan immediately felt relieved, and he said, look, someone is looking for me, as he walked straight out the door, not forgetting to wipe the sweat off his forehead before leaving. Lu Rufeng didn't mind and said, it's okay, you go ahead, I'll come find you later. After saying that, he also quickly followed Chu Tianyuan outside. Outside the door stood a girl as pure and white as snow, but her face showed no expression. Lu Rufeng was momentarily stunned. He didn't expect that even our ice beauty, Shui Meier, would come to compete with him. Shui Meier shot a clear-eyed glare at Lu Rufeng and said, I'm not interested in competing with you for a man. I'm here to find Chu Tianyuan to discuss some matters. Lu Rufeng snorted coldly and left. He didn't want to have too much interaction with this ice beauty. Although his ranking among the top 10 prodigies was above Shui Meier, the outcome of fight was hard to predict, as everyone on the top 10 list had their own hidden cards. Although Chu Tianyuan was surprised, he didn't think too much about it. It was rare for him to have someone to help him out, and this Lu Rufeng was indeed the one he needed to be most cautious of among the top 10 talents. As Lu Rufeng left, Chu Tianyuan looked at Shui Meier and said, if you have something to say, come in. Shui Meier didn't mind and followed Chu Tianyuan into the dormitory. She didn't often communicate with others and didn't quite understand the taboos between men and women. I came to find you to ask who taught you the water soul power skills you used yesterday. Shui Meier got straight to the point. Chu Tianyuan is not one to be indecisive. He is a senior. He wouldn't reveal the truth, as the matter of the inheritance of a god-level powerhouse is too significant. Is she a female senior? Shui Meier asked. Yes. Is she doing well? Shui Meier felt a bit anxious. She should be fine, right? Chu Tianyuan recalled that violent water spirit master. His rear still seemed to ache slightly. Although Shui Linglong had thrown him into the Thunder Soul space back then, he didn't hold much resentment, as that incident had brought him considerable benefits. Do you know where she is? The last time I saw her was 4 years ago in the Songjiao Forest. Beyond that, I don't know. Okay, thank you. After saying that, Shui Meier walked out. She believed that Chu Tianyuan wouldn't lie about these matters, as she had always been a pure-hearted girl, though her cold and frosty demeanor made everyone find her difficult to approach. Chu Tianyuan looked at her back and suddenly thought of someone. the Chu Tian from back then, who was just as pure as the Shui mayor before him. He couldn't help but wonder what she had become now. Chapter 11. Who was kissed? Thinking of Chu Tian's persistent demeanor back then made Chu Tianyuan feel a wave of emotion. For him, every bit of feeling here was the most precious. Chumu, Chu Tian, Ziru Jing, Song Seer. These were the people he cared about the most. The emotions he had gained in this world were truly too few, and because they were rare, they seemed all the more precious. Tian, if you saw the current me, you would definitely be astonished. He couldn't help but smile. His smile reminiscent of the past. Outside the door, Ming Lingwan had initially come to find Chu Tianyuan. As she reached the doorway and saw Chu Tianyuan smile, a jolt of electricity coursed through her body. Her special ability allowed her to sense the deepest, darkest thoughts of others. This secret was known only to a few in her family, and her ability was referred to as the Judgment Eye. Ming Lingwan, who possessed the Judgment Eye, was both fortunate and tragic. Her judgment eye could see her own deepest evil thoughts, so the soul she cultivated was not an ordinary one, but a soul of the heart, calm and pure. The purer her soul, the more simply she could control her soul power. What no one knew was that she was also a dual-element soul master. However, her advancement was much quicker than that of other dual-element soul masters. This was also her sorrow. She could never help but use her extraordinary ability to observe the hearts of everyone around her. The more she saw, the more shaken her heart became. In her eyes, the world was filled with ugliness, and she maintained her own inner purity amidst this ugly world. She treated everyone kindly, never losing her temper or doing harm to others, because her heart was pure. Even knowing that those who approached her had ill intentions, she would not harm them. But at this moment, she saw another person whose heart radiated a golden light. This light was something she had seen before, on someone else, Chu Tian. In the academy, she gave the impression that anyone could gain her friendship, but only she knew that there was only one person who could earn her true recognition, and that was Chu Tian. Now, seeing Chu Tianyuan smile was like seeing Chu Tian practicing hard in a harsh environment. Back then, Chu Tian also radiated the same light. Chu Tianyuan raised his head and saw Ming Lingwan at the door, staring at him in a daze. He felt a bit surprised, but quickly regained his composure and walked over. "Classmate, may I ask who you're looking for?" Ming Lingwan snapped out her trance, and just now, she felt a long-lost radiance approaching her. "I'm here to find you," she said quietly. "Are you called Chu Tianyuan?" "Classmate, you know me?" Chu Tianyuan asked in surprise. But he quickly understood. After all, he had mentioned his name in front of a group of people yesterday. "I want to ask you something." She spoke like a well-behaved little girl. "What is it?" Chu Tianyuan was taken aback. It was understandable that Shui Meyer asked him about that sacred domain water soul master. They must have some connection, but he had no interaction with the girl in front of him. "I want to ask if you know Tian. Tian. Chu Tianyuan felt a surge of excitement. "I haven't seen her in a long time. Where's she?" "You really are the brother Tianyuan that Tian mentioned," Ming Lingwan said. Tian is no longer at the Soul Martial Academy. She has entered the Desolate Land." "Desolate Land?" "Yes, it's a trial area behind the Soul Martial Academy." Chu Tian smiled, feeling quite touched inside. Tian is such a persistent child. Every time I saw her diligently practicing her martial arts, I felt particularly heartbroken. I feel heartbroken for her too," Mingling said softly. Chu Tianyuan felt a surge of fondness for Ming Lingwan upon hearing those words. "What is your name?" "My name is Ming Lingwan. You can call me Lingwan from now on," she replied. She felt a subtle spark igniting within her, a mix of wicked thoughts and golden light. Yet she did not want to extinguish this spark. When she raised her head to look at Chu Tianyuan again, her face had already turned a deep shade of red. "I have to go," she said softly. "I will come to find you often in the future." "Okay. As long as you need any help, feel free to come to me anytime," Chu Tianyuan replied, completely oblivious to Ming Lingwan's meaning. He was simply too nostalgic for Chu Tian, and didn't even notice the change in Ming Lingwan's expression. Only those familiar with her would know how difficult it was to stir the ripples in her heart. Just a few words from Chu Tianyuan left her previously calm heart in turmoil, and unknowingly, she didn't tell him one thing. There were only two outcomes for those who entered the Silent Land. The first was to emerge with great power, and the second was to die inside. Lu Ruffling was quite frustrated. The first time he went to find Chu Tianyuan, he was thwarted by Shui Meyer. After seeing her leave, he went to find Chu Tianyuan again. Chu Tianyuan's imposing demeanor always made him feel restless. According to Ming Lingwan, Lu Ruffing only had three things on his mind: hunting, violence, and the opposite sex, which was no different from how she viewed the soul beasts in the forest. Lu Rufeng felt quite wronged about this. The environment he grew up in was like that. The only person he trusted was his mother, and conflicts among his kin were common. To survive, he had to be stronger and more ruthless than others. Hunting was his nature, and violence was his best means of self-protection. As for the opposite sex, no one probably knew Lu Rufeng's true gender. Regardless, teasing men was his favorite pastime. But he certainly had not done anything morally reprehensible, as evidenced by no one knowing his gender. This was Lu Rufeng. Almost every strong person harbors a strong belief or unspoken sorrow, and Lu Rufeng was the latter. When Lu Rufeng visited Chu Tianyuan for the second time, he happened to see Ming Lingwan chatting with him. It was the first time he had seen such a significant change in Ming Lingwan's expression, and he angrily clenched his fists and turned to leave. If he had to name the person among the top 10 talents whom he was most wary of, it wouldn't be the first-ranked Song Tian or the second-ranked Chu Tianxiang, but Ming Lingwan. That woman always made him feel uncomfortable, especially her eyes, which gave him a feeling of being seen through. This was Lu Rufeng's second retreat, but he did not give up. He just firmly stared at Chu Tianyuan's dormitory and said, "What I, Lu Rufeng, want to obtain has never been out of reach." After sending Ming Lingwan away, Chu Tianyuan lay quietly on the bed. He exhaled, contemplating how to walk the path ahead. The road to becoming a strong person was indeed very long. For nearly a decade and a half, he had been practicing martial arts, inner strength combat techniques, and soul power, without neglecting any of them. If possible, he truly wished he could have good sleep. As his mood gradually eased, he fell into a deep slumber. He had a dream in which he was still a child, with his mother, Chu Mu, holding him and gently stroking him. Then he dreamed that Chu Mu leaned down and left a faint mark on his forehead with her lips. Chu Tianyuan was awakened by a commotion of fighting. When he got up, he saw Zi Rujing in a long robe already fighting with Lu Rufeng. He hurried outside and noticed that the crowd of onlookers was as large as last time. What happened? He asked a man next to him. "I don't know. They just somehow started fighting," the man replied. Then he looked at Chu Tianyuan's forehead with some surprise. "Brother, did you hide a woman in your dorm? You've got marks on your forehead as if you've been kissed." Chu Tianyuan was startled, and without caring about the two people fighting, he hurried back to his dormitory to check his copper mirror. To his surprise, there were indeed faint traces of being kissed. He recalled that dream. Could it be real? He shook his head. Suddenly, he looked outside as if remembering something, and a wave of nausea surged up. Just thinking about being touched and kissed by Lu Rufeng in his sleep made him feel depressed enough to want to commit suicide. He immediately guessed why Zi Rujing had fought with Lu Rufeng. It must have been because Lu Rufeng had ulterior motives towards him and was caught red-handed by Zi Rujing, resulting in the scene before him. With this thought, he rushed out the door. "Lu Rufeng, I won't let you off." Lu Rufeng was currently battling with Zi Rujing in the air. Both of them were Wind Soul masters, and their fight had escalated to the sky. With Chu Tianyuan's roar, Lu Rufeng slowly descended to the ground. Just as he was about to explain something, Chu Tianyuan struck him with a palm, which was just a simple palm strike, but carried a gust of wind. Lu Rufeng hurriedly evaded, saying, "Tianyuan, brother, what is this about? You know very well." Chu Tianyuan struck again. It was better for him to die than to say that Lu Rufeng had kissed him. "Hey, Tianyuan, brother, let's talk this out." Lu Rufeng dodged again. "There's nothing to talk about. You pervert. What did you just do to me?" Lu Rufeng was even more frustrated. "As soon as I entered your room, I saw him." He pointed at Zi Rujing, and several wind blades came rushing in. Zi Rujing also made a move. With Zi Rujing's attack, Chu Tianyuan followed up with his own. Facing the two-pronged assault, even Lu Rufeng, one of the top 10 prodigies, could not withstand it. Frustrated, he soared into the air, flying 10 steps away. "Forget it. Today is just my bad luck." Then he glared fiercely at Zi Rujing. "Kid, how dare you compete with me for food? I'll remember you. Have the guts to leave your name." This statement left Chu Tianyuan baffled. "Competing for food with you? Do you think everyone is like you?" Facing Lu Rufeng's threat, Zi Rujing was unafraid and said, "Zi Rujing, at your service anytime." Chapter 12. 1 year later, as Lu Rufeng retreated, the crowd dispersed in a rush. For them, as long as there was a show to watch, it was fine. As long as it didn't involve them, nothing else mattered. Zi Rujing also returned to the dormitory with Chu Tianyuan, although he didn't live inside. The vacant spot was still his. Just as the two sat down, they saw the Yinhua brothers rushing in from outside. "Big brother." Yin Yin was out of breath. His face flushed, but he couldn't say a word. "What is the fuss about?" Chu Tianyuan said lightly. Yinhua had run too quickly, panting heavily, and suddenly hugged Chu Tianyuan's legs, big brother from now on. You are our real big brother. You must protect us two little brothers. Chu Tianyuan was dumbfounded. These two guys are way too excited. After the brothers shared their story, Chu Tianyuan finally understood their plight. They came to the Seoul Martial Academy under pressure from their family. Ever since Yin entered the academy, their fire soul power had stagnated. The family head said that only by placing them next to Yin could their fire soul power advance as it once did. Although this was true, how could the Yinhua brothers endure Yin Yan's tyranny? It was a torment worse than death. However, when the Yinhua brothers learned about the true situation from yesterday, they immediately ran back to their dormitory. Now, to them, staying by Chu Tianyuan's side felt like the safest option. All right, Chu Tianyuan said, I understand your situation, but following me all the time isn't a solution. Think about it. If your soul power continues to stagnate, won't you still have to go back to your elder sister's side eventually? The Yinhua brothers' faces changed drastically. The shadow that Yin left in their hearts was not small. Big brother, you have to help us think of a way. Otherwise, our little lives will be over, Yin pleaded. Chu Tianyuan pondered for a moment and said, I do have a good method, but I don't know if you're willing. What good method? Yinhua asked eagerly. As long as it doesn't bring us back to the elder sister's side, we agree to anything. This method is to help you raise your levels. You? Yinhua was taken aback. But you're a water soul master. Exactly, because I'm a water soul master. You must first explain to me the principles of using fire soul power, Chu Tianyuan replied. Of course, I want to ask you to reveal all the soul skills you know. Chu Tianyuan finally revealed his cunning side. After battling with Yin, he had already decided that he wanted to comprehend fire soul power, because he vaguely remembered a martial art that he could never master, whether in the past or in the soul fighting continent. He suspected that this martial art was neither a martial technique nor a soul skill, but rather a combat technique that combined internal force and soul power. The name of this martial art is the Heavenly Intent Four Symbols Technique. The Heavenly Intent Four Symbols Technique cultivates internal force to refine the body, harnessing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, transforming divine power for one's own use. The Wind Technique breaks the body, the Fire Technique breaks the spirit, the Thunder Technique breaks the heavens, and a Lightning Technique breaks the void. Chu Tianyuan has already comprehended the power of Thunder Soul, which can be utilized to the third tribulation through the 9 tribulation Thunder movement. Moreover, the power of Thunder Soul also includes the application of lightning. If he can comprehend the power of Fire Soul and Wind Soul, then he can cultivate the Four Symbols Technique of Heavenly Intent. Yin thought for a moment, made a resolution, and said, as long as Big Brother can help us advance, I won't mind sharing not only the basic application of Fire Soul, but even the soul techniques. Chu Tianyuan wouldn't want their soul skills. He has the best combat skills to practice. In the days that followed, Chu Tianyuan spent almost all his time comprehending soul power, and within a year, he became familiar with many people. The Yinhua brothers became his most loyal friends. Besides exchanging knowledge on the use of fire soul power, they also engaged in some combat sparring. However, whenever they walked together and encountered Yin, she would glare at him angrily, to which Chu Tianyuan just smiled it off. Ziru Jing's relationship with him remained one of trust, as always, while Lu Rufeng often intruded on him, which gave him a headache. Ming Ling Wan would also come to find him from time to time, always giving him a warm feeling. However, the Chu Tian in the trial ground had not come out. A lot happened in a year. The Yinhua brothers actually advanced to level 6 with his help, which puzzled Chu Tianyuan. Shui Mei'er surprisingly dropped out and returned to Water City, because in the Dragon Soul Empire, Shui Linglong was the strongest water system soul master. Before leaving, she specifically came to thank Chu Tianyuan. Ziru Jing had a fierce battle with Lu Rufeng on campus, finally revealing her stunning beauty. When Lu Rufeng saw Ziru Jing without her robe, she immediately widened her eyes and exclaimed, God, save me. Ziru Jing, your eyes will always stir my longing, carrying my fluctuating heartbeat. Then she immediately conceded, and her focus shifted from Chu Tianyuan to Ziru Jing. Ziru Jing could no longer tolerate her entanglement. But in terms of strength, he was still slightly inferior to Lu Rufeng, so he had no choice but to seek help from Chu Tianyuan. In response, Chu Tianyuan sighed and said, Brother, you finally understand the pain I felt back then. Ziru Jing's face was gloomy, and he just gritted his teeth and said, Chu Tianyuan, are you going to help or not? Chu Tianyuan frowned and said, Ru Jing, how can I help you? Are you asking me to accept Lu Rufeng? Ziru Jing angrily left. She didn't know how to resolve the situation. In her heart, she could never accept Lu Rufeng, regardless of whether he was male or female. because someone else had already occupied her heart. The one who changed the most was Ming Lingwan, who had already told Chu Tianyuan about the desolate place. Chu Tianyuan just sighed and said, Tian Tian will definitely come out because I'm here waiting for her. Ming Lingwan felt a pang in her heart upon hearing this and asked, Do you really like Tian Tian? Of course I do, Chu Tianyuan replied. She's like a biological sister to me. Tears immediately fell from Ming Lingwan's eyes, but she quickly smiled through her tears, saying, You always know how to make me laugh, her face turning as red as the clouds at sunset. Chu Tianyuan noticed Ming Lingwan's reaction and felt a wave of panic inside. He had long realized Ming Lingwan's feelings for him, but he didn't know how to respond. Deep down, his view on love was very simple. He didn't want it to be complicated. Ming Lingwan was like the purest angel, giving everyone a feeling of perfection that was almost unbelievable. Chu Tianyuan also had feelings for Ming Lingwan, but was afraid of dragging her down. The challenges he faced were not easy, and his only goal was to become stronger. Odes, the Temple of Light Soul, and the deities of the divine realm felt like hidden enemies in his future, and he sensed that one day he would have to confront them. With that in mind, he sighed deeply and asked Ming Lingwan, If one day I have to leave here, would you be willing to come with me? Ming Lingwan pondered for a long time, but ultimately did not give an answer, as she had many things to consider. Her heart swayed like a lonely boat on the sea, and so this unstarted emotion was stifled in its cradle. With red eyes, she walked out of Chu Tianyuan's sight. As she left, she suddenly felt that warm ray of sunlight in her heart gradually fading away. So, she turned back and asked, If I just want to be with you right now, would you be willing? Chu Tianyuan shook his head. The person I like, I want to keep her by my side for a lifetime. His heart ached too. Why is it hurt who stays by your side for a lifetime instead of you staying by her side for a lifetime? She whispered, Because I have to leave, and when I leave, I want to take away the thing I care about the most. Ming Ling turned her head, slowly moving her steps. With each step she took away, her heart ached a little more. I can never leave the capital, because the capital is my home. However, my heart will always be reserved for you. Chu Tianxiang was filled with sorrow and indignation. He was a direct descendant of the Chu family, and his talent was among the best of the younger generation. However, he could not win the heart of the woman he loved most. Before meeting Chu Tianyuan, Ming Lingwan had not explicitly rejected him, but she also had not shown any affection. Now, it had been a long time since she had smiled at him. He felt like a butterfly waiting for flowers to bloom, occasionally catching a whiff of floral fragrance and dancing in delight. As long as the flowers bloomed, he was willing to wait. But later, the flowers did bloom, yet they did not bloom for him. Most importantly, what he waited for was a night blooming Sirius, which would fade away in an instant, leaving him unable to even catch a scent. Ming Lingwan's coldness made his heart feel like it was in an ice cellar, and he gradually began to resent Chu Tianyuan, the one who witnessed the fleeting beauty of a night blooming Sirius. Chu Tianao was also feeling quite frustrated. His favorite Xue Mir had unexpectedly left the Seoul Martial Academy. Of course, before this, Xue Mir had just met Chu Tianyuan. Her cold personality was well known, making it impossible for her to. However, Chu Tianyuan's appearance somehow made this impossible situation occur, leading the already suspicious Chu Tianao to unleash his impressive imagination. Xue Mir must have confessed to Chu Tianyuan, only to be heartbroken and embarrassed after being rejected. There was another person who felt unhappy, and that was Huang Puzhou, a light soul master with a tendency for self-harm. He enjoyed making small cuts on himself with a knife, and then healing them with his light soul power. But that was not his favorite pastime. His real enjoyment came from pretending to unintentionally provoke Yin Yan. Yin Yan's violent nature was well known, and he would then feign resistance, relishing the thrill of being abused. However, ever since Yin Yan was defeated by Chu Tianyuan, her personality had become much more restrained, and she rarely made an appearance. Naturally, Huang Puzhou's twisted desires went unfulfilled, leading him to develop a hatred for Chu Tianyuan. At this moment, Chu Tianyuan was completely unaware that he had inexplicably made several strong enemies. Even if he didn't know, he wouldn't be able to explain it. He was immersed in the comprehension of fire soul power, and with a single thought, a small flame immediately rose before him. Chu Tianyuan looked at the rising flame in front of him, feeling excited inside. He had spent an entire year trying to comprehend the power of the fire soul. Chapter 13. Traces of the Wind. The Flame brothers stared in disbelief at the floating flame in front of Chu Tianyuan, their eyes nearly popping out. For them, understanding one type of soul power was already extremely difficult, and those who could comprehend two types of soul power were almost monsters. However, Chu Tianyuan was even more monstrous, as he had comprehended two types of soul power that were of opposite attributes. Everyone understands that water and fire cannot coexist, and the probability of comprehending opposing soul powers is even smaller than that of three types of soul powers. Big brother, did you really comprehend the fire soul? Yanhua asked, somewhat in disbelief. Chu Tianyuan smiled slightly, and the flames in front of him disappeared into the air. What do you think? Big brother, I have always had a question. What is your original soul level? Yin Yin asked. I don't know, Chu Tianyuan replied. I have never tested my original soul. Impossible, Yanhua and his brother said at the same time. Almost everyone in the soul fighting continent tests their original soul by the age of 6 to determine their developmental direction. I'm telling the truth, Chu Tianyuan said. If you knew about my past life, you would understand that not everyone on this continent can test their original soul. At this point, Chu Tianyuan couldn't help but feel a wave of disappointment. Although Yanhua and his brother were surprised, they also knew that Chu Tianyuan wouldn't lie to them. They just found it strange what Chu Tianyuan's childhood was like. Could be more tragic than theirs. Thinking of this, they broke out in a cold sweat. Over the past year, although Yin Yin hadn't sought them out, the shadow in their hearts hadn't diminished at all. If I told you that I am a direct descendant of the Chu family, would you believe it? Over the past year, Chu Tianyuan had gradually come to regard Yanhua and his brother as close friends. Upon hearing this, Yanhua and his brother were stunned. A direct descendant of the Chu family who hasn't tested their original soul? That's too absurd. Moreover, Chu Tianyuan had hardly contacted anyone from the Chu family over the past year. Could the Chu family really neglect such a talented individual? Even before comprehending the fire soul, Chu Tianyuan's insights into problems were sharp and to the point, which was also the reason they were able to advance within a year. Perhaps their understanding of Chu Tianyuan was indeed too limited. Chu Tianyuan didn't say much, just asked them, do you know where the trial area favored by Wind Soul Masters is? There's a place called Wangfeng Ridge on the back mountain. It's a forbidden area for other soul masters, but a treasure land for Wind Soul Masters. The wind there cuts like a knife, Yanhua replied. Thanks. Chu Tianyuan clasped his fists and walked out of the dormitory. He wasn't in a hurry to cultivate his fire soul power. He just wanted to quickly comprehend the wind soul power. Only by understanding the powers of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning could he practice the four symbols of heaven's intent. Big brother, what are you going to that place for? Yin Yin asked. I don't know. Big brother's matters are always mysterious, Yanhua said, looking at Chu Tianyuan's back. When Sang Haiyan flew in the air, he mostly used wind soul power. Although he was a Holy Domain Light Soul Master, he was also a level 9 Wind Soul Master. Since reaching the Holy Domain with Light Soul power, he had spent almost all his time practicing Light Soul techniques, with no progress in Wind Soul power for 10 years. This time he came to Wangfeng Ridge just to take advantage of the strong winds there to advance his Wind Soul power. But at that moment, he saw a bare-chested young man sitting cross-legged on Wangfeng Ridge. The fierce cold wind left bloody marks on his supple skin, yet the young man remained unmoved. His eyes tightly closed, seemingly blending completely with his surroundings. This boy had a strong will. It was just unknown how long he could endure. Judging by his physique, he was clearly a martial master. A martial master could withstand such a piercing wind. His resolve must be as solid as a rock. If our Soul Martial Academy could produce more students like this, it would truly be a blessing for the Empire, he thought to himself. Then, his body slowly rose, and he sat down beside the young man. Chu Tianyuan was feeling the power of the wind when he suddenly noticed an old man beside him. He was slightly surprised, but quickly calmed down, as the Dragon Soul Empire was vast. And it was not uncommon for some Wind Soul Masters from the capital to come to Windwatch Ridge to experience the power of the wind. A day passed, and neither Chu Tianyuan nor the old man moved. Sang Haiyan was secretly astonished. It was common for a martial artist to endure such pain, but it was rare to persist for a whole day. This made him regard Chu Tianyuan with even more respect. The next day, neither of them moved again. Sang Haiyan's surprise turned into shock. He thought to himself, I want to see how long you can hold on. On the evening of the third day, Sang Haiyan finally couldn't sit still any longer. It wasn't that he couldn't endure. His wind soul power thrived in the strong winds. But he was simply experiencing the traces of the wind, gaining insight into the wind soul power. He slowly stood up and then suddenly leaped into the air. He didn't resist the biting cold wind. At that moment, he moved with the wind like a leaf, completely integrating himself into it. He was the wind, and the wind was him. As his soul merged with the world, he felt the wind soul power slowly condensing within him at that moment. Chu Tianyuan opened his eyes and looked at the old man in the air. At this moment, the old man resembled a swimming fish in water, and also like a fallen leaf in the wind. Chu Tianyuan's gaze sharpened, as if he had caught a trace of the wind. Ha ha ha! The laughter of two people rang out simultaneously. Sang Haiyan stood in the wind, looking at Chu Tianyuan. Young man, what are you laughing at? Chu Tianyuan also looked at him and said, whatever the senior laughs at, the junior laughs at too. Sang Haiyan initially had some fondness for Chu Tianyuan, but after hearing this, he became somewhat displeased. He laughed because he had seen through the trajectory of the wind. Could this little brat really see it too? As a sole master of the holy domain, Sang Haiyan had his own pride. And how could he swallow this anger when a young man before him spoke such arrogant words? All right, then tell me, what is this old man laughing at? Chu Tianyuan smiled slightly. The senior is laughing, right? He then saw his body slowly rising. Sang Haiyan was taken aback. You are also a Wind Soul master. Chu Tianyuan shook his head, saying it wasn't the case just a moment ago, but now it is. Sang Haiyan was even more surprised. Are you saying you just comprehended the Wind Soul power? That's right, Chu Tianyuan slowly replied. So this is the trajectory of the wind. Then his body actually began to move through the air, just like the old man from before. The trajectory of the wind is tearing. It's a line. It penetrates like a silk thread. It is sharper and more intangible than silk. This is the trace of the wind. Sang Haiyan was completely stunned. His understanding of the trace of the wind had only stayed at the level of tearing. The explanation of penetrating like a silk thread, yet sharper and more intangible than silk. How profound! Moreover, this young man in front of him claimed to have just comprehended the wind's soul power. To be able to describe the trajectory of the wind so vividly after just comprehending is an incredibly terrifying level of understanding. Wait a minute, just comprehended? That means he has been sitting here not to train his body, but to comprehend the wind's soul power. Shock. Complete shock. To be able to comprehend the wind's soul power in such a manner. What kind of talent is required to achieve this? Young man, may I ask if you are a student of the Soul Martial Academy? Sang Haiyan was somewhat speechless. Yes, I've been at the Soul Martial Academy for a year. You entered as a martial master, right? How did you know? Chu Tianyuan asked, puzzled. Sang Haiyan forced a smile, thinking to himself, how could I not know? I've seen students with such terrifying talent during the original soul testing. May I ask what your original soul level is? He couldn't help but ask. Chu Tianyuan shook his head. I haven't tested my original soul yet. What? You haven't tested your original soul? Chu Tianyuan said dejectedly. Then he cupped his fist toward Sang Haiyan. Senior, I won't disturb your meditation since I have something to attend to. Wait. Sang Haiyan hurriedly followed, wondering where he could still find the mood to meditate. Senior, do you have something? Young man, I see that you must have a good talent for comprehending wind soul power. I happen to be working on measuring original souls at the Soul Martial Academy. How about I help you test it? Chu Tianyuan pondered for a moment. He also wanted to know about the original soul, but just thinking about Yin Wu gave him a headache. He didn't want others to think he was an idiot. So he said to Sang Haiyan, all right, but I need to release my soul beast first. It's quite large, and it won't be convenient over there. So please wait for a moment. All right, I'll wait for you here, Sang Haiyan replied. However, he was thinking to himself, how big could this boy's soul beast be? Even if it was an infinitely advanced soul beast, if its level wasn't high, it wouldn't be that big. But the next scene left him utterly astonished. Chu Tianyuan walked into the jungle at the back and summoned Yinwu and Zitong, saying, you two can just wander around the back mountain. I'll come back to pick you up in a while. Zitong patted his chest vigorously, but Yinwu persisted. 2 level 5 soul crystals. Chu Tianyuan took out the soul crystal from the space ring and threw it in front of it, saying, stay well in the back mountain and don't cause me trouble. Yes, master. Yinwu happily grabbed the soul crystal and flew deep into the back mountain, while Zitong pushed aside the bushes on both sides and swaggered along. Having already reached the mid-level of an 8th grade soul beast, its size almost as big as a small mountain, instantly flattening the bushes around it. Sang Haiyan was left dumbfounded. He couldn't see the soul beast in the distance, but from the fallen trees, it was clear that the boy's soul beast must be enormous. A creature that could instill fear just with its strength. After a while, Chu Tianyuan finally emerged from the woods. Sang Haiyan smiled and approached, saying, the young man's soul beast is indeed enormous. It must be of a high level, right? It's just an 8th grade strength-type soul beast, Chu Tianyuan replied. Sang Haiyan's mouth twitched. An 8th grade strength-type soul beast. Just only. When I was your age, my soul beast was still nursing. But he still tried to smile and asked, what is the young man's name? Chu Tianyuan. Chu Tianyuan. Are you from the Chu family in Batian City? Chu Tianyuan fell silent for a moment. No. Sang Haiyan could see through his lies. He knew that Chu Tianyuan must have some ties to the Chu family. Otherwise, Chu Tianyuan wouldn't have shown such a disappointed expression. Could he be the illegitimate son of Ba Tian? He couldn't help but think. It's not impossible, after all. Ba Tian only married a woman in her 20s when he was already 80. It's not something he couldn't do. If Chu Ba Tian knew that Sang Haiyan was speaking ill of him behind his back, he would undoubtedly want to confront him. I've been fighting for over 60 years. Is it easy for me to start a family? Why don't you come and fight while I go be the dean at your place? Of course. As two powerful beings in the sacred domain of the entire empire, it wouldn't be easy for them to truly fight, but every strong person has their own bottom line. There are things that can be crossed, but some things cannot. Chu Ba Tian is undoubtedly that kind of person. Chapter 14. The Terrifying Origin Soul. Chu Tianyuan followed Sang Haiyan into a unique pavilion, where the air was fresh and the fragrance of flowers filled the space. Chu Tianyuan could tell that Sang Haiyan must be an elegant person. Otherwise, he wouldn't pay such attention to the arrangement of the loft. Sang Haiyan took a soul-testing device from the cabinet and placed it on the table, then said to Chu Tianyuan, "Please wait a moment. I will go inside to get a few soul crystals." With that, he walked into the loft. Typically, a soul-testing device has 9 slots for soul crystals ranging from level 1 to level 9. The brightness of the crystals indicates the level of the original soul, which in turn reflects the tester's aptitude. For example, if a person's original soul level is 6, they should at least be able to reach level 6 Soul Master. Barring any accidents, Sang Haiyan's soul testing device was somewhat different from the usual ones, as it had 12 slots. Sang Haiyan initially planned to take out 9 soul crystals. But thinking of Chu Tianyuan's terrifying comprehension ability, he couldn't help but take out one more and put it in his pocket. It was a sacred domain soul crystal. He walked to the loft, placed the 9 soul crystals in the slots, and said, "Just extend your hand into this soul testing device." Chu Tianyuan looked at the soul measuring instrument, pondering its working principle. However, thinking that it was related to the original soul made him feel that scientific knowledge couldn't explain it. He slowly extended his hand into the soul measuring instrument. As his hand fully entered the instrument, the soul crystals on it lit up at an astonishing speed. 1, 2, 3, 9 crystals. The 9 soul crystals lit up in the blink of an eye. "Quick, pull your hand out." Sang Haiyan urgé anxieusly. But it was already too late. The 9 soul crystals on the instrument suddenly exploded. Fragments of the soul crystals scattered everywhere. Sang Haiyan looked at the shattered pieces on the ground, and his face twitched involuntarily. The first few soul crystals could be overlooked, but the ones above level 6 also exploded. Those were the soul crystals of intermediate and advanced soul beasts. Chu Tianyuan looked at the smoking soul-testing instrument with an embarrassed expression and could only withdraw his hand from the device. "Young man, please wait a moment. I'll go get a few more soul crystals." Sang Haiyan turned and walked into the pavilion, his face still showing signs of pain. Chu Tianyuan nodded at Sang Haiyan, looking dejected. Could it be that the soul-testing instrument malfunctioned? Why did all the soul crystals shatter the moment he reached in? However, this old man was indeed generous. He didn't pursue any responsibility despite the shattered soul crystals. Although Sang Haiyan felt a sting in his heart, he didn't dare to hold Chu Tianyuan accountable. The shattering of the soul crystals could only mean that Chu Tianyuan's original soul was so powerful that it couldn't even be tested with level 9 soul crystals. Sang Haiyan had only placed 9 soul crystals, and he could only blame himself for underestimating Chu Tianyuan's original soul level. He just wanted to give it a try first and didn't intend to take out the holy level soul crystals. What he didn't expect was that Chu Tianyuan's original soul was so strong that it could destroy all 9 soul crystals in the blink of an eye. The soul crystals were still placed in. And this time, Sang Haiyan also put a soul crystal in the 10th slot. A first-level holy domain soul crystal. All right, now you can reach in again. Chu Tianyuan felt a bit anxious, but still put his hand in. 1, 2, 9, 10. However, this was not the end. After the 10th soul crystal lit up, the light grew brighter and the entire pavilion emitted a fierce glow. "Hurry, pull your hand out." Sang Haiyan shielded his eyes from the blinding light, feeling anxious. That was the soul crystal of a sacred domain soul beast. Chu Tianyuan was already prepared and quickly pulled his hand out from the soul measuring instrument. The 10 soul crystals glowed brightly for a while before slowly dimming. Several instructors who were about to end their class in the distance felt a powerful pressure from the original soul at the same time, and they looked towards the old man's loft, where the light had just dissipated. Is the dean comprehending the light soul power combat technique again? But this time the commotion is a bit too much. Luckily, this light soul power isn't lethal, otherwise the entire loft would have to be rebuilt again, said the martial arts instructor Butitus. Sang Haiyan was completely stunned. The first level soul crystal of the sacred domain couldn't even measure Chu Tianyuan's original soul. This had only happened twice since the establishment of the Soul Martial Academy. One was Tsang Tian from the Earth City, who had an original soul of a tri-element soul master. The other was the new student Zi Rujing from last year. Could it be that the young man before him also has talent like Tsang Tian? Old man, I think it's better to let it go, Chu Tianyuan said nervously. He believed that it must be because of the special nature of his original soul that the measuring instrument couldn't detect it. After all, he had lived 3 lives. So it wasn't surprising that his original soul was special. Sang Haiyan's expression darkened, thinking to himself, let it go? Do you think my Grand Soul Martial Academy can't measure a student's original soul? Chu Tianyuan saw the expression on Sang Haiyan's face and could only awkwardly say, old sir, my original soul might be a bit special, so it's normal if it can't be measured. If we mess up and damage these soul crystals, that wouldn't be good. His expression was sincere, but Sang Haiyan was furious. Damage the soul crystals? If every student could damage these soul crystals, that would be great. Young man, wait a moment longer. This time, I will definitely be able to measure your original soul, Sang Haiyan said as he quickly walked into the cabinet. He couldn't believe it. Could there really be an original soul stronger than Tsang Tian? With the sound of his footsteps, this time he took out a second-tier soul crystal from the sacred realm. Come on in. This time he was not dragging his feet. Chu Tianyuan once again reached into the soul measuring instrument. Just like the previous 2 times, all 9 soul crystals lit up in the blink of an eye, and then the first-tier holy-level soul crystal shone with brightness as intense as before. It had already reached the limit of brightness, and then the 11th soul crystal also lit up. The entire attic became a giant lamp, and the second-tier holy-level soul crystal had reached its limit. The second-tier limit original soul of the Holy Realm. This made him the number 1 in the Soul Martial Academy. However, this was not Chu Tianyuan's limit. The second-tier holy-level soul crystal was no longer comparable to ordinary soul beast soul crystals. Its hardness was even tougher than that of fine steel. But at this moment, under the overwhelming original soul energy, this soul crystal showed signs of bursting. His heart raced to his throat. Chu Tianyuan quickly withdrew his hand, and only after the light dissipated did he awkwardly smile at Sang Haiyan, his expression full of helplessness. A second-tier original soul beyond the sacred domain. Could it be a third tier? Sang Haiyan was completely shocked. This time, he said nothing and directly walked to the cabinet. He was going to take out the third-tier soul crystal of the sacred domain. The 12 slots of the soul measuring device were all filled. Sang Haiyan tried to suppress the shock in his heart, saying now, please put your hand in. Just as expected, all 12 soul crystals lit up. This time, the entire academy looked towards the attic. Could it be that the dean has learned a new soul skill? Asked the dark-type mentor, Lu Lin. Just as everyone looked at the attic in confusion, there were more than 10 people in the academy who were extremely shocked. They included all the soul masters among the top 10 prodigies of the academy. Only they knew why the attic was glowing. It was because someone was measuring their original soul. Every soul master entering the Soul Martial Academy would have their original soul measured, but there were exceptions, specifically those whose original souls exceeded level 9. After measuring the limit of a level 9 original soul, the measurer would ask them to withdraw their hand from the measuring device and secretly notify them for a second measurement. The location for this measurement would be the dean's attic, and it would be the dean personally helping them measure. As the attic shone brightly, a loud explosion came from inside, and the attic immediately turned into a pile of ruins. Sang Haiyan and Chu Tianyuan were already suspended in the air. As all 12 soul crystals exploded after reaching their limit, Sang Haiyan stared blankly at the ruins before him, his expression one of disbelief. A divine-level original soul. Only a divine-level original soul could make the third-tier soul crystals of the sacred domain unable to withstand it. Old man Chu Tianyuan felt anxious inside. This was the soul crystal of the sacred domain. Although he could take it out, he didn't dare to show it casually. After recovering from his shock, Sang Haiyan said, Chu Tianyuan, I will ask you one more time. You must answer me honestly and must not conceal anything. If the old man has something to say, just say it. I will not conceal anything, replied the junior. Sang Haiyan had already destroyed 2 of each level 1 to 9 soul crystals and 3 of the sacred domain soul crystals to help him measure his original soul. And Chu Tianyuan still felt very guilty. The soul crystals of the sacred domain were things that could make even powerful beings of the sacred domain fight fiercely for. I ask you, are you really a member of the Chu family? If not, where are you really from? Chu Tianyuan saw that Sang Haiyan's expression was serious and did not hide anything. The old gentleman guessed correctly. He indeed had the bloodline of the Chu family. But he was not a member of the Chu family. Chu Tianyuan was already dead in the Chu family. As he spoke, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. The Chu family would forever be a source of heartache for him. He did not hate the Chu family, but he could not forgive them either. The Chu family had never given him anything, and most importantly, his mother died because of the Chu family. When she died, no one stood up to protect her. This was all he knew. Sang Haiyan did not care about Chu Tianyuan's issues with the Chu family. He only needed to confirm one thing, whether Chu Tianyuan was a person of the Dragon Soul Empire. If not, he wouldn't mind killing Chu Tianyuan on the spot. Chu Tianyuan's talent was truly terrifying. Now that he had confirmed Chu Tianyuan's identity, he was extremely excited. With Chu Tianyuan's talent, it would only take a few decades for him to reach the Holy Domain. Moreover, as long as he was given enough time, he would definitely become a god-level powerhouse. Seeing Sang Haiyan's excited expression, Chu Tianyuan felt a little uneasy and said, if the old gentleman intends to go to the Chu family to reclaim the lost soul crystals, then please do not go. Sang Haiyan was taken aback and couldn't help but laugh heartily. Young man, do you think I asked about your family's affiliation just to reclaim the lost soul crystals? Hearing this, Chu Tianyuan's heart relaxed slightly. If he really had to compensate for the lost soul crystals, he could only take out the soul crystals from his spatial ring, and at that point, he didn't know what kind of complications would arise. I am a soul tester. These shattered soul crystals have nothing to do with you. How could I ask a little kid like you for compensation? Sang Haiyan said, all right, you can go back for now. I still have to deal with some matters here. Chu Tianyuan looked at the ruins before him, smiled bitterly, then cupped his fists towards Sang Haiyan and turned to leave. Chapter 15. The Contest for the Top 10 Talents, Part 1. As Chu Tianyuan departed, 3 Wind Soul Masters flew in. Dean, what happened? One of the Wind Soul Masters asked. It's nothing, just realized the soul skill and accidentally overexerted myself, Sang Haiyan replied. He didn't want to tell anyone about it. After all, that was a divine-level original soul, and the fewer people who knew, the safer it would be. By the way, I need to go out for a while. Let Bylula handle things at the academy. But the Vice Dean has already entered the Silent Land. As you know, his most valued disciple, Chu Tiantian, has been in there for a year without coming out. Then you'll take care of things at the academy. Is that all right? Sang Haiyan said. But the top 10 talent competition will be held in 10 days. Facing a dual system soul master from the sacred domain, the Wind Soul Masters are a bit anxious. You all will be responsible for everything, Sang Haiyan said impatiently. Also, find someone to help me repair the pavilion. I'll be gone for about half a month. Yes, Dean. As Sang Haiyan left, one Wind Soul Master said, why is the Dean leaving in such a hurry this time? Is there something more important than the top 10 talents competition? Who knows? Some things. Only when we reach the sacred domain might we understand, another replied. Sang Haiyan flew towards the imperial capital. He was going to the royal family. When Emperor Ming Shun heard that Sang Haiyan was coming, he immediately walked out of the hall to greet him, accompanied by a beautiful young girl. The girl's eyes were as deep as the night sky, and her figure was as soft as willow fluff. Upon seeing Sang Haiyan, she immediately ran up and said, Grandpa Sang, you're here. She then grabbed Sang Haiyan's arm and shook it. Oh, Princess Lingwan, you're making this old man feel shy. Are you still managing well at the academy? Sang Haiyan looked at Ming Lingwan. Emperor Ming Shun, seeing Ming Lingwan like this, couldn't help but put on a stern face and said, hurry inside and stay there. I have something to discuss with Dean Sang. Ming Lingwan was somewhat reluctant, but could only pout and leave. After Ming Lingwan left, Sang Haiyan clasped his hands and said to Emperor Ming Shun, Your Majesty, I came this time to enter the Dragon Soul space. Hearing this, Emperor Ming Shun was slightly taken aback. Mr. Sang wants to enter the Dragon Soul space? Is there some major event happening? There are some matters, but they have nothing to do with the Empire. I need to consult my master in person to make a decision. Since you need to see Master Kong, then Mr. Sang, please follow me. Sang Haiyan followed Emperor Ming Shun into the palace, and they found a secret room with only a massive iron door. Mr. Sang, you can go in. I will wait outside. Sang Haiyan did not push the door open. He just walked straight ahead and then disappeared behind the door. This was an iron door formed by condensed soul power, and only a powerful being from the sacred domain could walk through it nonchalantly. Half an hour later, Sang Haiyan was standing in the air above the imperial city. My master has already entered seclusion. It seems this matter needs to be put on hold. Never mind. Let's go to Ba Tian and find out what kind of person Chu Tianyuan is. Such talent was almost buried among the martial artists. Ba Tian, I want to see what you have to say. The Seoul Martial Academy was buzzing with news. The top 10 talent competition will be held in 10 days. In response, the Yinhua brothers eagerly sought out Chu Tianyuan. In their eyes, a year ago, Chu Tianyuan could already defeat Yin Yin, and his strength had long been among the top 10 talents. They were simply eager to know Chu Tianyuan's strength and urge him to sign up. Big brother, I believe you can definitely rank in the top 5. It would be such a shame if you don't participate. Chu Tianyuan pondered for a moment and asked, what are the benefits of making it into the top 10? There are plenty of benefits. Yinhua interjected eagerly, the top 10 prodigies, who isn't a top-notch talent among the geniuses. If you earn the title of one of the top 10 prodigies, who would dare to provoke you in the future? Also, the beauties in the academy. Before Yinhua could finish, Yin Yin stuffed a sock into his mouth. Brother, don't listen to his nonsense. He's just full of bad ideas. If you earn the title of one of the top 10 prodigies, the academy's soul skills and martial skills will be open to you at any time. It's said that you can even receive personal guidance from the dean. You must know that the dean is a powerhouse in the sacred domain. Yin Yin said. Chu Tianyuan looked at Yin Yin and said helplessly, then let's sign up. I also want to know how strong the genius of the Seoul Martial Academy really is. Yin Yin immediately jumped up with joy, while Yinhua took the sock out of his mouth and threw a fireball directly at Yin Yin's head, saying, you bastard, using dirty socks. The competition for the talented was undoubtedly prepared for those prodigies, and almost all the students who could enter the Seoul Martial Academy believed their talents were exceptional. As the line for registration extended more than 100 meters, Chu Tianyuan glanced at the long queue and couldn't help but shake his head, preparing to return to the dormitory. Unexpectedly, Yinhua directly pulled him to the front of the line and cut in, saying, we're here to sign up. The person who was cut in line was a martial master. He had already been waiting in line for half an hour and was getting impatient. When it was finally his turn, he was furious to see a few people cutting in, and he glared at the 3 of them, saying, you guys dared to cut in front of me. Iron Arm Ape, are you tired of living? Yinhua turned around and asked, do you want to be eliminated now or embarrass yourself on stage later? It must be said that Yinhua's words were a bit excessive. In front of so many people, even the most timid person would want to save face. The Iron Arm Ape swung his fist at Yinhua. But Yinhua not only didn't dodge, but instead met it head-on. He grabbed the Iron Arm Ape's fist, pulled him, and then lifted him onto his shoulder, sending the Iron Arm Ape flying over his head. And he's a martial master, yet he couldn't even take my one move. Yinhua looked at the fallen Iron Arm Ape and then turned back to Chu Tianyuan, saying, big brother, how's my move turning the world over? Chu Tianyuan was taken aback for a moment. Although he often practiced fighting techniques with the Flame Brothers, he had never taught them. He was surprised that Yinhua was able to learn some simple fighting techniques during their sparring sessions. Yin Yin also smiled at Chu Tianyuan and said, big brother, actually, every time we spar with you, we're secretly learning your combat skills. Chu Tianyuan patted his head and said, what are you sneaking around learning for? If you want to learn it later, I'll teach you. Really? Yin Yin was a bit incredulous. For someone like him, who often caused trouble for other soul masters. After countless battles, he had come to understand the terrifying combat skills of Chu Tianyuan. No wonder Chu Tianyuan could win against both of them without using inner strength or soul power. But this was definitely not because the Yinhua brothers were too weak. It was because Chu Tianyuan was too strong for them. Just as they were leaving the crowd, a fiery red figure squeezed in. As soon as the Yinhua brothers saw Yin Yin, they immediately shrank behind Chu Tianyuan. Their earlier domineering aura vanished. However, Yin Yin did not make things difficult for the two brothers. She simply said softly, you two have been performing quite well lately, and you've both leveled up. It seems that being with Chu Tianyuan is treating you well. The Yinhua brothers nodded timidly, and Chu Tianyuan smiled and nodded back at Yin Yin. Just as they were about to leave, Yin Yin called out to Chu Tianyuan, saying, Chu Tianyuan, I hope to have a match with you again in this year's Genius competition. This time, I will not lose to you. Soon after, several of the top 10 geniuses arrived one after another. Strangely, they all seemed to have a lot of grievances against Chu Tianyuan, especially Chu Tianxiang, whose gaze could almost pierce through Chu Tianyuan. Chu Tianao also glared at him angrily, and even Huang Puzhou, whom Chu Tianyuan had never seen before, was staring at him fiercely. Chu Tianyuan felt depressed. not knowing where he had offended these top figures. Song Tian arrived fashionably late, but as soon as he did, everyone around immediately made way for him. As expected of the number one genius, he carried an aura of dominance wherever he went. However, Chu Tianyuan did not move. What he felt was not an aura of dominance, but a killing intent. Only those who had experienced life and death trials and had personally killed others would exude such a killing intent. Song Tian also noticed Chu Tianyuan as he walked past him. He glanced at Chu Tianyuan and said, "Did you feel that?" Chu Tianyuan nodded and said, as expected of the number one genius, truly incomparable to ordinary geniuses. Chu Tianyuan's words immediately provoked public outrage among the other talents. In their eyes, Song Tian was merely someone who had comprehended one more type of soul power than they had, and there was nothing to be proud of. However, Song Tian's next sentence directly ignited their fury. "In my eyes, other talents are nothing but garbage." His gaze never left Chu Tianyuan. "I have a bit of interest in you. I hope to encounter you as an opponent in the competition." "Song Tian, who are you calling garbage?" If you don't want to be unable to register before the competition, I suggest you better shut your mouth. Song Tian looked at Chu Tianxiang, his eyes like a beast eyeing its prey. Chu Tianxiang was so enraged he was speechless, yet he did not dare to make a move against Song Tian. It was still Chu Tianao who held back Chu Tianxiang, saying, "Cousin, don't waste your breath on him here. Let them see what we're capable of on the stage." Chu Tianxiang also knew that this was not the time to act, so he graciously took a step down. "All right, Song Tian, I, Chu Tianxiang, will remember what you said today. I hope you can back it up with some confidence in 10 days. Song Tian would not give him any face. Get lost. Among the 3 top talents of the Chu family, I only think highly of Chu Tiantian. The others are no different from low-level soul beasts in the desolate land. This time, he directly targeted Chu Tianxiang and Chu Tianao, degrading them to low-level soul beasts in front of so many people. No matter how good-natured they were, they couldn't tolerate it anymore. The two of them blocked Song Tian one after the other. "Song Tian, don't be so excessive in your words. I, Chu Tianxiang, have never been afraid of you." Chapter 16, The Top Talent Competition 2. Ha ha ha. Song Tian laughed loudly. "Chu Tianxiang, do you really think of yourself as something special? Just because you're ranked second on the talent list, you think you're on the same level as me? Don't forget, in the last talent finals, you couldn't even take 50 moves from me." Song Tian's words immediately stirred up a huge wave among the crowd. This is the difference. If Song Tian hadn't mentioned it, no one would have known about this matter, as most of the people here were freshmen, and becoming one of the top 10 talents was their goal. Who would have thought that the other 9 top talents at the pinnacle would be seen as so inadequate in Song Tian's eyes? Chu Tianxiang's face was a mix of white and blue, feeling worse than being slapped several times. He glared fiercely at Song Tian, his hands already covered with hard ice spikes. "What are you doing here?" At that moment, a voice came through. It was Master Butitas, the martial arts instructor. "Anyone caught fighting privately before the talent competition will have their qualification revoked." In the face of Butitas's furious shout, the crowd scattered, and Chu Tianxiang had no choice but to retract the ice power in his hands, his eyes filled with resentment as he looked at Song Tian. Some bystanders noticed that Chu Tianxiang had no intention of leaving or attacking, and they couldn't help but sneer. "What are you staring at? You can't even beat him, and he's the second in talent. I think his level is pretty average." Song Tian remained indifferent to Chu Tianxiang's glare, directly following behind Chu Tianyuan. "Chu Tianyuan, do you know Zirujing?" "Zirujing? How do you know him?" Chu Tianyuan was a bit surprised. "In terms of talent and appearance, I don't think anyone in this academy can compare to Zirujing, right? With such a genius, how could I not know him?" Song Tian replied. "Do you have business with him?" "No," Song Tian said. "I plan to leave the Seoul Martial Academy after this talent competition, so I want to see more experts. The top 10 talents hold no meaning for me anymore. The only person I'm interested in at this academy is Zirujing. Of course, I'm starting to take a bit of interest in you too, so I thought I'd give you a heads up. Chu Tianyuan, you're not worried about encountering an opponent in the preliminary round who might knock you out?" Song Tian laughed heartily and said, "If someone can knock me out in the preliminary round, I'll cut off my head and give it to him to use as a ball." Chu Tianyuan couldn't help but look at Song Tian with a bit more admiration. What a remarkable person, so arrogant no matter where he goes. However, when he returned to the dormitory, he scoffed at Song Tian again, because the Yinhua brothers told him that the top 10 prodigies didn't even need to participate in the preliminary rounds. They just had to sign up and would be directly placed in the finals. Chu Tianyuan thought about it and realized that if they had to encounter Song Tian in the preliminary rounds, the other 9 prodigies wouldn't even have a chance to survive, they definitely wouldn't pass the preliminaries. What puzzled Chu Tianyuan was that Song Tian seemed to care so much about Zi Rujing. A year ago, Zi Rujing couldn't even take one of his moves, although that move was somewhat excessively powerful. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered that he had never seen Zi Rujing fully unleash her strength. Perhaps her abilities were not as inadequate as he imagined. He recalled how Zi Rujing had fought against Liu Rufu, seemingly holding back for some reason. Perhaps Zi Rujing was actually the strongest person around him, but he just hadn't noticed. 10 days, not long, yet it passed in the blink of an eye. The first day was the preliminary round. The Yanhua brothers had already pulled him to the arena early. Big brother, there are over 1,000 people registered in the academy, and only 10 will be chosen to compete against last year's top 10 prodigies in the finals. We need to make it into the top 10 from these over 1,000 people to have a chance at the prodigy rankings. Yin Yin said, over 1,000 people. How long will that take? Due to the large number of participants, 10 arenas were set up, averaging over 100 people per arena, with only one champion needed from each arena. This way, they could finalize the preliminary list in 2 days. Fortunately, the three of us are not in the same arena. Otherwise, it would be disastrous, as neither I nor Yanhua have much hope. After the first day's competition, Chu Tianyuan and the Yanhua brothers returned to the dormitory. And Yanhua could hardly contain himself as he recounted his heroic deeds of the day. Big brother, do you know? My first opponent today was actually a water spirit master. I was dumbfounded at the time. Who would have thought? Guess what happened to that guy? Yanhua said, what happened? Chu Tianyuan asked. That guy actually overexerted himself in practicing his water spirit power for the competition and dehydrated right there on the spot. Haha. Yanhua laughed. A water spirit master dehydrated? That is indeed quite funny, Chu Tianyuan replied. Hey, big brother, how did your match go today? Well, I did win, but the process was a bit unexpected. Chu Tianyuan's victory was indeed surprising. His first match was against a petite girl. He found it difficult to attack a woman, especially such a small one, so he could only endure. Who would have thought that after over 100 exchanges, the girl would sit on the ground and start crying, saying, you keep dodging, I can't even touch you, boo-hoo. Chu Tianyuan is quite at a loss. When a woman gets fierce, he has his ways. But when a woman cries, he is helpless. He can only squat down and persuade her, classmate, can you please not cry? At that moment, the girl suddenly hugged his neck and gave him a fierce kiss on the cheek. Laughing through her tears, Chu Tianyuan, I finally kissed you. Then she jumped off the stage, bouncing with excitement. This left the onlookers dumbfounded. The next match was also quick. Chu Tianyuan directly knocked his opponent off the stage with a fighting technique. Overall, the first day of the competition went relatively smoothly. However, many unexpected events occurred, such as Song Si'er being eliminated on the first day and the champion of the second arena being determined on the first day as well. Of course, the champion of the second arena was a very capable guy, and he was extremely arrogant, standing on the stage and saying, I hate trouble the most, so whoever is from the second arena, come up together. Everyone was furious, regardless of whether they were from this arena or not. All who heard his words rushed up, only to be swept off the stage by his sole technique, as he was a necromancer. The events on the second day progressed even faster, and the results came out quickly. The remaining competitors were almost all strong fighters, but no matter how strong one is, they can still be defeated by someone stronger. The competition results were directly posted on a red banner, stating, after the preliminary rounds, the champions of arenas 1 to 10 were Zhang Jun, Hai Tian, Bao Tai, Zi Rujing, Gong Yuexin, Chu Tianyuan, Yanhua, Qin Zijuan, Mai Jieli, Feng Zhuta. The finals will be decided by a draw. Yin Yin was eliminated in the last round of preliminaries, and surprisingly, Yanhua used fighting techniques in the last few matches, which amazed everyone. The draw results were out, and since Xue Meier and Chu Tian had already left the Seoul Martial Academy, only 18 people participated in the finals. The matches were divided into 9 groups, changing the original 10 outstanding talents to 9. The first round of the finals determined the 9 outstanding talents. The first match turned out to be Yanhua against Mai Jieli, which relieved Yanhua. Although he was only at the peak of level 6, his strength could rival that of level 7. So his chances of winning against level 7 martial artist Mai Jieli were much higher than if he faced the previous outstanding talent, especially against Yin Yin. He could just surrender to avoid a beating. Mai Jieli was thrilled to draw a level 6 Fire Soul Master, realizing that as a martial artist, reaching this stage was already quite an accomplishment. The draw results gave him hope of reaching the outstanding talent rankings. Yanhua and Mai Jieli arrived at the stage. This was the match to decide the first person on the outstanding talent list, and the crowd had surrounded the arena tightly. A level 6 Fire Soul Master against a level 7 martial artist was a match full of suspense. As soon as the match began, my jelly struck. Knowing the strength of Soul Masters and their weakness in physicality, he aimed to take Yan Hua down before he could unleash his Fire Soul power. The only way to achieve this was through speed. My jelly had seen through the weakness of Soul Masters, so apart from practicing internal strength, he focused on speed in his techniques. In an instant, he rushed in front of Yan Hua, channeling strong internal energy into an attack aimed at Yan Hua's shoulders. The result of the match was unexpected. Both used only one move. My jelly was overly confident in his speed, while Yan Hua, having trained with Chu Tianyuan for a long time, was already accustomed to such speed. When my jelly fell in front of him, he merely remarked, "This speed is far too inferior compared to my brother." After training with Chu Tianyuan for over a year, Yan Hua discovered that no matter how fast they were, Chu Tianyuan would always be a bit faster, and they didn't even know how fast Chu Tianyuan could be at his limit. In the second round, it was Gong Yuexin against Ming Lingwan. Gong Yuexin won, as Ming Lingwan immediately conceded after just stepping onto the stage, finding the match meaningless. In the third round, Zi Rujing faced Zhang Jun, the champion who defeated Song Si'er in the first arena. Seeing Zi Rujing's delicate appearance, he looked down on her. Men with feminine features tend to attract more female admiration. During her year at the Seoul Martial Academy, Zi Rujing had only interacted with Chu Tianyuan and the Yan Hua brothers. Other girls would scream upon seeing her, and few could resist her enchanting looks. Of course, there were also some gender-ambiguous individuals who admired her, like Lu Rufu. Zhang Jun would not show mercy to a man. He immediately unleashed his strongest soul technique. It must be said that this was an extremely correct decision, as after he released this soul technique, he was directly kicked off the stage by Zi Rujing, whose speed was incredibly fast with the assistance of Wind Soul Power. Chapter 17. The Competition for Outstanding Talents. Part 3. The fourth round was somewhat tragic, as the ninth-ranked talent, Sang Nanzi, faced off against the first-ranked Song Tian and was directly knocked off the stage with one move. Sang Nanzi angrily cursed the instructor responsible for the draw. The innocent instructor could only accept it with a bitter face. Sang Nanzi's grandfather was Sang Haiyan. In the fifth round, it was Chu Tianyuan against Hai Tian. Hai Tian was the necromancer from the second arena, and without any nonsense, he stated, "I know you're Chu Tianyuan, the one who defeated Yin Yan. I will use my strongest move now. If you can break it, I will concede." He then immediately summoned a massive bone dragon on stage. After the bone dragon appeared, it was surrounded by some skeletal frames with a thought. Hai Tian encircled himself with the skeletal frames for maximum defense. To deal with such a dual-function opponent, Chu Tianyuan's fighting skills played a crucial role. The essence of fighting lies in rendering the opponent incapable of fighting, and the way to achieve that is by attacking the joints. The joints of the bone dragon were clear to Chu Tianyuan's eyes. He struck the two hind leg joints of the bone dragon twice at incredible speed, causing the massive bone dragon to fall. As for dealing with Hai Tian's skeletal defense, Chu Tianyuan directly used a technique akin to striking the cow over the mountain. Hai Tian couldn't comprehend why Chu Tianyuan could make him spit blood without damaging his skeletal frames. To this, Chu Tianyuan simply said two words: oscillation. Any object that is attacked will generate a form of resistance, and if it is attacked again at the moment of resistance, the first resistance and the second attack will create a relative oscillation wave, which is the essence of striking the cow over the mountain. In the match, the oscillation produced by Chu Tianyuan directly transmitted through the skeletal frame to Hai Tian's lungs. In the sixth round, Yin Yin faced Chu Tianao, and Yin Yin won. The level 7 Dual Light and Fire Soul Master against the level 7 Poison Soul Master had no comparison. The Poison Soul Power couldn't even reach Yin Yin before being neutralized by her Light Soul Power. In the seventh round, Chu Tianao faced Bao Tai and won. But he was quite angry about it, as Bao Tai was directly beaten into scrap iron and was as soft as mud when carried off. In the eighth round, Lu Rufu faced Feng Zhuta and won. Feng Zhuta was disgusted and jumped off the stage, as every time they clashed, Lu Rufu would take advantage of her speed as a Wind Soul Master to continuously harass him. He was a man, and how could he endure such humiliation? Moreover, after being taken advantage of, he couldn't even tell the other's gender. If she were a woman, that would be fine, but if not, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Thinking this, Feng Zhuta jumped off the stage and cursed, "Pervert, I'm not fighting anymore." Lu Ruffing looked gloomy. He hadn't had enough fun yet. In the ninth round, Huang Puzhou faced Kenzijuan, and Huang Puzhou won. It can be said that Huangpu Zhou and Liu Rufeng are the two most abnormal among the former top 10 prodigies. Liu Rufeng is psychologically abnormal, while Huangpu Zhou is abnormal both physically and psychologically. Han Zijuan was originally excited because his attacks had landed on Huangpu Zhou several times, but the more he fought, the more he realized something was off. He became increasingly excited, only to find that the battered Huangpu Zhou was even more exhilarated. Covered in blood, Huangpu Zhou seemed to be enjoying the beating, saying, "Come on, hit here, it feels good." While saying this, he even pointed to a certain part of his body, which scared Han Zijuan so much that he jumped off the stage, cursing as he left, "I'd rather fight Zhang Tian than touch this freak again." The first round of the finals came to an end, and the Academy's top 10 prodigies became 9. Among the newcomers were Yan Hua, Zi Rujing, Chu Tianyuan, and Gong Yuexin. Only half of the previous prodigies remained: Zhang Tian, Chu Tianxiang, Liu Rufeng, Yan Yan, and Huangpu Zhou. Next was the ranking competition for the 9 prodigies, which also used a drawing system. First group, Zi Rujing, Chu Tianxiang. Second group, Zhang Tian, Liu Rufeng. Third group, Chu Tianyuan, Gong Yuexin. Fourth group, Yan Hua, Yan Yan, Huangpu Zhou. One from each group would advance to the semifinals. Chapter 18. The Powerful Zi Rujing. In the first round of the prodigy ranking competition, Zi Rujing faced Chu Tianxiang. As the match progressed, the remaining participants were almost all outstanding among geniuses. Zi Rujing was hailed as the most talented individual in the Seoul Martial Academy, second only to Zhang Tian, so her strength was certainly formidable. But few had seen her in action, leaving no one aware of the true level of her power. Chu Tianxiang, as the second prodigy from the last competition, was also not to be underestimated. Among those concerned about the match were Song Si'er and Chu Tianyuan. Song Si'er had already stood by the arena early on. She just wanted to see clearly because he was the person she cared about the most. Zi Rujing had removed her robe and was standing in the air, surrounded by countless blades of wind that enveloped her body, a wind blade. Chu Tianxiang looked at the purple Rujing standing in midair, and his body slowly rose as well. This was a duel between Wind Soul Masters. Purple Rujing, the Academy, says you are second only to Zhang Tian. Now let me see how strong you really are. Chu Tianxiang said. His regrets at the Seoul Martial Academy were twofold. First, he failed to capture Ming Lingwan's heart, and second, he had always been overshadowed by Zhang Tian. The emergence of Purple Rujing had directly pushed his talent ranking from second to third, which left him feeling very dissatisfied. Purple Rujing said nothing more. He signed up for the Tianjiao competition to fight stronger opponents, and he had another purpose: to see through Chu Tianyuan. Chu Tianyuan was the person he found hardest to understand, and he even suspected that Chu Tianyuan had already reached the level of a high-level martial artist. However, there was only one way to prove it: through battle, to expose his hidden cards one by one with strength, and to fight Chu Tianyuan. He first had to defeat Chu Tianxiang. Wind Soul, Night Shadow Windblade. The wind soul power around Purple Rujing stirred violently, and countless wind blades shot towards Chu Tianxiang like arrows released from a bow. Wind Soul, you think you're the only one who can use it? Seeing the incoming wind blades, Chu Tianxiang remained calm. Wind Shield form. A massive wind shield appeared in front of him. The wind blades struck the wind shield, deviating from their path and reflecting onto the ground, leaving huge cracks in the stone slab surface. The crowd broke into a cold sweat. What a powerful wind soul power attack. However, such a strong attack was actually blocked by Chu Tianxiang's wind shield. How strong was Chu Tianxiang's defense? The wind blades are strong, but their power isn't enough, Chu Tianxiang said lightly. Purple Rujing smiled charmingly at Chu Tianxiang, but the attack of the wind blades continued. Your shield is strong, but how long can you hold out? Qu Xiangxiang was gradually realizing something surprising when Zi Rujing asked him. Zi Rujing's wind blade attack didn't require any control at all. The wind soul power was simultaneously gathering into his body while releasing sharp wind blades. As long as the wind soul power continued, the wind blades would be endless. This wasn't control of the wind soul power. Qu Xiangxiang exclaimed in shock. How did you do that? Zi Rujing looked at Qu Xiangxiang. Everyone's use of soul power is different. Learning someone else's soul technique may make you a strong fighter, but it will never be more suitable for your body than a technique you create yourself. What? This is your original soul technique. Qu Xiangxiang exclaimed as he deflected a wind blade. My original soul techniques are not just one, Zi Rujing replied calmly. Qu Xiangxiang, in the use of wind soul power, you cannot compare to me. If you don't want to lose, then show your true abilities. I don't believe it. Qu Xiangxiang roared. I don't believe your understanding of Wind Soul power can surpass mine. As long as I use Wind Soul power, I can defeat you. Zero Jing looked at Qu Xiangxiang coldly, with a hint of disdain in her eyes. One idiot, a voice said beside Qu Xiangxiang. Chu Tianyuan turned his head and found Lu Rufeng standing behind him, a wave of goosebumps immediately rising. Lu brother, he stammered. Lu Rufeng didn't press further, just smiled at Chu Tianyuan and said, Brother Tianyuan, do you know why I haven't approached Zero Jing recently? I'm not too sure, Chu Tianyuan replied, thinking of the way Lu Rufeng had been pursuing Zero Jing, breaking into a cold sweat. Because I'm no longer a match for her, Lu Rufeng sighed. What? You can't beat Zero Jing anymore? I remember a year ago. You were chasing her all over campus. Lu Rufeng gave a wry smile. I don't know what happened, but anyway, Zero Jing is no longer someone I can deal with. Just look at the soul technique she uses. It's actually just a regular wind blade attack. I used to use it against her often, but later, as you know, I didn't even have the chance to get close to her. Chu Tianyuan was taken aback. It turned out that Zero Jing had become this powerful. If that were the case, then Chu Tianxiang could be considered quite wronged. After all, even Lu Rufeng had to concede to her soul skill. Could Chu Tianxiang, who was ranked a bit higher, really handle it? So Lu Rufeng looked at Chu Tianyuan and smiled. Chu Tianyuan cleared his throat and said in a muffled voice, You're not thinking of changing targets again, are you? You guessed it right. I've decided to follow you from now on. Lu Rufeng said as he directly placed his hand on Chu Tianyuan's shoulder. Chu Tianyuan took a leap and jumped away, saying, Otherwise, you will see someone even more terrifying than Zero Jing. As he spoke, he stomped on the ground, and the thick stone slab immediately shattered. Lu Rufeng smiled and said, Brother Tianyuan, why bother? Don't use that trick on me. Although I'm easy to talk to, I can still fight. After saying this, Chu Tianyuan couldn't help but take a couple of steps back, as Lu Rufeng was truly unbearable. Lu Rufeng didn't mind and gently said, All right, let's watch the match. There will be plenty of time in the future. In the air, Zero Jing and Chu Tianxiang were locked in a fierce battle. But from the situation, Zero Jing had been the attacker the entire time, which was quite embarrassing for Chu Tianxiang. The onlookers even questioned his ranking as the second genius, wondering how he could be called a genius when he had no power to fight back at all. It would have been better for him to come down early to avoid embarrassing himself up there. Chu Tianxiang was already being pressed hard, and hearing the whispers from below made him even more unsettled. His wind shield had never been removed, but he couldn't find the opportunity to attack. There was no way. Zero Jing's wind blades came one after another, and they were autonomous attacks, so Zero Jing didn't even need to control them. Zero Jing, you are mine. Chu Tianxiang retracted his wind shield and charged towards Zero Jing, facing the wind blades. The wind blades sliced past his body, and he had already arrived in front of Zero Jing. The traces of the wind? Chu Tianyuan was slightly taken aback. Chu Tianxiang had just evaded Zero Jing's wind blades by merging with the traces of the wind and directly appeared before Zero Jing. Wind flower. Chu Tianxiang casually grabbed, and a blue wind flower immediately flashed in front of him. Wind flowers for miles. The wind flower burst open, turning into countless petals that struck towards Zero Jing. Cousin, get out of the way. Song Si couldn't help but remind him. Zero Jing looked at the countless petals coming his way, a wicked smile appearing on his face. He didn't dodge. Instead, he advanced toward the petals. The petals of the wind all struck him. Song Si had already covered her eyes, unable to bear watching Zero Jing get hurt. But after being hit by the wind petals, Zero Jing didn't bleed as she had imagined. He stood still, looking at Chu Tianxiang. Is this your wind soul power? I told you, in terms of understanding the wind soul, you are no match for me. As he spoke, the wind blades on his body once again swept towards Chu Tianxiang. Wind shield. Chu Tianxiang had no time to think about why Zero Jing was unharmed after being hit by the wind petals. The speed of the wind blades was simply too fast, and he could only use the wind shield to defend again. However, this time the wind shield did not block Zero Jing's wind blades. The blades penetrated his wind shield and left 7 or 8 cuts on his body. Strange, Zero Jing clearly got hit by Chu Tianxiang's wind flowers. How come he is completely fine? Lu Rufeng said. Chu Tianyuan lowered his head and pondered for a moment, realizing the truth. It seemed he had figured something out. Zero Jing had completely surpassed ordinary Wind Soul masters in her understanding of Wind Soul power. If Chu Tianxiang, who understood the traces of the wind, was a genius, then Zero Jing was a genius among geniuses. Lu Rufeng looked a bit puzzled. Ordinary Wind Soul masters transform the soul of the wind into a means of attack. while Chu Tianxiang merges himself with the wind. He is the wind, and the wind is him, so ordinary wind soul power cannot harm him at all. Merging oneself with the wind? Lu Rufeng seemed to understand something. As a wind soul master himself, he had a strong understanding of the wind, but under Chu Tianyuan's explanation, he couldn't help but glance at Chu Tianyuan in curiosity. How do you know something that even I don't? An old gentleman told me, Chu Tianyuan explained. Old gentleman? Is he an old man with white hair, long eyebrows and beard, and who likes to wear all white? Chu Tianyuan recalled the appearance of Sang Haiyan. You've seen that old gentleman too? Lu Rufeng chuckled bitterly. How could I not know him? He is the dean of our academy. However, he didn't tell Chu Tianyuan this. Only asking, since ordinary wind soul power can't hurt Chu Tianxiang, why was he still injured by Zi Rujing? He wasn't hurt by Zi Rujing's wind soul, but by his own wind soul power. Hurt by his own wind soul power? Lu Rufeng was puzzled. Didn't you notice? The wind soul power around Zi Rujing has been gathering into his body. Chu Tianyuan explained, his understanding of the wind is not about riding the wind, but about devouring it. Devouring. Lu Rufeng was also taken aback. He devoured all the surrounding wind soul power, including Chu Tianxiang's wind flower. Zi Rujing's wind blade couldn't penetrate Chu Tianxiang's wind shield, but if it's Chu Tianxiang's own wind blade, then his wind shield is essentially one with the wind blade. So the wind blade directly penetrated his wind shield. Chapter 19, Five-Clawed Ice Dragon. To turn the opponent's wind soul into his own. He truly deserves to be the soul master ranked second only to Tsang Tian. Is this Zi Rujing's true strength? Not only that, Chu Tianyuan shook his head. Have you forgotten he's also a dark soul master? Up until now in the competition, he hasn't used any dark soul power at all. Moreover, I believe he has vaguely comprehended a third type of soul power. Three-system soul master. Lu Rufeng was greatly shocked. No wonder Zi Rujing's strength has surpassed him so suddenly. At this moment, he could only smile bitterly. Looking at Zi Rujing, his frustration deepened. The gap between her and Zi Rujing's strength would only grow wider. Zi Rujing, you must die. The injured Chu Tianxiang gasped for breath, glaring at Zi Rujing. This was the most embarrassing moment of his fighting career. Zi Rujing had only used the Wind Soul Blade and had already injured him like this. He had thought that in the entire Soul Martial Academy, including Sang Haiyan, no one could match his understanding of Wind Soul power. He only lacked time. But he never expected that the appearance of Zi Rujing would completely overturn his understanding. I told you, in terms of understanding Wind Soul power, you can't compare to me. If you don't bring out your true abilities, then you will lose, Zi Rujing said, lowering her voice at the last part, as if speaking of something insignificant, which further enraged Chu Tianxiang. Zi Rujing, I'm going to kill you. Chu Tianxiang tightened his fists, and a layer of solid ice immediately covered his hands. 7th level Ice Soul Master. Divine Ice Arrow Rain. The ice spikes in Chu Tianxiang's hands shot out explosively. Wind Trace. Zi Rujing actually charged forward against the ice spikes. Each ice spike brushed past her. It turned out that Wind Trace could be used like this. Chu Tianyuan watched Zi Rujing in the air and sighed. He truly deserves to be a genius among soul masters. As the ice spikes broke through the air, they inevitably caused the wind to move, and Zi Rujing surprisingly used this swift wind movement to evade the trajectory of the ice spikes. Dodge? Let's see how you dodge. Chu Tianxiang was already furious. Ice Storm unleashed. Countless ice spikes immediately gathered in the air, shooting towards Zi Rujing. This was a seamless attack. Wind Shield. Zi Rujing shouted coldly. Immediately, a wind shield formed around him, and the ice spikes were directly isolated outside the wind shield, losing their momentum. It seemed that almost all the wind soul power that Chu Tianxiang had comprehended was grasped by Zi Rujing. At this rate, Chu Tianxiang had no chance of winning. Lu Rufeng said. Chu Tianyuan smiled and did not respond. He always felt that Chu Tianxiang should have some backup plan. Zi Rujing, do you think you can withstand my ice spear? I originally intended to use this move against Sang Tian, but since you me, let's see how you handle it first. Ice Desolation Freeze. The ice spears attacking Zi Rujing shattered into small ice shards surrounding her. Freeze! Chu Tianxiang shouted, and the small ice shards immediately completely froze Zi Rujing. The frozen Zi Rujing fell from the air with a thud onto the ground. Chu Tianxiang looked down at Zi Rujing on the ground, stopped struggling. My freeze can't even be broken by weapons. Now that your whole body is frozen, I want to see how you can use your Wind Soul power. Zi Rujing desperately tried to mobilize the Wind Soul power around her to cut through the ice blocks on her body. But the hardness of the ice far exceeded her imagination. No matter how she used the wind blade, it couldn't cut through this layer of thin ice. Her beautiful face twisted in frustration as Chu Tianxiang's ice spears rained down. Dark Demon Claw. At the critical moment, Ziru Jing finally used her dark soul power. The ice spears flew down and fiercely nailed to the ground, while Ziru Jing had already shifted a few meters away. The dark soul power around her became faintly visible, and the dark mist wrapped around her body like a giant claw. This time, the dark soul power did not shatter the solid ice, but corroded it. Corrosive Soul Master. Everyone was stunned. A tri-element soul master. Corrosive soul power, a branch of the dark element. But its terrifying corrosive ability is even more horrifying than a poison master's poison. I didn't expect that. I still underestimated Ziru Jing. Chu Tianyuan sighed. I believe that soon, he will become a 4-element soul master. Wind, darkness, devouring, corrosion, a 4-element soul master. Ziru Jing seems like a natural dark element soul master, and she has comprehended some of the most troublesome soul powers in the dark element. You are actually a corrosive soul master. Chu Tianxiang was completely shocked. The solid ice on Ziru Jing's body slowly corroded, and she began to rise slowly again. The Dark Soul's doomsday descends. A large area of dark soul power enveloped the sky. No! Chu Tianxiang watched as darkness swallowed him. A sense of unwillingness surged from within. 5-clawed ice dragon. Appear. With a dragon's roar, a massive ice dragon appeared behind Chu Tianxiang. He actually summoned a soul beast. 5-clawed ice dragon. An 8th-level ice attribute soul beast. 5-clawed ice dragon. Tear apart this darkness for me. Chu Tianxiang shouted. The 5-clawed ice dragon roared, and its 5 massive claws grabbed at the void, and with its furious roar, the dark sky immediately split open. Tear the sky, Chu Tianxiang shouted. The rift in the sky grew larger and began to consume the darkness. Hearing Chu Tianxiang's call, the huge dragon mouth of the 5-clawed ice dragon inhaled, sucking countless darkness into its belly. The sky became clear, and Chu Tianxiang stood steadily on the head of the 5-clawed ice dragon. He is cheating. Discontented voices immediately erupted from the audience, summoning a soul beast in the competition. And it's an 8th-level 5-clawed ice dragon. His competition qualification should be revoked. Facing the dissatisfaction of the crowd, Chu Tianxiang glared angrily. Who said that soul beasts can't be summoned during the competition? Isn't a soul beast part of a soul master's strength? The crowd was left speechless by Chu Tianxiang's words. They've seen shamelessness, but never to this extent. Who doesn't know that the Chu family wields immense power? They can even summon an 8th-level 5-clawed ice dragon as a soul beast. At this rate, we might as well give you first place without a fight. The event was overseen by Fire Soul Master Dina, although she also had grievances against Chu Tianxiang. She couldn't arbitrarily disqualify him since the competition rules didn't state that soul beasts couldn't be used. She merely cast a disdainful glance at Chu Tianxiang and said, "The competition continues." In truth, Chu Tianxiang felt helpless. This 5-clawed ice dragon was something Chu Batian had retrieved from the dragon soul space for him. Furthermore, during the soul beast contract signing, he had been repeatedly warned not to summon the 5-clawed ice dragon unless facing a life-or-death crisis. He understood the gravity of the situation. If this matter came to Chu Batian's attention, he would certainly face a severe punishment, and that would be the lightest consequence. The worst-case scenario could even lead to being expelled from the family. If this matter were handled well, nothing would happen, but if mishandled, all of humanity would bear the consequences. If it weren't for Zijing Jing's strength exceeding his expectations, he wouldn't have wanted to reveal his last trump card. Dragon Knight. Zijing Jing stared at Chu Tianxiang. Don't you know what consequences your actions will bring? I just want to win against you, Chu Tianxiang replied. Is it worth putting the lives of countless people in peril just for a competition? Zijing Jing's eyes were already blood red. Fine, since you insist, Zijing Jing, will act on behalf of the heavens today. I will completely annihilate this 5-clawed ice dragon. What did he say? The crowd erupted in commotion. If I heard correctly, he said he wants to slay a dragon. The power of the dragon race is beyond doubt. By nature, dragons are the strongest race among all beings. Even a newborn dragon possesses the level of a high-level soul beast, and Chu Tianxiang's 5-clawed ice dragon is merely in its juvenile stage. Dragons are noble and simple-minded, and precisely because of their strength, countless soul masters have sought to capture dragons and force them into soul beast contracts. Over 100 years ago, the holy domain was rampant, and many dragon knights emerged among human powerhouses. The status of dragon knights even surpassed that of emperors. And it was precisely because of their might that the three great human empires achieved victory against the demon race, nearly annihilating the demon forces. However, after the victory came an even greater disaster, the revenge of the dragon race. Only 200 adult dragons were mobilized, yet they nearly destroyed the entire imperial capital. That time, countless holy domain powerhouses fell, and dragon knights suffered heavy casualties. Even among humans, the strongest divine-level powerhouses appeared in the battle against the dragons. After prolonged battles, both the human and dragon races suffered grievous losses. In the end, both sides had no choice but to sign a contract stipulating that from then on, humans could no longer forcibly sign soul beast contracts with the dragon race. Otherwise, the dragons would unleash their full power to exterminate humanity. Despite the passage of over 100 years, that disaster left the survivors with a profound understanding of the dragon race's terror. Since then, dragon knights have never appeared in the human world again, for the emergence of a new dragon knight would mean the destruction of the human-dragon contract. Slaying dragons. Only by slaying dragons can dragon knights disappear. Only by slaying dragons can this matter fade into the river of time. Five-clawed ice dragon, kill him. Chu Tianxiang commanded. He cannot turn back now. He expected Zijing Jing to know about the human-dragon contract. He couldn't let anyone know that his actions would put humanity in a life-or-death situation. Only by killing Zijing Jing could he quell this matter. Only by killing Zijing Jing could he make this issue vanish silently. Upon hearing Chu Tianxiang's command, the five-clawed ice dragon roared towards the sky and unleashed a dragon breath directly at Zijing Jing. Zijing Jing's dark soul power transformed into a giant claw that reached for the five-clawed ice dragon. The dragon breath collided with the dark claw, creating an energy body that continuously devoured. This was the battle between dragon breath and dark soul power. The dragon breath aimed to freeze the dark soul power, while the dark soul power sought to corrode and devour the dragon breath. Night Shadow Windblade. Zijing Jing's wind blades shot towards the five-clawed ice dragon, but the dragon's defense exceeded Zijing Jing's imagination. The wind blades left no trace on the five-clawed ice dragon. You can't defeat the five-clawed ice dragon, Zijing Jing. Accept your death. Chu Tianxiang's thoughts moved, and the five-clawed ice dragon unleashed another dragon breath. The cold air surged forth, and the ground washed by the dragon breath was immediately covered with a thick layer of solid ice. The dragon breath surged towards Zijing Jing in the air, gradually freezing his body starting from his feet. This time, it was not just Chu Tianxiang's ordinary ice soul power, but the dragon race's inherent ice soul. Zijing Jing struggled, but the frozen solid ice gripped him tightly like solid steel. At this moment, a massive dragon claw descended. Tiger Roar Fist. At that instant, Chu Tianyuan finally made his move. A punch, like a roaring tiger, collided with the five-clawed ice dragon's giant claw. With a loud bang, Chu Tianyuan was violently knocked out of the arena, leaving a large crater in the ground where he landed. However, the five-clawed ice dragon was not much better off. It retracted its claw, and crimson dragon blood flowed from its wounds, dripping onto the ground and forming crimson ice beads. Roar! It roared in anger. Fire Soul. Blaze of flames. Seeing that the situation had escalated to this point, Dina could no longer hold back and intervened. A vast expanse of fire soul power enveloped the five-clawed ice dragon, which continued to roar, but remained unable to break free from the fire soul power. The strength of a 9th-level Fire Soul Master was something even an 8th-level dragon could not resist. All right, you have already won this match. Call back your beast that's biting everything, Dina said sternly to Chu Tianxiang. Chu Tianxiang snorted coldly and summoned the five-clawed ice dragon back to the soul space. He slowly walked down the ring, facing the disdainful gazes of the crowd, and approached the standing Chu Tianyuan, saying, "You shouldn't meddle in other people's affairs." Chu Tianyuan's right hand was already broken, but he still locked eyes with Chu Tianxiang. Both of them had the blood of the Chu family flowing in their veins. Yet their personalities were vastly different. He spoke slowly and deliberately, saying, "If you kill Ziru Jing, then in the future, under the rule of Chu Zhantian, I want all of the Chu family to pay with their lives." Chu Tianxiang, upon hearing Chu Tianyuan's words, not only did not get angry, but instead mocked. "Why is it my father's next generation and not my grandfather Chu Baishan's generation? Oh, I know you have no ability. What do you have to threaten me with? My father is a level 9 soul master, and my grandfather is a sacred domain martial artist. What do you count as in their eyes? What do you count as in the eyes of my Chu family?" Only Zi Rujing knew why Chu Tianyuan would say such things. If Zi Rujing died, then the Chu family would be Chu Tianyuan's enemy. He could kill everyone from Chu Zhantian's generation for Zi Rujing, but he could not kill Chu Zhantian or Chu Badian, because the blood flowing in him is theirs. Zi Rujing had been frozen, but he could feel Chu Tianyuan's emotions at that moment. He could sense the determination and pain behind Chu Tianyuan's words. To Chu Tianyuan, family and bloodline were nothing compared to the bond they had built over the years. For Chu Tianyuan, perhaps he still had some affection for the Chu family, but this affection was only because he was still, at his core, a member of the Chu family. He could not change this fact, but he also could not forgive the Chu family. If you kill Zi Rujing, then I want all of Chu Zhantian's generation to pay with their lives. Zi Rujing's heart, which had been frozen, was completely shattered by these words. He looked at Chu Tianyuan's face filled with grief and anger, tears sliding down his cheeks. Chu Tianxiang. Chu Tianyuan's eyes turned red. Remember what you said today. One day, I will make you kneel before me with the head of the five-clawed ice dragon, begging for my forgiveness for what you said to me. You must always remember, the one you cannot provoke in this Dahan continent is not the powerful sacred domain experts, nor the divine-level experts, but me. It is I, Chu Tianyuan. Chu Tianxiang turned around after hearing Chu Tianyuan's words, laughing loudly as he walked. Chu Tianyuan, I'm waiting for him. Haha, I'm waiting for him. His laughter echoed across the square like he had just heard the funniest joke. In the first round of the Tianjiao ranking competition, Zi Rujing faced Chu Tianxiang, and Chu Tianxiang won. In the second round of the Tianjiao ranking competition, Song Tian faced Lu Rufeng. As the match between Zi Rujing and Chu Tianxiang came to an end, everyone was closely watching the two on the stage. This year's competition for Tianjiao was far more exciting than last year's. The first-ranked Song Tian was up against the third-ranked Lu Rufeng. How would their battle unfold? Lu Rufeng, this is our first match, right? Song Tian said to Lu Rufeng. Yes, I lost to Chu Tianxiang last time, so I didn't get to fight you, Lu Rufeng replied. If it were now, could you defeat Chu Tianxiang? Lu Rufeng pondered for a moment. If he doesn't use that five-clawed ice dragon, I can defeat him. How does your strength compare to Zi Rujing? I'm not his opponent, Lu Rufeng answered honestly. Huh, then good. I also lack confidence in defeating Zi Rujing. It seems your strength won't disappoint me. Lu Rufeng raised his head and said, wait. I guarantee my strength won't disappoint you, but I want to make a bet with you. What bet? If I win, you have to strip naked and run around the square. You pervert, Song Tian shouted. At least leave me a pair of shorts. Fine, I'll leave you a pair of shorts. Lu Rufeng began to rise slowly. Wait, Song Tian waved his hand quickly. What if you lose? If I lose, you can do whatever you want with me. Good, I want to make you run naked. If you lose, you just have to shout, I am a woman 3 times on this stage. Go to hell. Before he finished speaking, Song Tian had already dodged Lu Rufeng's windblade. This would be another fierce battle. Song Tian, let me see the strength of the first Tianjiao. Lu Rufeng's wind blade attacked Song Tian. All right, then take this. My first soul power, Water Soul's Fury, Ocean Waves. A large number of water columns surged around Song Tian. The water columns transformed into water blades, intertwining with the wind blades. Wind blades go, Lu Rufeng shouted. The wind blades transformed into countless fine lines that penetrated the water columns directly towards Song Tian. The wind lines sliced through Song Tian's robe, leaving fine wounds on his body. The penetration was like fine lines, but sharper and more invisible. Lu Rufeng's understanding of wind soul power was also similar to the traces of wind. Song Tian looked at his injured body and immediately wrapped the wound with water soul power. What a fierce wind soul. He realized that the water soul completely couldn't handle your attack. Then I can only let you witness my second soul power, Fire Soul's Fury, Dragon's Wrath. Countless fire souls wrapped around Song Tian's water soul power. The two types of soul powers he understood were actually opposites, water and fire. The water and fire souls intertwined on his body, crackling with sounds, and the fire soul transformed into a giant dragon's head, biting towards Lu Rufeng. Lu Rufeng had already activated his wind soul power at full speed, and he could see the direction of the fire dragon's attack. However, he could only escape. He couldn't break through this soul power. Lu Rufeng, you may not know why I've only used water and fire soul powers all along. Song Tian said, because it's enough for me to use just these 2 soul powers. In your eyes, water and fire soul powers cannot be used together, but for me, the combined power is stronger than any soul power. Water and fire meld. A water dragon surged out from his body. The 2 soul dragons intertwined, producing a loud explosion. The fusion of water and fire creates the greatest power, which is an explosion, like magma breaking through the ice layer. This is the strength of water and fire souls. The water and fire dragon surged directly towards Lu Rufeng. This was no soul skill that could be dodged by Wind soul power. The only way was to withstand it. Whirlwind shield. Boom! The soul dragon exploded against Lu Rufeng's wind shield. Countless debris shot out. Dust rolled on the ground. And, as the dust slowly settled, Lu Rufeng stood on the stage, completely unharmed. But the ground around him had cracked completely. Impossible. Song Tian's eyes widened. How could your whirlwind shield withstand my water and fire soul dragon? Unless, you need to open your eyes wider. That's right. An ordinary whirlwind shield cannot withstand such a fierce attack, Lu Rufeng said with a confident smile. But what about an 8th level Wind Soul Master's whirlwind shield? 8th level. You've entered the realm of advanced soul masters. Lu Rufeng turned out to be an 8th level Wind Soul Master. The only advanced soul master among all the students at the Soul Weapon Academy. Good, good, good. Song Tian's face was filled with excitement. Fighting with a master was the happiest thing for him. Since you are an 8th level Wind Soul Master, then let me show you my 3rd soul power. 8th level Wind Soul Master against 7th level 3 System Soul Master. Killing Soul. Appear. A surge of overwhelming killing intent erupted from Song Tian. His 3rd soul power was actually the Killing Soul. Only through countless battles and witnessing numerous deaths can one comprehend this soul power. Killing Soul. Since I was born, the border of the Earth City has never been stable. There are always some robbers and small armies from the Windsummer Empire coming in to harass. Song Tian's eyes turned blood red, the eyes of a bloodthirsty person. Did you comprehend the Killing Soul back then? Lu Rufeng soared into the air. That's right. But this soul power is too powerful. I fear I can't control it for too long. Song Tian looked at Lu Rufeng. So I will only use one move on you now. If you can withstand this move, then I lose. Good. Lu Rufeng's gaze shot out with sharpness. I will also use my strongest move. If you can withstand it, I will admit defeat. The two of them simultaneously mobilized their soul power. Two massive energies began to condense toward their bodies. Chapter 21. Romance and Violence. Dina saw the soul power condensing in both of their bodies. Her face changed dramatically. Everyone, get down. Soul Howl in 9 heavens. A 3-colored soul dragon materialized behind Song Tian. Wind Soul's mountain-shaking tornado. A huge whirlwind surged towards Song Tian. 3 souls explosion. Wind moves like a mountain. The two enormous energies collided with each other. Boom! A massive explosion erupted on the stage. A giant soul cloud swept across the ground. The crowd had already smartly laid down, while those standing were almost knocked over by the oncoming storm. After the storm passed, everyone slowly raised their heads, only to see the entire stage had turned into ruins, and amidst the dust, 2 figures stood in the center. Lu Rufeng's consciousness was very clear, but his physical strength could no longer support his weight. He gritted his teeth and slowly fell backward. Ha ha ha. Song Tian stood with some difficulty. Lu Rufeng. You still lost in my hands, Song Tian. He raised both hands, completely unaware of the differing gazes from the crowd. It wasn't until he fully realized that he was left with only a pair of shorts. His clothes had been shredded into countless strips by the Wind soul power. Lu Rufeng was not much better off. Although he had fallen, his upper clothing had been torn apart. The crowd's eyes widened in shock. What did they see? A chest binder. Lu Rufeng was actually wearing a chest binder. A woman. It turned out Lu Rufeng was actually a woman. This solved the mystery that had troubled them. Dina looked at the 2 awkward individuals on the stage and quickly grabbed 2 large pieces of cloth, tossing them to the 2. Song Tian hurriedly covered his sturdy body, but his face was still burning. Dina suppressed her laughter and raised Song Tian's hand, declaring, Song Tian wins. As Song Tian relaxed his hand, the cloth wrapped around him fell off again, causing everyone to burst into laughter once more. Lu Rufeng gritted his teeth to support his body, the spring scenery beneath the cloth flickering in and out of view. No, it should be she. Although she was unwilling, she let it go. This round I lost. It turned out to be a delicate feminine voice. She had been suppressing her vocal cords with her soul power all along. I, Lu Rufeng, keep my word. She slowly stood up in front of everyone, proclaiming, I am a woman. I am a woman. I am a woman. Everyone was completely stunned. They all saw it, right? The second round of the Tianjiao ranking competition ended in such a dramatic fashion, but everyone was still relatively satisfied. After all, it wasn't easy to see such an exciting match, and most importantly, they wouldn't have to worry about Lu Rufeng's harassment in the future. Being harassed by a beautiful woman would never be a painful experience. Throughout this process, Chu Tianyuan felt somewhat relieved. At least it turned out to be a woman. He thought to himself, the memory of being kissed by Lu Rufeng while he was asleep a year ago sent shivers down his spine. Now that he had confirmed Lu Rufeng's gender, he felt more at ease. As for how Zi Rujing felt, only he knew that. In the third round of the Tianjiao ranking competition, Chu Tianyuan faced Gong Yuexin. The arena had changed locations since the original one was in ruins. Gong Yuexin was a very beautiful woman. Although she couldn't compare to Ming Ling Wan, she still had a floral beauty. It was inexplicable that she had made it this far, especially after her match with Ming Ling Wan, for which she had prepared all night. After all, Ming Ling Wan was one of the top 10 talents. What she didn't expect was that Ming Ling Wan would concede as soon as she stepped onto the stage, leaving her feeling somewhat miffed about her victory. However, she later let it go because her next match was against Chu Tianyuan. My name is Gong Yuexin, she said, looking at Chu Tianyuan. You are Chu Tianyuan, right? Chu Tianyuan smiled slightly. It was indeed Chu Tianyuan. At this moment, Dina had already announced the start of the competition. Gong Yuexin threw a water balloon over. But it was of no harm at all. I saw you in the boys' dormitory before, and that time you really made Yin Yin suffer. Chu Tianyuan dodged the water balloon. And it wasn't a big deal, but that time was a bit excessive. Actually, I usually show a lot of courtesy towards girls. I can see that. Gong Yuexin threw another water balloon. May I ask if you are a member of the Chu family? Chu Tianyuan fell silent for a moment. No. The water soul of Gong Yuexin enveloped her body. Actually, my father is the largest grain merchant in the Dragon Soul Empire. If you are from the Chu family, perhaps our two families could arrange a marriage. But it doesn't matter now. With your talent, my father would accept you. The crowd had already fainted. Was this a competition or a matchmaking event? Chu Tianyuan dodged a water ball. Chu Tianyuan, if you are willing to marry me, I can concede right now. Chu Tianyuan was extremely frustrated. I think we should take the competition seriously. The Yanhua brothers in the audience were already dumbfounded. No wonder he asked the big brother. He can even charm such a beautiful girl during a competition, and her family background is from the upper echelons of the empire. Take the competition seriously? Gong Yuexin looked pitiful. Do you want to treat me like Yin Yin? I didn't mean that. Chu Tianyuan was feeling overwhelmed. You said you were very humble towards girls. Gong Yuexin pouted again. I did say that. The audience was speechless. Even the usually quiet Ming Ling Wan turned around and walked away, feeling frustrated. She thought to herself, I should have taught that woman Gong Yuexin a good lesson, making sure she wouldn't even make it to the finals. Her pure heart began to stir again, and just thinking about Chu Tianyuan made her heart restless. Chu Tianyuan, what are you doing? Hurry up and knock her down. Zi Rujing could no longer watch. Chu Tianyuan looked at Zi Rujing, but she was a woman. Can a woman be hit? Zi Rujing's face turned green with anger. Chu Tianyuan looked at Gong Yuexin and awkwardly smiled. Look, everyone is feeling dissatisfied. Gong Yuexin pouted. Fine, if you want to hit me, then go ahead, hit me hard and knock me down. She puffed out her chest, and tears actually rolled in her eyes. I'm sorry. Chu Tianyuan's hand was already reaching towards Gong Yuexin. Soul of water, rise. A huge water spirit hand directly grabbed Gong Yuexin. Seeing this situation, Gong Yuexin struggled hard. Chu Tianyuan, what are you doing? Let me go. Chu Tianyuan smiled faintly. The soul of the molten water fall. Gong Yuexin was slowly placed down below the arena. Tears finally fell from her eyes. Chu Tianyuan, you bastard. The crowd began to boo. Gong Yuexin glared at the crowd and said, what are you looking at? Never seen a beauty cry before? After saying that, she stomped her foot and left. Chu Tianyuan was completely speechless on the stage. How could he fight such an opponent? The mentors on stage were also dumbfounded. This year's prodigy was just too humorous. Wasn't she? It was Dina who reacted first. She walked up the stage and raised Chu Tianyuan's hand, declaring Chu Tianyuan wins. In the fourth round of the prodigy ranking tournament, there were 3 participants, Yanhua, Yin Yin, and Huang Puzhou, grouped together. The 3 of them were already standing on the stage, and Dina directly announced the start of the match. Whoever stands last will be the winner. As Yanhua looked at Yin Yin, he felt a sense of dread in his heart. How could he compete against her? He feared that even together with Yin Yin, they wouldn't be a match for her. Yin Yin glanced at Yanhua and turned to Huang Puzhou, saying, I need to settle some matters with my little brother. Could you please step aside? Huang Puzhou didn't hesitate and directly brought a chair from the side of the stage to sit down, saying, You two handle your family matters first. He was most afraid that these 2 siblings would deal with him first, which would be quite frustrating. Yanhua, over the past year, you've been living quite well following Chu Tianyuan, Yin Yin said, staring at Yanhua. Big sister, We've been practicing hard regularly. Don't make it difficult for your little brother, he stammered. Then let me see your current strength. A massive fireball was already hurtling towards Yin Hua. Oh my god. Yin Hua shouted. Not this move again. It could be said that Yin Yin was the nemesis of Yin Hua and his brother. Whenever they encountered her, they could only expect to be bullied. Yin Hua was utterly frustrated. How come when Chu Tianyuan stepped onto the stage, beautiful girls would throw themselves at him, while he was met with a relentless beating? It was simply worlds apart. A chase began, and only when Yin Hua was knocked down to the ground did Yin finally let up. Your strength hasn't improved at all, she said, kicking Yin Hua off the stage. The crowd couldn't help but swallow hard. No wonder she was known as the Violent Soul Master. Even her own brother was beaten to a pulp. Chu Tianyuan caught Yin Hua and immediately used the power of the water spirit to heal him. When Yin Hua woke up and saw Chu Tianyuan treating him, he hurriedly hugged his legs, crying, "Brother, you actually didn't have to lose so badly." Chu Tianyuan replied calmly, "It's already quite good that Yin Hua can hold on for this long." Yin Yin opposed, "No." Chu Tianyuan shook his head. "You guys are always beaten like this because the gap is not in strength. If both of you attack together, Yin Yin wouldn't win easily either. How is that possible?" Yin Hua and his brother said at the same time. "You keep getting beaten because you have always held fear in your hearts towards Yin Yin. If you can let go of this fear, then your strength may advance further. If you can't let go, then you'll never become strong." Chu Tianyuan said. After a moment of silence, Yin Hua and his brother asked, "Then how do we overcome this fear? Face the fear and conquer it." The faces of Yin Hua and his brother immediately changed. "Face Yin Yin? Doesn't that mean we'll just get beaten again?" Chu Tianyuan looked at their fearful expressions and couldn't help but shake his head. Overcoming inner fear is not an easy task. Even he has fears within him. And this fear is often hidden deep inside, to the point where he doesn't even dare to acknowledge its existence. At this moment, Yin Yin on stage was already locked in a fierce battle with Huangpu Zhou. Although Huangpu Zhou was only the 10th in the previous genius ranking, his strength was certainly not something that could be attributed to luck like Yin Hua's. He fully unleashed his power as a light soul master. His light soul power could be used for attack, and also for healing his body. Although Yin Yin was also a light soul master, she found that Huangpu Zhou's light soul power was deployed faster than hers, and his recovery ability was astonishing. He was like an unkillable cockroach, and he was not afraid of physical pain. In the eyes of many, Huangpu Zhou was just a pathological person who liked to self-harm. However, only Huangpu Zhou understood why he self-harmed. He aimed to comprehend a healing power that surpassed the light soul power, which was the rebirth soul. As long as he comprehended the soul of life, he could gain the recognition of his ancestor and transform into the new holy master of the light soul temple. Chapter 22. The terrifying speed and strength of the fighter. The third round of the genius ranking tournament ended with Huangpu Zhou defeating Yin Yin. Of course, he had exhausted all his means, and Yin Yin did not summon her fire sparrow. However, Yin Yin was surprised that Huangpu Zhou, who used to let her bully him, exhibited extraordinary strength in this match. Was Huangpu Zhou hiding his strength all along? Thinking of this made Yin Yin break into a cold sweat. A person can endure once or twice, which is resilience, but being able to endure for a year or two is terrifying. The audience was quite satisfied with this match. After all, battles between level 7 soul masters are not something one could see often. Only 4 people remained in the genius ranking tournament: Song Tian, Huangpu Zhou, Chu Tianxiang, and Chu Tianyuan. Next would be the championship match. Just winning one match would at least earn the honor of being the second in the genius ranking. In the championship match, the first round was Huangpu Zhou versus Chu Tianyuan. With the command of Mentor Lu Lin, the two stood firmly on the stage. Chu Tianyuan and Huangpu Zhou's eyes were like beasts in the night. "Your luck has run out." Chu Tianyuan gave a wry smile. In the eyes of others, his reaching this point was indeed due to luck. He hadn't even used any soul techniques to get here. If he had encountered someone like Song Tian or Zi Rujing from the beginning, no one would believe he could win. In Huangpu Zhou's view, Chu Tianyuan was just a small fry who relied on luck and his connections with women to reach the finals. "Let's start the match," Chu Tianyuan said. There was no point in saying more. He could only prove himself with strength. Light soul, move light and shadow. A halo enveloped Huangpu Zhou's entire body. The greatest effect of the light soul power was not offense, but defense. Chu Tianyuan sneered. "Haven't you heard that the best defense is a good offense?" His figure flashed, and he disappeared from his original spot. Huangpu Zhou was finished. Yin Hua and Yin Yin spoke simultaneously. Chu Tianyuan reappeared behind Huangpu Zhou and struck his neck with a knife hand, causing Huangpu Zhou to fall down. How did you know Huangpu Zhou would take the hit? A voice asked. Yin Yin was startled. The big sister Yin Yin, seeing her brother Yin Huo's frightened expression, didn't want to make things difficult for the two. You've been following Chu Tianyuan for so long. Do you know what level his strength is at? Yin Huo was somewhat apprehensive about his brother's strength, which was unfathomable. Even with all my strength alongside Yin Huo, we couldn't last a quarter of an hour. You wouldn't last a quarter of an hour either, Yin Yin said. Although there was no personal enmity between her and Chu Tianyuan, she still felt somewhat unconvinced. Of course, Yin Huo said, but my brother is not using soul power. And he didn't use internal energy, Yin Huo added. Yin Yin rolled her eyes at them. Not using soul power or internal energy. Are you saying he is using his fists? That's right, using fists, Yin Huo replied. Yin naturally thought they were just boasting, without a martial artist combat skills. How could one fight? Using fists? What a joke. If one could defeat a soul master just by using fists, then what was the purpose of soul skills and martial skills? One could just swing their fists and be done with it. Huangpu Zhou on the stage clearly did not expect to be struck by a knife hand right from the start. He shook his head and stood up. Chu Tianyuan, it seems you still have some skills, he said, rubbing the back of his neck. With your strength, I don't even need to use internal energy, Chu Tianyuan said calmly. Hearing Chu Tianyuan look down on him like this, Huangpu Zhou couldn't help but fly into a rage. No internal energy. Then let me see your water soul. You idiot soul master. Upon hearing the term idiot soul master, Chu Tianyuan felt a pang in his heart. His reputation as an exceptional soul master had spread widely throughout the academy. His expression changed, and he said, who says I must use the water soul if I don't use inner strength? I can knock you off the stage with just my fists. This time, Huangpu Zhou was truly finished. Yin Huo added, yes, the term idiot soul master is indeed his taboo. Yin Yin couldn't help but show a strange expression on her face. To be honest, I still can't understand how he managed to sign a contract with a sound soul bird. Upon hearing this, Zi Rujing's expression also changed. I think it might have been an accident, she said. Song Seer looked even more peculiar, nearly choking on her breath. She was well aware of Chu Tianyuan's contract with the sound soul bird. Yin was snorted coldly. Don't underestimate that sound soul bird. Even I can't defeat it now. I believe my brother must have had foresight, knowing the potential of this sound soul bird before signing the contract with it. Yin Yin said. The potential of that sound soul bird is indeed significant, Zi Rujing awkwardly replied. However, she was still somewhat surprised, so she couldn't help but ask, Yin Huo, you really can't defeat that sound soul bird? Yin Huo felt a bit embarrassed. That sound soul bird is very fast. Upon hearing this, Yin Yin directly threw a fireball at Yin Huo's head, saying, you've made progress, but you still can't defeat a mere low-tier, level 4 sound soul bird. Yin Huo covered his smoking head and said, big sister, you really can't blame me this time. That sound soul bird is truly formidable. And now it's not level 4 anymore. It's level 6. Level 6 sound soul bird. Everyone was taken aback. Zi Rujing was even more astonished, as he had witnessed Chu Tianyuan signing the contract with a sound soul bird. 5 years ago, that sound soul bird didn't even have a level, and now, how long has it been? It has actually advanced to level 6. Even if soul crystals were given to the sound soul bird as food, it wouldn't have been this fast, right? Zi Rujing's guess was spot on. Chu Tianyuan was indeed feeding soul crystals to the sound dance as bird food. Now, under full speed, the sound dance could actually match Chu Tianyuan when he released the gravity soul. The ultimate aspect of Chu Tianyuan's martial arts is speed. In the world of martial arts, nothing is unbreakable. Only speed cannot be broken. Speed, strength, technique. Achieving an extreme in any one of these is a terrifying martial skill. At this moment, Chu Tianyuan fully embodied this principle. Huangpu Zhou's face was already swollen from blows, and his light layer defense was utterly useless. Chu Tianyuan, he roared, you will die. His light soul power continuously struck the arena. But Chu Tianyuan's speed was simply too fast. His body was as agile as a flying swallow. Light beams were creating countless holes in the arena, yet not even the corner of Chu Tianyuan's clothing was touched. I told you, I don't need internal energy or soul power to defeat you. Another punch landed on Huangpu Zhou's face. Speed. A speed that even a level 7 soul master could not react to. At this moment, Yin Yin finally understood what the Fire Brothers had meant. No matter how high the level or how strong the soul skills, if you can't hit the opponent, what is the use? She recalled a battle from a year ago when she was defeated by his agile body and ghostly footwork. If it were now, if she were in Huangpu Zhou's position, could she still handle Chu Tianyuan's attacks? The answer was no. If it weren't for being a Wind Soul Master, no level 7 Soul Master could withstand such speed. Even if the damage from the punches wasn't as high as that from internal energy or soul power, if he continued to be hit like this, those minor injuries would accumulate into serious wounds. If he had used internal energy or soul power at this moment, Yin Yan dared not think further. Zi Rujing was also shocked. He recalled Chu Tianyuan's punch against the 5-clawed Ice Dragon. The 5-clawed Ice Dragon's defense could not even withstand his wind blades. Yet its full-strength claw was actually blocked by a punch from Chu Tianyuan. Just how powerful was that punch? If combined with his current speed, who among the top 10 geniuses could withstand it? On the stage, Buddhas widened his eyes. He was the only martial arts mentor at the Seoul Martial Academy. Chu Tianyuan's evasion precision completely surpassed his imagination. As a level 9 martial master, he could personally experience the difficulty of increasing speed. His speed might be slightly faster than Chu Tianyuan's, but after all, he was already a level 9 martial master. And Chu Tianyuan? How old was he? He had managed to cultivate such exquisite body techniques. A genius. Chu Tianyuan was definitely a genius among martial masters. The talent of martial masters is akin to the inherent soul of soul masters. Both come with 1S birth. Because from birth, 1S bone structure is already fixed. Although Buddhas didn't understand meridians, he knew that some people among martial masters advanced much faster than ordinary martial masters. Such individuals are the geniuses among martial masters. Huangpu Zhou was already furious. From the beginning of the match, he had been getting beaten, and he had hit Chu Tianyuan even once. His face was red, with veins bulging on his forehead. Chu Tianyuan, I will kill you. I will kill you. He frantically waved his light soul power to attack. The ground was filled with dust from his soul power, but he couldn't touch even the edge of Chu Tianyuan. Bang! Another punch landed on Huangpu Zhou's face. His face was completely twisted, but he still stood up. Chu Tianyuan, it's you who me. It's you who me. He roared as he took out a strange scroll from his bosom. Original Soul Forbidden Space. Stop. The dozens of mentors on stage changed their expressions drastically upon seeing Huangpu Zhou take out the scroll. But it was too late. Huangpu Zhou had already activated the scroll. Completely blinded by rage, as the scroll opened, a brilliant light burst forth, and then everyone's south bodies froze in place on the square. A solidified space scroll, a soul power scroll that can solidify the surrounding space. As a gifted disciple of the Light Soul Temple, Huangpu Zhou only had one, a treasure meant for saving his life. However, in order to defeat Chu Tianyuan, he had completely lost his rationality. Solidified space. Unless one is a space soul master or a domain-level powerhouse, no one can break it. Once the space is solidified, only the one who released the space scroll can move. At this moment, Huangpu Zhou looked at the frozen Chu Tianyuan, a cruel expression rising on his bloated face. Chu Tianyuan, weren't you enjoying beating me just now? Now I want you to repay it tenfold. He grinned maliciously as he took out a strange metallic object and slowly pointed it at Chu Tianyuan. Soul Binding Nail. Once hit, it will cause the person to lose their soul power. Let us see how it feels to go from genius to worthless. The Soul Binding Nail shot towards Chu Tianyuan at high speed. Chapter 23. Transformation into a monkey. The Soul Binding Nail whistled as it shot towards Chu Tianyuan's body. Chu Tianyuan felt countless fine needles piercing into him, and once they entered his body, they immediately melted and spread into his meridians, flowing throughout his body. His head throbbed violently, and his blood boiled. The thick internal energy within him continuously resisted the Soul Binding Nail, while the soul power surged fiercely. Suddenly, his eyes turned red, and his restrained body began to tremble slowly. With a loud bang, the solidified space shattered. Original soul breaking. It actually broke the solidified space with original soul power. How powerful must the original soul be to achieve this? But that wasn't the end. Chu Tianyuan continued to shake on the ground, and he kept banging his head with his hands, but the pain didn't lessen. The Soul Binding Nail was a specialized weapon against martial artists, and at this moment, Chu Tianyuan had two forces within him fighting against it. The energy of the Soul Binding Nail was coursing through his body, and even the people from the Light Soul Temple didn't know the principle behind the Soul Binding Nail, because Huangpu Zhou was only using a replica of the Soul Binding Nail. The legendary true Soul Binding Nail is a divine artifact. Destroy the resistance. Destroy the resistance. Chu Tianyuan's body continued in this state. He rolled on the ground, and his body began to change slowly. His body hair gradually grew longer, and his muscles began to swell. The most frightening part was that two fangs had actually grown at the corners of his mouth. Ah, he let out a long howl. The energy within him finally suppressed the energy of the soul binding nail. Everyone was stunned by the scene before them. A primate soul beast. Someone shouted. Chu Tianyuan looked at the astonished gazes of the crowd, then glanced at his own physical changes, and an overwhelming sense of helplessness arose within him. After enduring hardships, he finally stood upright on this stage, and now he was to return to square one. With his eyes reddened, he turned to Huang Puzhou. All of this was because of the Huang Puzhou before him. A surge of killing intent erupted from his entire body. It's all because of you. He instantly vanished from the sight of the crowd, and when he reappeared, he had already grasped Huang Puzhou's neck with one hand, lifting him up. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. I want to kill you, he roared. Huang Puzhou was already stunned by the sight of Chu Tianyuan before him, the original soul breaking through the void and suppressing the forbidden soul nail. Even a sacred domain expert couldn't do that. Moreover, seeing Chu Tianyuan's ferocious appearance, a wave of fear immediately engulfed him. A soul beast that could take human form was a divine-level soul beast, and this shape-shifting soul beast was actually beaten back to its original form by him. How could he not be terrified? He struggled continuously, but could not pry open Chu Tianyuan's iron-like grip. Stop! At this moment, a mentor seated on the platform finally couldn't hold back and leaped onto the stage. His name was Zhong Juanxing, a level 9 Wind Soul Master, and he could naturally tell that Chu Tianyuan was not a divine-level expert. I don't care how this soul ape managed to take human form and mix among us humans, but since you come here, you might as well stay. Chu Tianyuan sneered. Do you all think I'm a soul beast? The crowd looked at him in surprise, their eyes filled with the gaze reserved for the abnormal. I understand now. Chu Tianyuan closed his eyes, and 2 lines of hot tears flowed down his face, which was covered in golden fur. He tightened his grip on Huang Puzhou's hand and slowly walked toward the crowd, which recoiled in fear. Only a few people remained still, and they were Zi Rujing, Ming Lingwan, and the Yinhua brothers, the ones he had the deepest connections with over the past year. He walked up to Ming Lingwan, looking at her affectionately. What about you? Do you also think I'm a soul beast? Ming Lingwan's face turned pale. So even you don't believe me? Chu Tianyuan said lightly, feeling his heart slowly tearing apart, a painful, piercing ache. It's okay if you don't believe me. I'll ask you again. If I want to take you away right now, would you be willing? Tears had already fallen from Ming Lingwan's eyes, her mind now a blank. The person she loved the most turned out to be a soul beast. No wonder he said he had to leave, but what should I do? She felt helpless. Come with me or stay. Chu Tianyuan asked again. I don't know, she cried out in pain. Chu Tianyuan did not hold back. The strength in his hands gradually increased, and a large amount of fresh blood flowed from Huang Puzhou's mouth. Chu Tianyuan threw his body aside, and he rolled off the stage, lifeless. Zhong Juanxing hurriedly jumped down to check Huang Puzhou's neck, his expression changing drastically. You beast! You dare to kill in my soul martial academy. He knew Huang Puzhou's identity. If the Bright Soul Temple found out that their most favored disciple had died here, they would never let it go. The only way to resolve this situation would be to deliver Chu Tianyuan's head to the Bright Soul Temple, which might calm the storm. I'm a beast, then what are you? Chu Tianyuan glared at Zhong Juanxing. Good. Zhong Juanxing looked at Chu Tianyuan and ordered, all the instructors of the Soul Martial Academy, come down and capture this beast. All the instructors on the stage jumped onto the ring and surrounded Chu Tianyuan. Chu Tianyuan looked at the group of mentors, counting them one by one. 1, 2, 3, 33. Are there really 13 in total? Do you all think that 13 of you can stop me? Arrogant. 13 ninth-level martial artists. What a powerful lineup. Yet, surrounded by these 13 ninth-level martial artists, Chu Tianyuan still exuded such confidence. Just how strong is his power? Wait. At this moment, a voice emerged from the crowd. It was a bit soft, but just loud enough for everyone to hear. A person squeezed out from the crowd and looked at Chu Tianyuan, saying, You are Chu Tianyuan? Chu Tianyuan looked at him and smiled slightly. Chu Tian, do you still remember me? How could Chu Tianbian not recognize Chu Tianyuan? When they were young, he always targeted Chu Tianyuan. However, these things happened so many years ago, and Chu Tianbian has matured a lot. A year ago, when Chu Tianyuan gained fame at the Soul Martial Academy, he paid special attention to it, but after seeing Chu Tianyuan's appearance, he dismissed the doubts in his mind. It was just a coincidence of names. He secretly thought that maybe that monkey was really dead. Although Chu Tianbian had prejudices against Chu Tianyuan, he was not inherently bad. Ever since he heard the news of Chu Tianyuan's death, he had felt some guilt. And at this moment, seeing Chu Tianyuan on the arena, he knew his identity. As long as he helped Chu Tianyuan confirm his human identity, today's matter could be easily resolved. Who would dare to touch the grandson of Chu Batian? Just as Chu Tianbian was about to explain, Chu Tianxiang suddenly squeezed out of the crowd, shouting, "Ice sealing technique of Ice Soul." In an instant, Chu Tianbian's entire body was completely frozen by solid ice. What was a side branch descendant doing here? Chu Tianxiang fiercely threw the frozen Chu Tianbian out of the crowd. Respected mentors, this soul beast is rampaging and killing in the Soul Martial Academy. As the eldest grandson of the Chu family, I am willing to join the mentors in capturing this soul beast. Chu Tianyuan looked coldly at Chu Tianxiang and said, "Chu Tianxiang, you must already know my identity, right? Regarding today's matter, I, Chu Tianyuan, demand an explanation from the Chu family." Chu Tianxiang's expression changed slightly. When he saw Chu Tianyuan transform into a monkey-like form, he remembered his identity. However, he did not want Chu Tianyuan to return to the Chu family. He had already formed a grudge against him. What he needed to do now was to completely eliminate this potential opponent. Before I go back to the Chu family to seek justice, Chu Tianyuan thought, I need to take some interest first. He swiftly charged in front of Chu Tianxiang and threw a punch at his jaw, using his internal strength. Chu Tianxiang spat out a mouthful of blood and was knocked off the stage, his jaw already dislocated. He stood up in anger, unable to open his mouth due to the pain, but with a thought, the five-clawed ice dragon appeared in the square. He was the only dragon knight of a younger generation, and the dignity of a dragon knight could not be trampled on. The five-clawed ice dragon was fixated on Chu Tianyuan, the one who had injured its claws last time. The dignity of the dragon clan also could not be trampled on. Chu Tianyuan ignored Chu Tianxiang below and looked at the crowd again. Using his soul power with his right hand, the blood splattered on his fist condensed into a blood bead floating in his palm. This is human blood, red in color. He also used his soul power with his left hand, and another blood bead formed in his palm. This is my blood, also red. What I want to know is, what is the difference between these two drops of blood? You are a soul beast. How can you compare to us humans? At this moment, Chu Tianao also spoke up. Like Chu Tianxiang, he wanted to put Chu Tianyuan to death. A good statement, you are a soul beast, and a good statement cannot compare to humans. Chu Tianyuan said angrily, since humans do not acknowledge me, then from now on, I am a soul beast. If humans want to kill me, I will kill humans. If heaven wants to destroy me, I will definitely destroy heaven. His roar echoed throughout the square. A good statement. If humans want to kill me, I will kill humans. If heaven wants to destroy me, I will definitely destroy heaven. Song Tian also jumped onto the stage. Chu Tianyuan, I originally wanted to fight you in the arena, but it seems that is not possible now. However, regardless of whether you are human or beast, Song Tian, acknowledge you. Chu Tianyuan looked at Song Tian and said, I think our competition isn't over yet. According to the rules, I have already qualified for the finals, while you still have one more match to go. If you can also qualify for the finals, I will definitely fight you one day. Ha ha. All right, Chu Tianyuan, today I'll accompany you in this madness, Song Tian laughed. I'll let you see with your own eyes that I will qualify for the finals. He suddenly jumped down from the platform and headed straight for Chu Tianxiang. Because to qualify for the finals, he had to defeat Chu Tianxiang. How could Chu Tianyuan not know that Song Tian wanted to help him, just in a different form? He looked at Song Tian's back and silently kept this kindness in his heart. Chapter 24. The Battle at the Cutting Edge of the Soul Martial Academy. As Song Tian and Chu Tianxiang fought, Ziru Jing also leaped onto the stage. He only said to Chu Tianyuan, I believe in you. Then he soared into the air, arriving in front of the Dark System mentor, Lu Lin. He wanted to help Chu Tianyuan deal with the level 9 Dark Soul Master. Lu Lin, Mentor Lu Lin, thank you for your guidance this year. My purpose in coming here is to become stronger, strong enough to defeat anyone. Now I realize that my dark soul power has surpassed all the students in the Soul Martial Academy. So I want to know how much my strength differs from that of a level 9 Dark Soul Master. Lu Lin sighed deeply. Ziru Jing was indeed the student she valued the most in the Soul Martial Academy. But at this moment, their positions were completely opposed. Ziru Jing, then let me see how much progress you have made in the past year, and whether you can walk out of this Soul Martial Academy. Lu Ruyun also jumped onto the stage. Chu Tianyuan smiled at her and said, should I call you Brother Lu or Miss Lu? Lu Ruyun also smiled slightly. But this time her smile was as beautiful as a blooming flower. Neither. My real name is Feng Ruyun. All right, Miss Feng. Are you here to help me or to help them? Feng Ruyun's smile became even gentler. Do you still not know my feelings for you? She slowly rose and floated in front of the level 9 Wind Soul Master, Zhong Jianxing. Feng Ruyun, please teach me your skills, Mentor Zhong. The Yinhua brothers were just about to go up, but as soon as they lifted their feet, Yin Yin stood in front of them. What you two brats doing up there? Get back. The Yinhua brothers clenched their fists tightly, struggling internally. How could they not know that Yin Yin was stopping them to protect them? Standing with the soul beasts against humans was betraying the entire human race. But they gritted their teeth and stood up. Sister, we have never dared to go against your wishes since we were young, but this time, we want to do what we want to do. We only have this one older brother. If we don't help him now, what kind of brothers are we? Yin Yan's face had completely darkened, a sign of her impending anger. She was from Fire City, and she also wanted to help Chu Tianyuan, but she had many things to consider. She had to protect her two biological brothers. Do you two want me to beat you back before you are satisfied? Sister, the elder brother said that if you can't overcome your inner fears, you'll never become strong. Today, even if you beat us to death here, we won't take a step back. Yinhua looked at Yin Yin, and for the first time, he faced her with such determined eyes. He felt the fire soul power within him boiling, and the fire soul ignited his fighting spirit. Yin Yin also stepped forward, his gaze as steadfast as Yinhua's. If we can't help our elder brother, then let us die here. The fire soul power surged out. Breakthrough. They are breaking through. After overcoming their fear of Yin Yin, the Yinhua brothers actually broke through the barrier of level 6 Fire Soul Masters together and directly advanced to intermediate Fire Soul Masters. Yin Yin looked at her two younger brothers and felt an unprecedented momentum emanating from their bodies. The fire soul power within her surged out. If you want to help Chu Tianyuan, then first defeat me. Sister, I'm sorry. The fire soul power of Yinhua had already attacked Yin Yin. This was their first direct confrontation with Yin Yin, and it was a fearless battle. Chu Tianyuan looked around and asked, "Is there anyone else who wants to kill me?" His gaze was as terrifying as that of a beast. However, someone stepped forward. It was Chu Tianyao. He would never allow Chu Tianyuan to live. Song Sir also stood up, but she positioned herself opposite Chu Tianyao. She glanced at Chu Tianyuan and said, "I'm not helping you. I just want to stand by my cousin's side." Chu Tianyuan smiled at her and said, "Thank you." He understood that those who stood up for him today were all people he should cherish and build deep connections with. Chu Tianyuan took a deep breath. Now, he had to face 11 ninth-level martial artists. Zitong Inwu, come out, he shouted, as Zitong's tower-like figure appeared before everyone. Inwu also landed on Zitong's shoulder. Its body was much smaller than Zitong's, but it was already as large as a big eagle. Zitong Inwu, your task this time is to knock all the people in front of us down, Chu Tianyuan said to the two soul beasts. Since Zitong advanced, it hadn't left the original soul space. With its greatly increased strength, it was already bursting with energy, constantly pounding its chest and roaring as it charged towards the few people in front. Meanwhile, Inwu circled above its head and said, 2 level 7 soul crystals. Chu Tianyuan directly took out 4 7th-level soul crystals from the spatial ring and threw them into the air, saying, "This time, perform better." Inyu was so excited. With 4 7th-level soul crystals, it would even be willing to fight the Fire Sparrow. The Duhan continent had never seen a 6th-level sound soul bird, and no one knew Inyu's strength except for Chu Tianyuan. Beautitas watched as a huge purple-eyed beast charged at him and immediately engaged it in battle. An 8th-level power-type soul beast was on par with a 9th-level martial artist in terms of strength, but Inyu was even more outrageous. It directly flew in front of a 9th-level Wind Soul Master, waving its claws and saying, "I heard that the fastest among humans are Wind Soul Masters. Now let me see for myself." The challenged Wind Soul Master, Li Daoyan, felt humiliated as a 9th-level Wind Soul Master being challenged by a low-level soul beast. Why did I have to pick on him in front of so many people? Did that mean his strength was inferior to that of other soul masters? With this thought, he glared at the 6th-level sound soul bird in front of him. "You lowly soul beast, get out of my way." Inyu was not one to tolerate such humiliation. Usually, Chu Tianyuan treated it well. Even if he sometimes complained, he would always use soul crystals to appease it. Even the 8th-level purple-eyed beast did not dare to offend it because of its incredible speed. Thinking of this, it became furious. "Based on what you just said to me, you at least owe me 5, no, 10 7th-level soul crystals for me to forgive you." Li Daoyan had never been humiliated like this before. This bird actually threatened him. "You stupid bird. If you can take a soul crystal from me today, I'll take your surname. Hearing this, Yin Yu was overjoyed, having followed Chu Tianyuan for a long time. It had even learned to play tricks. It turned out he really had soul crystals. It sized up Li Daoyan, focusing on the index finger of his right hand, where there was a spatial ring. The soul crystals must all be inside. It thought, all right, let me show you my true strength. Sound transformation. Yin Yu soared into the air. A dazzling white light shone from its body. Its wings extended continuously, and a layer of hard material grew on its iron-like claws, while its beak curved like a sickle. It flew in air like a giant firebird, even larger than the fire sparrow. Phoenix Bloodline. Li Daoyan looked up in shock. If the Phoenix Bloodline was activated, then even a 6th-level soul beast would be formidable, because activating the Phoenix Bloodline was equivalent to having an immortal body. But just as he was shocked, a white light flashed past him, and he felt a pain in his right index finger. When he looked down, he found that the spatial ring was gone. Yin Yu had already swallowed the spatial ring, and its appearance had not changed at all. Li Daoyan looked at Yin Yu in front of him, then at the giant bird in the sky, and became furious. You damn beast, you actually used an illusion. The fire phoenix in the sky slowly disappeared. It was just an illusion released by Yin Yu. Yin Yu looked at the furious Li Daoyan and swallowed the spatial ring, saying, I've taken all your soul crystals. Now you should change your name to Yin Duyan. Hearing this, Li Daoyan almost spat blood. Yin Duyan Flame? How could this stupid bird come up with that? If I change my name to that, I might as well die. Veins bulged on his forehead as he shouted, You damned creature. I will definitely catch you and pluck your feathers one by one. Yin Yu pretended to look pitiful. Big brother Yin Yin, you scared me. I'm so afraid. Li Daoyan was filled with pent-up anger, and he unleashed countless wind blades at Yin Yu. Seeing him attacking, Yin Yu turned and ran. Its speed was faster than any 6th-level soul beast. Butidas was exhausted trying to deal with the purple-eyed beast. He had never seen an 8th-level purple-eyed, golden-haired monkey before, but he had fought other 8th-level power-type soul beasts. However, what frustrated him was that the purple-eyed, golden-haired monkey in front of him was far stronger than the other 8th-level power-type soul beasts. He exchanged punches with the purple-eyed, golden-haired monkey, but that punch immediately made him feel like all his bones had shifted. He could tell that this was not just pure strength, but inner strength, a soul beast that could use inner strength. With this thought, he was even more certain of Chu Tianyuan's identity. He must have eaten the transformation grass and infiltrated the human world to steal combat techniques. Look, even a purple-eyed, golden-haired monkey learned to use inner strength. This was incredible. The purple-eyed beast was having a great time. Ever since it learned those strange movements from Chu Tianyuan, it felt like its body had undergone a tremendous change. Not only did it advance in just a year, but after advancing, it also comprehended powerful light combat skills. Its body strength seemed endless. At this moment, it relentlessly pursued Butidas, feeling like a furious mouse chasing a cat. See that? A 9th-level martial artist, yet I'm beating him like a rat with my 8th-level purple-eyed big ape. Butidas was frustrated and wanted to find someone to help. But he witnessed an unbelievable scene. The few outstanding individuals and over a dozen 9th-level mentors who were originally on their side were all tied up. Song Tian fought against Chu Tian Xiang. Song Seer fought against Chu Tian Ao, and Ming Ling Wan was entangled with an 8th-level 5-clawed ice dragon without knowing when. The Yin brothers were holding back Yin Yin. Ziru Jing fought against Lu Lin. Feng Ruliu battled Zhong Juanxing. And Li Daoyan chased after the only 6th-level sound soul bird, but couldn't catch up. This was too exaggerated. What shocked him the most was that the remaining 9 9th-level mentors were actually being suppressed by Chu Tianyuan. 9 9th-level mentors being suppressed, not just restrained. What kind of strength did that require? The entire Soul Martial Academy and the top talents were almost all engaged in battle, just for Chu Tianyuan. This was the pinnacle level of battle for the Soul Martial Academy. Chapter 25. Chu Tianyuan's strength. Everyone's eyes widened. 9 9th-level soul masters were actually being suppressed by Chu Tianyuan. Could it be that Chu Tianyuan was a Saint Domain? Impossible. However, only the 9 mentors who were fighting Chu Tianyuan understood the difficulty of this battle. Chu Tianyuan's speed is actually on par with a level 9 soul master. Among the 9 mentors, there are Wind Soul Master Riches, Ice Soul Master Jiue, Fire Soul Master Dina, Water Soul Master Enryu, Earth Soul Master Sikong Xian, Gamefeng, Light Soul Master Suya, Song Qianhe, and the Space Soul Master Li Lai. After Sikong Xian was hit by Chu Tianyuan's palm, his expression changed drastically. An 8-level soul beast. Earth Soul Masters excel in defense, but even his sturdy Earth Soul defense showed signs of cracking under Chu Tianyuan's punch. Is it just level 8? Chu Tianyuan looked at the unharmed Sikong Xian and pondered for a moment. Today, I will show you all my true strength. Gravity Soul, release. As the Gravity Soul was released, Chu Tianyuan immediately felt as light as a swallow. Did you think my previous speed was fast? Now let me show you what true speed is. His figure flashed and vanished from the spot, and with a bang, Sikong Xian's Earth Soul Wall was hit by a punch. With a crack, the Earth Soul Wall immediately shattered. What level is it now? He said sternly. A 9-level Soul Beast. Sikong Xian's shock was beyond description. Everyone attacked together. This Soul Ape strength has reached level 9. A 9-level Soul Beast. That is second only to the Sacred Domain. A Soul Beast that even level 9 Soul Masters cannot handle. Heavenly Fire of the Fire Soul. Flames erupted from Dina's entire body. Water Soul's melting armor. And Ruoyu was also enveloped in a layer of water film. Wind Shield. Ice World. Xian Light Defense. The 9 mentors all infused their soul power into the surrounding space. Do you think you can trap me? Chu Tianyuan looked at the 9 mentors surrounding him. Gravity Soul. Fall. The surrounding spatial gravity instantly increased 5-fold. The 9 mentors immediately felt their bodies sink, an uncontrollable dizziness overwhelming them. Gravity Soul. You actually comprehended Gravity Soul. Earth Soul Master, Gamefeng exclaimed. Gravity Soul? Does such soul power exist in the world? Jiyue endured the discomfort in her body. There are many types of soul power in the world, and it's normal that some we haven't seen before. Suya was breathing heavily, beads of sweat continuously appearing on her forehead. In this space, her strength was reduced by at least 50%, no matter what special soul power you have. Do you really think you can escape from the hands of us level 9 soul masters? Riches was also sweating profusely. His wind soul was most affected under such gravity, and without the speed advantage, even an ordinary level 9 martial artist couldn't defeat him. Escape? Chu Tianyuan sneered. Did I ever say I would escape? I will knock you all down. Speak arrogantly, then take a move from me and try. Song Qin pointed. Light illuminates the earth. Countless beams of light poured down. Clouds splitting palm. This time, Chu Tianyuan unleashed hundreds of palm shadows. This was no longer the level of battle Chu Tianyuan had with Yin a year ago, but a confrontation between level 9 powerhouses. Wind Soul's sovereign over the world. Riches slowly rose into the air despite his heavy body. Ascending into the air? Do you think you have that chance? Chu Tianyuan sneered, and from the 6 Meridian's sword, he unleashed a sword strike. A beam of sword light shot towards Riches. Wind Shield. Riches didn't have time to ascend and directly used the wind shield to block the incoming sword light. The sword light collided with the wind shield with a loud bang, and Riches was knocked down to the ground along with the shield. Ice Soul's profound ice mystery. This time it was Jiyue who attacked. Tiger Roar Fist. With a roar of a tiger, ice spikes shattered into countless fragments scattered across the square. Divine level martial skill. Another divine level martial skill. Song Qian's chest heaved violently. I should have thought of it. His punch against the 5-clawed ice dragon was indeed a divine level martial skill, but he still gritted his teeth. So what if it's a divine level martial skill? Can he use it without limits? Light Soul's clarity. This time, countless light soul blades appeared. Melting water soul. Fall. A giant water hand swatted at the light soul blades. Boom. Another loud crash. Soul power. Chu Tianyuan finally used a second type of soul power to attack. The intensity of the battle far exceeded everyone's imagination. Everyone attacked together. Don't give him a chance to breathe. Gamefeng shouted. Gale Blade. Split. Light distortion. Light illuminates the earth. Ice's blade. Strike to the sky. Heavenly fire. Scorching earth. Ignite. Earth's heavy hammer. Earthquake. Mirror like water. Soul melting. The 9 soul masters launched their attacks simultaneously. 9 massive energy attacks surged towards Chu Tianyuan. Wind Trace. Chu Tianyuan shouted, pushing his speed to the limit. Boom. The entire arena exploded. Chu Tianyuan stood in the center of the arena, his shoulder now with a massive wound. Blood flowing profusely. Even with that terrifying speed and the Wind Soul, he couldn't evade so many attacks. Wind Soul power. He still knows how to use Wind Soul power. Riches was shocked. Don't be surprised. Keep attacking. Don't let him catch his breath. And Ruoyu felt the gravitational pull of the gravity soul noticeably lighten a bit. The attacks from the 9 soul masters once again surged towards Chu Tianyuan. The first tribulation of 9 calamities, thunder. Chu Tianyuan's body vanished like lightning before everyone's eyes, and the arena was shrouded in dust. The second tribulation of Thunder Punishment. Boom! The sky erupted with countless thunderclaps. Thunder Soul Power. It's actually Thunder Soul Power. Everyone was taken aback. This is the ultimate soul power of destruction. Thunder Punishment. Strike for me. Countless lightning dragons swirled around Chu Tianyuan. Dozens of bolts of lightning raining down. Windshield. Ice Prison Armor. The 9 Soul Masters displayed their strongest defenses. After all, that is the Thunder Soul of Annihilation. As arm-thick lightning struck down wildly, the 9 Soul Masters could not spare a hand to attack. At this moment, Chu Tianyuan soared into the air. Wind Soul's boundless wind blade. The Wind Soul power instantly condensed into countless wind blades that shot out in all directions. Other battles were equally fierce. Song Tian's 3 soul powers were suppressing Song Tianxiang tightly. Ming Lingwan faced the 5-clawed ice dragon without losing ground. Song Seer continuously dodged Song Taneo's poison soul techniques. And the Yin Fire brothers, after breaking through, even managed to throw Yin Yin into a flurry. The most exaggerated were Feng Ruliu against Zhong Juanxing and Zi Rujing against Lu Lin. One pair was an 8-level Wind Soul Master against a 9-level Wind Soul Master, while the other pair was a 4-system Soul Master against a 9-level Dark Soul Master. Yet they managed to maintain an undefeated stance despite the obvious level difference. Were they hiding their strength in the competition? Feng Ruliu's hair was completely disheveled. A battle between a 9-level Wind Soul Master and an 8-level Wind Soul Master was supposed to be a no-brainer, but Feng Ruliu actually knew a divine level martial skill. The 3 incarnations of a gale. First incarnation of a gale, wind, butterfly, transformation. Feng Ruliu's eyes focused, and countless wind soul powers immediately gathered towards her. And 2 transparent wind butterfly wings floated up and down behind her. 3 incarnations of a gale. Zhong Juanxing's eyes lit up. You are actually the royal family of the Wind Summer Empire. The 3 incarnations of a gale, a divine level soul technique, is the strongest soul technique of the Wind Summer Empire. Moreover, only the direct bloodline of the royal family can practice it. So what? Feng Ruliu was unafraid. Do we of the Wind Summer Empire fear your Dragon Soul Empire? Ha ha ha! Zhong Juanxing laughed heartily. Since you are a spy from an enemy country, then even if I kill you, the Dean won't say much about it. I'm afraid you don't have that ability. Feng Ruliu's forehead was already beaded with faint sweat. The soul power consumed by the second manifestation of the gale was truly immense. However, she gritted her teeth and activated the wind wings of the second manifestation of the gale. The wind soul power once again condensed towards her body, and this time, the butterfly wings on her back transformed into pure white like that of an angel. This time, I want to see if your speed as a level 9 Wind Soul Master can keep up with my second manifestation of the gale. Zhong Juanxing's arms also conjured 2 wind blades, declaring, for every wing you have, I will cut 1 down. I want to see whether your wings grow faster or my wind blades cut faster. He dove towards Feng Ruliu from midair. The dual blades of wind soul cut like silk. The wind soul's heavenly rotation cleaved the mountains. 5 massive whirlwinds rushed towards Zhong Juanxing. Wind like the heavens. Zhong Juanxing's wind blades continuously clashed with the whirlwind blades, tearing apart the 2 gales. Zijiqing's crystalline robe had already faded away. He collapsed on the ground, and before him stood his mentor, Lu Lin. Zijiqing, you cannot defeat me, even if you possess 3 types of soul power and a 4th type in a conical form. The difference in levels is too great. Give up your resistance. I won't make things difficult for you, Lu Lin said to Zijiqing. Is that so? Zijiqing looked at her, but replied, I don't believe it. I want to become stronger than anyone, even if it means selling my soul to the devil. A faint layer of black mist appeared on his face. Awaken, the dark soul sleeping within me. A massive amount of dark soul power surged from the ground, completely enveloping Zijiqing. Until the black mist dissipated, Zijiqing's figure emerged. His eyes had turned purple, and his dark purple lips resembled rose petals in the night. The clothing on his back ripped apart, revealing a pair of pitch-black wings. Demon race. Lu Lin would not forget the records in the history books. At this moment, Zijiqing was exactly as described in the texts. Over 100 years ago, the demon race invaded, divided into 2 categories, the Earth Demon and the Sky Demon. The difference between them was that the Earth Demon had no wings, while the Sky Demon possessed a pair of pitch-black feathered wings. However, they all shared one characteristic. Every demon had astonishing combat power, and their control over dark soul power was innate. The more gifted demons even reached the pinnacle in the use of dark soul power. Chapter 26. The Most Desired Things. Soul beasts, demon races, empires, dragon knights. Everyone revealed their trump cards, and the battle at the Soul Martial Academy suddenly became complex. No one expected that this incident, which could have been easily resolved, would become the spark that ignited conflict across the soul fighting continent. Chu Tianyuan's combat power far exceeded the expectations of the 9 soul mentors. Techniques like the cloud-piercing palm, 6 meridians divine sword, tiger roar fist, gravity soul power, wind soul power, and thunder soul power, each capable of dominating a region when perfected, all manifested in the same person. What kind of terrifying talent must that be? And how much of his strength has he unleashed? No one knows. The only way to verify this is through battle, revealing his hidden cards one by one. Among the mentors, Li Lai was undoubtedly the most relaxed one. As a space soul master, he was sensitive to fluctuations in spatial soul power and could execute brief spatial movements. The clothes on his shoulders had already torn, but compared to the other 8 mentors, he appeared to be the most composed. Reiks had been struck in the chest by the 6 meridians divine, sword's energy, blood gushing. The ice spikes on Jiuyu's hands had already penetrated his flesh under the immense pressure of soul power. Dina's hair was disheveled, her own fire soul power even burning her own hem, but this was definitely not caused by her own doing. And Ruoyu had received a counterattack from Chu Tianyuan, and her face was covered in a layer of frost flowers. The defense-oriented Earth Soul Masters, Sikong Xian and Gai Mofeng, had blood stains at the corners of their mouths. And Suya Dai may frown slightly, having used almost all her light soul power on healing. Although light soul masters could heal their own injuries, they also became the primary targets for the opponent's attacks. And in this battle, Shi and Song Qianhe had endured more than half of the attacks. Chu Tianyuan was in ragged clothes, his body covered in scars. Facing the siege of the 9 great soul masters, he displayed his strength like never before. Blood was still flowing from his wounds, but it did not affect his fighting spirit. He gasped for breath, like a soul beast trapped in a corner, and indeed, the 9 masters treated him as if he were a soul beast. This soul beast is too strong. I need to use the space prison. Everyone hold him down. Li Lai said to the others. The other 8 soul masters immediately formed a siege, countless soul power attacks directed at Chu Tianyuan in the center. Space prison. Lock. Li Lai thrust his hands forward. Space soul power surged from all directions, sealing off the surroundings. He shouted, "Heaven and Earth prison." A spatial soul power cage completely enveloped Chu Tianyuan. Sweat beads continuously emerged from Li Lai's forehead. This was his strongest spatial soul power. You want to trap me? Do you think a soul power space is enough? Chu Tianyuan pushed against the pressing walls of the space. Then how about adding Frozen World? Jiuyu shouted, "Frozen! Frozen!" Ice soul power wrapped around the solid soul power space again. Tiger roar fist. Chu Tianyuan punched forward the seal. The soul power space trembled continuously, and ice chunks fell from the space. Li Lai and Jiuyu simultaneously spat out a mouthful of blood. This tiger roar fist was the collision of their soul power with Chu Tianyuan's internal energy. Everyone quickly enhanced the ceiling space with soul power. We can't withstand his second strike. Li Lai endured the blood rising in his throat. 6 paths of light, prison of light soul. Boundless purgatory of fire soul. 1,000 threads, knot of wind soul. Earth burial of earth soul. Prisoning of water soul dragon. The 9 great soul masters had lost confidence in killing Chu Tianyuan. They were now only thinking about containment and sealing. The barrier of the 9 ninth-level soul masters was incredibly strong. Chu Tianyuan felt his space continually shrinking, and the pressure of soul power closing in. Tiger roar fist. A massive energy struck the seal. The seal shook continuously, but the barrier of the 9 soul masters kept enhancing. Chu Tianyuan was drenched in sweat. Even a holy domain expert might not easily break through the pressure of the 9 sealing barriers. 9th Calamity thunders 3rd Calamity. The thunder power outside the space continuously attacked the barrier. Tiger roar fist. Another wave of spatial fluctuation. Beast, you cannot break our barrier. Hurry up and surrender. Song Qianhe's soul power continuously surged into the space. Can't break? Chu Tianyuan punched again. You say I can't break this barrier. The pressure of soul power around him grew stronger. 9th Calamity thunders 4th Calamity. Break the barrier. The thunder power outside the space surged violently toward the interior. But the thunder soul power was blocked by the 9 barriers, continually attacking the barrier, seemingly unwilling to give up until it could reach Chu Tianyuan. The thunder soul power was indeed the supreme force of destructive soul power. The first layer of the 9 barriers, it continuously emitted sizzling, explosive sounds. Destruction en lancement, destruction en lancement. The soul power fought back. Great power diamond finger. Break for me. Chu Tianyuan's thumb glowed with golden light. A gigantic finger shadow collided with the barrier. Everyone hold on. Crack, crack, the barrier slowly collapsed. Rumble. A tremendous energy exploded, and the 9 soul masters were directly blasted away by the energy storm. Chu Tianyuan half squatted on the ground, his body covered in blood, having nearly exhausted his internal energy using the Great Power Diamond Finger. The Great Power Diamond Finger is a powerful martial art that condenses internal energy into a single point to unleash an attack. Even the 9 barriers, no matter how strong, cannot withstand such a concentrated attack. Moreover, outside the barriers, there's the onslaught of the destruction Thunder Soul. Haha, Chu Tianyuan Lauet Wu Li. A level 9 soul master is nothing but this. The 9 soul masters endured their pain, their expressions filled with indescribable grief and anger. You cursed ape. Riches spat out a mouthful of blood. Even if you can escape from the Soul Martial Academy today, our human race's sacred domain experts will never let you go. Sacred domain experts of the human race? Is it the president of the Soul Martial Academy, or Chu Batian? Chu Tianyuan's gulp. I dare to bet that if Chu Batian knew about this, your Soul Martial Academy would have to bear his boundless wrath. You're talking nonsense. Riches shouted angrily. How could Marshal Batian associate with a soul beast like you? You must be scared, afraid of our relentless pursuit of you humans. Am I talking nonsense? Chu Tianyuan looked down at the 9 soul masters. You better ask Chu Tianxiang about this. He felt a pang of pain in his heart. And do you think I would be afraid of the sacred domain experts of the human race? Ha ha ha. Gamefeng burst into laughter. Do you think our Dragon Soul Empire really only has 2 sacred domain experts? If all our human experts were to mobilize, even if you hide in the deepest part of the forest, you would still find it hard to escape death. Chu Tianyuan shook his head at him. Even if there are countless human powerhouses, do you think they would chase me down because of what happened today? Have I done anything unforgivable at the Soul Martial Academy? Even if I am not human, have I done anything that would make the entire human race want to eradicate me? His questions came one after another. You killed people wantonly in my Soul Martial Academy. Is that not true? Gamefeng glared at Chu Tianyuan. In his eyes, Chu Tianyuan was nothing more than a slightly stronger soul beast. Huang Puzhou, he deserved to die, Chu Tianyuan said fiercely. Then how do you explain your transformation into a human and sneaking into our Soul Martial Academy to steal our human martial skills? Song Qianhe covered his wounded body. The healing speed of soul power could not keep up with the speed of blood loss. Stealing human martial skills? Chu Tianyuan's eyes narrowed. Can you tell me which martial skill I use belongs to your Soul Martial Academy? Song Qianhe was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. If it weren't for stealing our human martial skills, how could you, a soul ape, comprehend such powerful martial skills? Then may I ask, what martial skills I used have ever appeared in the Duhan continent? This question silenced everyone. Haiyan Palm, 6 Meridians Divine Sword, Tiger Roar Fist. Great Strength, Vajra, Finger. Any of these martial skills the 9 great soul masters had never even heard of. Since you haven't heard of them, what evidence do you have to prove they belong to humans? You have nothing to say now, do you? Chu Tianyuan said coldly. All of this is your imagination. Based solely on your imagination, you treat me as an aberration. Based solely on your imagination, you want to eradicate me. Based solely on your imagination, you want to press all the unwarranted charges onto me. Is this the style of your Soul Martial Academy? Another silence ensued. Does it hurt you that I am not human? Does it harm the entire human race? I just want to live as a decent person, to stand at the pinnacle of the Duhan continent, but it was Huang Puzhou who ruined me. He destroyed my chance to be a normal person. What is wrong with me killing him? To live decently. Haha. And Ryu laughed, as if hearing the funniest joke. You are a soul beast. How can you claim to be human? A soul beast is a soul beast, and even if you have a high cultivation level, even if you can transform into a human form, you can never change the fact that you are a soul beast. A soul beast is just a soul beast. Chu Tianyuan sighed to the sky. I once thought that as long as I could stand at the peak of everyone, I could obtain everything I wanted. It turns out that even with hard work and strength, I cannot change the views of the masses. In their eyes, I will always be a monkey. I'm just a monkey. I originally thought I had seen through it back in the Sanjiao forest, but unexpectedly, when I returned to the starting point, I still cared. Tears streamed down his face. Ha, he laughed wildly. It turns out that seeing through things is because one has gained. Not seeing through is because one has lost. Is this me? He mocked himself. I am Chu Tianyuan. I can stand at the highest point of the Duhan continent. But why do I have to stand so high? For glory, for the adoration of the masses, or to change everyone's perception. He shook his head. These were things I once wanted, but they were not what I wanted the most. So deep in my heart, what do I truly desire? He recalled the days he had walked through, and a golden light flashed through his mind. It turns out this is what I want. Chapter 27. The Return of the Holy Domain. Chu Tianyuan suddenly smiled. The murderous aura and anger on his face dissipated, replaced by an incredibly gentle expression. He thought of the old dean of the orphanage, his mother, Chu Tian, and the people who fought alongside him. It turned out that this is what I wanted. Why strive? Why become stronger? Because there are things in my heart that I desire. But what if I get them? If I obtain what I want in my heart, do I still need to become stronger? The answer is yes, if I have obtained it. Then I must become even stronger. Only by becoming stronger can I protect the people I want to guard in my heart. It turns out that what he wanted most was not the pinnacle of glory, but the warmth deep within his soul that he had always lacked. It was not glory that he was missing, but love from the old dean, his mother, Chu Tian, Zi Rujing, Song Ser, Ming Lingwan, the Yinhua brothers, Feng Ruliu, and Song Tian. These are the warmth he felt. He wanted to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger could he protect those important to him. He sighed deeply and said, "Everyone stop. Let's leave here." His voice was soft, but it was clear to everyone. Zi Rujing and Feng Ruliu stopped fighting and fell behind Chu Tianyuan. They could no longer stay at the Soul Martial Academy. With the bloodline of the Demon Clan and the label of enemy spies, any accusation could lead to their deaths here. Song Seer also stopped. She looked at Zi Rujing, but the words she wanted to say could not come out. "Siad, aim suri." I said I would definitely leave, Zi Rujing said lightly. "Now is the time to leave. Do you think defeating us will allow you to leave here?" The Earth Soul Master, Gamefeng, looked at the three with a determined expression. "Mountain Beast, appear." A giant armored soul beast appeared before everyone. A level 9 mountain beast? Chu Tianyuan looked at Gamefeng's soul beast. "Are you willing to let your soul beast die here? I am from the Dragon Soul Empire, and I will not let the disaster of the Empire leave here. Even if I die, I will keep you here. Mountain Beast, attack!" Gamefeng said sternly. The mountain beast roared and pounced on the three, its giant claws slashing down. However, the three seemed unconcerned about the mountain beast's attack. In their strongest state, they were confident they could withstand even a level 9 soul beast attack. Zi Rujing's dark soul power and Feng Ruliu's whirlwind shield could both block the mountain beast attack. But Chu Tianyuan merely pointed at it lightly, and a white light flashed, causing a mountain beast to fall. 6 Pulse Divine, Swords, Shao's sword. "Let's go." Chu Tianyuan said to Zi Rujing and Feng Ruliu. The two nodded, believing that no one could keep them here today. "No, I won't let you leave here." Zhong Juanxing blocked their path. "Do you think you can stop us?" Chu Tianyuan said faintly. "Yes, I can't." A helpless look arose, but Tian Shan's snow rock. "Appear." A giant rock appeared before everyone. Another level 9 soul beast. Dark-eyed lion soul beast, appear. Wind-winged beast, appear. Weihai violent flame beast, appear. With the appearance of the Tian Shan snow rock, all 8 injured soul masters, except for Gamefeng, summoned their soul beasts, and all were above level 8. The soul power of Zi Rujing and Feng Ruliu had already gathered. Dealing with 9 soul beasts above level 8 was comparable to the strength of 9 soul masters. Although Chu Tianyuan's strength had exceeded their imagination, he had already fought against 9 soul masters once. They felt a bit anxious about fighting 9 soul beasts now. "Crazy, you are all crazy," Chu Tianyuan shouted at them. "Do you want me to kill you and your soul beast before you are satisfied? Don't you understand?" Song China said, "This is no longer just a matter of the Soul Martial Academy. It is a matter for the entire Dragon Soul Empire, for all of humanity. You are just a soul beast. We can let you go back. But that demon clan and the spies of the Fengxia Empire, you must leave them behind. All right, if you want to keep them, then I will kill you all." Chu Tianyuan's blood surged, and he signaled the two behind him to step back. A massive amount of wind soul power was gathering around his body. He had just practiced a battle skill a few days ago, but he didn't know its power. Today, let your soul beast try it out. A huge whirlwind rose, and thick wind soul power condensed into a wind god phantom behind Chu Tianyuan. Heavenly Intent, Four Symbols Technique, Wind God S. Fury. All Wind Soul Masters felt the wind soul power around them being drained, and wind blades, wind stabs, and hurricanes, numerous wind form attacks surged forth. The square was filled with flying tiles and debris, buildings collapsing, and the entire space was filled with invading wind soul power. A disaster of a hurricane descended like a bolt from the blue. Balola flew out of the silent land, looking disheveled. But the joy on his face could not be concealed, for he had broken through the level 9 Martial Master barrier in just over 10 days. Originally, he had entered the Silent Land only to find his most valued disciple, Chu Tian, but he did not expect the dangers to far exceed his imagination. A level 9 Martial Master could become the Deputy Dean of the Soul Martial Academy, which showed his strength, but in the Silent Land, even with holy level martial skills, he had to flee from soul beasts, barely escaping with his life. After finally making it out, the Holy Domain barrier that had held him back for decades unexpectedly broke through. Although the danger of the first tribulation of the Holy Domain was far greater than that of the soul beasts in the Silent Land, he still found a safe place to survive the tribulation. Now that he had reached the Holy Domain, he was ecstatic, but a sudden energy fluctuation made him shiver. What a huge soul power fluctuation! It's still in the academy. He looked into the distance. Could it be this year's talent competition? But the commotion is too great. Balola leaped up, feeling ecstatic about being in the Holy Domain. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. Not good. He immediately flew at high speed toward the source of the energy fluctuation. The square was left with no intact buildings. The wounded in the ruins were moaning. Sweat beads kept appearing on Chu Tianyuan's forehead, and his chest heaved violently. This move had nearly drained all the soul power from his body. Heavenly Intent, Four Symbols Technique. Is it really this powerful just from being a beginner? He wiped the sweat from his forehead and turned to see the terrified faces of those who had stayed in the air to escape the disaster. What kind of soul skill is this? Holy level? Divine level? Even if it's a divine level soul skill, it shouldn't cause such destruction. Chu Tianyuan, wait for me, this isn't over. A weak voice came from the ruins, and a bare arm reached out from the broken bricks and tiles. It was Song Tian's hand. Chu Tianyuan swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said to the ruins, sorry, I overdid it this time. Behind him, Zi Rujing and Feng Ruliu were completely stunned. This was Chu Tianyuan's strength. One move. Just one move defeated 9 soul beasts above level 8. And this destructive power was not just limited to that, as evidenced by the ruins all over the square. Overdoing it? Who would enjoy channeling all their soul power into the ground? If that strike had directly hit the more than 10 mentors in front of him. Zi Rujing wiped the sweat from her forehead. Among the 13 mentors, only Li Lai and Zhong Junxing were not seriously injured, but they were terrified by this sudden shock. They looked at Chu Tianyuan, cold sweat soaking their bodies. Are you still going to keep us here? Chu Tianyuan looked at them coldly. You can go. Li Lai felt a sense of helplessness rise within him. Chu Tianyuan coldly snorted and landed on the ground. He found all the fire brothers in the ruins and only relaxed when he confirmed that everyone was not in any life-threatening danger. Yan Yan's body had completely softened, and the wind blades had almost torn through her robe. When Chu Tianyuan pulled her out, she merely glared at him in anger, unable to say a word. It was only now that she understood what it meant to be caught in the crossfire. Ming Lingwan was surprisingly unharmed, standing in place, which left Chu Tianyuan quite astonished. But he merely walked slowly past her without saying another word. Perhaps in his heart, he cared for her, but that feeling had changed not long ago. Ming Lingwan's heart ached, recalling his words, "So you don't believe me either," brought her inexplicable pain. Did she really believe him? She didn't know. She felt that the thread of innocence in her heart was crumbling, realizing that deep down, she was just like everyone else. Chu Tianyuan stood in the wind, the setting sun dyeing his golden hair red. His furry face showed no expression as he said to Zi Rujing and Feng Ruliu, "Let's go." Zi Rujing and Feng Ruliu floated behind him, their faces no longer showing any longing. Wait, Chu Tianyuan gazed into the distance. Someone was coming. Zi Rujing looked at the approaching black dot in the distance. A sense of foreboding surged in her heart. There was no need for wind soul power to fly in the air. That could only be a Saint Realm expert. Balola had already arrived in front of everyone, looking somewhat disheveled, but his gaze was sharp as a sword. Director Zhong, what is going on here? Zhong Junxing looked at Balola, who was floating in midair, and said, Vice Dean, you have reached the Saint Realm? Balola snorted coldly. I asked you what happened here. Our academy has been infiltrated by outsiders. Zhong Junxing pointed at the 3 people in the sky. Balola's cold gaze swept over them, soul beasts, demon race, and the three incarnations of the Gale? The royal family of the Wind Summer Empire? Yes, Zhong Juanqing replied. They are very powerful, especially that ape-like soul beast, which defeated all the other instructors. What? Bai Luola was taken aback. You all couldn't even defeat this soul beast? Zhong Juanqing nodded dejectedly. Its combat skills are terrifying. Bai Luola turned to look at Chu Tianyuan. Are you the soul beast that turned our Soul Martial Academy into this? Chu Tianyuan was confused for a moment when he was ignored, and upon hearing Baelora treat him as a soul beast again, he couldn't help but feel a surge of anger and said, I am your grandpa? Chapter 28. Entering the Silent Land, Baelora was taken aback. A Saint Domain soul beast? It's just a soul beast that can use wind soul power. It hasn't reached the Saint Domain yet, Zhong Juanqing explained. Baelora looked at Chu Tianyuan with a strange expression. A primate soul beast that could use wind soul power and even speak human language. And what's rare is that it could curse so professionally. This was indeed quite unusual. Chu Tianyuan was covered in goosebumps as he was being stared at. Feng Riliu was fine as she was a woman, but this Bai Luola was definitely a real man. You all go first, I'll hold him off. He waved his hand behind him. Zi Rujing was about to say something, but Feng Riliu pulled her away. Let's retreat for now. The opponent is a sacred domain expert. We can't help much. Zi Rujing bit her dark purple lower lip and looked at Chu Tianyuan, saying, Be careful. Chu Tianyuan Dao said, You all hurry up and run as fast as you can. I don't have much confidence in being able to defeat him. Upon hearing this, Zhong Juanqing immediately stepped in front of Zi Rujing and said, You can't leave. Chu Tianyuan glanced at him, and with a thought, he summoned Yinwu to restrain Zhong Juanqing. Yinwu circled above his head twice and was about to say something when Chu Tianyuan slapped down, saying, What are you thinking about the soul crystal at a time like this? Do you believe I can turn you into a roasted bird right now? Although Yinwu was fast, it didn't T-react in time and was slammed to the ground. It flapped its wings and, in a mournful tone, said, Yes, master. After that, it lunged toward Zhong Juanqing. Chu Tianyuan shook his head disdainfully. This greedy bird is truly hopeless. Bairora looked at them and was not in a hurry to take action. He glanced at Yinwu, feeling somewhat surprised. Is this your companion? Chu Tianyuan silently cursed him and said, Your companion is the soul beast. This is my soul beast. Bairora's expression became even more strange as he exclaimed, You've even learned how we humans sign soul beast contracts? It seems you've really learned quite a lot here. However, the level of the soul beast you contracted is too low, isn't it? Chu Tianyuan directly greeted his mother this time, saying, To hell with those lowly soul beasts. Aren't your academy's mentors being tormented to the brink of death? He then glanced at the lying Li Daoyan, who had been driven to the brink of rage by Yinwu and was now unconscious due to the impact of Chu Tianyuan's Tianyi Four Symbols technique. Given the current situation, it seemed that Zhong Juanqing might become the second Li Daoyan, as the spatial ring on his hand had, in the blink of an eye, ended up in Yinwu's mouth. You damn sound soul bird. Zhong Juanqing, furious, chased after Yinwu, shouting, I will strip you of your feathers. Feng Riliu and Zi Rujing exchanged glances, realizing that Zhong Juanqing had no time to stop them. With two streaks of light, they had already flown far away. Where do we go now? Zi Rujing asked Feng Riliu. The Imperial capital has definitely noticed the abnormalities of the Soul Martial Academy, and in a short time, we will become the most wanted targets in the entire empire. It's better to stay put than to escape. After pondering for a moment, Zi Rujing said, Are you saying that the most dangerous place is the safest? He looked towards the Soul Martial Academy. Exactly. Feng Riliu looked back. There is absolutely no one who would think of going there. Even if they know, they wouldn't dare to come. The place she was referring to was the Desolate Land. At the Soul Martial Academy's plaza, Chu Tianyuan and Baelora were facing each other. Your soul beast is quite special, Baelora remarked, watching Zhong Juanqing chase after Yinwu. Your academy's mentors are also quite special, Chu Tianyuan replied, also looking at Zhong Juanqing. I want to know if you have truly reached the sacred domain. Baelora shifted his gaze to the ruins on the ground. You could try and find out. A faint soul power began to swirl around Chu Tianyuan. Baelora smiled slightly. Don't you need to rest for a while? That last move must have taken quite a toll on you, right? You think you'll let me recover? Chu Tianyuan sneered. I see you're afraid. I still have more tricks up my sleeve, which is why you're hesitating to attack. He looked towards the imperial capital, estimating that people there were probably rushing in this direction now. Baelora's expression darkened. Chu Tianyuan had guessed his thoughts completely. After spending some time in the Desolate Land, he had a clear understanding of how terrifying soul beasts could be, especially those with higher intelligence. Even if their strength wasn't that great, they could be extremely troublesome. And those that were both intelligent and strong were natural hunters. In Bellora's eyes, Chu Tianyuan had already entered the ranks of the most dangerous soul beasts. Being able to infiltrate the Soul Martial Academy without detection, comprehending numerous soul powers, displaying astonishing martial skills, overpowering over a dozen ninth-level mentors, and having intelligence surpassing that of ordinary people. All these signs indicated that Chu Tianyuan was even more terrifying than a sacred domain powerhouse. As Bellora was new to the sacred domain, he was not yet familiar with the power of its champions. Facing a soul beast comparable to the sacred domain, he was naturally wary. What is wrong? Did I hit the nail on the head? Chu Tianyuan continued. That's right, you are correct, Bellora said. But how are you any different? You've been talking to me all along. Haven't you just been stalling for time to let your two companions escape? Chu Tianyuan smiled again upon hearing his calm admission. He had already made up his mind. Since neither of us wants to fight, why should we linger here? If you let me go, I won't make things difficult for you either. Bellora was somewhat angry. After all, he was a powerful being in the sacred domain, albeit a newcomer, but still far superior to a level 9 warrior. Are you sure you have the ability to make me uncomfortable? He said sullenly. I guarantee that if you dare to attack me, you will be more embarrassed than anyone else here. Bellora was speechless with anger, but didn't dare to act rashly against Chu Tianyuan. He stared intently at Chu Tianyuan, feeling that there must be some hidden trump card behind his calm demeanor. Having just reached the sacred domain, he didn't want to ruin his image due to a moment of impulse. Who knows what abilities the soul beast in front of them might have? If a fight broke out and he lost, that would be a huge embarrassment. A sacred domain expert unable to defeat even a level 9 soul beast would be a laughingstock. I advise you not to be impulsive, otherwise, I can't guarantee that I won't resort to a mutually destructive situation. Moreover, the Soul Martial Academy has only suffered minor damage. You don't need to make a big deal out of it, Chu Tianyuan said leisurely. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. With a thought, Inu returned to the original soul space. The direction he flew towards was the Desolate Land. Only in the Desolate Land could he hide. Vice President Zhong Juanxing became anxious upon hearing this. His spatial ring was still in Inu's belly. This old beast had just used a large number of combat techniques, and he knew it was just a scare tactic. You've already reached the sacred domain. Are you still afraid of it? Bellora felt helpless. He also wanted to capture Chu Tianyuan, but as a newcomer to the sacred domain, he only had the ability to fly in the air and no other techniques. His inner strength had indeed increased significantly, but looking at the ruins of the square, he sighed inwardly. No matter how strong he was, he didn't have the power to destroy the square. He glared at Zhong Juanxing and said, if you're not afraid, then you go. If he couldn't even deal with a sound soul bird next to Chu Tianyuan, how could he possibly handle his master? Although Zhong Juanxing was in the wrong, he wasn't sure if Chu Tianyuan had any trump cards left. Plus, he was frustrated after being robbed of everything, and now being scolded by Bellora made his face flush red. Feeling aggrieved, he steeled himself and directly pursued the direction Chu Tianyuan was leaving. All right, since the vice president is afraid, I'll go intercept that soul beast. As Chu Tianyuan had just left 100 zhong away, he saw Zhong Juanxing rushing over. Feeling a bit frustrated inside, he had managed to scare off a powerful being from the Holy Realm, and now someone fearless had jumped out. Inwu, what exactly did you do to make someone rush here without caring for their life? Damn beast, where do you think you're going? Zhong Juanxing shouted loudly and attacked Chu Tianyuan. Chu Tianyuan also became ruthless, channeling all his soul power and internal energy into his palm, Gravity Soul. Zhong Juanxing immediately felt his body become countless times heavier, but as a level 9 Wind Soul Master, he still didn't fall. He mobilized the soul power within him to rush forward, but unexpectedly, a huge black shadow descended from the sky. Buddha's palm. Boom! A loud sound erupted. A giant palm print had already appeared on the ground. Zhong Juanxing was lying in the palm print, his body constantly trembling, and this time, not a single bone was intact. Chu Tianyuan dropped down and threw the soft, mud-like Zhong Juanxing towards Bellula, saying, do you want to be like him? Bellula looked at the Zhong Juanxing flying towards him and felt a chill in his heart, while also sighing with relief, thinking how lucky he was not to have acted just now. Otherwise, that soft and limp figure would have been him. He couldn't help but swallow hard and pretended to be calm, saying, you can go now. Chu Tianyuan snorted coldly and flew towards the Desolate Land. Bellula, holding the disassembled Zhong Juanxing, noticed that he still had a breath left and said, people have already said not to act impulsively, but you insisted on charging in. Look, now you've suffered for it. Saying this, she disregarded Zhong Juanxing, who could only inhale but not exhale, and directly threw him at her feet. Then, she addressed the few remaining conscious students, organized the square, get the injured out, and sent a few people to invite all the nearby light and water soul masters over. Chu Tianyuan flew to the edge of the desolate land and immediately collapsed to the ground. That was close. He gasped for breath, beads of sweat the size of beans continuously emerging from his forehead. At this moment, his soul power and internal energy were completely exhausted. He had truly shown all his cards this time. Although he had intimidated Bellora, it had been extremely dangerous. He slowly got up and was surprised to find that someone was already standing in front of him. You haven't left? Chu Tianyuan asked. I guess you would hide here. Chu Tianyuan wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, and in his weakened state, he seemed unable to even stand. I thought that apart from here, there was no place left for us to hide in this imperial capital. Chapter 29. The late-night visitor. It was already midnight, but the city walls of the imperial capital were still brightly lit. As the last checkpoint of the Dragon Soul Empire, the defenses were quite solid. Hundreds of martial artists were stationed at the city gate, with a few Wind Soul Masters still in a deep sleep. Soul Masters held a high status wherever they were, but their nobility was not without reason. As soon as there was any commotion at the checkpoint, they could quickly relay the news back to the imperial capital. At this moment, a horse-drawn carriage had arrived at the city gate. The guard was an 8th-level martial artist who stopped the carriage and was about to question it. But as a head poked out from the carriage, he immediately widened his eyes. General Baba Tian, Chu Batian immediately signaled for him to keep quiet and said softly, "Open the city gates." As the sound of hooves faded away, the 8th-level martial artist finally came to his senses. This was a powerful figure from the sacred domain. Moreover, he was the military soul of the empire, and his appearance was almost etched in the hearts of every Dragon Soul citizen. On the carriage, Chu Batian was staring at Sang Haiyan, who was sitting beside a girl of about 16 or 17 years old. Her obedient face concealed her inner nervousness. Sitting in the same carriage with two sacred domain powerhouses was indeed a great honor, but it was also undoubtedly a nerve-wracking experience. Are you sure his name is Chu Tianyuan? Chu Batian asked. Of course I'm sure, Sang Haiyan replied with some irritation. I just can't understand how a genius with a divine original soul could be buried in the Chu family. Have you lost your mind, Chu Batian? It's a long story, Chu Batian responded without getting angry, but he felt a bit regretful when he thought about Chu Tianyuan's experiences over the years. You. Are you sure you've seen young Master Tianyuan? He asked the girl next to him. I don't know if he is young Master Tianyuan, but that night, I heard some noise in my mother's room, so I went and take a look. I saw a boy standing there in the spirit hall, crying alone. At that time, I didn't know who he was, and I didn't say anything, Yu replied softly. How could you not say anything about such a big incident? Chu Baishan's expression darkened. Besides, someone died that night. Weren't you afraid something would happen to the Chu family? Yu hesitated. A year ago, she was so frightened that she lost her composure. The next day, she heard that 2 martial artists from the Chu family had died. Although she knew that the boy was the one who killed them, she didn't bring it up because she vaguely suspected something, that the boy's identity was actually Chu Zhanhuan's biological son, Chu Tianyuan. Sang Haiyan could no longer bear it. Chu Batian, it's bad enough that you didn't keep an eye on your grandson, but now you want to vent your anger on a little kid? You know the rules of the Chu family. She is just a little girl without strength or status. If she speaks up, will you even take it seriously? You should think about how to bring Chu Tianyuan back to the Chu family. I see he has quite a grudge against the Chu family. Chu Batian was somewhat depressed. Although the Chu family couldn't provide him much, they hadn't done anything to make him hate them either. He believed that as long as they gave him the treatment he deserved, he wouldn't resent the Chu family anymore. After all, he shared the bloodline of the Chu family. Sang Haiyan snorted disdainfully and said, Do you think with his talent he would care about the treatment from the Chu family? Even without those benefits, relying solely on his extraordinary talent, he will definitely reach the sacred domain within 50 years. I think it's better to report this matter to the master and let him decide. Perhaps he will allow him to enter the Dragon Soul space, considering Chu Tianyuan's astonishing talent. That would be good, Chu Batian replied gloomily. But we need to first confirm if he is indeed the son of the Battle Soul. After all, the Dragon Soul space is of great importance. It would be bad if an enemy spy infiltrated it. Of course, but I need to make a trip to the palace first. You can go with this girl to the Soul Martial Academy to confirm Chu Tianyuan's identity, Sang Haiyan suggested. All right then, old Go Sang. Remember to send my regards to the master. Chu Batian instructed the coachman to stop. Sang Haiyan lightly tiptoed and disappeared into the night. Balula was waiting outside the hall. feeling a bit anxious because his disciple, Chu Tiantian, had actually come out from the desolate land. When she emerged, she was already exhausted, with wounds so deep that bones were visible. One can only imagine the danger she had faced. Fortunately, she had returned alive. Although the injuries of Guangzhou master Tsang Qianhe had not yet healed, they did not affect the healing effects of the light soul power. Chu Tiantian's injuries had stabilized, but she remained unconscious. Bailula let out a long sigh. He had taken Chu Tiantian as his disciple precisely because he admired her determination, but he had always been puzzled about what drove her to train so desperately. The belief of a martial artist was the main motivation for them to become stronger. But what was Chu Tiantian's belief? Bailula felt somewhat dazed. It had taken him over 100 years to reach the sacred domain. Was his belief not strong enough? As the vice president of the Seoul Martial Academy, he had witnessed the growth of countless geniuses, and those with extraordinary talents could generally reach the sacred domain in around 50 years. However, the current generation of prodigies was the most terrifying group since the establishment of the Seoul Martial Academy. There was Tsang Tian, a sacred-level original soul master from Earth City. Zi Rujing, who had the bloodline of the demon race. Feng Ruliu, a member of the royal family of the Wind Summer Empire. And Chu Tianyuan, who had defeated 9 ninth-level mentors. If they weren't from the demon race, weren't enemies, and weren't soul beasts, then the future of the Dragon Soul Empire would have hoped to stand first among the 3 great empires. Bailula couldn't help but sigh. And then he heard a knock at the door. "Come in," he said. A night shift martial artist walked in and said, "Vice President, we have guests at the academy." "Guests? Who would come at this hour?" Bailula asked, puzzled. "Yes, they said they have urgent matters to discuss with the president. I told them the president is not here, but they said it would be fine to speak with you. This is their token. They said you would definitely meet them upon seeing it," the martial artist replied, handing over an item. It was a golden plaque carved into the shape of a sun radiating brilliance. Bailula's expression changed dramatically upon seeing the token. He took it and said, "Take me to meet them." Bailula left the hall and saw over a dozen golden-robed individuals standing in the courtyard. They looked extremely arrogant, seemingly looking down on everyone. The leading golden-robed man glanced at Bailula disdainfully and said, "Bailula, it's been many years since we last met, and your attitude has certainly grown quite a bit." Bailula's expression darkened. "Zhu Jingji, our Soul Martial Academy doesn't have the same prestige as your Light Soul Temple. So stop putting on your airs here." Zhu Jingji sneered. "It seems after years of no see, your tongue has become quite sharp, but I wonder how much your strength has progressed." With that, he radiated light and shouted, "Purify evil with the light soul." Several beams of white light shot towards Bailula. Sky opening palm. Bailula struck out with a palm. The intense internal force and soul power collided, resulting in an explosive sound. Sacred domain. Zhu Jingji was taken aback. "You've also reached the sacred domain." Bailula waved his trembling hand back and thought to himself, but his face remained stern. "Zhu Jingji, just because you reached the sacred domain doesn't mean I can't." After testing with one move, Bailula realized that Zhu Jingji's strength was only that of a sacred domain expert, which is why he could unleash such an attack. Zhu Jingji didn't waste time talking. "Enough chit-chat, Bailula. You should know the purpose of our visit." Bailula glanced at the golden-robed individuals in front of him. 12 light judgments. What major affair could bring so many of you here? Are you asking knowingly? Zhu Jingji replied coldly. "We've heard that Huang Puzhou, the candidate for the Light Son of our Light Soul Temple, has died in your Soul Martial Academy. Is this true?" Bailula said in a deep voice. "Indeed, Huang Puzhou died in our academy, but we have already sent his body back to your temple, and we have clarified the circumstances of the incident. Do you intend to shift the blame onto our Soul Martial Academy? The responsibility naturally falls on you if a candidate for the Light Son of our Light Soul Temple dies in your academy." Zhu Jingji shouted angrily. "We want to make it difficult for you. Just hand over the murderer, and we will no longer pursue this matter. We have made it clear. Huang Puzhou was killed by a soul beast, and it has nothing to do with us." "Ha ha!" Zhu Jingji laughed heartily. "Killed by a soul beast? Do you think I would believe your nonsense? With Huang Puzhou's strength, how could he be killed by a soul beast in a competition? Are your mentors all useless?" Whether our Soul Martial Academy's mentors are useless or not is not for you Light Soul Temple to judge. A voice came from the sky. Zhong Juanxing, Li Dao, Yin Ji, and Ruix had already descended steadily from the air. As 3 ninth-level Wind Soul Masters of the Soul Martial Academy, their speed was still very fast. Zhu Jingji coldly swept his gaze over. Just 3 ninth-level Wind Soul Masters. You guys aren't even in a position to speak here. You have recently faced several setbacks. Zhong Jianxing. Balula stepped forward. Zhu Jingji, let us not waste words. What do you want this time? I've already stated it. We don't believe what you say at all. We suspect you are intentionally shielding the murderer. Just hand over the murderer, and we can leave. Otherwise, Zhu Jingji sneered. Otherwise what? Balula rose into the air, a massive aura pressing down on the 12 individuals before him. Balula, do you think being in the sacred domain makes you impressive? With just a few of you, it might not be enough. Then what if we join forces? Lu Lin, Dina, and other mentors arrived one after another. Zhu Jingji glanced at the newcomers. 1 sacred domain warrior and 13 ninth-level warriors. This is quite a powerful lineup. But a wicked smile spread across his face. It's still not enough. He suddenly leaped into the air. As he soared, one of the 12 individuals from the Light Soul Temple also rose up. 2 sacred domain experts. Now with me, is it enough? At that moment, a deep voice echoed from the sky. Chu Batian was rushing over from a distance. Chapter 30. The Truth with the Arrival of Chu Batian. The mentors of the Soul Martial Academy immediately felt energized. 2 domain-level powerhouses face off against 2 domain-level powerhouses. Although their strengths are not much different. Chu Batian is the military soul of the Dragon Soul Empire. As long as he is present, everyone will gain immense confidence. Zhu Jingji's gaze focused Chu Batian. Indeed, it is Chu. I wonder if with Chu here, we can have a say in front of the 12 Judgments of Light? A wave of domineering aura emanated from Chu Batian. Since he is the Marshal of Batian, he naturally can speak. Zhu Jingji gritted his teeth and said, So today, you from the Light Soul Temple have come here to seek trouble or for some other purpose. Chu Batian Guestin, we have no intention of causing trouble. We just want to seek justice. Although Zhu Jingji feared Chu Batian's strength, he was unwilling to lose momentum. Justice? Chu Batian's gaze was like a sword. Does your Light Soul Temple still care about justice? For years ago, when you came to the Chu family, did you ever mention justice? Zhu Jingji's expression darkened, but he had no words to say. The Light Soul Temple has always been overbearing, and 4 years ago, in order to take away the soul of Chu's mother, they even dispatched 3 domain-level powerhouses. Chu Batian looked behind Zhu Jingji and saw Huang Mei Guai had actually arrived. Why was there no sound? This matter today was instigated by you, right? With a furious shout from Chu Batian, a figure slowly emerged from the crowd. He slowly pulled down the golden cloak on his head, revealing the face of a young man, but his eyebrows were as golden as sunlight. The 3rd sacred domain of the Bright Soul Temple has mobilized. Chu Batian, since you have come forward, we will not make things difficult for you. You just need to tell us everything that happened without a hint of concealment. And as for the matter of the murderer, we will handle it ourselves and will not trouble your Soul Martial Academy. Huang Mei said lightly, for he was the leader of the 12 judgments. Chu Batian glanced at Huang Mei and then said to Balula, he wants to know what happened. You tell him. If there is a reason, I can speak on your behalf. Although Chu Batian had made this promise, Balula didn't waste any words. The sequence of events was just as we discussed earlier. All right, since you say so, now we only need to know 3 things. Huang Mei said coldly. First, was the Huangpu River really killed by a soul beast? Yes, Balula replied. Second, besides having numerous martial skills, does that soul ape also excel in thunder soul power? The soul skill it used was indeed 9 calamities, a thunder movement? Yes. Third, where's that soul ape now? The soul ape's strength is too strong. We couldn't keep it, and it has already escaped from the Soul Martial Academy. Balula said in a deep voice, but he immediately had a thought. That soul ape might have escaped to the desolate land. If you want to find the culprit, then go inside and look for it. He sneered internally. Go in. It would be best if you encounter a divine-level soul beast. Hopefully, none of you will come out. All right, since Marshal Batian guarantees it, you certainly won't lie. Let today's matter be settled. Huang Mei said as he waved his hand behind him. We're leaving. As the people from the Bright Soul Temple exited the Soul Martial Academy, Chu Batian asked in confusion. Balula, what's going on? Balula sighed deeply. This matter is a bit long. Let's talk about it inside. Chu Batian was not polite and walked straight ahead. Outside the Soul Martial Academy, Zhu Jingji and another Saint Domain powerhouse closely followed Huang Mei. Lord Huang Mei, is it really going to end like this? Of course. A Huangpu Zhou doesn't have such a big face to make our 12 judges intervene. Huang Mei looked towards the desolate land. What we are looking for is the soul ape that can unleash the 9 tribulations' thunder. as long as it still carries the aura of the Forbidden Soul Nail. It won't escape our tracking. Inside the inner hall of the Soul Martial Academy, the mentors had already dispersed. Baelora led Chu Batian to the main seat, and Yu also came in from outside to stand behind Chu Batian. Marshal Batian, may I ask what brings you to the Soul Martial Academy this time? Baelora inquired. Chu Batian had just displayed his might in front of everyone. Although he felt a bit reluctant to leave, the excitement of his purpose for coming here made him eager. To be honest, I came here to find my grandson. Tianxiang? Baelora asked in confusion. He was a bit injured, but did you really have to travel such a long distance for him? And the news didn't spread this quickly, did it? Chu Batian shook his head. It's not Tianxiang, is it Tianao? Chu Batian shook his head again. I am here this time to find the son of Zhanhuan, Chu Tianyuan. Chu Tianyuan? Baelora looked a bit confused. He had been absent from the academy and was unaware of previous events. Please wait a moment. I'll check the records. He walked over to a pile of documents in the corner. When did he enroll? Is he a martial artist or a soul master? A year ago, a martial artist. Chu Batian replied. After a while, Baelora placed Chu Tianyuan's file in front of Chu Batian. He glanced at the document. He is a martial artist student, supervised by Putitus. I'll ask him to bring the person here. Saying this, he found a martial artist on guard and instructed him on the matter. All right, Marshal Batian, please wait a moment. Putitus will bring your grandson, Chu Tianyuan, over shortly, Baelora said. Chu Batian took a sip of tea and said, Then I'll trouble you, Baelora. By the way, what was the purpose of the people from the Radiant Soul Temple coming here just now? Baelora sighed. This year, several foreign tribes entered the academy, and surprisingly, even a soul beast transformed into human form mixed in among them, learning many powerful combat techniques. As a result, its true form was exposed during the Tianjiao competition, and it killed Huangpu Zhou, the candidate for the Holy Son of the Radiant Soul Temple. I see. The transformed soul beast must have consumed the transformation grass, right? Zhubatian Yin Guit? That should be the case. If it were a god-level soul beast, there would be no need to mix in. That level is already at the pinnacle of the continent, Baelora replied. Is that soul beast very powerful? 13 ninth-level instructors joined forces, and almost all of them were severely injured. I was worried that we would suffer great losses if we clashed with the people from the Radiant Soul Temple. Such a powerful soul beast must be at the sacred domain level, Chu Batian said, somewhat surprised. Baelora smiled bitterly. But the problem is that the soul beast is not a sacred domain soul beast. Not a sacred domain soul beast? Chu Batian was even more surprised. Can't even you handle it? Baelora felt a bit awkward, Marshal Batian. You know that I have just reached the sacred domain and have not mastered much of the abilities of that level. Oh, that is indeed understandable. Chu Batian acknowledged Baelora's difficulties. Moreover, that soul beast possesses too many combat techniques, some of which even exceed the god-level range. I suspect that they are already forbidden techniques. Forbidden technique. Chu Batian's heart surged. Forbidden techniques haven't appeared on this soul fighting continent for over 1,000 years. It is said that forbidden techniques are abilities that humans should not master. For this reason, the Divine Realm had already taken back all forbidden techniques over 1,000 years ago. Even if some are not recovered, they have mostly been lost. Indeed, Baelora said with lingering fear. With one move, it turned the entire square into ruins, and with a single palm, it incapacitated a 9th-level Wind Soul Master. This is no longer the power caused by god-level combat skills. Chu Batian's expression slightly improved. It seemed that the academy had suffered a heavy loss this time. As for the academy itself, there wasn't much to worry about, except for Huangpu Zhou, but the soul beast had caused the deaths of others. Baelora took a sip of tea and said, However, the Bright Soul Temple is a problem. I always feel that they won't let this go easily. Indeed, among the 9 great temples, the Bright Soul Temple is the most domineering one. However, I find it a bit strange that over the years, the Bright Soul Temple seems to have been searching for something. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent their Holy Son candidates to the Soul Martial Academy. Who knows? Baelora said. After all, the 9 great temples have existed for too long. Perhaps only the ancestors in the Dragon's soul space know about their deeds. At that moment, Putitus rushed in hurriedly, followed by the Yinhua brothers. The vice president looked somewhat anxious. What's the rush? Baelora's expression darkened. Are you really looking for Chu Tianyuan? Putitus was already covered in sweat. Although he knew of Chu Tianyuan, he had never seen him. Of course, even if he had, he wouldn't recognize him, because Chu Tianyuan had never attended a martial arts class. As soon as he heard that Chu Tianyuan was Chu Batian's grandson, he immediately found Chu Tianyuan's dormitory. After hearing the Yinhua brothers' account, he was astonished Chu Tianyuan was actually the soul beast that had been attacked a few days ago? What does this mean? His mind was filled with confusion, but when Yinhua heard Butidas's account, he immediately slapped his forehead and said, Yin Yin, do you remember that the boss once told us something? Yin Yin immediately exclaimed, that's right. The boss said he is also a direct descendant of the Chu family. Could it be true? If what he said is true, then he is not only not a soul beast, but also the biological grandson of Marshal Batian. The biological grandson of Marshal Batian. This sentence exploded in Butidas's mind. He suddenly remembered something Chu Tianyuan had said in the square. If Chu Batian knows about this, your soul Martial Academy will definitely have to bear his boundless wrath. Why did he say that? The reason is simple. Because Chu Tianyuan is Chu Baishan's biological grandson. Moreover, judging by the strength he displayed that day, Chu Tianyuan would be the most gifted prodigy in the history of the Duhan continent. And this extraordinarily gifted prodigy was treated as a soul beast and directly driven into the desolate land. Bailula was unaware of this. He replied calmly, of course. It's Chu Tianyuan. Do you think I would make a mistake? He looked at the Yinhua brothers behind Butidas, somewhat puzzled. I asked you to bring Chu Tianyuan. Why did you bring the Yinhua brothers from Huicheng? Without waiting for Butidas to respond, the Yinhua brothers directly stepped in front of Chu Batian. Yin Yin looked at the military soul of the Dragon Soul Empire, calmed his inner turmoil, and slowly said, Marshal Batian, Chu Tianyuan is our roommate and also our recognized big brother. I would like to ask you a question. Are you sure that Chu Tianyuan is your biological grandson? Chapter 31. Chu Baishan's fury. When Chu Batian was asked this, he felt a bit awkward. He turned to look at Yu Yu, who stepped forward, asking, what is the Chu Tianyuan you speak of like? Yin Yin couldn't help but feel a bit angry, but he calmed himself down, knowing that the truth would be revealed at this moment. Chu Tianyuan's identity would be confirmed. Are you asking about his appearance before he was expelled, or before he entered the academy? As soon as he said this, everyone's expression in the hall changed. If it's about his appearance after that, I have nothing to say. But in the past, my brother was the most extraordinary man in the academy. Yin Yin said word by word. Hearing this, Yu Yu couldn't help but recall that night a year ago when she saw the man crying alone in front of the spirit tablet in Chu's mother's room. His golden hair and deep eyes gave no hint of coldness. His clean face had distinct features, and his athletic figure was as swift as a soul leopard racing across the fields. He was indeed the most stunning man she had ever seen. My brother has golden hair. He's a bit taller than me. His eyes are bright and clear, and he has a charming smile, Yinhua said. You no longer needed to ask anything. With these few points, she could be completely sure that Chu Tianyuan was the man she saw standing in front of Chu's mother's spirit tablet that night. No one could possess his captivating elegance, even with just a brief description. She turned to Chu Batian and nodded. The young master Tianyuan I saw that night was just like this. Chu Batian was about to say something, but Yinhua interrupted him directly. Don't you want to know what my elder brother looked like when he left? Chu Batian seemed to have guessed something. You said, Big brother was driven away by them. He seemed to have let everything go. When he left, his whole body was covered in fine golden fur, looking just like a soul ape. Bang! Chu Batian smashed the table beside him into pieces with a single palm. At this moment, he could completely confirm that Chu Tianyuan was his own grandson. He was very clear about what Chu Tianyuan looked like as a child. As for how he could shed that layer of golden fur and how he could return to his original appearance, he didn't care, because that was the bloodline of the Chu family. More importantly, he was the only direct descendant of the divine-level original soul. Bailora, don't you need to explain anything to me? Bailora was also extremely shocked, but at this moment, he had no mind to think. Marshal Batian, I believe there must be some misunderstanding. The event of that day happened so suddenly, and I didn't quite understand either. How about I call everyone who was present that day to clarify the whole matter? Chu Baishan's face had completely darkened. Just do as you say. Soon, the mentors of the Soul Martial Academy gathered together. After the disturbance at the Bright Soul Temple, more than a dozen mentors were no longer sleepy, puzzled as to why Bailula had called them together again. Seeing Chu Baishan's grim expression, they felt uneasy. Bailula also looked unhappy. He glanced at the mentors and said, You will recount everything that happened on the last day of the Tianjiao competition without any concealment. Dina stepped forward. I was in charge of the first match that day, which was Zi Rujing against Chu Tianxiang. That day, all right. Skip that. I want to hear about Chu Tianyuan's match. Chu Batian was on the verge of exploding. Dina retreated, sensing the faint murderous aura emanating from Chu Batian. Zhong Juanxing felt even more anxious, but he mustered the courage to stand up. I was in charge of the match between Chu Tianyuan and Huang Puzhou. The hall was eerily quiet, and as Zhong Juanqing recounted the events, the mentor's anxiety grew. Although they didn't know what had happened, they could sense the increasing murderous intent from Chu Batian, guessing that something must have provoked him to the point of wanting to kill. That's how it happened. Zhong Juanqing's back was already drenched in sweat. You actually treated him as a soul beast and surrounded him? Chu Batian's breath was heavy. You even drove him into the desolate land. I want to kill you all. With Chu Batian's furious shout, Zhong Juanqing was struck by Chu Batian's palm. Zhong Juanqing was sent flying and crashed into the wall, which immediately caved in, leaving him spitting blood, his life uncertain. The others were almost paralyzed with fear at the scene before them. Chu Batian was going to kill someone, and no one here could stop him. Marshal Batian, please calm down. Beilola hurriedly stepped in front of the mentors. Beilola, you want me to calm down? Chu Batian's veins were bulging. You Soul Martial Academy treated my own grandson as a soul beast and even drove him into the desolate land. And you still want me to calm down? Marshal Batian, I believe there must be some misunderstanding. Beilola was panicking. Although he was also a holy domain, he was afraid he couldn't withstand even a single blow from Chu Batian. For the sake of the Dragon Soul Empire, I can choose not to kill you now. But, Beilola, do you have anything else to say? At that moment, Chu Batian resembled an enraged soul beast. The mentors finally regained their senses and understood the reason for Chu Batian's fury. It was because Chu Tianyuan was actually Chu Batian's own grandson. We didn't expect this either. Young Master Chu Tianyuan is actually the Marshal's grandson. Shallow River spoke up. Didn't he expect? Chu Batian's gaze seemed to pierce through them. Just because he doesn't look human, you classify him as a soul beast? Do you know he is the direct descendant of the Chu family, and a rare genius with a divine-level original soul? Didn't he ever mention his identity to you? Or did you simply disregard his words? This absolutely cannot be. I Soul Master Jiu suddenly thought of something. That's right, young Master Tianxiang and young Master Tianao were both present at that time, and they also identified young Master Tianyuan. What did you say? Chu Batian's fists clenched tightly. It was young Master Tianxiang who identified young Master Tianyuan as a soul beast. Chu Batian's fist swung forward, and the tables and chairs in the room immediately shattered into pieces. Go call those two beasts to come over here. Beilola saw that Chu Batian's mood had calmed down a bit and hurriedly cupped his hands. Marshal Batian, please wait a moment. Zhong Juanqing, hurry and bring Chu Tianxiang over here. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately realized that Zhong Juanqing was already lying outside the door. So he turned to Riches and said, You go. Riches immediately rushed out the door. Batian's imposing presence had already left him trembling, and he had no doubt that Chu Batian would definitely kill someone at this moment. In just a few breaths, Riches had brought the two of them back. Chu Tianxiang saw the hall in disarray, with all the instructors gathered on one side, and his grandfather Chu Batian standing on the other. He felt uneasy. Could it be about the five-clawed ice dragon? Nervously, he stepped forward and cupped his hands, saying, Grandpa, I don't know what you need from your grandson at this late hour. Chu Batian directly swung his hand and sent Chu Tianxiang flying, cursing in anger. You wretched beast. Chu Tianxiang struggled to get up, but just as he did, his jaw was knocked down again. He whimpered, but couldn't say anything, seeing his cowardly appearance. Chu Batian's anger intensified. He glared at Chu Tianao and shouted, You two? Why aren't you coming over here quickly? Chu Tianao's legs went weak, and he knelt down on the ground, banging his head towards Chu Batian. Grandpa, please spare me. I know I was wrong. Chu Batian's arrogance remains unshaken. Where did you go wrong? Chu Tianao was taken aback when asked. How could he know what was happening? All he knew was that Chu Batian was extremely enraged. He was very clear about Chu Batian's personality, and he had no doubt that, in his fury, it was possible for Chu Batian to accidentally kill him. He only thought about admitting his mistake before Chu Batian took action to calm his anger. Tianao was wrong. He shouldn't have incited his cousin to use the five-clawed ice dragon in the Tianjiao competition. Tianao shouldn't have seen his cousin summon the five-clawed ice dragon and not stopped him. Tianao was wrong. He pleaded for his grandfather to calm down, bowing his head repeatedly, blood staining his forehead, but he didn't dare to stop. Chu Batian's face had turned a pig liver color. What are you two beasts doing? Using the five-clawed ice dragon in a match. His hand raised again, and there was a loud crash as the wall door broke. And Chu Tianao had been pulled out of the room. You two wicked creatures, committing such a grave mistake, and still being unaware of it. Have you not considered that Tianyuan is your third uncle's biological son? You clearly know what he looks like, yet you still want to put him to death. What use do I have for you in the Chu family? Although Chu Tianxiang couldn't speak, He understood the reason for Chu Baishan's anger. He crawled over and hugged Chu Baishan's legs, repeatedly banging his head against them. Chu Batian kicked him away again and said sternly, "You must bear the mistakes you made. Since it was you who caused Tian Yuan to be driven to the desolate land, you must go in and find him for me. Otherwise, you will never be members of the Chu family again." Qu Xiangxiang kowtowed 3 times to Chu Baishan again. What he feared the most was that Chu Baishan would kick him out of the house, which would mean that the halo over his head would be taken down one by one, a fate more painful than death. He got up, unsteadily walked to the door to help the half-dead Chu Tineo, and then slowly disappeared into the night. Chu Batian no longer paid attention to the two. His gaze shifted back to the mentors of the Seoul Martial Academy. "What about you? Do you not bear any responsibility?" Baylora hurriedly stepped forward. "Marshal Batian, our Seoul Martial Academy also has certain responsibilities in this matter. As long as you give the order, we will not hesitate." "Good. Baylora, I will make it difficult for you. Old man Sang will be back soon, and I will seek justice from him," Chu Batian said solemnly. Chapter 32. The origin of the dispute. Emperor Mingshun was resting when he heard that Sang Haiyan had arrived outside the palace and quickly put on his outer garment to welcome him. He was already troubled by the report from the Seoul Martial Academy, especially regarding Feng Ruliu. He couldn't understand how Sang Haiyan could consider her a spy and demand her nationwide arrest. "Mr. Sang, you're here. I've been troubled by your report. It's good that you're here. Please explain to me what is going on. I've held this report for 3 days without sending it out." Sang Haiyan was somewhat puzzled. He had only been away for half a month. Could something major have happened at the Seoul Martial Academy? With this thought, he opened the report that Emperor Mingshun had suppressed. As he read the contents of the report, a cold sweat dripped down his forehead. He lost all desire to enter the Dragon Soul space and directly cupped his fists towards Emperor Mingshun. "Your Majesty, this matter is of great importance. Please allow me to investigate thoroughly before making a decision." Saying this, he quickly exited the palace. After returning to the Seoul Martial Academy, Sang Haiyan went straight to Baylora's residence. The door to Baylora's room had been reduced to fragments, and upon seeing this scene, Sang Haiyan was taken aback. He hurried into the inner courtyard and found a large crowd gathered inside. The mentor stood on one side, while Chu Batian stood on the other, creating an atmosphere that suggested a major confrontation was imminent. "What happened?" Sang Haiyan looked at the crowd. Chu Batian glared at him and said, "Ask your people from the Seoul Martial Academy what good deeds they've done." Balula smiled wryly at Sang Haiyan. "Director, we've made a big mistake this time." Sang Haiyan's face darkened. "You know you've done something wrong. Do you realize that this could provoke a dispute between the two countries?" "What dispute?" Balula asked in confusion. "I'm talking about the matter concerning young master Chu Tianyuan." Sang Haiyan was also confused. "What matter? How does it involve Chu Tianyuan?" "Director, during the recent genius competition, our academy sent Marshal Baishan's grandson into the Silent Land as a soul beast," Bailula said anxiously. "What? You sent Chu Tianyuan into the Silent Land?" Sang Haiyan nearly roared. "What exactly happened?" "Bailula, explain it clearly." Bailula, with a mournful face, recounted the events. Sang Haiyan's face turned dark as he trembled with anger. Pointing at a group of instructors, You all let them go?" He was so furious he could barely breathe. "Director, please don't get angry first." Bailula stepped forward to support him. "We will definitely try to make up for this mistake." "How can you make up for it?" Sang Haiyan exploded in rage. "A genius with a divine original soul has been sent into the Silent Land, and the exceptionally talented Ziru Jing has also been taken away. And Lu Ruyun, no. It's Feng Ruyun. She is your future queen." With Sang Haiyan's roar, everyone was stunned, especially the identity of Feng Ruyun, the future queen. What was going on? Sang Haiyan was nearly so angry he coughed up blood. Chu Batian was completely shocked as well. "Old Go Sang, what on earth is going on? Explain to me. What Feng Ruyun? What queen?" "Old Batian, do you remember more than a decade ago when the Wind Summer Empire invaded our Dragon Soul Empire? At that time, you pushed them back continuously, and in the end, the Wind Summer Empire had to compromise, even marrying their princess to our Dragon Soul Empire as an apology, promising that if the Wind Summer Princess became queen, they would no longer invade our country. But at that time, our Dragon Soul already had a queen, so we decided to have a prince marry the Wind Summer Princess, and later on, when he ascended the throne, he would make the Wind Summer Princess the queen. However, at that time, the prince was still young, so the Wind Summer Empire sent their youngest princess over, and that princess is Feng Ruyun." Sang Haiyan's words exploded like a bomb among the crowd. The future queen was treated as a spy and taken away. This was no longer just a matter of the academy, but a significant issue concerning both countries. Chu Batian tried to calm himself and said, "Old Ghost Sang, if what you say is true, those hidden in the Dragon Soul Empire will definitely convey what happened at the Soul Martial Academy to the Fengxia Empire within 2 months. Their princess has been wronged and is now missing. They will certainly not let this go easily. If we cannot provide them with a satisfactory response in 2 months, they might use this as an excuse to start a conflict between the two nations. Indeed, the only solution now is to find Princess Feng Ruliu as soon as possible, which is the only way to quell this war." Sang Haiyan sighed and added, "If a conflict arises between the two nations, it won't matter to them whether Princess Feng Ruliu is there or not, as the Fengxia Empire only needs an excuse to go to war." Chu Batian felt a headache at the thought of the conflict between the two countries. Could such a disaster really stem from just a small accident? He rubbed his temples and thought, for now, we can only search for Princess Feng Ruliu while also preparing for battle. What about Big Brother situation? Yanhua interjected. Chu Batian looked at Yanhua, now too preoccupied to care about Tian Yuan's matters, as national affairs were of utmost importance. However, Yanhua wanted to say something, but Yin pulled him back. He understood that this was what the military soul of the Dragon Soul Empire should do. Any significant matter must prioritize the nation's affairs. The immediate plan is to notify the 4 border cities to prepare for battle, especially Wind City and Earth City, which are closest to the Fengxia Empire. Chu Batian said solemnly, "I'm afraid this matter also needs to address another issue." Sang Haiyan smiled wryly, as the descendant of the Wind City Lord, Zi Linfeng, named Zi Rujing, had also been taken away. Zi Rujing, he is a member of the Demon Clan. How did he get involved with Zi Linfeng? Lu Lin asked in confusion. Sang Haiyan coldly replied, "You group of fools. Is it that easy for our Soul Martial Academy to let foreign tribes infiltrate?" The mentors lowered their heads in silence. It seemed they had committed an unforgivable error. A century ago, the invasion of the Demon Clan brought destruction, killing, and the humiliation of women and children. The bloodline of Zi Rujing likely originated from that time. Sang Haiyan said softly, "We won't meddle in Zi Linfeng's family matters. But Zi Rujing is indeed a member of the Zi family. Perhaps due to bloodline reasons, he didn't attract much attention when he was young. His fame only rose in the past 2 years, maybe because Zi Linfeng discovered his extraordinary talent." Everyone fell silent. Chu Tianyuan, Feng Ruliu, and Zi Rujing, originally the top talents of the Dragon Soul Empire, had been taken away due to their misunderstanding. If these 3 individuals could remain in the Dragon Soul Empire, the next generation of the Empire would surely stand at the forefront of the 3 great empires. Chu Batian had lost the desire to pursue responsibility. He only said in a deep voice, "Now we must think long-term. Zilin Feng is a selfish person. If he finds out that the most gifted member of the Zi family, Ziru Jing, has disappeared without a trace, he will likely not only refuse to help the Dragon Soul Empire defend the city, but may even turn against us. Therefore, first, we must find Princess Feng Ruliu and Ziru Jing. Otherwise, the Empire is in danger, and we can only proceed this way." Sang Haiyan said, "But where did Feng Ruliu and Ziru Jing go?" Everyone began to ponder. The desolate land. Several voices answered simultaneously. The only place that could allow them to escape from the Soul Martial Academy and evade the Dragon Soul Empire's manhunt was the desolate land. Now, Tianyuan, Princess Feng Ruliu, Ziru Jing, and members of the Bright Soul Temple could all be in the desolate land. We must send people to find them, especially Tianyuan. The Bright Soul Temple has always been overbearing. If they find Tianyuan, they might very well kill him. Sang Haiyan said, "We must send people to the desolate land." The desolate land is located at the back of the Soul Martial Academy. As the most dangerous trial ground of the Academy, it has existed longer than the Academy itself, filled with crises and soul beasts everywhere. Especially deep within the desolate land, even a sacred domain expert entering would have only a 1 in 10 chance of survival. As dawn broke, 5 people stood at the edge of the desolate land. They were the sacred domain expert Sang Haiyan, Wind Soul Master Rites, Light Soul Master Suya, Martial Master Butadas, and Dark Soul Master Lulin, who had volunteered to search for Ziru Jing. "Let's go." With Sang Haiyan's voice, the 5 entered the desolate land. This combination was quite harmonious. The various types of soul masters could support each other in different situations. Sang Haiyan had wanted to invite Feng Zhongzhengxing along, as his wind soul power surpassed Ruites, but his injuries were too severe. Chu Baishan's palm had nearly taken his life. As they entered, 2 more people followed. "Cousin, are we really going in?" Chu Tianao asked. "Of course we are," Chu Tianxiang replied. "Did you not see how furious Grandpa was last night? If we don't go in, He will really kick us out of the Chu family. But I heard it's very dangerous inside. There are likely God-level soul beasts. However, there are also many opportunities inside. We have been stuck at the peak of level 7 for a long time, haven't we? Then are we still looking for Chu Tianyuan? You idiot. What do we need to find him for? Chu Tian Siang Sautet Angili. If we find him, won't he tear us apart? Did you not see the strength he displayed that day? After we set him up like this, will he let us off? We should pray that God lets him encounter a God-level soul beast that will swallow him. Then we 1T have to worry. But how do we explain to Grandpa? We're just going to make a show. The desolate land is so vast. Do you really think Grandpa expects us to find that monkey? We just need to stay in for a while, focus on leveling up, and when we come out, we can tell Grandpa that we didn't find Chu Tianyuan. By then, seeing that we truly regret it and have leveled up, he will forgive us in his happiness. Understand? I'll listen to you, cousin. In another corner of the desolate land, Song Tian looked ahead. Chu Tianyuan, I didn't expect you to be a direct descendant of the Chu family and have such strong power. I, Song Tian, have never submitted to anyone, and neither will you. I believe if you can come out of the desolate land, your strength will definitely be even greater. However, I will not fall behind you. I, Song Tian, won't be the number one of the younger generation. Saying this, his figure gradually disappeared into the desolate land. Ming Lingwan quietly watched the mist of the desolate land, tears streaming down her cheeks. Tianyuan, so you're the grandson of Marshal Batian. I was wrong to doubt you. The empire may be on the brink of war, but this time I will not make the wrong choice. As she spoke, she slowly walked toward the desolate land. Yin Yin once again blocked the Yin Huo brothers' path. Are you really going in? She asked. Sister Head, you can't stop us, just like last time, Yin Yin replied. Last time, the three of them had fought fiercely and acted without restraint. This time, I won't stop you, Yin Yin said faintly. Then why are you here? I want to go in with you. Sister Head, you want to go in too? Yin was a bit surprised. Could it be that you really care about Big Brother? Yin Yan's face flushed, and she slapped Yin Huo on the head, saying, what are you thinking? I'm here to protect your safety because you are my dearest brothers. Although the Yin Huo brothers were somewhat moved, they still responded with an O. Seeing their expressions, Yin Yin knew what they were thinking. She raised a fireball and threw it at them. The Yin Huo brothers hurriedly entered the desolate land, with Yin chasing after them, saying, you two little rascals dare to think nonsense. On the lonely wasteland, a graceful figure stood in the wind, not using any wind soul power. Tears still lingered on her face, but she wore a hint of joy. Tianyuan, is that really you? I thought you were dead, but I didn't expect you to come looking for me. Wait for me, Tianyuan. I will go in and bring you out. With a gust of wind, Chu Tian's figure had already merged into the desolate land. A sacred domain expert, Chu Tian was only 16 years old. She was the youngest sacred domain expert on the Soul Fighting Continent. Chapter 33. Dragon Soul. Space. Huang Mei looked at the turntable in his hand, the pointer constantly wavering between two directions. He frowned slightly. Why are there two positions? Zhu Jingji also leaned forward. Is there something wrong with the Forbidden Soul turntable? Impossible. This was taken from the bright space by the Elder. How could there be a problem? Huang Mei replied. Then what do we do now? Zhu Jingji asked. Huang Mei pondered for a moment. There is a fixed point in one direction. You take half of the people over there. We must find that soul ape. Understood. Zhu Jingji stepped back and waved to the dozen or so people in golden robes behind him. 5 golden-robed individuals stood behind him. Lord Cuny, why don't you come with us? He looked at a golden-robed person behind Huang Mei, who was indeed another sacred domain expert. No need. I can go with Lord Huang Mei. It turned out to be a woman's voice. Huang Mei was somewhat dissatisfied with Zhu Jingji. Cuny is with me. After all, I have the Forbidden Soul Plate. It will be better to have more sacred domain experts if we find that soul ape. Zhu Jingji secretly despised him, thinking, who doesn't know your thoughts? After all, Cuny is the only female among the 12 judges, and her beauty is enough to make the other judges envious. Due to her sacred domain strength, the other judges only have their hearts stirred but do not dare to express anything. How Huang Mei and Zhu Jingji, both sacred domain experts, feel is only clear to them, especially Zhu Jingji, who outwardly showed great respect to Huang Mei, but inwardly regarded him as a romantic rival, not knowing how many bad things he had said about Huang Mei behind his back. The bright side always has a dark side. Ming Lingwan gazed into the distance, her eyes occasionally emitting a deep glow. This was the use of the Eye of Judgment, as only Chu Tianyuan or Chu Tian could emit golden light under her gaze. Suddenly, a look of confusion appeared on her face. Why are there 2 golden lights? Could it be that Tian has come in again? Sang Haiyan led the group of instructors walking on the wasteland, glancing at the map in his hand. His expression somewhat gloomy. This desolate land is truly vast. The ancestors of the Dragon Soul space have only left behind this map, and it's only a part of it. Everyone, stay close to me. Otherwise, if we go the wrong way, it could be very dangerous. Dean, this is still the outskirts of the desolate land. It shouldn't be a problem, right? Budidas said carelessly. Soyons clairs d'Angeli, outskirts. There are more than a dozen red dots marked as danger zones on this map. Places with danger markers at least have soul beasts of a sacred realm level. Are you confident you can defeat a sacred realm soul beast? Budidas awkwardly closed his mouth. As a level 9 martial master, his strength was lower than that of other soul master instructors, let alone Sang Haiyan, who had reached the sacred realm. But the map isn't complete. How are we supposed to find them? Wind Soul Master Riches said. That's not a problem. Although the area on the map is small, it should be enough for us to search for a few months. They probably won't venture deep into the desolate land. If we can't find them in these few months, we might as well stop looking. The Wind Summer Empire would have likely started a war against the Dragon Soul by then, Sang Haiyan said. Fortunately, Byrora has already reached the sacred realm and has been in the Dragon Soul space for a while. She can help on the battlefield just in time. Deep in the royal palace of the Dragon Soul Empire, Byrora slowly walked into the Dragon Soul space. Inside the Dragon Soul space, 2 powerful beings guarded the entrance. With a flash of golden light, a figure slowly appeared. Mr. Yin, who do you think is this time? Dean Sang or Marshal Batian? A young Sacred Realm powerhouse respectfully asked. Opposite the young Sacred Realm was an elderly man with a rosy face, who confidently replied, neither. I guess it's the new Sacred Realm of the Dragon Soul. As the golden light dissipated, Byrora's figure gradually became visible. The young Sacred Realm saw Byrora and hurriedly stepped forward. Vice Dean, it's you. You've reached the Sacred Realm? Upon seeing the person, Byrora couldn't help but smile awkwardly. Guming, it's you. You were my student 40 years ago. Speaking of which, I feel embarrassed. Guming scratched the back of his head. He had once been one of the top 10 prodigies of the Soul Martial Academy, but in Byrora's eyes, he was still that silly kid. He introduced Byrora to the old man. Mr. Yin, you are truly divine. You guessed it right. This is our Soul Martial Academy's Vice Dean Byrora, who has also reached the Sacred Realm. The old man forced a smile, but inwardly, he was taken aback, thinking, divine my foot. I actually meant to say it's Guming. Guming then said to Byrora, this is Mr. Yin, an ancestor of the Dragon Soul space. Byrora hurriedly stepped forward and cupped his hands. I have met Mr. Yin. The elderly man nodded. I didn't expect that the Dragon Soul would gain another Sacred Realm powerhouse in just a few decades. It seems that the human race's restoration of its former glory is just around the corner. However, achieving the Sacred Realm at this age is quite commendable for the Vice Dean. Mr. Yin is right. I, Byrora, indeed have some fortuitous encounters. I dare not neglect the ancestors of the Dragon Soul space, even if he is just a gatekeeper. The desolate land? The elderly man pondered for a moment. You went to the desolate land? Indeed, the soul beasts in the desolate land are truly dangerous. I almost lost my life there. Byrora recalled something and added, if it weren't for searching for my disciple, I wouldn't have gone to that place. Since her disciple can make the Vice Dean take such risks, they must be an extraordinary talent, right? Byrora felt a bit awkward and said, her talent is average. She's just a martial master. But when it comes to tenacity of character, I fear no one in the entire Soul Martial Academy can match her. At this point, Byrora couldn't help but feel a sense of comfort. A student with strong talent may not necessarily become a true powerhouse, but with Chu Tiantian's words, she would surely become a peak female martial artist. Tenacity of character unmatched? The old man was slightly surprised. Could it be Chu Tiantian? Byrora was even more surprised, Mr. Yin knows Tiantian? The elderly man calmed his emotions and said, I visited the desolate land a while ago, and I saved her once there. That child is very dedicated to martial arts, and I pointed out some things to her. He couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion when he thought of Chu Tiantian being surrounded by many high-level soul beasts. If I had that kind of dedication back then, I would probably have already broken through that barrier by now. Byrora cupped his hands again. Thank you, Mr. Yin, for your rescue. Otherwise, I truly thought I would never see her again. The wounds on her body when she came out of the desolate land were truly terrifying. As he thanked him, he had some doubts in his heart. Isn't a sacred realm of the Dragon Soul space not allowed to come out casually? How could Mr. Yin, in front of me, still go to the desolate land? What? The old man was somewhat puzzled. You say she came out with serious injuries? Yes, the wounds were so deep they showed bone. Fortunately, the Academy's light soul master, Impossible, the elderly man interrupted, then suddenly thought of something, unless it was the Fire Soul Temple. Mr. Yin, what exactly is going on? Byrora asked. What happened to Tian Tian in the desolate land? The elderly man pondered for a moment and said, You should first go meet Mr. Kong. He's also Dean Sang S and Marshal Batian S master. Now that you have reached the sacred realm, you are qualified to understand some things about the continent. The old man then turned to Gu Ming. You stay here for now. This time, I will send someone over. There are some things I need to ask Vice Dean Byrora. Gu Ming nodded in agreement. Although he had been in the Dragon Soul space for a long time, he knew very little about Mr. Yin. However, he could be certain that the elderly man held a significant position in the Dragon Soul space. Even if he was just a gatekeeper, he was the only one who could move freely in and out of the Dragon Soul space. Byrora noticed Gu Ming's respectful demeanor and guessed something, so he didn't dare to walk too fast. After all, the elderly man was an ancestor of the Dragon Soul space, and the strength of these ancestors was known to few. Moreover, the most important thing was their age. Perhaps they were powerhouses who roamed the continent 100 years ago, or even longer, perhaps 1,000 years. Following the footsteps of the elderly man, Byrora finally saw the inner workings of the Dragon Soul space. Along the way, countless high-level soul beasts roared, and sacred realm soul beasts were everywhere. However, what shocked him the most was that he actually saw dragons. And there were hundreds of giant dragons. Some were lying on hills, others soaring in the distant sky, and some dragons even had human powerhouses standing on them. Dragon Knights, the Dragon Knights, who had been extinct for over 100 years, actually appeared in the Dragon Soul space. Are you surprised? The old man seemed to have anticipated Byrora's reaction. Mr. Yin, if I remember correctly, there were hardly any Dragon Knights left over 100 years ago, right? Byrora said. Dragon Knights? The old man's voice was somewhat subdued. If it weren't for necessity, how could the proud dragon race be willing to sign soul beast contracts with humans? Then why does the Dragon Soul space? The old man turned back. Byrora, do you really want to know? Byrora looked at the old man's piercing gaze and quickly cupped his hands. If Mr. Yin is unwilling to tell, then I will not ask. He felt a bit anxious and became more respectful towards the old man. The old man sighed deeply. It's fine to tell you. The reason why the dragon race had to sign soul beast contracts with humans is that the dragon race is no longer as powerful as it once was. They can no longer withstand losses. If they continue to live as they did 100 years ago, the dragon race will only become fewer and fewer until the last dragon's lifespan is exhausted, and that will be the time of the dragon race's extinction. But why is the dragon race becoming fewer and fewer? Bylora saw that the old man did not refuse and immediately voiced his inner doubts. Va. The old man said, the dragon race is actually just like humans, filled with wars, but the dragon race does not have the strong reproductive ability of humans. Infrequent wars have drastically reduced the number of dragons. To reduce wars, the dragon race needs a comfortable living environment. The old man spoke with some sorrow. Looking at Bylora, a race so powerful has to bow down to humans. Isn't that tragic? Bylora looked at the old man's slightly reddened eyes, which seemed to flicker with a dancing flame, and he seemed to realize something, exclaiming in shock. We human dragon knights definitely do not treat dragons as ordinary soul beasts to control. The old man waved his hand and said, It's okay. This is the choice of the dragon race. Bylora, you guessed correctly. I'm also a dragon. Chapter 34, Potential Crisis. Mr. Yin, you are a divine beast. Although Bylora had already guessed the outcome, he was still far from the shock of the old man admitting it directly. Only a divine soul beast can transform into human form. I am an elder of the fire dragon lineage, the old man replied. Now the dragon race has aligned itself with humans, and the human dragon contract is no longer effective. If the human dragon contract is no longer effective, does that mean human powerhouses can once again sign soul beast contracts with the dragon race? If I can too. Bylora was startled by his own thoughts. No one would refuse the chance to become stronger, but the premise is to keep their lives. He looked at the old man of the fire dragon tribe, who emitted a faint aura of fire soul power, which sent a chill down his spine. Do you want to know why the dragon race has undergone such changes? The old man asked. Bylora nodded, as he knew very little about the intricacies of the Duhan continent. Each branch of our dragon race has a dragon king, and wars between dragon kings do not easily occur, but one branch is an exception, which is the Black Dragon tribe. They have the physique of dragons, but are filled with violence and predation like low-level soul beasts. As long as their desires are satisfied, they will go to any lengths to plunder, including among their own kind. The dragon elder said angrily. Therefore, We other dragon tribes gathered together to try to eradicate the Black Dragon tribe from the dragon race, but the strength of the Black Dragon tribe exceeded our imagination. Among us many dragon tribes, no one can compete with the Black Dragon tribe. Moreover, in the Dragon Race War 100 years ago, due to the Soul Beast contract, we sent a portion of our elites to attack the three empires of humanity. The strength of human powerhouses exceeded our expectations, and we did not win any battles. Although the Black Dragon tribe is formidable, they were also forced into the dark abyss of the demon realm. Both humanity and our dragon elite suffered heavy losses and were forced to sign the human dragon contract. Is this the war calamity of 100 years ago in the Duhan continent? Indeed. But the main reason for the compromise between the dragon race and humanity is not just these, but the demon race. The demon race. Bellora was shocked. Yes, 100 years ago, humanity fought a great war against the demon race, relying on the strength of dragon knights to defeat the demon race. Then came the war between humans and the dragon race, and the war between the Black Dragon tribe and other dragon tribes. The Dragon Elder explained. After these several wars, all parties suffered heavy losses, but the greatest losses were not the demon race, nor the Black Dragon tribe, but the other dragon tribes and the human race. We have gone through 2 war calamities in total. Bellora was born after the war calamities, and, although he knew some of the events from 100 years ago, he understood very little. Hearing the words of the Fire Dragon Elder left him deeply shaken. If the human race and other dragon races suffered the greatest losses, then if the Black Dragon tribe and the demon race were to make a comeback, what would humanity and other dragon races use to resist? The Fire Dragon Elder said in a low voice, "We have received information that can confirm that the Black Dragon tribe has already allied with the demon race, and the second war calamity of the Duhan continent should be imminent. This is also why every empire has announced that there are only 2 sacred realms in the entire country. Humanity can no longer afford to lose powerful individuals. So each empire established their respective soul power spaces to preserve the strength of the upper echelon. Undoubtedly, the number of upper echelon powerhouses determines the outcome of war. In wars between empires, no more than 2 sacred realms will participate, as it is to preserve the number of upper echelon powerhouses, which is also a necessary measure for resisting the invasion of the demon race in the future. This is also why all countries emphasize the cultivation of strong individuals. Only with more fresh blood can they have a better chance of resisting the next invasion of the demon race." The Fire Dragon Elder said, "The number of dragons increases slowly and can only rely on human powerhouses. The Dragon Soul Empire's various academies have produced quite a few sacred realm powerhouses in recent years, all of whom have entered the Dragon Soul space, with the Soul Martial Academy having the most. It is unknown how many years it will take for this year's top 10 geniuses to reach the sacred realm." Upon hearing about the top 10 geniuses, Bellora couldn't help but shudder. The most talented few geniuses being expelled from the Soul Martial Academy caused such serious consequences. He didn't know how to explain this to the ancestors in the Dragon Soul space. But before Sang Haiyan entered the Silent Land, he had specifically instructed him to tell his master, Kong Weifu, about this matter. Bellora couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. "Mr. Yin, what exactly happened to Tian Tian in the Silent Land? Any dangerous area will have unknown powerhouses ruling it. And the rulers of the Silent Land are divided into 2 factions. One is the Soul Beast faction, ruled by the divine beasts of the Silent Land. The other is the Fire Soul Temple. Could it be that Tian Tian's injuries in the Silent Land are related to the Fire Soul Temple? My Fire Dragon tribe also has some status in the Silent Land. Before I left Tian Tian, I gave her a piece of Fire Soul Dragon Scale. Generally, soul beasts above the sacred realm would not easily attack upon smelling the scent of my Fire Dragon tribe. Moreover, Tian Tian is already a sacred realm powerhouse, so I can't think of any other reason that could cause her to be severely injured aside from the Fire Soul Temple. Sacred realm? Tian Tian is a sacred realm. Bellora's eyes widened. Bellora, you have taken a good disciple. The Fire Dragon Elder sighed. You humans have always focused on talent, but now I suddenly feel that belief is the source of all power. But Tian Tian is only 16. Bellora felt an indescribable shock in his heart. No matter how strong the belief is, it cannot break through the limits of talent, right? Talent? The Fire Dragon Elder sneered. Then look at how many in the entire Soul Martial Academy have talent stronger than Chu Tian Tian. Perhaps any random soul master has talent greater than hers. But how many can reach the sacred realm before the age of 16? Bellora fell silent. In terms of talent, he was very clear about Chu Tian Tian's qualifications. Among the top 10 geniuses of the Soul Martial Academy, Chu Tian had the lowest qualifications, but in terms of strength, the sacred realm Chu Tian might be the strongest, right? Perhaps only one person could compare with her, and that is Chu Tianyuan. With the talent of Chu Tianyuan's divine original soul, it is definitely the highest in the entire academy. But even with the talent of a divine original soul, it still falls behind Chu Tian in level. Does belief really matter more than talent? Bellora was perplexed. By the way, didn't I tell you that Tian has already reached the sacred realm? The fire dragon elder asked. No, she rarely speaks after waking up, only showing great interest in the recent events of the academy. As for her strength, no one would expect she has already reached the sacred realm. Alas, Tian is just too obsessed. After you go out, you must bring her to the dragon's soul space. After all, there are too few sacred realm powerhouses outside, and she needs a mentor to guide her on how to utilize the power of the sacred realm. Bellora gave a bitter smile. Bringing Tian into the dragon's soul space wouldn't also mean seeking Kong as her master, would it? He himself didn't know what he was feeling. Chu Tian had only entered the Soul Martial Academy for 5 years, yet had advanced from a junior martial master to a being at the same level as him. Although it was somewhat discouraging, Bellora still felt happy for her, but the sudden shift from a master-disciple relationship to a brother-sister relationship left him somewhat amused. Elder Yanlong laughed upon hearing this. This is a matter of your human race. I can't interfere. Bellora could only respond with a sigh, secretly deciding not to take Chu Tian as his master. In the heart of the dragon's soul space, 3 human powerhouses sat above, with an elderly man with white hair in the middle. He sat in the grand hall, his silver hair even reaching the ground, and upon closer inspection, his beard was so long that it covered his lips. He was Kong Weifu, the master of Sanghaiyan and Chu Batian. To his left sat a thin old man, squinting his eyes with an almost imperceptible aura, clearly indicating he was a deeply skilled soul master. Only by controlling his soul power so purely could he mask even his presence. To Kong Weifu's right was a towering man, his arm muscles as solid as steel, a type of martial master that intimidated others solely through physical strength. Big brother, how was your retreat this time? The towering man on the right asked. Kong Weifu's beard twitched, and a series of words came forth. The gains were minimal. For over 1,000 years, I've been unable to break through the divine level bottleneck. Mr. Tian Wang says our strength has already reached the requirements of the divine level, but we are just missing an opportunity, and each person's opportunity is different. Even we don't know what opportunity we're lacking or how to break through. The thin old man said lightly. Second brother, you are a soul master. So that is to be expected, but I am a martial master. Isn't the bottleneck of martial masters something that can be broken through with sufficient strength? Yet I remain at the peak of the 3rd stage of the holy realm, unable to reach the realm of the divine. If the divine realm were so easy to reach, wouldn't there be divine-level powerhouses everywhere? Kong Weifu said, I believe that even if we absorb more soul power or cultivate more internal energy, we still cannot reach the divine level. We've been here for too long. Perhaps the opportunity we lack must be sought outside. Are we leaving the dragon soul space? I've been cooped up for over 100 years. The martial master's face was filled with excitement. Oomph. The thin old man immediately doused him with cold water, without reaching the divine level. You have no qualifications to go out at will. Besides, do you think you can persuade that flame dragon at the entrance of the dragon soul space? If something major happens outside, perhaps we will have a chance to go out. Kong Weifu said in a low voice. Major event? What major event could there be? The thin old man coldly replied. Even if the Dragon Soul Empire were to fall, we still couldn't go out. That would already be the biggest event. Our purpose here is merely to resist the next invasion of the demon race. As for wars among humans, even the number of Holy Realm 1st stage powerhouses is limited, let alone us old monsters of the 3rd stage. At this point, the 3 fell into silence. Then, the ring on Kong Weifu's right hand suddenly lit up, and he looked at the ring in confusion. Someone has entered. It's actually Mr. Yin. He brought someone over this time. I wonder what important matter it is. Chapter 35. Original Soul Overflow. Bellora followed Elder Yanlong through a dense forest, surprised by the vastness of the dragon's soul space. It was like another world. Although there were relatively few humans in this world, it had almost gathered the holy realm powerhouses of the Dragon Soul Empire over the past century. The Dragon Soul space had nearly assembled the powerhouses of the Dragon Soul Empire from the past century. Retaining these powerhouses was not easy. In addition to the vast spatial area, it also had to provide them with cultivation conditions better than those outside. To fulfill these conditions, The dragon race and the Dragon Soul Empire had spared no effort to create this small world. Elder Yanlong said, "This is indeed a grand undertaking. The spiritual energy here is almost twice that of the outside, and according to the geography, there is no noticeable difference from the outside." Baelora said, "There are 3 cities in total here, and each city is ruled by a human superpower house. Remember, Baelora within the Dragon Soul space. Holy Realm powerhouses are merely the lowest level existence. Although fighting to the death between Holy Realms is not allowed in the space, if you anger those super powerhouses, no one will be able to save you." "Understood," Baelora replied respectfully. In a strange world filled with strong beings, Baelora could only put aside his stance as a Holy Realm powerhouse. Kong Weifu is the master of the heart of the Dragon Soul in Tianwang City, and his status in Tianwang City is also not low. If it weren't for your acquaintance with Sang Haiyan, he wouldn't have brought you to him. Then I must thank Mr. Yin. Baelora said, "By the way, Mr. Yin, I just reached the Holy Realm and am still somewhat unfamiliar with the realm of the Holy Realm." "That's right, although Kong Weifu will tell you later. It won't hurt to mention it now." Elder Yanlong pondered for a moment and said, "The Holy Realm represents the extraordinary entering the sacred. You must have felt the changes in your body, right? The internal energy is stronger, the speed is faster, and the body is more resilient. However, this is just the basic ability of the Holy Realm. The true ability of the Holy Realm is to comprehend the mysteries." "Mysteries?" "Yes. Every Holy Realm must comprehend the mysteries that suit them. Mysteries are something that can only be understood, not explained. Even if it is the same type of soul master who comprehends the mysteries, they're still different. As you deepen your understanding of the mysteries, you will gradually feel the bottleneck of the 3 stages of the Holy Realm. You have already crossed the bottleneck of the first stage of the Holy Realm and know the dangers of the Holy Realm tribulation. Once you comprehend the mysteries, you will discover that the more powerful the mysteries, the more terrifying the heavenly tribulation will be. Sometimes, even a first-stage Holy Realm can defeat higher-stage Holy Realms." "I see. No wonder I feel like an ant in front of Dean Sang and Marshal Batian, even though we are both in the Holy Realm." "Of course," Elder Yanlong said. "Sang Haiyan and Chu Batian are the 2 strongest first-stage Holy Realms in the heart of the Dragon Soul. Otherwise, how could they be entrusted with guarding the Dragon Soul Empire? With their strength, even a second-stage Holy Realm may not be able to defeat them." Baelora couldn't help but exclaim. It turned out that even within the Holy Realm, levels did not necessarily represent strength. The 2 talked all the way to Tianhuang City, and Baelora gained a rough understanding of the knowledge of the Holy Realm. Elder Yanlong also explained some power divisions within the Dragon Soul space. The Dragon Soul space is divided into 3 major cities: Luoyuan City, Lieta City, and Tianwang City. Each city has tens of thousands of inhabitants, with hundreds of powerhouses above the Holy Realm, while the rest of the population is sent by the Dragon Soul Empire to meet the needs of these powerhouses. After all, even with extraordinary strength, one cannot escape mortality. Each city is further divided into several halls, with a hall master determined by strength. The city gate of Tianhuang City was guarded by several Holy Realm powerhouses, which indicated the prevalence of Holy Realms within the Dragon Soul space. Elder Yanlong led Baelora directly into Tianwang City without needing much announcement. Baelora couldn't help but regard Elder Yanlong with even more respect within the Dragon Soul space. After all, a divine-level flame dragon's strength was worthy of such pride. This is the heart of the Dragon Soul. Elder Yanlong walked to the front of a palace. The guards at the entrance of the heart of the Dragon Soul were actually 2 9th-level martial masters, likely having advanced due to the abundant spiritual energy in the Dragon Soul space over the years. However, those who could enter the Dragon Soul space were definitely carefully selected individuals from the Empire. When they saw Elder Yanlong, they hurriedly came forward to greet him. One of the martial masters clasped his hands and said, "Elder Yin, please wait a moment. I will go in to report first." Elder Yanlong said, "No need. I have just conveyed the message using the soul transmission ring. You just need to take me in to see Master Kong." "Yes, Elder Yin, please this way." The martial artist led Elder Yanlong and Baelora into the Hall of Tranquility, where Kong Weifu and others were already waiting in the main hall. "Elder Yanlong." Kong Weifu stood up and said, "Why did you bring someone this time? Is there something important to announce? Has the Demon Clan invaded?" The martial artist, built like an iron tower, said excitedly. If the Demon Clan had invaded, he wouldn't have to stay in the Dragon Soul space anymore. "Eldad Yanlong Gledet Angridi, Butibi." Do you think an invasion by the Demon Clan is fun? Butibi smiled awkwardly, his facial muscles stiff like plaster. Haven't I been here too long? Elder Yin, the few of us have been stuck at the third stage of the sacred domain for so long. We want to go out and look for a breakthrough opportunity. If you want to go out, then ask Tian Wang. He manages this Tian Wang city. As long as he agrees. I have no objections, Elder Yanlong said with slight anger. I brought Baelora here this time just to ask about some matters of the Soul Martial Academy. He is the vice president of the Soul Martial Academy, a new sacred domain of the Dragon Soul Empire. You all can see to it. Baelora immediately stepped forward and said, I have met Master Kong and the esteemed seniors. My name is Baelora, and I come to pay respects to you all at the behest of Dean Sang Haiyan. Kong Weifu looked at Baelora, feeling somewhat disappointed. At this age, reaching the sacred domain is indeed a sign of high talent, but compared to the outstanding talent from the academy in the past, he was far behind. No need for too much courtesy. I will arrange for someone to accommodate you shortly. In a few days, you can perform a master-apprentice ceremony, and we will be master and apprentice. Yes, Senior Kong, Baelora said respectfully, but I am a martial artist. It might be better if this martial artist senior next to me guides me. He looked up at Butibiai and found that Butibiai bore some resemblance to the academy's martial artist Butitas, which made him even more certain. That's fine. Third brother, you will guide Baelora, Kong Weifu said. Butibiai looked at Baelora and didn't mind, saying, all right, I also have some questions to ask Baelora. Okay, third brother, you take Baelora down first. I will see Elder Yin off, Kong Weifu said. Just as he turned around, Baelora suddenly remembered something and said, Senior Kong, Dean Sang has some matters that I need to discuss with you in person. Since you have something to say, then Master Kong doesn't need to see me off. I will leave first, Elder Yamlong said, turning to walk out of the main hall. Baelora, what did Sang Haiyan want you to tell me? Kong Weifu asked. Baelora looked at the other two in the hall, feeling somewhat hesitant. Kong Weifu immediately explained, these two are my second brother Yu Tian and third brother Butibiai. They're all on our side, so it's fine. Senior Kong, I don't know how to start, but the dean insisted that I tell you this. Perhaps this matter is very important to you. What? Hearing halfway, Kong Weifu's expression changed dramatically. Divine level original soul. Are you saying that a student with a divine level original soul has appeared in the academy? Yes, he is Chu Tianyuan, the grandson of Marshal Batian. A divine level original soul. Kong Weifu exclaimed, why didn't you bring him here? If it's a divine level original soul, if I personally teach him, I believe he can reach the sacred domain in less than 30 years. Baelora was somewhat surprised by Kong Weifu's loss of composure, but continued. He is no longer at the Soul Martial Academy. This matter is somewhat absurd. As Baelora spoke, the three listeners in the hall had turned pale, and even the seemingly most indifferent Yu Tian was furious enough to break the armrest of his chair. Zhuba Tian, you bastard! I will definitely break your two legs. Kong Weifu was even more exaggerated. His elder demeanor completely vanished as he directly scolded his disciple. Poor Chu Batian was still oblivious to the anger he had stirred in Kong Weifu, busy discussing with Ming Shun Wang about dealing with the Fengxia Empire, and suddenly felt a shiver in the hot weather. Baelora stood before the several angry powerhouses, trembling in fear that they would vent their anger on him. Baelora, you go out right now and bring Chu Batian to me. Kong Weifu shouted angrily, and tell him that if he can't bring his grandson back, he can forget about being a marshal and go into the Dragon Soul space to retire. Baelora was greatly alarmed, but still mustered the courage to say, but I'm still not familiar with the application of sacred domain power. Can I first be guided by my seniors? This matter is not urgent. Kong Weifu became even more displeased. You will receive more benefits later. First, bring Chu Batian to me. Tell him to roll in and see me. Baelora felt wronged, but could only exit the main hall, heading towards the exit of the Dragon Soul space. In the main hall, the three old masters looked at each other. Elder brother, why get so worked up? Yu Tian said. Second brother, it's not that I want to get angry. You must understand, a child born with golden fur all over means what? Don't you understand? Is it original soul, overflow? The seemingly dull Butibiai suddenly had a flash of insight. Kong Weifu sighed. I had a beard when I was born. You all know why, right? Elder brother's original soul talent at the third stage of the sacred domain far exceeds that of ordinary people. We all knew this back then, Yu Tian said. The ancient scrolls record that if a person's original soul is too powerful, there will be an original soul overflow phenomenon, and this phenomenon generally manifests in hair. The stronger the original soul, the more obvious the overflow phenomenon, resulting in golden hair that matches the quality of the original soul. Do you think this can be caused merely by a divine level original soul? A talent that surpasses divine level original soul, reaching level 9 martial artist at 16. comprehending numerous soul powers, defeating more than a dozen level 9 mentors by himself. If he is truly Chu Baishan's biological grandson, then these facts should indicate something. Bu Tibiai's face darkened even more upon hearing Kong Weifu's explanation. Elder brother, I have an impulse to cripple Chu Batian. But this is also good. If we tell this matter to the Lord of Tianhuang City, what do you think he will do? Kong Weifu pondered for a moment and said, would he really cripple Chu Batian? Would he? Bu Tibiai asked. Kong Weifu shot him a glare. Third brother, is your head made of muscle? If the Lord of Tianhuang City knows about this matter, do you think he would not send someone to protect an unparalleled genius who is in a desolate land and being hunted by the Light Soul Temple? You mean, the Lord will send us out? Bu Tibiai finally hit the nail on the head. Yes, and it will be soon. Chapter 36. A young girl's feelings in the desolate land. Chu Tian and Ming Lingwan were heading in a certain direction. Sister Lingwan, how could you find me? Chu Tian asked. Ming Lingwan smiled slightly. Not only can I find you, but I can also find your brother Tianyuan. Chu Tian was a bit confused, but didn't ask further. She had been searching in the desolate land for several days, and aside from Ming Lingwan, she hadn't seen anyone else. She encountered quite a few soul beasts, but when Chu Tian displayed her strength that was completely unmatched for her age, those soul beasts fled at the sight of her. There were also sacred domain soul beasts, but the dragon aura on Chu Tian made them dare not approach. Sister Lingwan. Chu Tian hesitated to speak. What is it? Ming Lingwan asked. Do you also like brother Tianyuan? Chu Tian asked softly. Ming Lingwan's expression became a bit unnatural. Tian, why would you ask that? If sister doesn't like brother Tianyuan, then why did you come to the desolate land? Chu Tian replied. The most favored little princess of the Dragon Soul Empire wouldn't come to the desolate land for trials, right? Ming Lingwan looked into Chu Tian's eyes with all the clear innocence. Tian, you once told me that Chu Tianyuan doesn't look good at all, right? Yeah, he really doesn't look good, Chu Tian admitted. But I don't know why. I find him very charming. I felt that way since I was a child. Chu Tian spoke frankly, not hiding her feelings. He looked like a monkey back then, didn't he? Ming Lingwan continued. Chu Tian looked at Ming Lingwan and said, Sister Lingwan, no matter what Tianyuan Gij looks like, please don't describe him like that in the future. Ming Lingwan looked at the slightly angry Chu Tian and without caring too much, replied, Have you seen his true appearance? Chu Tian was silent for a moment. I think his true self must be even more charming. It's not just charming. His appearance is simply intoxicating. Ming Lingwan recalled the first time she saw Chu Tianyuan, but what truly moved her was not his looks, but his pure heart, gentle like the morning sunlight. It turns out that Lingwan really likes brother Tianyuan. Chu Tian said softly. How many women who have interacted with Chu Tianyuan do not like him? Ming Lingwan said softly. Chu Tianyan smiled softly. Sister Lingwan is right. With brother Tianyuan's superiority, there must be many girls who like him. But, Sister Lingwan, I want T let him go to you. Ming Lingwan also smiled slightly and said, Then let us see who has the better skills. Tianyan, even you, I want to give in. After opening their hearts, the originally heavy feelings of both girls lightened significantly. As the favored daughters of this generation, they both had a strong confidence in their hearts because they knew how important their positions were in Chu Tianyuan's heart. A few days later, after several twists and turns, the two finally got closer to Chu Tianyuan's location. Ming Lingwan surprisingly used her judgment eye to find someone, which made her a bit tired. The judgment eye, being a divine ability, shouldn't be used recklessly. Meanwhile, Chu Tian exhibited his power in the sacred domain, which astonished Ming Lingwan. The ferocity of the soul beasts in the desolate land was utterly crushed by the strength of the sacred domain. During this process, they encountered two sacred domain soul beasts. One was a power-type horned rhinoceros, its massive body like a city wall. Ming Lingwan was stunned at that moment. Although her spatial soul power had the ability to shift space, the consumption of a judgment eye over the past few days made her unsure if she could execute such a high-level soul skill. Even if she did, she couldn't guarantee that she would be transported to a safe place. If she ended up in a spatial turbulence, that would be even worse. The unknown dangers of spatial turbulence were even more terrifying. However, the horned rhinoceros didn't trouble them. It just glanced at Chu Tianyan and said, Little girl, why is it you again? Chu Tian seemed to have anticipated this situation. He clasped his hands and said to the horned rhinoceros, Lord Ninkle, I apologize for disturbing you again this time. We are just passing through and will not trouble you. The horned rhinoceros, Ninkle, rolled its eyes and replied, Every soul beast in our sacred domain has its own territory. Soul beasts from different sacred domains do not easily encroach upon one another's territory. With your strength as a sacred domain expert, your presence in any area will attract the attention of the soul beasts. We understand. Thank you for your warning. We won't stay in one place for too long. Remember to keep the token of Lord Yanlong safe. Without that token, you might not be able to leave any soul beast territory. The prejudice soul beasts have against humans is far greater than you can imagine. Ninkel's voice was like thunder, matching its massive form. A few days ago, a group of golden-robed individuals entered the territory of that Pisces beast ahead, and I've heard they were torn to pieces. You should be careful. Thank you, we will definitely keep that in mind, Chu Tiantian replied respectfully. He had learned a bit about soul beasts and understood that they place great importance on dignity. The higher the rank of the soul beast, the more respect they demand. Ninkel was quite satisfied with Chu Tiantian's attitude and said, "Up ahead is the territory of that Pisces beast. Its temper is not as good as mine, so be careful. However, if you have Lord Yanlong's token, it shouldn't pose any difficulties for you." Chu Tiantian politely bowed to Ning Kelly and said with a smile, "Then we will take our leave for now. Thank you for your advice, Lord Ning Kelly." After finishing, he took Ming Lingwan's hand and walked away. Ming Lingwan's palms were already soaked with cold sweat, but her heart was also in turmoil. She looked at Chu Tiantian with confusion, and only after they were at a distance did she soothe her chest and say, "I was so nervous just now." Her expression was no different from that of a frightened little girl, which made Chu Tiantian momentarily lost in thought. Only in front of Chu Tiantian would Ming Lingwan show her true self. She looked at Chu Tiantian and asked with curiosity, "Tiantian, it seems like you're hiding a lot of things from me. That sacred domain horned rhinoceros just now seemed to be very friendly to you." Chu Tiantian took out a fiery red crystal from her pocket and shook it in front of Ming Lingwan, saying, "Because I have this." Ming Lingwan took the red crystal and examined it closely. It was about the size of a palm and carried a faint aura of fire spirit energy. She slightly paled and asked, "Is this a dragon scale?" "I don't know." Chu Tiantian was also a bit surprised. "Last time I encountered an elder of the Dragon Clan here, it was he who gave me this token." "Elder of the Dragon Clan?" Ming Lingwan's eyes widened. Could it be a divine dragon? Chu Tiantian looked at the red crystal in front of him with confusion. "I only knew that this was a token of the dragon race, but I didn't expect it to be a dragon scale. No wonder the soul beasts in this sacred domain dared not attack us. It must be a divine-level dragon." Ming Lingwan asked Tiantian, "What did the dragon elder you saw look like? Did he have any differences from ordinary people, like horns or scales on his head?" Chu Tian was deep in thought, and his appearance was no different from that of humans, completely transformed. Ming Lingwan exclaimed, "Then this dragon elder's level must be extraordinary, not just an ordinary divine level. Dean Sang told me that soul beasts in the sacred domain can speak human language and have divine transformations, but usually, soul beasts retain some characteristics of their original form after transformation. Only after countless years of cultivation can they gradually shed those beastly traits. If that's the case, then this dragon elder's strength is probably at the pinnacle of this continent, right?" Ming Lingwan shook her head, uncertain. "Maybe so, maybe not. It reminds me of what my father told me. There are countless powerful beings on this continent, and some of them have existed for even longer than the 3 great empires." Chu Tiantian was somewhat confused, but she still looked firmly into the distance. No matter how many strong individuals there were on this continent, she was determined to stand at the highest point of the continent. Ming Lingwan looked at Chu Tiantian's resolute expression and felt even heavier in her heart. She asked softly, "Is it still for him?" Chu Tiantian turned back and said, "Sister Lingwan, everyone has a belief in becoming stronger in their hearts, don't they?" Perhaps, but Ming Lingwan's answer was somewhat weak. She was conflicted inside, wondering if belief was really that important. If Tiantian's belief was for him, then what about her? What was her belief? She felt her inner purity approaching the level of an ordinary person, and it was a feeling of jealousy. She could no longer treat Chu Tiantian as calmly as before. She was scared of losing someone, because she couldn't become stronger for Chu Tianyuan like Chu Tiantian did. In her feelings for Chu Tianyuan, she had completely lost to Chu Tiantian. Chu Tiantian seemed to see through Ming Lingwan's thoughts. She gently supported her shoulders and said, "Sister Lingwan, living like this all the time, aren't you tired?" Ming Lingwan was silent for a moment, looking into Chu Tiantian's clear eyes. "Tiantian, do you think it's very bad for me to think this way?" Chu Tiantian smiled at her and said, "Sister Lingwan, there is no perfect person in this world, and I am no exception. The perfection you see is because you can't see through people's hearts." "No, I can see through," Ming Lingwan replied. With the judgment right? Chu Tian Tian interrupted. Ming Lingwan was shocked, you know? Just a guess. Chu Tian Tian laughed again. In the library of the Soul Martial Academy, there are always records about special soul powers. Ming Lingwan lowered her head, but I really can see, except for you and Chu Tian Yuan, I always see some evil thoughts in others that others can't see. Sister Lingwan, you are too obsessed with the ability of the Judgment Eye. No one is perfect because human hearts are always changing. If you can't see through me, it might be because the light of your beliefs is blocking your eyes. Even you always demand perfection from yourself. But isn't your heart always changing? Ming Lingwan lowered her head. She really couldn't see through Chu Tian Tian, not just in terms of ability, but also in terms of character. At that moment, she felt like a little girl scolded by an elder, reflecting on her own mistakes. She raised her head to look at Chu Tian Tian, still blinded by the dazzling golden light. Chapter 37. Back in the nest, Zhu Jingji was feeling quite depressed. Just a few days after leaving Huangmei, he encountered a sacred domain soul beast. If it were an ordinary soul beast, it would be fine, but what he encountered was the formidable Pai Ci beast, which was both offensive and defensive, and it was a powerful soul beast that had comprehended the essence. He brought 5 level 9 light soul masters with him. The strong healing abilities of light soul masters were well known, but in front of the sacred domain's essence, they didn't even have a chance to heal. The Pai Ci beast was considered small in the sacred domain, not even half the size of the purple-eyed golden-haired ape. But when it became furious, no one would think its strength was inferior to other soul beasts. Its steel needles would stand up like spears, and when launched, it was like a rain of arrows. Zhu Jingji and the 5 light soul masters were caught off guard by a sudden rain of arrows before they even had a chance to speak. Normally, when facing a sacred domain soul beast, he would definitely bring out the light soul temple to intimidate it, and then deceive it to pass smoothly. But this time he underestimated the hatred the soul beasts in the desolate land had for humans. The Pai Ci beast didn't even speak and just unleashed a rain of arrows. In the end, the few of them could only retreat while defending, managing to escape the Pai Ci beast territory. But 2 of them were hit in the head by arrows shooting from behind and died on the spot. 2 level 9 light soul masters thus died in the desolate land in such a miserable way. Zhu Jingji pulled out the steel needle that had pierced his calf with a gloomy expression, watching the few people treating their wounds in a flustered manner. He didn't know whom to vent his anger on, and after a while of pent-up frustration, he finally found an outlet. Damn, that Huangmei. The others were stunned, not knowing what Huangmei had done to provoke Zhu Jingji this time. Could it be that this incident was somehow a trap set up by Huangmei to harm him? It felt like he was cursing Huangmei, as if the Pai Ci beast were Huangmei's own child. However, Zhu Jingji also knew that his reason for cursing didn't hold, so he could only suppress his resentment and link the unrelated matters together. If it weren't for that Huangmei separating our group, we wouldn't be in such a mess. The remaining 3 were speechless. Zhu Jingji angrily cursed Huangmei's entire family of women, his vulgar words opening the eyes of the others. A light judge finally couldn't help but weakly say, "This matter doesn't seem to have anything to do with the head of Huangmei, right? What did you say?" Just as Zhu Jingji was getting into the swing of cursing, he was interrupted, and in his anger, he shot a fierce glare at the judge, saying, "Let me tell you, that old Huangmei is nothing in my eyes. If it weren't for relying on the status of his ancestors in the temple, how could he have the position of the head of the 12 light judges? Not for me, then for you." At this moment, Huangmei's voice came from above. The crowd was taken aback and looked up to find Huangmei and Tsunyu hovering above them. It was no wonder they hadn't noticed. They had just escaped from a disaster. And Zhu Jingji was so engrossed in his cursing that he naturally wouldn't pay attention to anyone watching them from the air. Huangmei slowly descended from the sky, his face exceptionally ugly. Speaking of which, he was quite depressed himself. After Zhu Jingji left with his 5 companions, he brought Tsunyu and 4 level 9 light soul masters to follow the direction indicated by the soul restriction disc. However, he had underestimated the dangers of the desolate land. High-level soul beasts were everywhere. The few of them were on edge the entire way. Although the healing abilities of light soul masters were extremely strong, they couldn't withstand the speed of blood loss. Several waves of attacks from high-level soul beasts caused them heavy losses, and most of their soul power was consumed on healing themselves. However, this wasn't the most terrifying part. What left them helpless was that they actually encountered a pack of Silver Moon Windwolves, with almost 100 high-level Silver Moon Windwolves charging at them. The group turned to flee, but unfortunately, the Light Soul Masters were far slower than the Silver Moon Windwolves. Although Huangmei and Tsunyu, as sacred domain powerhouses, were much faster than the wolves and could fly. The other four Light Soul Masters weren't so lucky and were directly overwhelmed by the pack. Huang Mei and Sun Yu watched in horror, but dared not stay longer, as the Wolf King had not yet appeared. If the Wolf King showed up, they had no confidence in defeating a Sacred Domain Wind Wolf. After much difficulty, Huang Mei and Sun Yu managed to circumvent the territory of the Silver Moon Wind Wolves. But what made him want to vomit blood was that they had been following a bright spot indicated by the Soul Restriction Disc, only to find it was leading them closer to another bright spot. This meant they had essentially taken a detour through the Silver Moon Wind Wolves territory. How could this not frustrate him? Huang Mei silently cursed. Could it be that the soul ape they were tracking had already detected their pursuit and deliberately set such a trap? Thinking of this, Huang Mei couldn't help but shiver. If a soul ape had such a monstrous ability, then that soul ape was too terrifying, right? However, the item related to that soul ape was too important. For the Light Soul Temple, as long as they could find out the whereabouts of that item, sacrificing all 12 judges would be worth it. Of course, the so-called sacrifice was something Huang Mei viewed from the outside. If possible, it would be best if Sun Yu could stay as well. He even envisioned himself making a grand display during this capture operation, heroically saving the beauty in a moment of crisis, winning her heart, then capturing the ferocious ape and returning to report to the Light Soul Temple. By then, if his ancestor could admit him into the inner sanctum of the Light Soul Temple, even if it was just one opportunity, he might be able to break through the bottleneck of the first level of the Sacred Domain. Huang Mei's whimsical thoughts were completely shattered by the attack of the Silver Moon Wind Wolves. For now, let alone capturing the ape, it would be good enough to survive. After escaping the wolf pack, the two couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The deaths of the four light judges cast a shadow over their hearts. The level 9 powerhouses, usually at the top among humans, were instantly torn to pieces in the desolate land. How could this not shock them? What was even more frustrating was that at this moment, they hadn't even seen a shadow of the soul ape, just as they had just escaped the Silver Moon Wind Wolves. Huang Mei heard Zhu Jingji cursing his entire family of women. Usually calm, Huang Mei maintained his composure while listening to Zhu Jingji's grandiose words in the air, and being scolded in front of the woman he loved, especially the line that old Huang Mei is nothing in my eyes, pushed him to the brink of eruption. Zhu Jingji, what did you say? Huang Mei's face turned red. Zhu Jingji looked at the descending duo, his expression not much better. He had done quite a bit of hurtful things behind people's backs, but few had been so blatant and caught in the act. And the most important thing was that his strength was far inferior to Huang Mei's. Huang Mei, as someone who could contend with Chu Batian, had strength that could almost rival that of an average Sacred Domain Level 2 powerhouse. As for him, he has just arrived in the Sacred Realm and can still hold his ground against Barula. But if it were Huang Mei, he would only be on the receiving end of a beating. However, the words had already been spoken, and there was no way to take them back, especially in front of Sun Yu. If he were to apologize to Huang Mei, how could he hold his head up in the future? Thinking of this, Zhu Jingji could only brace himself and say, "Old freak Huang Mei, stop shouting at me. You usually act so arrogantly towards us, and now you're eavesdropping on our conversation? Is it really appropriate for the head of the 12 judgments to behave in such a despicable manner? So, what is wrong with saying that you are unworthy of being the head of the 12 judgments?" This statement directly tied the other judges to him, showing that Zhu Jingji was quite clever. Huang Mei was furious and jumped straight into Zhu Jingji's trap. Unworthy? Do you think you can insult me behind my back and still be worthy? Is there anyone here who thinks I'm unworthy of being the head? Step forward. You all need to clarify this today. After saying that, he shot a cold glare at several judges. The judges exchanged glances, unsure how they got caught up in the whirlwind between Huang Mei and Zhu Jingji, and could only look for help from Sun Yu. All right, stop arguing about this trivial matter. Don't you all know in your hearts? You should focus on how to complete the mission and report back, Sun Yu advised. Hearing Sun Yu's words, Huang Mei and Zhu Jingji glared at each other, snorted coldly, and turned their heads away. Both cursed each other in their hearts, already having torn off the facade. There was no need to pretend anymore. It was still Sun Yu who broke the deadlock. Judge Zhu, weren't you leading 5 people to find that soul ape? Where are the others? Zhu Jingji's expression softened a bit. We encountered the Sacred Realm's Pi Ci beast, and 2 of them have already died at the hands of that soul beast. He added harshly, I suspect that when we were being chased by the soul beast, there were others watching the show. Huang Mei became even angrier upon hearing this. Zhu Jingji, watch your words. If I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't need to use such means. Sun Yu quickly held back the eager to strike Huang Mei and said to Zhu Jingji, Judge Zhu, I can guarantee that both Huang Mei and I just arrived here, and there was absolutely no behavior watching others die without helping. Is that so? Then where did the people beside you go? Zhu Jingji snorted coldly. This time, even Sun Yu's expression changed. Judge Zhu, are you suspecting me as well? Huang Mei and I encountered a Silver Moon wolf pack, and it's a miracle we returned alive. You still suspect us of not helping? Lord Sun Yu, I absolutely do not doubt your loyalty to the temple, but there are some people, Zhu Jingji finished speaking and cast a disdainful glance at Huang Mei. Huang Mei was almost infuriated to the point of explosion. Zhu Jingji, I won't hold this against you here, but when we return to the temple, I will definitely demand an explanation from you. Are you going to tell your ancestors when we return to the temple? Zhu Jingji was as venomous as poison, his words sharper than anything. Huang Mei could no longer hold back, and in a flash, he appeared in front of Zhu Jingji, and with 2 slaps. Zhu Jingji had received 2 hard hits. Zhu Jingji was stunned for a moment before realizing he had been slapped, his eyes turning red as he glared at Huang Mei. You dare to hit me? I'll fight you to the death. Saying this, he soared into the air, the aura of a sacred realm expert condensing in the entire space. All right, come on. Huang Mei also leaped into the air. Just as the two were about to engage in a life-and-death struggle, a powerful aura from afar swept over, startling the nearby sacred realm Pai Ci beast. Chapter 38, The Powerful Pai Ci Beast. Ahead was the territory of the Pai Ci beast. Ming Lingwan looked into the distance, unsure of its temperament, hoping that it would spare them for the sake of the Dragon Clan. Chu Tiantian followed Ming Lingwan's gaze, slightly furrowing his brows. There were people fighting ahead, and it was a battle at the sacred domain level. Sacred domain? Ming Lingwan was somewhat surprised. Are you sure, Tiantian? Yes. The aura of the sacred domain experts is very strong, Chu Tiantian said. Should we go over? Ming Lingwan had already gotten used to following Chu Tiantian's lead. Although she was a little older than him, her mentality was quite different from his. Let's go take a look, Chu Tiantian said. The two slowly approached the battlefield, and from a few hundred meters away, through the hills, they saw 3 golden-robed individuals madly attacking a Pai Ci beast in the sky. On the ground lay 3 corpses, which belonged to the people of the Light Soul Temple. The Light Soul Temple, Ming Lingwan said. It seems they have already suffered significant losses before finding Brother Tianyuan. Zhu Tian Zima. Ming Lingwan watched the battle in the sky as the 3 sacred domain experts used all their might, but couldn't even break through the Pai Ci beast armor. You humans dare to invade my territory in Grugli. I will swallow you all. The Pai Ci beast roared. This Grugli Huang Mei was fending off the Pai Ci beast attacks, saying, We mean no harm, Lord Grugli. Roar. The Pai Ci beast bellowed, It's Lord Grugli. You damned human, you even got my Lord Grugli's name wrong. Are you deliberately provoking me? Huang Mei was even more frustrated. All his attention was on defending against the Pai Ci beast attacks. So how could he remember such a difficult name? Chu Tiantian, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but chuckle. The names of these soul beasts were indeed too unique. No wonder the people from the Light Soul Temple couldn't remember them. Ming Lingwan also laughed, saying, Grugli is quite annoying. The battle in the sky intensified, and the 3 sacred domain experts were completely at a disadvantage against the Pai Ci beast. This showcased the terrifying innate abilities of soul beasts. Their physical advantages were too obvious. Just looking at the Pai Ci beast's spiky armor was enough to give one a headache. If Chu Tianyuan were here, he would definitely be amazed. He had seen hedgehog before, but a hedgehog bigger than a cow was unheard of. The Pai Ci beast looked like a giant hedgehog magnified thousands of times. However, that was just the appearance. The Pai Ci beast temperament was definitely not as gentle as a hedgehog. Moreover, its strength was not limited to that. Light divine weapon. Huang Mei could no longer hold back and was about to use his soul skill. A giant sword of light descended from the sky. Holding the giant sword, Huang Mei's face showed a determined expression. You vile beast, this is for you. If I weren't afraid of consuming too much soul power, do you think I would fear you? Light soul slash. Huang Mei swung his sword, and a beam of light slashed down toward the Pai Ci beast. The ultimate meaning. Chu Tiantian watched Huang Mei strike and couldn't help but exclaim. Ultimate meaning? Ming Lingwan was somewhat puzzled. The mastery of sacred domain power lies in the comprehension of ultimate meaning. It seems this person from the Light Soul Temple is very strong. Chu Tiantian said. How could Huang Mei not be strong? As the head of the 12 judgments, his strength could already contend with a second-tier sacred domain expert. However, Even second-tier sacred domain strength is still not enough. The Pi Cei beast shrank its body and transformed into a giant spiked ball, shooting out countless steel arrows. The steel arrows collided with the giant light, piercing through the light sword, creating several gaps on the light giant sword. But they healed instantly, and the space where the light sword and steel arrows met warped instantly. Space soul power? Ming Lingwan was momentarily stunned. As a space soul master, she was very sensitive to fluctuations in space soul power. That Pi Cei beast had actually comprehended space soul power. No, it is the ultimate meaning of space, Chu Tiantian said. It seems this Pi Cei beast is not as easy to deal with as imagined, and it is very likely that it has already broken through the bottleneck of the first tier of the sacred domain. The people from the Light Soul Temple are in trouble this time. A second-tier sacred domain soul beast? Ming Lingwan exclaimed. She was also aware of the levels above the sacred domain. After pondering for a moment, she looked at Chu Tiantian and asked, "Should we go help them?" Chu Tiantian was taken aback. Helping them? Why should we help them? They are the ones trying to kill Brother Tianyuan. Sister Lingwan, do you really want to save them? Besides, do you think we can intervene in a battle of this level? Ming Lingwan lowered her head. But how could she say that they were just like us? Human beings? Should we just stand by and watch them die? Just because they are human, we have to save them? Chu Tiantian said, "Anyone who wants to harm Brother Tianyuan, even if they don't die, I will kill them." A surge of killing intent rose in Chu Tiantian's eyes, which made Ming Lingwan feel a bit uneasy. She didn't have that kind of determination and had never seen Chu Tiantian show such killing intent. Tiantian, there are some things you still don't know. In fact, the number of strong humans is very few now. Those who can survive are almost all preparing for the next Holy War. Holy Va? The battle against the demons is also known as the Holy War. Ming Lingwan explained. Strong humans should not die at the hands of soul beasts, but should die in the Holy War. Chu Tiantian pondered for a moment and said, "I'm sorry, Sister Lingwan. I don't understand the great matters of humanity. I only know what I want. People live for what they desire, don't they? But if everyone lives for themselves, what about those who died on the battlefield? I think dying there must be what they wanted too." Chu Tiantian continued, "Sister Lingwan, I know your soul cultivation is different from ordinary people's. Perhaps you have the ability to save them, and so do I." As she spoke, a strong confidence surged within her, "But I won't take action. Even if they are not from the Light Soul Temple, I won't intervene." Ming Lingwan lowered her head and fell silent for a moment. "What should we do now?" she asked. "While they are fighting, we can quietly pass through the territory of the Pi Cei beast. Brother Tianyuan is just ahead, isn't he? Don't you also want to see him quickly?" Ming Lingwan replied, "I will listen to you." The two quietly retreated and entered the territory of the Pi Cei beast. If nothing unexpected happened, everyone from the Light Soul Temple would die here. A Pi Cei beast at the second tier of the sacred domain, ordinary sacred domain powerhouses were far from being comparable. Half a day later, the two successfully passed through the territory of the Pi Cei beast, but Ming Lingwan's eyes flickered, her expression hesitant. "What's wrong? Isn't Brother Tianyuan just ahead?" Chu Tiantian asked. "Yes, but..." Ming Lingwan hesitated. "Is it very dangerous? Do you know? Have you been there, Tiantian?" Ming Lingwan countered. "Not long ago, the injuries on my body were left there." Chu Tiantian's expression changed slightly. "I don't know what is there, but I can feel a heavy, evil aura. And Chu Tianyuan is inside. Brother Tianyuan is in there." Chu Tiantian exclaimed, panicking. "Oh no, we need to hurry there. What is wrong? Is there a terrifying soul beast there? Something more terrifying than a soul beast?" As Chu Tiantian spoke, she soared into the air. "Sister Lingwan, stay here. It's too dangerous ahead. I must go save Brother Tianyuan." "Tiantian, what exactly is going on?" Ming Lingwan asked urgently. "Ice Demon." Chu Tiantian's voice came from afar, and she had already disappeared over 100 meters away. On the side of the Light Soul Temple, Huang Mei, Xiyuanyu, and Zhu Jingji had been pushed back by the Pi Cei beast, suffering serious injuries. Xiyuanyu's shoulder was pierced by a steel arrow. Zhu Jingji's golden robe was in tatters, and although Huang Mei's injuries were lighter, he was still in a sorry state. Second tier of the sacred domain, Huang Mei roared. "You beast! How can you be at the second tier of the sacred domain?" "Humph," the Pi Cei beast snorted coldly. "So, now that you know my Lord Gruggly's strength, do you regret it? If you bow down and admit your mistakes now, my Lord Gruggly might show mercy." "We admit defeat," Zhu Jingji hurriedly said. "Respected Lord Gruggly, we offended you. Please show mercy." In the face of absolute strength, Zhu Jingji no longer cared about dignity. After all, life is paramount, and dignity is secondary. But the Piscei beast was not swayed by this. Damn humans, I hate it when others interrupt me. What I wanted to say is, if you are willing to bow down and admit your mistakes, my lord Grugly might show mercy and leave you with bones when he eats you. Damn you. Zhu Jingji cursed. Is there any difference? Idiot. Why are you babbling with it? Do you think it will let us go? Fight it. Huang Mai scorned. Sacred Domain, second tier, Soul Beast. If you want to play with fire, I, Zhu Jingji, won't accompany you. After saying this, Zhu Jingji turned around and fled, his speed reaching its limit. Lord Huang Mei, I'm leaving too. You hold on. Xian Yu also flew off in another direction. In the face of life, nothing else mattered. Damn it. Huang Mei couldn't help but curse. You two idiots. Can't you see this space has been sealed off by it? Just as he finished speaking, Zhu Jingji and Xian Yu felt as if they had crashed into an invisible wall, and with a crash, both were knocked to the ground. Zhu Jingji immediately got up and cursed. Huang Mei, why didn't you say so earlier? Huang Mei was directly hit by a steel arrow from the Piscei beast. A second-tier Sacred Domain Space Soul Beast. Can it not seal off space? If I didn't say it, did you not have any brains? Zhu Jingji didn't have time to argue with Huang Mei, and once again soared into the air to form a joint attack with the two. It seemed they could only fight. If we don't fight, do you still think someone will come to rescue us? Huang Mei said while still mocking. Maybe someone will. See you when you looked into the distance. Huang Mei couldn't help but glance over. Sang Haiyan, it's someone from the Soul Martial Academy. Chapter 39, The Secret of Ziru Jing. Look, it's people from the Light Soul Temple, Wind Soul Master Ruish said. Huang Mei and Zhu Jingji. Sang Haiyan looked into the sky, and their S1 who is presumably also a sacred domain from the Light Soul Temple. It seems they want to kill that sacred domain soul beast. Soul Master Suya said. Sang Haiyan focused his gaze. It doesn't seem to be that way. Not that way. There are 3 people surrounding a soul beast, and it seems they are chatting quite comfortably, Martial Master Butitas said. If people from the Light Soul Temple heard this, they would surely be furious. Chatting? This was just Huang Mei and Zhu Jingji cursing each other. At this moment, the 3 of them were almost exhausted. Didn't you notice? Sang Haiyan said. Every person from the Light Soul Temple has considerable injuries, and there are corpses on the ground. Most importantly, look, they seem to be trapped in a space. A space soul beast? Dark Soul Master Lulin said. A second-tier sacred domain soul beast of the space principle. Sang Haiyan's expression darkened. Second tier of the sacred domain? Is there a hierarchy within the sacred domain? Martial Master Butitas was the only one who had worked hard to reach level 9 from the civilian area and had little understanding of higher levels. The sacred domain is divided into 3 tiers. Each breakthrough greatly increases strength, but the most important thing is the comprehension of the principles. Look, the soul beast before us seems to carry spatial fluctuations with every attack. This is definitely the application of the space principle. Sang Haiyan explained, moreover, I know Huang Mei's strength well. To be able to injure him like this, it must be a soul beast that has broken through to the first tier of the sacred domain. So now the soul beast is chasing them. If nothing unexpected happens, the outcome is just a matter of time. Sang Haiyan stroked his beard. Among the 3 people, only Huang Mei has comprehended the principles. Although the other 2 also have sacred domain strength, they're almost useless in front of a second-tier soul beast of the space principle. Those from the Light Soul Temple are really unlucky. Butitas said somewhat smugly. Is it their bad luck or our good luck? Sang Haiyan said softly. The Desolate Land can be said to be the most dangerous place in the Dragon's Soul Empire, and we managed to come here unscathed. It seems our ancestors were very meticulous in mapping out the Desolate Land. Haha, but seeing those from the Light Soul Temple in trouble is worth the trip. Butitas said directly. Sang Haiyan pondered for a moment. No, we must go save them. Everyone looked at Sang Haiyan in confusion. Dean sang. Why do we need to save them? This is their own doing. Even if they brought this upon themselves, we still have to save them. There are some things on the mainland that you are not yet aware of, Sang Haiyan said. However, you going up won't help. The people from the Bright Soul Temple should have found a way to locate Chu Tianyuan, and maybe Chu Tianyuan is just ahead. You should take advantage of the fact that the soul beasts are currently distracted and sneak past. I'll go help them. Dean, what will you do? It's fine. Even if I can't save them, I won't be in any danger, so don't worry. It's just a second-tier soul beast. If a few people join forces, there's still a chance to escape. After finishing, Sang Haiyan handed the map in his hand to Wine Soul Master Riches, as he was the one with the best chance of getting out of here. Then Sang Haiyan soared into the air, saying, remember to bring back Chu Tianyuan and the others. Riches took the map and said, Dean, please rest assured, even if it costs me my life. I will bring him back. All right. Sang Haiyan looked into the distance, and then turned back to smile at the mentors, thanking them. It wasn't until Sang Haiyan left that the mentors came to their senses. If I'm not mistaken, it seems Dean Sang just smiled at us, Budidas said in surprise. He even said thank you. Suya also looked in the direction Sang Haiyan had left. It seems the Dean is hiding something from us, Lu Lin said. No matter what the Dean is hiding from us, we must follow his instructions to bring back Chu Tianyuan and the others, Riches said firmly, looking into the distance. Where Ming Lingwan was looking. Ming Lingwan's figure suddenly flickered at distance. Using the spatial shifting technique, to be precise, this is the essence of space. Tian, what you can do for him, I can do as well. The desolate land can be said to be the realm of soul beasts, but for Chu Tianyuan, it is like another Songjiao forest. For Chu Tianyuan, who can navigate through the Songjiao forest with ease, understanding the habits of soul beasts is not difficult at all. He can always avoid the regions with dangerous soul beasts, walking on the edge of danger, which is precisely why he can evade those powerful soul beasts. After entering the desolate land, Chu Tianyuan encountered Zuru Jing and Feng Ruliu waiting at the edge. The three are the strongest students in the Soul Martial Academy. But in the desolate land, they still tread carefully. After a few days of rest, Zuru Jing and Feng Ruliu had regained their strength. But the residual soul restraint nail in Chu Tianyuan's body severely restricted his soul power. Almost all of his soul power was spent dealing with the soul restraint nail inside him. Fortunately, his internal strength was not significantly affected. Even so, he could only barely exert the power of an ordinary 9th-level strong person. The three moved stealthily along the way, although they did not encounter any life-threatening dangers. This was mainly due to Chu Tianyuan's soul, beast-like perception. Feng Ruliu couldn't help but make a joke, saying, as expected of a strong one among soul beasts. So well-versed in their habits. Chu Tianyuan did not smile upon hearing this. Feng Ruliu realized she had said the wrong thing, but didn't know how to explain. In her eyes, Chu Tianyuan was indeed a soul ape. She helped him, but only for her own purposes. As for her feelings, she was the only one who truly understood them. Perhaps she had a good impression of Chu Tianyuan, and the same went for Zuru Jing, but it was definitely not love. Actually, Brother Chu is just like us, a human, Zuru Jing explained. Do you believe me? Chu Tianyuan looked at Zuru Jing. Zuru Jing nodded. I'm sorry, I had someone investigate. And it turns out your identity is that you are the biological son of Chu Zhantian. In other words, you are a direct descendant of the Chu clan. So you knew all along, Chu Tianyuan said, somewhat disappointed. I'm sorry, that day I couldn't confirm your identity for you. The facts were too sudden, and the person who helped me investigate said that Chu Zhantian's son was already dead, so I couldn't be sure at the time. I understand, Chu Tianyuan said. In my current state, who would believe me? I believe you. This time, it was a very firm answer. Brother Tianyuan, even if I hadn't investigated, I would still believe you. Chu Tianyuan looked into Zi Rujing's eyes, which were filled with clear sincerity. Thank you. Chu Tianyuan held his shoulders. Zi Rujing looked at Chu Tianyuan, a hint of flush appearing on his face, making Chu Tianyuan feel a sense of daze. Is this the innate charm of the demon race? Do you believe me? Zi Rujing suddenly asked. Chu Tianyuan woke up from his daze and said, Brother Zi, no matter whether you are from the human race or the demon race, I, Chu Tianyuan, will always be your brother. Zi Rujing chuckled lightly and replied, but I don't want to be your brother. Chu Tianyuan was taken aback. If not as brothers, then what? He thought of something, and an uncomfortable feeling surged within him. Looking at Zi Rujing again, he felt a sense of deja vu, reminiscent of when he first met Feng Ruliu. Brother Zi, we are brothers now, and we will be in the future. Seeing Chu Tianyuan sweating profusely, Zi Rujing instantly understood his thoughts and couldn't help but laugh. Brother Chu, don't worry. My taste is quite normal. After saying that, she couldn't help but glance at Feng Ruliu. Back then, Chu Tianyuan and Zi Rujing had both been troubled for quite a while by this pseudo-man, Feng Ruliu. Chu Tianyuan wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, as long as everything is normal, Brother Zi, please don't scare me. I'm already frightened by the Wind Girl. Being liked by a man, no matter how extraordinary he is, still gives Chu Tianyuan a headache. Feng Ruliu couldn't help but chuckle. You two big men are so cheesy. But inwardly, she added, however, I really like this feeling of honesty. Then she pulled Zi Rujing over and whispered, actually, I know your secret. Zi Rujing also chuckled lightly. Everyone has secrets, don't they? Chu Tianyuan watched the two of them whispering to each other and couldn't help scratching his head, wondering how they had become so close. Wasn't it just a while ago that they would fight as soon as they met? Did Zi Rujing become friends with Feng Ruliu after knowing her gender? That's not good. Song Seer is still waiting for you. Zi Rujing, you are being too irresponsible as a cousin. Thinking of this, Chu Tianyuan couldn't help but say, Zi brother, it seems that Seer has some reluctance towards you. Upon hearing this, the two couldn't help but burst into laughter, leaving Chu Tianyuan confused. However, after laughing, Zi Rujing let out a long sigh, saying that Seer would understand. Feng Ruliu looked at Zi Rujing with some confusion, thinking that Song Seer still didn't know who you were. Zi Rujing quickly signaled her not to continue, and Feng Ruliu immediately shut her mouth, secretly thinking, is this what it means to be confused by the situation? Although Chu Tianyuan did not understand what the two were up to, he did not say much. In Feng Ruliu's view, Chu Tianyuan was also a participant. The closer one got to Zi Rujing, the easier it was to discern his secrets, just like Feng Ruliu. However, getting too close made one believe more, and even if it was obvious, they would not notice like Song Seer and Chu Tianyuan. But as long as the secret was not exposed, it remained a secret. As Zi Rujing said, everyone has their own secrets. Chu Tianyuan has them, Zi Rujing has them, and so does Feng Ruliu. Zi Rujing's birth can be said to have cast a shadow over Feng City. 16 years ago, during the grand birthday celebration of the ancestor Zilin Feng of Feng City, coincidentally, a child was born to one of his direct descendants. What was originally a double joy changed with the birth of Zi Rujing. This was because when Zi Rujing was born, his long black hair wrapped around his tiny body. The midwife parted his long hair and discovered that his eyes were as clear and purple as purple crystals, a characteristic only possessed by the demon race. From then on, Zi Rujing's tumultuous childhood began, and his mother named him Rujing. Chapter 40. Ice Demon Clan Feng Ruliu and Chu Tianyuan got separated in the Ice Wasteland. The Ice Wasteland is located deep within the Desolate Land, and Chu Tianyuan never expected that, while avoiding dangerous soul beasts with his spiritual sense, he would mistakenly enter an even more dangerous situation. In the center of the Ice Wasteland, in a magnificent ice-carved palace, a woman in a plain robe stood in the middle of the hall, her expression cold, with eyes as icy blue as solid ice and long hair that was covered in ice flowers. Soul beasts, dark demon races, humans? A scene of the Ice Wasteland appeared before her eyes, precisely depicting Chu Tianyuan, Zi Rujing, and Feng Ruliu. Chu Tianyuan was constantly fending off the ice demons before him, while Zi Rujing was fully utilizing the corrosive soul power to counter the Soul Master. Feng Ruliu had already been separated from the two, but unfortunately, the ice demons before them seemed endless. What are these things? No matter how they tried to kill them, they wouldn't die. Chu Tianyuan smashed one ice demon to pieces with a punch, but the fragments immediately transformed into small ice blocks that reassembled into another ice demon. Zi Rujing was also in a panic. These ice monsters were practically immortal. No matter how high their strength was, they could be exhausted to death by them. The two were already exhausted. Ever since they inexplicably entered this glacier-filled place, they had not stopped fighting. The place was swarming with ice demons, and there was not even a place to land. After flying for 2 days, they found themselves back at the starting point, the sealed land. This must be a sealed spatial barrier, Zi Rujing exclaimed. Otherwise, there's no way to escape. The sealed land. Chu Tianyuan was also frightened. Wherever there's a sealed place, there must be unknown dangers, and there must be a very powerful existence. As being sealed is enough to indicate that this existence is very hard to kill or simply cannot be killed. In the hall of the Ice Wasteland, the cold woman watched the scene in the void, and it had been 3 days. How much longer do you think they can hold on? She asked, but there was no one else around. 2 more days. It was unexpectedly her voice again, but it was a different one. That last human held out for 7 days. She continued, but the last human was a saint realm. Another voice replied, it must have broken through in the life and death line of the Desolate Land, and it was able to use the saint realm thunder tribulation during the tribulation to forcibly break through the space node and escape in an instant. I don't know how she did it. If she can, maybe we can too. The other voice said in a low tone. We? She shook her head. In this world, there's only I, not we. You're just a fragment of my consciousness. The hall fell silent, with only the battle outside continuing. What on earth are these things? Chu Tianyuan was almost going mad. Zi Rujing wielded the corrosive soul power, recalling a record from an ancient scroll that spoke of a powerful race in the southern wilderness. The demon race. He exclaimed, could these be ice demon warriors? The Ice Demon Clan. Chu Tianyuan was also shocked. In the Hidden Corner Forest, the Earth Clan had told him many races from the southern wilderness, one of which was the demon race. The Ice Demon Clan is one of the clans within the demon race. The Ice Demon Clan's strongest ability is the control of ice soul power. It is said that ice demons that reach the divine level can even summon ice demon warriors, who, like the undead, are almost immortal. However, ice demon warriors are even more terrifying. No matter how powerful the undead is, they cannot withstand the illumination of light soul power, and other soul powers can annihilate the undead. While ice demon warriors are almost completely immune to all soul powers except for fire soul power. Even more frightening is that summoning the undead requires the presence of the undead, while ice demon warriors are entirely composed of ice soul power. As long as the ice soul power exists, the number of ice demon warriors will not decrease. This means that to kill the ice demon warriors, one must either use fire soul power or kill the summoner of the ice demon warriors. Fire soul power. Chu Tianyuan could still use it easily before, but now, the soul-sealing nail has almost suppressed his soul power to the point of being immobile. Except for being able to use the wind soul power for flight, he can no longer use any other soul power. Moreover, even Zitong and Inwu in the original soul space could not be summoned. As for killing the summoner of the ice demon warriors, it was unthinkable. The two could only exert the strength of a 9th level expert. Yet they were thinking of killing a divine level expert who summons ice demon warriors? It was already the second day, and they seemed to still be holding on. The cold woman's voice echoed in the hall again. Let's wait 2 more days. We've waited for over 1,000 years. Do we care about 2 or 3 more days? Another voice said, Yes, we've waited for over 1,000 years. The woman sighed deeply. Damn the Fire Soul Temple. Damn Yen Ran. Damn Yen Long. They have sealed me for over 1,000 years. You have also sealed me for over 1,000 years. Another voice said, Shut up. The woman muttered to herself. If it weren't for you detaching from the original soul, how could I have been sealed? A mere few first-tier divine beings, the Ice Demon King. Don't even take them seriously. Her eyes flickered for a moment, then returned to a clear ice blue. Stay put. Once I break out of this seal, I will take you back to the original soul. Then her expression changed. No, you can't do this. I am no longer your fragment. I want to leave here. Leave your body. Shut up. You shut up. Her expression was complex, and then she slowly closed her eyes and calmed down. Chu Tiantian looked at the rolling hills in front of her, her expression complicated. Last time, she had stepped into this place and ended up surrounded by the ice demon dead warriors, almost dying in the ice wasteland. However, even so, she resolutely took another step forward. The moment she stepped forward, the scene around her changed dramatically. Countless glaciers spread out, the biting cold wind howled, and numerous ice demon dead warriors surged towards her. This was the ice wasteland, the place where the Ice Demon King was sealed. At the moment she entered the ice wasteland, the Ice Demon King in the ice palace opened its eyes again, excitement on its face. It was her. She had returned. The human who had escaped had come back again. Ha ha! Then, her figure flickered and disappeared from the palace. In the ice wasteland, Chu Tiantian flew swiftly in the air, and then she saw a figure fighting among the ice demon dead warriors, unable to take her eyes off him. Brother Tianyuan, is it really you? She looked at him, seemingly seeing the way he was 5 years ago, when he had the same golden fine fur and lived quietly in the depths of the courtyard, practicing his martial skills with his stubborn heart. Tears fell from Chu Tiantian's eyes. The longing after several years couldn't compare to the moment of seeing him again today. She wiped the tears from her face and said, Brother Tianyuan, wait for me. Tiantian is coming to save you. With a dive, a powerful aura of a sacred domain expert enveloped a space of hundreds of meters. Ling Yun slash, she shouted, and a strong internal force slashed through the ice demon dead warriors around Chu Tianyuan like a giant knife. The sound of countless ice blocks shattering could be heard, and then the space seemed to freeze. Within 100 meters, all that remained were shattered ice blocks, which quickly began to gather again, preparing to transform into new ice demon dead warriors. But none of that mattered to the few people present. They only saw Chu Tianyuan slowly turn his head and see Chu Tiantian's graceful figure, immediately freezing in place. You are Tiantian? His voice trembled. Yes. Chu Tiantian nodded with tears in her eyes. Chu Tianyuan looked at her, a deep affection that was beyond words. He slowly walked over, without hugging or speaking, just tightly holding her trembling hands, tears streaming down his face. Zi Rujing watched the two, a complex emotion swirling in her heart. The ice blocks were still being assembled, and the two gazed into each other's eyes. Even without a word, it conveyed more than 1,000 words. Brother Tianyuan, You still came to the Soul Martial Academy to find me, Chu Tian said. Aren't you also here to find me? Chu Tianyuan looked at her, a sense of love that he could no longer suppress. You fool, he said tearfully. What kind of place is the desolate land that you ran into? Chu Tian shook her head. It's okay, Tianyuan Gij. Wherever you are, there will be me, Tian. Didn't you promise me that we would explore the Duhan continent together? She smiled slightly. Moreover, Tianyuan Gij, look, she is slowly rising as she speaks. Tian is now a sacred realm powerhouse and can already protect Tianyuan Gij. Chu Tianyuan pulled her close, stroking her long hair. Brother Tianyuan doesn't need your protection. Brother Tianyuan just wants to live happily every day. Chu Tianyuan knew how much effort Chu Tian had to put in to reach the sacred domain and how much suffering she had endured, something ordinary people wouldn't even dare to imagine. Regardless of whether Brother Tianyuan needed it or not, Tian would always accompany him, together exploring the continent, living and fighting. She raised her head and looked at his face covered with fine hair, as if seeing him at his most charming moment. Chu Tianyuan said. Then let's fight together now. The ice blocks around them had already formed into ice demon warriors. With Chu Tian's addition, Chu Tianyuan and Ziru Jing felt much more at ease. Although Chu Tian was a powerful being in the sacred domain, the fact that they were surrounded by endless ice demon warriors lingered in the minds of the three. They all had the realization that they would die here. But none of them would give up. Warriors only die in battle. They do not abandon the hope in their hearts. However, they were all unwilling. Each held their own beliefs, and until their wishes were fulfilled, they were not willing to die in vain here. Ziru Jing's soul power had been exhausted, and he slowly fell down. He looked at Chu Tianyuan fighting and felt a surge of emotion inside him. If only he could, he really wanted to tell him. Chu Tianyuan looked at the fallen Ziru Jing and immediately jumped to his side, smashing the surrounding ice demon death warriors into pieces. Brother Rujing, if I have to die, I will die in front of you. He smiled like golden sunshine. Chapter 41. The Ice Demon King's illness. Just as a few of them were in despair, an unexpected change occurred. Countless ice demon death warriors shattered into fragments, and a wild wind swept up countless shards of ice, blocking out the sun. With a loud crack, the sky opened a huge tear, and a graceful figure floated down with the shards of ice. Her ice blue hair was covered with blooming ice flowers, and beneath the ice-carved mask revealed a pair of clear, ice-blue eyes. The pure white robe danced wildly in the fierce wind. Chu Tianyuan felt a sense of encountering a goddess as she slowly approached, her gaze icy. The ice demon warriors in the distance actually knelt down before her. Chu Tianyuan felt the temperature around him drop sharply, an ominous premonition lingering in his heart. A god-level powerhouse from the Ice Demon clan. At the moment of facing life and death, the god-level powerhouse controlling the Ice Demon Death Warriors had indeed appeared. The coldness. A bone-chilling coldness that not only enveloped their bodies but seemed to freeze their consciousness as well. Who are you? Chu Tianyuan's voice trembled slightly. The Ice Demon King glanced at him and uttered two words. And with such a simple glance, the group immediately felt an invisible pressure weighing down on their chests. Chu Tianyuan even felt that in front of her, he wasn't even worth being called an ant. Is this the power of a god-level powerhouse? Just a single look could instill a sense of helplessness. The Ice Demon King gently waved her hand, and a gust of cold wind swept through, freezing their expressions. Then, with another wave of her robe, they vanished from sight. The shattered ice on the ground began to reassemble, transforming once again into countless Ice Demon Death Warriors. In the Ice Palace Hall, the Ice Demon King sat on her ice-carved throne, her gaze icy. Chu Tianyuan, Chu Tian, and Ziru Jing lay before her like ice sculptures. She waved her hand gently, and the solid ice binding the three dissipated. The three looked up at the Ice Demon King seated above them, a sense of helplessness rising within them. They were facing a god-level powerhouse. This was a battle with no chance of victory. The Ice Demon King coldly glanced at them and asked, "Do you know why I brought you back?" Chu Tianyuan's heart was racing, unsure of what the senior needed, but he was determined to comply. The Ice Demon King stood up, slowly walked to Chu Tianyuan's side, and circled around him for a look. Chu Tianyuan secretly lamented, not knowing where he had offended this great being. However, it was better than dying unjustly outside. You haven't reached the holy domain. How can you speak? The Ice Demon King looked at Chu Tianyuan with a strange expression. Chu Tianyuan was extremely frustrated, but he didn't know how to respond. Should he really tell the Ice Demon King that he is human? If the Ice Demon King believed it, that would be fine, but if not, she might just think he was teasing her and kill him on the spot. The Ice Demon King didn't wait for his answer and directly tapped on his head. A wave of icy energy surged into Chu Tianyuan's body. Senior, both Chu Tianyuan and Ziru Jing said at the same time. Chu Tianyuan quickly blocked them behind him, reassuring. Don't worry, Senior is just checking my body. The Ice Demon King glanced coldly at Chu Tian and Ziru Jing, and the two immediately felt chill. The Ice Demon King said no more. Suddenly, his pupils contracted. Soul binding nail. You actually have a soul binding nail in your body. Chu Tianyuan was also a bit surprised. How did the senior know? The Ice Demon King pondered for a moment, then shook his head. No, it's not the soul binding nail. If it were the soul binding nail, you wouldn't still have the strength of a level 9 soul beast. Could it be a replica of the soul binding nail? Chu Tianyuan was once again treated as a soul beast, feeling a wave of frustration inside. But he didn't dare to show any emotions and could only say, Indeed, I have been hit by a type of hidden weapon, and my soul power has almost been sealed. I wonder how Senior learned about the forbidden soul nails. The Ice Demon King glanced at Chu Tianyuan and thought, how could I not know about the forbidden soul nails when I have them inside me as well? Moreover, they are the forbidden soul nails created by a divine artifact. Divine artifact, forbidden soul nails. No wonder the forbidden soul disc indication from Huang Mei pointed in 2 directions. It turns out the other direction points to the Ice Demon King. If Zhu Jingji had known that Huang Mei was referring to the Ice Demon King, he probably would have gone all out against Huang Mei. Fortunately, there was a pixie beast blocking the way in between, or else Zhu Jingji would not have been able to survive and would have died directly in the Ice Wasteland. I don't know where the people from the Fire Soul Temple got their divine artifacts, which conceal soul power within a person's body. If it weren't for my original soul being strong enough, perhaps my soul power would have been completely sealed. The Ice Demon King sighed, knowing that Chu Tianyuan also had forbidden soul nails within him. She couldn't help but feel a sense of sympathy, but after all, she was a demon king. After a moment of astonishment, she regained her proud demeanor. No wonder she could speak. It must be quite unpleasant to go from the sacred domain to a level 9 soul beast, right? Chu Tianyuan was once again at a loss for words. It seemed that this Ice Demon King was quite confident in his reasoning. He thought to himself, who told you I'm a soul beast? What a self-righteous guy. But he didn't dare to show his inner emotions at that moment. He needed to get closer while the Ice Demon King was still easy to talk to. Since the senior also fell victim to the soul binding nail, he naturally understood the pain involved. It is indeed quite a headache, the Ice Demon King said, seemingly forgetting the original intention of bringing these people back. For over 1,000 years, I have been resisting its soul-binding power, and my strength hasn't progressed at all. Damn it, the power of the soul-binding nail can actually last for over 1,000 years. Chu Tianyuan couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. The Ice Demon King seemed to notice Chu Tianyuan's worries and said, rest assured, the soul-binding nail in your body is just a replica. If your strength is strong enough, resolving it shouldn't be a problem. Chu Tianyuan let out a sigh of relief, wondering what level of strength the junior would need to resolve the soul-binding power of the soul-binding nail. Maybe the second stage of the Holy Realm, no. Perhaps the third stage of the Ice Demon King's path. Chu Tianyuan broke out in a cold sweat again. The sacred domain still has levels? Moreover, with no soul power to exert at all, how can he reach the second or third level of the sacred domain? How could you be hit by the soul restriction nail? The Ice Demon King asked curiously. Could it be that the people from the Fire Soul Temple want you to sign a contract with a soul beast? It's no wonder. A sacred domain soul ape strength is worth their attention. Chu Tianyuan felt like crying inside. The Ice Demon King was being ridiculously self-righteous. The injury was caused by someone from the Light Soul Temple. He explained. Light Soul Temple? The Ice Demon King slapped her forehead, realizing she should have thought of that earlier. Or the Fire Soul Temple get soul-binding nails. The Fire Soul Temple and the Light Soul Temple are basically in cahoots. Then her expression changed, and she shook her head vigorously. You go back. I just came out for a bit, she said again. Get back. This time, her eyes turned icy blue, and the aura of a god-level powerhouse enveloped the entire hall. Chu Tianyuan and the other two were startled, feeling uneasy. It seemed that there was something wrong with this Ice Demon clan. Chu Tian said in a low voice. A person sealed for over 1,000 years must have issues. Ziru Jing agreed. Chu Tianyuan looked at the Ice Demon King and said softly, schizophrenia? The Ice Demon King came to his senses, as if he had heard a few people whispering. Chu Tianyuan secretly cried out in, why is it me again? What did you just say? Schizophrenia? The Ice Demon King's gaze was sharp as a sword. The younger generation just didn't say anything, and Chu Tianyuan's heart was pounding. What did you say? The Ice Demon King shouted directly. The aura of a divine-level powerhouse pressed Chu Tianyuan down to his knees. Chu Tianyuan decided to be bold. Schizophrenia? The Ice Demon King retracted his aura. What is that? Chu Tianyuan felt a bit of relief from the pressure on him and nervously said, Schizophrenia is a kind of illness. I encountered it when I was treating people during my time as a doctor. You treated people? Have you comprehended light soul power? The Ice Demon King found it hard to believe that a strength-type soul ape could possess light soul power. No, what I comprehended is water soul power. Chu Tianyuan swallowed hard. All right, I'll believe you for now. Can you explain to me what schizophrenia is? The Ice Demon King rubbed her temples. Schizophrenia is a mental illness where a person's body is intact, but their mind or soul is fragmented. Therefore, a person with this illness may exhibit two different personalities at different times. After pondering for a moment, the Ice Demon King realized that her moment of distraction and her current state were just as Chu Tianyuan described, and she said, That's right, I have a mental illness. Does that mean you can cure this illness? The Ice Demon King asked. Chu Tianyuan felt a bit anxious. Can't you? The Ice Demon King's killing intent began to surface. I can. Chu Tianyuan rolled his throat again, feeling distressed inside. That's great. Then you will stay here and treat my illness, the Ice Demon King said calmly. Of course, helping my senior treat her illness is no problem, but my companion is still outside. I'm worried she might not withstand the attacks from the Ice Demon assassins. Could you bring her here as well? Chu Tianyuan said. That last human? The Ice Demon King closed her eyes, but could no longer feel the presence of wind like Willow. Impossible, she exclaimed. Then she closed her eyes again, but still felt nothing. How could this happen? How could this happen? She shouted, looking at Chu Tianyuan, feeling extremely frustrated. Could it be that she, like Chu Tianyuan last time, exited through the spatial node? Thinking of this made her feel suffocated. How could two humans leave after just a few days? Well, she had been sealed here for 1,000 years. This was enough to make her feel depressed. Your companion has already exited, the Ice Demon King said with a grim expression. Wind Girl has gone out? Chu Tianyuan felt puzzled. Yes, the Ice Demon King said angrily. I guarantee she has already gone out. Chu Tianyuan seemed to see the flames of anger flickering in the Ice Demon King's eyes, not knowing what had provoked her. But thinking about it, it made sense. For a person with mental illness, it's normal to have significant emotional fluctuations. All right, now, this king will tell you the purpose of bringing you here. Chapter 42. Emotional entanglement. I brought you here mainly to know one thing. She looked at Chu Tianyuan. I want to know how you escaped from this icy wasteland last time. Chu Tianyuan lowered his head and said, Senior, would you believe me if I said I have comprehended the ultimate truth? The Ice Demon King took a couple of steps and replied, Having any kind of soul power can lead to the understanding of multiple ultimate truths. And it's also possible for one ultimate truth to manifest in various forms of soul power. As a holy domain martial master, what ultimate truth have you comprehended? Weak point attack. Chu Tianyuan said, for example, I can accurately see the most vulnerable part of the Ice Demon Assassin at the chest. As long as I hit that point, the entire body of the Ice Demon Assassin will collapse. In other words, you can see spatial nodes. The Ice Demon King exclaimed excitedly. Chu Tianyuan shook his head, only able to vaguely sense its location. Senior, you also know that the position of spatial nodes is constantly changing. To truly determine its location, at least the positioning of spatial soul power is needed. So last time it was a coincidence, Chu Tianyuan said. I just blasted in that direction, and it just happened to open the node. At that moment, if it weren't for the ice mask covering the Ice Demon King's face, one could definitely see the flesh on her face twitch noticeably. Is this really okay? This luck is just too good. She has been sealed for a whole 1,000 years. Coincidence? Can you show me another coincidence? Well, that means we still need a spatial soul master, the Ice Demon King said, feeling a bit of a headache. Just having a spatial soul master isn't enough. They must at least understand the mysteries of space. A spatial mystery soul master? The Ice Demon King felt even more troubled. Originally, spatial soul masters were already rare. And now needing one who comprehends the mysteries is like looking for a second-level sacred domain, spatial soul master in this icy wasteland. Where can we find one? However, Chu Tianyuan continued, but what? The Ice Demon King frowned. Of course, Chu Tianyuan and the others couldn't see her frowning expression. It seems that the power to open the spatial node has to use lightning power, Chu Tianyuan said softly. The Ice Demon King's frown deepened. Didn't you know how to use thunder power last time? The thunder power, I have is condensed when crossing the first tribulation of the sacred domain. I used it all up last time. All right, the Ice Demon King said helplessly. To open the seal, 3 conditions are needed. The node's location, the mysteries of space, and thunder power. You 3 go down first. There's a place outside the hall for you to stay. Let me think carefully. The 3 were just about to retreat when the Ice Demon King said, "Wait." The 3 immediately stopped. "For safety's sake, I need to leave something on you," she said, waving her hand, and several streams of cold air entered the bodies of the 3. "I've already planted my ice soul power in your bodies. Don't think about finding the spatial node and escaping on your own. Otherwise, humph." Chu Tianyuan said with a, "How dare we? Besides, we can't escape anyway." The Ice Demon King snorted coldly, feeling extremely frustrated. "Can't escape? 2 have already managed to get out this month. Chu Tian is fine. He escaped, and then came back. But Feng Riliu has made the Ice Demon King upset by inexplicably disappearing in the ice wilderness. Could it be that this ice wilderness is filled with spatial nodes, and anyone can just smash their way out?" After the 3 left, the Great Hall immediately fell silent. The empty hall was eerily quiet. Then the Ice Demon King sat back on the throne, her eyes changing to another color. "Do you believe what these little ghosts say?" she asked. "They didn't lie to me," came the original voice of the Ice Demon King. "And that monkey mentioned a mental disorder. It's a mental illness, you damn thing. Sooner or later, I'll reclaim your original soul. I hope you can do it," the Split Spirit said sarcastically. "It's been over 1,000 years, and you haven't been able to reclaim me. My independent consciousness has already formed. Do you think you could just rely on a monkey that understands the soul of water to bring me back?" "Shut up," the Ice Demon King said. "What does 1,000 years matter? I couldn't break the seal for 1,000 years, but these few managed to do it. Maybe," the Split Spirit said in a somewhat dejected tone. Even the Ice Demon King herself didn't notice that when her Split Spirit spoke, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, showing her hidden cunning. Until her gaze returned to ice blue, she let out a long sigh. "Schizophrenia? Monkey, I hope you can really cure it. If the Split Spirit can return to my original soul, I will regain the strength of a top-tier powerhouse in the Duhan continent." Outside the hall, the 3 let out a long sigh as well. This was the first time they faced a god-level powerhouse. Tian, was what you said just now true?" Chu Tianyuan asked. Chu Tian smiled faintly. "Most of it was true, but there was one point. Actually, I can use my thunder power one more time." "How do you have thunder power?" Zi Rujing asked. Chu Tian looked at Zi Rujing and couldn't help but marvel internally. What a beautiful man. Perhaps the most beautiful man on this continent would be nothing less than this. Zi Rujing felt a bit flustered under the gaze, as he naturally knew the allure of his own appearance, which was simply a natural weapon for women. However, compared to other women, Chu Tian was relatively calm. "May I ask if you're Chu Tian?" Chu Tianyuan immediately pulled Zi Rujing over and said, Tian, let me introduce you. This is Zi Rujing from Wind City, my best brother." Then he turned to Zi Rujing and said, "This is Chu Tian, my favorite younger sister since childhood." Zi Rujing looked at Chu Tian and asked, "Your biological sister?" "No, my father works at the Chu residence," Chu Tian replied with a hint of amusement. "Oh, so she is your brother's adopted sister? She really is a pretty little girl," Zi Rujing said, emphasizing the words little girl, which made Chu Tian somewhat displeased. Meanwhile, Chu Tianyuan scratched his head and grinned, not knowing why Zi Rujing would talk like that. Chu Tian was also sizing up Zi Rujing and said, "Rujing brother, what are you joking about? If we're talking about good looks, I think the most handsome one here is Rujing brother, right?" Zi Rujing, feeling annoyed, stomped his foot. It was easy to imagine what Chu Tian meant by describing a man as beautiful. Zi Rujing turned around and said, "I'm going out for some fresh air. You 2 siblings can chat slowly." Sighing, Chu Tianyuan reached out to try to keep him from leaving, but Zi Rujing had already walked out, leaving him to watch his back and say, "What's wrong with Rujing brother? He's not usually like this." Chu Tian pulled Chu Tianyuan and said, "Brother Tianyuan, haven't you noticed that there's something off about Zi Rujing?" Chu Tianyuan pondered for a moment and looked at Chu Tian, saying, Tian, I know you are worried about me, but I can assure you that even though Brother Jing has the bloodline of a demon race, he would never harm me." Chu Tian seemed a bit anxious. Tianyuan Gij, that's not what I mean. Don't you feel that he seems to have other motives towards you? Chu Tianyuan was slightly taken aback and said, "No way, Brother Zijing has always treated me like a brother. Back at the Seoul Martial Academy, he even fought against his mentor, Lu Lin, for me. Brother Tianyuan, you still don't understand what I mean. Can't you see why Zi Rujing is so good to you?" Chu Tian became more anxious and said, "What I mean is, can't you tell that he seems to really like you?" Upon hearing this, Chu Tianyuan was stunned. He recalled that Ziru Jing had once told him that he didn't want to be brothers with him. Could it be that he really had feelings for him? The thought made Chu Tianyuan break out in a cold sweat. He couldn't help but wipe the beads of sweat from his forehead and said, "No way, I'm a man." "So what if you're a man? Can't men like men? Moreover, brother Tianyuan, are you sure Ziru Jing is a man?" Chu Tianyuan was taken aback again. If Jing Brothers was indeed a man, he had a cousin named Song Seer who liked him very much. Chu Tian was taken aback. So, Ziru Jing is indeed a handsome man. But brother Tianyuan, you still need to be careful. Haha. Chu Tianyuan smiled and said, "Don't worry. Brother Ru Jing won't have any ill intentions towards me." Chu Tianyuan bit her lower lip and muttered, "But I'm most afraid that he has good intentions towards you. With Ziru Jing's looks, even as a female rival, she is extremely formidable." And Chu Tian precisely sensed this danger, enough to imagine how enchanting Ziru Jing's appearance must be. Chu Tianyuan patted Chu Tian's head and said, "Silly girl, are you worried that brother Tianyuan won't love you as much if he is brothers? Don't worry. No matter who is around me, brother Tianyuan will always love you the most." Chu Tian couldn't help but smile. "Brother Tianyuan, this is what you said." "Of course it's what I said. How about we make a pinky promise?" Chu Tianyuan replied. He still reminisced about the times for his childhood very much. Chu Tian was amused and reached out his little finger to pull on Chu Tian's sleeve, but still worriedly asked, "Brother Tianyuan, do you know Sister Lingwan?" Upon hearing Ming Lingwan's name, Chu Tian's heart ached. Whether he had already forgiven Ming Lingwan, he himself was unsure. However, the feeling of being doubted by the person he liked the most truly hurt him. He couldn't forget the moment he transformed into a monkey. Ming Lingwan's panicked expression as she looked at him didn't have the same persistence that Chu Tian had for him back then, nor the unwavering trust that Ziru Jing had in him. Emotionally, he would forever be that immature child. Even a little hurt felt like a piercing pain. He took a breath and said, "I know her, but it's no longer important. If we can safely leave here, brother Tianyuan promises to accompany you to explore this continent." Chu Tian replied. She knew in her heart that Chu Tian must have some feelings for Ming Lingwan. But that didn't matter. All she needed was Chu Tian's promise to explore this continent with her. Chapter 43. Gathering together, Ziru Jing looked at the distant glacier. The biting cold wind lifted his robe, but couldn't blow away the sorrow in his heart. He had always been a reclusive child, yet his heart was more stubborn than any other child's. He didn't know who his father was. In his memories, there were only his mother's expectant gaze and Song Seer's companionship. His mother always told him to be strong and to be stronger than anyone else, because only with strength could he meet his father. This was his simple wish. He just wanted to take his mother to meet his father, but his mother couldn't wait for that time. She died on a night as cold as an icy wasteland. It was hard for anyone to believe that the direct bloodline of Wind City died on such a desolate night, but it was a fact. Ziru Jing's name was given by his mother, as was his surname. He just wanted to become stronger without any attachments. But he found that the burdens on his heart were increasing. Song Seer was one, and Chu Tian was even more so. He could even expose his demonic bloodline for Chu Tian, just to prove that he believed in him. But was all of this worth it? Tears streamed down his face. Then he heard light footsteps behind him. "You're here?" he said. He didn't even need to turn around to know it was him. He didn't know when it started, but he always paid attention to every movement he made, even recognizing his footsteps. Chu Tian replied. He stepped forward, looking at Ziru Jing's tear-streaked face. "What's wrong?" He placed his hand on his shoulder. "Just remembering some things," Ziru Jing said. Chu Tianyuan just patted his shoulder heavily. "I once saw a story in a TV show where a man said, when I wanted to cry as a child, I would always look up at the sky to see if my tears could return to my eyes. I found this man very melancholic, but I believe that even men have moments when they want to cry." Ziru Jing turned back and smiled at him, saying, "I can only say that you are very good at comforting people. No wonder so many girls like you." Chu Tianyuan saw Ziru Jing smile, and also smiled as he said, "Brother Z, is it really that there are few girls who like you?" Ziru Jing's face turned slightly red as he replied, "That's different, and besides, I have someone I like in my heart." Chu Tianyuan laughed and said, "I understand, sir," then turned around and added, "Let's go in, it's windy here." Ziru Jing watched his back and thought, "It's not Seer, it's you." But this sentence was so soft that only he could hear it. Chu Tian looked at the two returning and immediately grabbed Chu Tianyuan's hand, saying, "Tianyuan brother, hurry back. That mentally ill person is looking for us." "What?" Chu Tianyuan was taken aback. "The Ice Demon King?" Yes, Chu Tian said. Hurry up, or it will be troublesome if she gets angry. The three quickly walked toward the hall. As Chu Tianyuan thought about the Ice Demon King's unpredictable nature, he felt a bit anxious, not knowing what she wanted this time. Zirujing looked at Chu Tian, pulling him, and felt somewhat gloomy inside, wondering what it could be. Maybe she was looking for you to treat her illness. By the way, what is up with that mentally ill person? Can you really cure her? Chu Tianyuan had a headache. If it could be treated, there would be no need for a mental hospital. What is a mental hospital? The two were once again stunned. Chu Tianyuan was also conflicted about the term. It seemed better not to use too many professional terms from before to avoid having to think for a long time to explain. It was a place specifically for imprisoning and sealing mentally ill people. Oh, Chu Tianyuan thought, but this Ice Demon King seems to have fallen ill because they were sealed, right? Who knows? How about you ask her later? Forget it, Chu Tianyuan shrugged. The three hurried into the Great Hall, and to their astonishment, the Ice Demon King was lying on the throne with the four great mentors of the Seoul Martial Academy. With a wave of her hand, the solid ice surrounding the four mentors immediately dissipated. The few struggled to stand up, their eyes filled with fear as they looked at the Ice Demon King, a god-level powerhouse. The few were greatly shocked, but the Ice Demon King only glanced at them indifferently and said, "Do any of you have Space Soul Masters or Lightning Soul Masters?" The group exchanged glances, and none of them stepped forward. The Light Soul Master Suya, Wind Soul Master Ruikasis, Dark Soul Master Lulin, and Martial Master Butitas, none had comprehended Space Soul Power or Lightning Soul Power. The Ice Demon King's gaze turned cold, and she said, "If none of you have them, you can go back." The thick-headed Butitas was overjoyed. "Does that mean we can leave? Go back to the Ice Wilderness." The Ice Demon King waved her hand. "Wait." Chu Tianyuan hurriedly stopped her. The four mentors turned back, and upon seeing Chu Tianyuan and the others, they were delighted. But as they thought of the Ice Demon King's earlier joy in the Great Hall, that feeling immediately vanished. "We want." The Ice Demon King looked at Chu Tianyuan. Chu Tianyuan stepped forward, and the elder brought them here mainly to find Space Soul Masters and Thunder Soul Masters, right? The Ice Demon King glanced at him indifferently, but none of them met the criteria. So what use do I have for them? The four mentors looked at Chu Tianyuan, their hearts immediately rising to their throats. They believed that as long as Chu Tianyuan didn't plead for them, they would be sent back to that icy wasteland filled with Ice Demon Death Soldiers, which was undoubtedly a dead end. The elder wants Thunder Soul Power. Not Thunder Soul Masters, right? Chu Tianyuan said confidently. They're all peak level 9 powerhouses. Are you saying they could break through at any time to become Sacred Domain powerhouses? The Ice Demon King seemed to understand something. The Thunder Soul Power of the Sacred Domain Tribulation. Chu Tianyuan smiled. The Ice Demon King stood up and walked towards them. Did you all hear clearly? The four mentors replied in unison. In front of a god-level powerhouse, they were even less than ants. The Ice Demon King looked at Chu Tianyuan again, surprised that a soul monkey, after awakening its intelligence, could think so well. This was indeed rare among soul beasts. Chu Tianyuan broke out in a cold sweat and cupped his hands, saying, "It's the senior's praise. The intelligence of our primate soul beasts is originally higher than that of other types of soul beasts." Everyone else was sweating profusely. Only Butitas scratched his head in confusion and asked, "Chu Tianyuan, are you really a soul beast?" Chu Tianyuan cursed inwardly, thinking how inappropriate the topic was. But after his internal rant, an incredibly wicked idea suddenly surged up. "Senior, look at these humans, all at the peak of level 9. They must be lacking the life and death trials to not have reached the Holy Realm. If they were placed with the Ice Demon Death Warriors." After Chu Tianyuan spoke, the Ice Demon King looked at the four mentors, causing them to feel a wave of fear. Chu Tianyuan, Rui Chiesher, swallowed hard. Zirujing quickly pulled Chu Tianyuan back, feeling anxious for the four mentors, especially Lu Lin, who had been her mentor for a year. Chu Tianyuan gestured for Zirujing to relax, then said to the Ice Demon King, "Senior, I think we might as well send them to the Ice Wasteland." "You bastard," Chu Tianyuan. Butitas, who was quick-tempered, cursed loudly. "Although we have wronged you before, do we really need to be pushed to our deaths? Just do as she says." The Ice Demon King coldly stated, directly shattering the four's hopes of survival. Then, with a wave of her long robe, the four disappeared from the hall. In the Ice Wasteland, Riches, Lulin, and Suyal looked at Butitas. "Butitas, can you keep your mouth shut for once? Don't you know Chu Tianyuan has a deep prejudice against us?" Butitas was also somewhat exasperated. How was I to know he would hold such a grudge? Just 2 sentences, and we're doomed. The ice demon assassins nearby had already surged toward the fore. If you were surrounded and killed by a dozen level 9 powerhouses as a soul beast, would you hold a grudge? Riches dodged an ice demon assassin's attack. All right, everyone stop arguing. We need to figure out how to escape from here, Soul Master Suya said. How can we escape? Lulin was also somewhat displeased with Butitus. It seems that the Divine Powerhouse's relationship with Chu Tianyuan and the others isn't too bad. It would be more beneficial to wait for them to plead for us. After all, I was once Ziru Jing's mentor. I don't know much about Chu Tianyuan, but Ziru Jing would definitely not stand by and watch us die. In the hall, the Ice Demon King regarded Chu Tianyuan with a bit more respect. Perhaps even she did not expect Chu Tianyuan to come up with such a brilliant idea. Do you know them? She asked. Junior has some relations with them after entering here, Chu Tianyuan replied. No wonder, the Ice Demon King thought. Even in this situation, he still remembers to take a bite at his opponent. With this monkey's intelligence, he must hold a very high status among soul beasts. Your name is Chu Tianyuan? The Ice Demon King looked at Chu Tianyuan, seemingly evaluating an extinct creature. Your name sounds quite human. Yes, it is Chu Tianyuan, he said. But senior, please don't let those few die. If they die in the Ice Wasteland, we won't be able to find the Thunder Soul power. Rest assured, I have my measures. The Ice Demon King said. In the Ice Wasteland, whoever I want to die will die. If I don't want anyone to die, then no one can die. Upon hearing this, Ziru Jing and Chu Tian felt relieved. In their hearts, they held great respect for the mentors of the Soul Martial Academy. If they were to die because of Chu Tianyuan, their hearts would never find peace. Meanwhile, Chu Tianyuan secretly felt fortunate that he had grasped the Ice Demon King's thoughts. Right now, what the Ice Demon King wanted most was to break the seal and to treat her schizophrenia. So as long as these two matters were not resolved, she would never waste any opportunity. This meant that Chu Tianyuan did not harbor a deep hatred towards the Soul Martial Academy. He just wanted those 4 unfortunate mentors to suffer a bit more. Now, there was just one Space Soul Master who comprehended the essence, and the Ice Demon King paced back to her throne. This Space Soul Master was her most troubling issue. The Ice Wasteland was like a fishing net without bait, and she, the fisherman, could do nothing but wait. However, she did not even realize that Chu Tianyuan was the greatest bait. Chapter 44, Shock. Ming Ling Wan battles the Ice Demon King. The arrival of Ming Ling Wan gave the Ice Demon King a glimmer of hope for escape. A Space Soul Master. She jumped up from her throne. The 3 below were startled by her actions, and the Ice Demon King had already vanished from their sight. A Space Soul Master? Chu Tianyuan said. There is actually a Space Soul Master who entered the Ice Wasteland? Chu Tian had a worried expression. I think I know who it is. Who else could it be? Chu Tianyuan asked in confusion. Could it be the Light Soul Divine Hall? He was still troubled about the incident with Huang Puzhou. After all, that was the candidate for the Light Saint of the Light Soul Divine Hall, and he figured the Light Soul Divine Hall would not let it go easily. Chu Tian shook her head. It would be good enough if the people from the Bright Soul Temple could walk out of the Silent Land alive. I guess this time, it was Sister Lingwan who came in. Chu Tianyuan felt a little worried when he heard the name Ming Lingwan. Lingwan, how could you be here? Chu Tian whispered. I came to find you. Now the people of the Dragon Soul Empire are all looking for you. Chu Tianyuan was somewhat angry. Does the Empire have to push us to our death before they are willing to let it go? Chu Tian held onto Chu Tianyuan's hand and said, Brother Tianyuan, you misunderstood. The Empire is looking for you not to harm you, but to protect you. Those mentors just now also came for you. What? Protect us? Chu Tianyuan asked in confusion. Tian, can you tell me what exactly happened after we left the Soul Martial Academy? Chu Tian recounted the events that had happened recently, and after listening, Chu Tianyuan was also dumbfounded. Not to mention the identity of Ziru Jing. Feng Ruliu was actually the princess of the Fengxiao Empire, the future queen of the Longhun Empire. Moreover, did the conflict between the two countries arise so easily? Is the ruler of the Fengxia Empire brainless? Starting a war over any trivial reason. Is war really that much fun? Chu Tian seemed to see through Chu Tianyuan's confusion. Brother Tianyuan, I know you can't bear to see the creatures of the Empire suffer. When you were young, you were afraid that the frogs in the water would drown, so you kept one hidden in your bedroom. However, the matters of the Empire are not as simple as you think. In the face of the Empire, the least valuable thing is human life. Chu Tianyuan broke into a cold sweat, not expecting that his childhood incident of catching a frog and hiding it in his bedroom would be known by Chu Tian. What frustrated him the most was the thought of how Chu Tian would react if she knew that the frog had been dissected by her kind-hearted soul physician. That's not what I meant, Chu Tianyuan explained. I was thinking that Miss Feng seems to be the one I kidnapped. Ziru Jing was almost knocked over by Chu Tian Yuan's childhood story. Chu Tian Yuan's words once again made Chu Tian Tian feel his guilt. Brother Tian Yuan, you don't need to blame yourself. Even if Feng Ruliu hadn't left, the Fengxiao Empire would still go to war. It's just a matter of time. But just now, I seem to have misunderstood the few mentors who came to save me and even brought them to the Ice Wasteland. I think they will forgive you, Brother Tian Yuan, if they know you didn't mean it. Outside the Ice Palace, Beautydas smashed an Ice Demon Warrior with a punch. Damn ice monsters, and that damned Chu Tian Yuan. He used to be in my martial arts class and didn't even attend a single lesson. When he returns to the Seoul Martial Academy, I, Beautydas, will be the first to not forgive him. Ruite's wind blade tore through an Ice Demon Warrior as he disdainfully said, you should think about how to survive. Even if you can return to the Seoul Martial Academy, what good will it do? Can you still defeat him? Beautydas felt gloomy. Just the sight of Chu Tian Yuan's freakish purple-eyed, golden-furred monkey was enough trouble for him. How could he deal with its master? Somewhere in the Ice Wasteland, Mingling Wan stood quietly on the ice field, surrounded by countless fragments of ice demons. The fragments quickly reformed into numerous ice demon warriors attacking her. But she merely glanced over and said, evil thoughts shatter. The ice demon warriors that had just formed exploded again. The strongest ability of the Judgment Eye is to control the expansion of evil thoughts. The Ice Demon Warriors are undead creatures summoned by the Ice Demon King, each carrying the icy soul aura of the Ice Demon King. It's no wonder that outside the Ice Wasteland, Mingling Wan felt such heavy, evil thoughts. The entire Ice Wasteland is filled with Ice Demon Warriors. How could the evil thoughts not be heavy? Just as the shattered ice was about to reassemble, Mingling Wan's gaze turned cold. Evil thoughts, purify. The shattered ice fell silent, and the fragments of the Ice Demon Warriors could not reform under the power of the Judgment Eye. However, it was not over yet. After all, the Ice Demon Warriors around Mingling Wan exploded. The ice field where the ice shards fell saw the figure of the Ice Demon King float down, just as before. She walked toward Mingling Wan through the ice rain, looking at her as if she were a slightly larger ant. A divine aura pressed down on her. But Mingling Wan's face showed no signs of discomfort. The purity of her heart and soul was as immovable as a mountain. She gently uttered a sentence. The Ice Demon King was somewhat surprised. Her divine aura surprisingly couldn't make Mingling Wan bow her head. Suddenly, pure heart, soul power. She exclaimed, how did you do that? Mingling Wan showed no fear. Is it your Ice Demon Warriors that you control? The Ice Demon King calmed her inner thoughts. Although Mingling Wan's pure heart and soul surprised her, she had lived for thousands of years as a divine-level powerhouse. And no one had dared to speak to her like this here. You are the first. I came here only to find someone. As long as I find the person I'm looking for, I won't make things difficult for you, Mingling Wan said slowly, as if facing a common opponent. Ha ha ha. The Ice Demon King laughed heartily. Not make things difficult for me? Who do you think you are? Just a mere 7th-level Soul Master. Even if you're the rarest space and pure heart Soul Master. So what? A 7th-level dual system Soul Master. If the Seoul Martial Academy learned of this, it would surely cause a stir. But at this moment, Mingling Wan was facing the Ice Demon King. Can a 7th-level dual system Soul Master defeat a divine-level Ice Demon King? What level of divine are you? Mingling Wan suddenly asked. The Ice Demon King sensed something was wrong with this question. In her view, Mingling Wan's strength was only 7th level. But what difference was there between a 7th-level Soul Master and an ant? However, Mingling Wan's calm demeanor made her hesitate. Could it be that a powerful being from the divine realm had descended? Realizing this, she put aside her pride as a divine-level powerhouse. Second stage of divine. Who exactly are you? Me? I'm just here to find someone. Who are you looking for? The Ice Demon King was becoming certain. No 7th-level Soul Master could remain unfazed under the pressure of a divine-level powerhouse. Chu Tian Yuan. Mingling Wan hesitated for a moment. He has golden fine fur. Are you talking about that soul monkey? The Ice Demon King asked. Mingling Wan looked at the Ice Demon King. Have you seen him? He's in my ice palace. Then take me to see him, Mingling Wan said. See him? Then first, I need to see your abilities. The Ice Demon King rose into the air, followed by a vast expanse of glaciers. The attack of a divine-level powerhouse was indeed so powerful. Even if a messenger from the divine realm descended, what could it do? Could a 7th-level Soul Master's body still exert its original strength? Mingling Wan watched the vast glaciers come crashing down like tidal waves, merely glancing at them. Judgment Eye, activate. With her loud shout, Her eyes burst forth with two beams of golden light shooting into the sky, countless golden rays cascading down from her body, making Mingling Wan appear as holy as a celestial being. The Eye of God. It turned out to be the Eye of God. The Ice Demon King exclaimed, but her shock immediately turned into wild laughter. You are not a messenger from the divine realm. If you're not a messenger from the divine realm, do you think you could defeat me just with the ability of the Eye of God? You can try. Mingling Wan stood in midair. This is not the sacred domain's mystery, nor is it the wind's soul, but the power of the divine. All right, let me see the true power of the first divine eye, the judgment eye. The Ice Demon King's whole body was encased in countless hard ice. She had to be cautious because possessing the judgment eye means possessing divine abilities. As for the magnitude of the judgment eye's power, only those who possess it truly understand. Ice world of ice souls, rise. The Ice Demon King raised her hands, and countless ice mountains shot up from the ground. Judgment eye, break the realm. Mingling Wan's gaze sharpened. The solidified golden light pierced through the ice mountains like a sword. Evil thoughts, shatter. Countless ice mountains collapsed and exploded. The ice souls of ice demons rise. The Ice Demon King was surrounded by countless mists, forming hundreds of ice demon warriors the size of small hills, each possessing the strength of a sacred domain powerhouse. However, Mingling Wan merely cast a cold glance. Evil thoughts. Purify. With a loud boom, hundreds of sacred domain ice demon warriors instantly exploded, and ice water flowed down without any inclination to recombine. Is this the power of the Eye of God? The Ice Demon King's expression darkened. But how long can you use it? Ice Soul's Ice Origin rise. Countless blade-like ice pillars shot up from the ground. Blessing of the divine eye to the earth. Countless golden rays slanted down from Mingling Wan's body. The ice blades that shot up met the golden light and immediately turned into ice water, scattering down. The Eye of God. The Eye of God actually has such powerful capabilities. The Ice Demon King stared fiercely at Mingling Wan. She was a divine-level powerhouse, and the pride of a divine-level powerhouse would never allow her to bow to an existence as insignificant as an ant. I see the evil thoughts in your heart. As long as I see them, they become your weakness. Mingling Wan said, no matter what soul skill you use, it will carry evil thoughts. As long as there are evil thoughts, you can never defeat me. Is that so? So it's the evil thoughts at play. In that case, I will hide the evil thoughts and see how you can deal with me. A resolute look surged across the Ice Demon King's face. Divine Spirit, you want to escape my body so much? Now come out. Countless glaciers erupted, ice shards scattering and obscuring the sky over the icy wasteland. Hail fell, glaciers rose, and countless ice demon warriors shattered only to recombine. Amidst the tremors of this icy expanse, the Ice Demon King clutched her head tightly. Evil thought. Melt. With her tearing roar, everything fell silent. As the ice fragments settled, the Ice Demon King slowly opened her eyes, revealing a clear ice blue. Chapter 45. The pure heart soul Mingling Wan looked at the Ice Demon King, her face pale, for she could no longer see a trace of evil thought on the Ice Demon King. Without seeing the evil thought, her judgment I was rendered completely useless. Your evil thought, she trembled, the aura of a god-level powerhouse pressing down on her, making it hard to breathe. It's here. The Ice Demon King pointed to her heart. I have melted it into my split soul. Impossible. Even if it were melted into the split soul, it cannot be hidden. Mingling Wan exclaimed in shock. I'm sorry to disappoint you. My split soul is separate from my original soul. The Ice Demon King waved her hand simply, and a gust of cold wind swept by. Mingling Wan's expression froze. After her judgment, Eye's ability lost its effect. She could not even block the simplest soul technique of the Ice Demon King. The Ice Demon King summoned a whirlwind, and Mingling Wan vanished with her across the ice field. She flew toward the Ice Palace, feeling somewhat anxious. She had not expected the power of the Judgment Eye to be so overwhelming. That would make her melt the desire for dominance over the continent into her split soul. If she couldn't merge the split soul back into the original soul, she wondered if her strength would diminish. However, fortunately, the Space Nodes and the Space Essence Soul Masters were all gathered, and now they just needed those 4 humans to break through to the Holy Domain. As long as one of the 4 reached the Holy Domain, they could collect the Thunder Soul power. As for me, this mental illness, such a difficult condition, actually has someone who understands how to treat it. It's not the soul beast I can rely on now, but I can only look to that monkey in the Ice Palace. As she spoke, A restless force slowly eroded her thoughts. In the Ice Palace Hall, Chu Tianyuan was somewhat anxious. The Ice Demon King had gone out to find Ming Lingwan, but it had been a while since she left. According to past experiences, she should have returned by now. He hoped the Ice Demon King would hurry and bring Ming Lingwan back. After all, the Ice Demon Warriors of the Icy Wasteland could be quite deadly. Why haven't they returned yet? Chu Tian also felt a bit anxious. Let's wait a bit longer. The Ice Demon King might have been delayed by something, Chu Tianyuan said. Zirajing, watching the two from the side, also felt anxious for them. Tianyuan, don't worry. Ming Lingwan is a space soul master. The Ice Demon King knows this very well. Without Lingwan, she can't leave the Icy Wasteland, so Ming Lingwan will be fine. Chu Tianyuan replied, but deep down, he couldn't help but wish to see Ming Lingwan's figure immediately. He still couldn't let her go. The Ice Demon King's delayed return had its reasons. After battling Ming Lingwan, although Ming Lingwan had not harmed her, she had melted her desire for dominance over the continent into her split soul, originally suppressed tightly within her body. The split soul now had the impulse to seize control of her body due to the intense desire, and to be precise, her schizophrenia had worsened. This forced her to stop and suppress the split soul with her soul power. Get back, she shouted angrily. Then a gloomy smile appeared on her face. You can't confine my desire for dominance over the continent. This is your belief in becoming stronger, right? But you actually gave this belief to me. As long as I have this belief, I too will become stronger. When my power surpasses yours, this body will be under my control. Shut up. Her face returned to an angry expression. Once I get out of here, I'll reclaim your belief back into the original soul and see how you seize control of the body. You can't do it. It's been 1,000 years, and you still can't do it. Even if the seal is broken, you still can't, the split soul retorted. Then just wait for me. I shouldn't have separated you 1,000 years ago, the Ice Demon King said angrily. If it weren't for your desire to use the pure heart soul to break through the god-level bottleneck, how would I have separated from the original soul? Ice Blue Moon, all of this is self-inflicted. In the end, the pure heart soul was not successfully comprehended, but instead, it caused me to be split apart. Yes, it was my own fault, the Ice Demon King said. To comprehend the pure heart soul, I even went so far as to melt my distractions into you, and even the last belief was given to you. Otherwise, my strength wouldn't have fallen from the third stage of God level to